Chapter 1, I become a villainous rich kid. In the deep night color, several off-road vehicles were hidden in the darkness, speeding down remote paths. Pouring torrential rain fell. It thumped on the car windows. At the end of the night sky, there was a sudden flash of electricity. Boom! Ear-splitting thunder suddenly exploded. Qianxue sat in the back seat, his eyes looking out the window listlessly. On the passenger seat sat a muscular man, with a full beard. He was wearing a straight suit and a pair of sunglasses. At this time, the big man put down his cell phone, slightly sideways. Young master, Miss Ling's few bodyguards, the little ones have already cleaned up. Saying this, he handed over the tablet in his hand. Qianxue subconsciously took it. A video was playing on it. In the video, several men, also wearing suits, were tied up tightly. They were lying on the ground and struggling continuously. Two sharp knives passed through their shoulder blades. Shoot video. That person seems to be molested for a long time, and finally ran out of patience. Directly waved the knife across the throats of several people. Poof! Blood splattered all over the ground. Because their hands and feet were bound, they could only struggle helplessly on the ground. Like a dying dog, helpless ho-ho sounds came out of their mouths. Wide eyes, full of helplessness and fear, staring intently at the camera that was filming. Qianxue's scalp tingled a little as he watched. His right hand uncontrollably trembled lightly as he quickly closed the tablet and casually threw it aside. In his heart, however, it was as difficult as if he had beat a dog. He remembered that he was still reading a novel under the blanket a moment ago. Thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. When he came back to his senses again, he appeared in this car, crossing over. And, crossing over is crossing over. How can you cross over into the novel you're reading? The name Qianxue was more familiar to him than anyone else. He's clearly the ultimate villain in the novel. He has an extremely heaven-defying background. The Qin family is huge, but it is a single family with 3 generations. The father he holds military power. The mother is the first daughter of the Zhao family, favored by Master Zhao, as well as the 2 uncles. There are 4 great families in Kyoto: Zhao, Qian, Sun and Li. The Zhao family is the only one respected, and his own grandfather, even more, the entire Qin family. With such a huge background, how did Qianxue end up? His father died in battle. Grandfather was also impeached. The Zhao family was fine, only their family was broken and all of them were sent overseas. And all of this, it was all done by the hero of the book. In the original book, the son of destiny was named Lu Chen. According to the description of the author of the Cow and Horse, the person looks a bit shabby, but it can't be helped. People have a protagonist aura. In a small mountain village, he worshipped a mysterious person. Not only do they have extremely heavenly skills, and came to the city, there are all kinds of down wisdom female main body to pounce on. Like those villains, as if the IQ is dropped to a negative number. Do not take advantage of the people have not yet started, will be all eliminated clean. Instead, they learned how to save grandpa. One by one, they went up to sending and sending. This Lu Chen finally grew into a big boss, accumulating good power. Even the Qin family dared to pull down the horse. Thinking of this, Qianxue's face once again emerged a little melancholy. Previously, when reading the novel, but also read with great interest, but did not expect to eat melon but eat to himself. Now, he had crossed over into the villainous hero, and the one in the book, the one who was screwed over until his family died and he himself died overseas, is him. The only advantage he has now, is that he is omniscient and knows all the future plots. That novel, read it over and over a dozen times, about the identity and background of each female lead, as well as the time of appearance, and even the pet peeves. No one understood it better than him. Look at the situation around now. The original grand heroine of the book, that is, Qianxue, the young princess of the Ling family in Mingchang, had already been kidnapped by himself, and his trip was precisely to go and manipulate her. But that original main character, Qianxue, was also a bit oily. Qianxue had just given in to her weakness, and then acted out a look of watering eyes. Surprisingly, she was released just like that, and also because of this kidnapping incident. Qianxue's father, Ling Jong, only that Lu Chen to recruit into the Ling family. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for him, perhaps Lu Chen wouldn't have come to Jiangcheng so quickly, and the plot wouldn't have unfolded. Qianxue was clearly a top prince. Under the pen of that Cow and Horse author, he had similarly become a retard. As a top young man, he had to be transformed into a licking dog. After that, when he faced Lu Chen, he also had all kinds of brainless operations. Every time, he wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but every time, he was ruthlessly punched in the face by Lu Chen. This is nothing. After being punched in the face, he still had to chase after Qianxue with a shy face. Dude, do you know what it means to be a prince? How can you be overthrown by such a little turd? When you reveal your identity, I'm afraid the whole city will tremble. do you still need to deal with a little Lu Chen? Lu Chen returned from the mountains, claiming to be the best in medicine and martial arts, standing proudly above the 9 heavens. In the end, it is an old Chinese medicine practitioner who carries the evil technique of extracting yin and replenishing yang. This is why, in the original plot, Lu Chen is constantly collecting women, and it was these women that allowed him to slowly develop. Even, through a certain female lead, he controlled a huge mercenary group outside of the country. By the time Lu Chen had finished accumulating all his power, when Lu Chen has built up all his strength, he will take control of a huge underground force, and then collude with factions outside the country. Together, they will put pressure on the Qin family. The Qin family will fall. The Zhao family will not be spared. At the end of the day, there were only 2 people left beside Qin Huanyu. He wanted to escort him to escape. Unexpectedly, he was still chased by Lu Chen's people on the high seas. The whole book is finished. Of course, it's only the end of the original book. Qin Huanyu snapped his eyes open. The anger that had been suppressed throughout the entire novel exploded at this time. His grandmother, could it be that he, too, was going to become that Lu Chen's stepping stone? No, it would never be like that, since he had crossed over into Qin Huanyu. Compared to that Lu Chen, the plot of the entire book he already knew. If he can't kill Lu Chen, he can only blame himself for being a bit too stupid, deserved to be played to death. It is not the son of destiny. He has crossed over, and it's not certain who is the son of destiny. Besides, the plot hasn't really unfolded yet. He still has enough time to prepare. Even without the system, one could definitely toy with that Lu Chen to death. At this moment, the aura on Qin Huanyu's body once again became stern. He once again picked up that tablet, retapped the video. Although his hands were still trembling a little, his eyes were extremely resolute. Chapter 2: The Self-Cultivation of a Villain. Lazy, Qin Huanyu suddenly shouted out. The burly man on the passenger seat was the same bodyguard who had accompanied him to the end in the original. He handed the tablet back to Lazy again. Delete the video. Okay, young master. Suddenly, Lazy's eyes widened, incredulity written all over his face. He originally thought that young master was asking him to send the video out. As for who to send it to, naturally, it was Ling Qianxue's parents. In the original, Qin Huanyu did the same thing. The moment he saw the video, Ling Qianxue's father, Ling Jong, his entire old face went white. Immediately, he reported the case to the Jiangcheng police department. Unfortunately, Lazy had been punched up and down. When it was known that it was the Ling family's young lady who was in trouble, the other party immediately shrugged it off. In words and out of words, they all expressed one meaning: we don't dare to get involved in this matter. And it was only after this incident that Ling's father went to find an old friend to get Lu Chen out of the deep mountains. According to the young master's past character, even if he didn't send the video to Ling's family to see, he wouldn't easily delete it. There might still be places where it could be used afterward. However, Qin Huanyu did not care about his eyes at all. Looking out the window, he was considering other things. Qin Huanyu in the original story seemed to be that much of a psychopath. In his computer, he saved countless photos and videos, and saving dozens of hard disks wasn't enough. Of course, the villain descended to wisdom at this moment. Who stepped on the horse is fine. We'll put all kinds of things that he did, all recorded. You think it's a little girl writing a diary. And Qin Huanyu, this person, seems to be conceited to the extreme. Just put it out there in the open. Waiting for Lu Chen to come into contact with the plot afterward and run into that international hacker heroine. Get all of these things in his hands. If the Qin family is powerful, if this evidence was released, although it would affect Qin Huanyu, there would always be a way to suppress it. But in the end, the old man of the Qin family retired. After Qin Jin died in battle, with just one Zhao family, it was no longer able to withstand so much pressure. This evidence, too, became one of the straws that crushed Qin Huanyu. When things were over today, after returning, one must clean it out properly. Anyone who had come into contact with those things that could disappear would also let Lazy deal with it. In this world, the most capable of keeping a secret is a dead person. No one can predict when that hacker will come. At this very moment, Lazy, who was sitting in front, also came back to his senses. Young master's order. Even if he was told to die, he himself had to rush ahead. Reaching out, he tapped on the video and deleted it cleanly straight away. By the way, notify the squad on the other side. All the backups of the video were cleaned up as well. Suddenly, an inexplicable ringing sound appeared in Qin Huanyu's mind. Ding! Detected the host deleting the video, slightly changing the direction of the plot. Gained 800 points of villain value. System? He originally thought that, having crossed over into a villain, he wouldn't be able to awaken the system anymore. Unexpectedly, the darkness came back. Ahem! That's pretty much what it means. An inexplicable light flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes. Even without the system, with his knowledge of the plot, he was still certain that he could play that Lu Chen to death. Now that he had awakened, it was even more icing on the cake. He once again checked the system in his mind. It was also slightly understood. It turned out that this system had actually existed from the beginning. It just needed an opportunity to truly awaken. In the original novel, that video was sent to the Ling family as a way to deter the people of the Ling family. Ultimately, it also caused the plot of the novel to unfold. But now, the video was completely destroyed. The system had also begun to be activated due to the change in plot. In other words, as long as Qin Huanyu tried his best to change the plot in the subsequent episodes, he would be able to obtain a reward of villain value. This villain value, in turn, could be exchanged for various things in the mall. Interesting. Qin Huanyu closed his eyes slightly. And with this system, there was a function similar to signing in every day, being able to obtain all sorts of rewards. He had originally thought, while Lu Chen hadn't appeared yet, why don't we just send someone into the mountains and raid him? But now that the system had come out, this thought was repressed again. The original plot was completely centered around Lu Chen. If Lu Chen died, it was possible that the plot afterward would be forced to be rewritten. His wish to earn villain value would be dashed. What's more, Lu Chen had a mysterious master. Even in the original, the ink that appeared was a bit low. Sending fewer people might not be of much use. If you sent more people, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. It's better to keep them and earn villain value for yourself. By the way, while the plot had not yet started, he could still make some preparations earlier. At least, on that Ling Qianxue that he was about to meet, he still had a wave of villain value to harvest. Young master, things have been cleaned up. Young master, we're here. Lei Zi's voice sounded again. In the back seat, Qin Huanyu opened his eyes and looked at the abandoned factory outside the car. His Qin Huanyu's life would be rewritten at this moment. The crowd stepped out of the car in turn. Under the escort of several bodyguards, Qin Huanyu walked towards the factory gate. 3 people walked up to him, bowing and bending their heads. They stood in front of him. Young Qin, you're here. The people have all been brought over according to your instructions and are now tied up inside. Qin Huanyu looked at them. These 3 were not people under his own command. They were just randomly found by Lei Zi to kidnap that Ling Qianxue over. In the original story, the 3 of them even went on to do the ugly business of human traffickers in the plot afterward. In the end, they were outed together by Lu Chen. It also caused quite a bit of trouble for himself. Qin Huanyu's gaze flickered. Smiling at the 3, he said, tough job. You guys go down first. Those 3 Hans had fawning smiles on their faces as they once again bent their heads and bowed to him. Lei Zi stood on the side, looking at the smile on Qin Huanyu's face. In his heart, he once again muttered, young master today, why does he feel a little strange? In the past, when he saw these people, he simply disdained to take care of them. With the status of these 3 people, they didn't even have the qualifications to speak to the young master. But why is the young master so gentle with them? Could it be that he was in a somewhat good mood because of that Miss Ling? And the next moment, the trio's backs were still far away. The smile on Qin Huanyu's face quickly disappeared. It was instead replaced with a bit of a cold smile. He narrowed his eyes. Lei Zi, you handle the 3 of them. I don't want today's matter to be known by more people. The expression on Lei Zi's face suddenly froze. Silently, he nodded his head. Qin Huanyu asked himself that he was not a good person. However, he was not scum, at least to those human traffickers. They didn't even deserve to be human at all. Moreover, the existence of these 3 people would cause trouble for himself. The human heart is inherently evil. It was just bound in a cage. Only, with his own identity, he no longer needed that cage to bind himself anymore. As a villain, one must have the consciousness of a villain. As for whether it was good or bad, he didn't need the world to judge. Do it yourself and do it cleanly. Qin Huanyu finished with a morose tone. Raising his steps, he walked towards the factory. Chapter 3, Uninspired Acting. Ding! Detected the host slightly altering the plot. Gained 1,500 points of villain value. On the way deeper into the factory, a prompt came from the system. Not bad. It was nearly double the villain value than if he had just deleted the video. But he looked at the system's exchange mall. Apart from those useless melon seeds, peanuts and mineral water, the cheapest one, the ultra-miniature invisible camera, all required at least 500 points of villain value. He only had more than 2,000 points until now. Still need to work hard to earn villain value. As for those 3 people just now, Qin Huanyu didn't even think about it anymore. But they were just a few unimportant supporting characters that couldn't make him take them seriously yet. The one in the factory was the big head of earning villain value. Bang! There was a loud bang. Immediately afterward, a furious voice full of anger rang out. You guys grabbed me here. What exactly do you want? How much money do you want? You guys name a number. We, the Ling family, can definitely fulfill your demands. Worthy of being a great heroine in a novel. In the face of this situation, she was acting somewhat fearless. A smile spread across Qin Huanyu's face. But what she said about the Ling family, to him right now, he couldn't even look at it. Even the richest man in Zhongcheng, in front of him, Qin Huanyu would have to lower his proud head. However, although he could not look at it, for that Lu Chen, the Ling family was the starting point for him to gain momentum. Want to take down the Ling family? The key is still in this Ling Qianxue, coupled with his own memories. That Ling Qianxue, as the eldest female lead, was indeed as beautiful as a flower in her own right. How could it not be cheaper for someone else? He collected the smile on his face. With Lei Zi, the two of them pushed the door and walked in. What met his eyes was the large bed placed in the center of the room. At this moment, Ling Qianxue, with her hands tied behind her back, was sitting in the center of the bed. With a slight sulk on her face, she yelled at the two henchmen guarding the room. The two who walked through the door instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. The two black-clothed men standing guard at the bedside were only slightly stunned. Then they bowed their heads and respectfully shouted, "Young master." Qin Huanyu nodded. The bodyguard group around him, even he himself did not know exactly how many people there were. Anyway, he knew that these people were all personally selected by his own mother. In the middle of the Kyoto war zone, relying on the identity of the marshal's wife, the various teams of soldier kings were basically screened out, and Lei Zi, as the squad leader, commanded the crowd. Although in the Summer Kingdom, his identity of Qin Huanyu was supreme, but it was inevitable that there would be people who didn't know what was good for them and would lay their hands on them. The original body had little means of self-protection. The size of this bodyguard team was accidentally a bit bigger. It should be reasonable, right? Hard work. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Huanyu nodded to those two. You guys go down first. For this month's bonus, each of you will get an extra $100,000. The original owner's previous image had basically crumbled to the point where it couldn't be crumbled anymore. Even to the people on her side, she was either beating or cursing, and even wanted to sink people in the river at the drop of a hat. Such a high-pressure environment would more or less cause dissent to rise in people's hearts. And while the plot hadn't really opened yet, he is going to try to turn the image back again during this time. As the saying goes, to bustle the outside world, one must first secure the inside. At the very least, one can get rid of all the unstable factors around them. This way, he could have more time to prepare more surprises for the upcoming Lu Chen. Those two people originally still had their heads lowered. When they heard Qin Huanyu's words, their bodies were stunned and they raised their heads violently. It seemed like they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Young master today, why does he look like a different person? Qin Huanyu walked over to the two men, extending his hand. He patted their shoulders one by one. There was still a warm smile on his face. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go get your bonus? It's been a hard time for the brothers. Lei Zi, behind him, Lei Zi responded. Young master, command down. From now on, all the brothers in the team, let's increase their monthly salary by 50%. Those who have difficulties at home can also speak up. Lei Zi, you look to make arrangements. Lei Zi froze. The image of the young master in his eyes gradually became taller. For jobs like theirs, when they were in the war zone in the past, they often couldn't return home for a year and a half. When they came to young master's side, the days when they could go home were even fewer. Moreover, there were times when their lives were in danger. Young master's move was made with the families of his brothers in mind. What a great and tolerant state of mind this was. Although he didn't know why the young master had changed so drastically today, but for some reason, there was always some warmth in his heart. He was busy nodding his head in agreement. As for the two Hans in front of Qin Huanyu, their eyes instantly turned a little red. They looked up. It was as if there was a beam of light that shot down from the top of Qin Huanyu's head, setting off his entire person a bit holy. He looked as if he was much more handsome. It was the feeling of a heartbeat. Ding! Slightly changed the plot, gained 1,000 points of villain value. As expected, as long as one wasn't the protagonist in the plot, the villain value gained wouldn't be too much. Qin Huanyu patted the two of them again and told them to go down first. Until this moment, Ling Qianxue was still sitting in the center of the big bed, looking coldly at Qin Huanyu who had entered the door. Sure enough, it was him. When she was kidnapped to this point, she already suspected in her heart that it was Qin Huanyu who did it. Other than him, in the entire Zhongcheng, there should be no one who dares to lay a hand on himself. If he was really a robber, he wouldn't be sitting here peacefully. Qin Huanyu put away the smile on his face. Ms. Ling, we meet again. Ling Qianxue, who was seated on the large bed, had a look of disgust flash across her face. It quickly tightened back up. With the way her father was so cautious of him, she thought that Qin Huanyu must have a monstrous background behind him. She didn't dare to show her disgust too obviously. Qin Huanyu, what exactly do you want? Ling Qianxue's tone was somewhat icy. Her arms were a bit sore and numb for a moment due to the long time of being tied back, and they were strangled a bit white. Qin Huanyu did not say anything and looked down at her hands behind her back. He could not help but frown. Untie her. At these words, Qianxue froze instead. However, she saw Lei Zi directly walk up and grab the knot behind her back. With a slight force, the finger-thick hemp rope instantly crumbled, and Qianxue regained her freedom once again. She looked up at Qin Huanyu and noticed his line of sight, which was resting on her wrist. If she wasn't mistaken, seems to be a bit heartbroken and self-blaming. Qin Huanyu just wanted to reach out. Qianxue instantly reacted. Ignoring the soreness of her arm, she hurriedly retreated towards the back. Seeing this, Qin Huanyu's movements once again stopped in place. A helpless smile hung on his face. Forget it, you won't believe me even if I tell you anything now. Qin Huanyu shook his head. You go back first. I've arranged for someone at the entrance. I'll send you back to the Ling family safely. At this moment, Qianxue leaned against the corner of the wall. Her face expression once again froze there. Letting her go? Didn't do anything and just let her go? What did he just mean when he said that he wouldn't trust him? Could it be that there was something else hidden in this matter? For a moment, Qianxue's mind flashed through thousands of thoughts. However, Qin Huanyu did not wait for her to think too much. Slightly frowning, he said, today's matter is a complete misunderstanding, so don't think too much. When I have time, I'll go to the Ling family to make things clear. Saying that, gesturing towards Lei Zi, the two of them directly turned around and left the room. In the open door of the room, Qianxue sat on the bed dumbfounded, her eyes staring listlessly at the direction Qin Huanyu had left, thoughts running through her mind. As for Qin Huanyu, who was gradually moving away, his afterglow glanced at the rear. The corners of his mouth rose upwards in disdain. The acting just now should be able to barely take a golden horse, but not too much. After all, it's still too young. People who pride themselves on being smart will always think too deeply about what others say, regardless of how Qianxue considers it. For Qin Huanyu, he won't have anything to lose. Even if it didn't work out, Lu Chen came to Zhangcheng as usual. It was just the plot unfolding normally. Then, let him come. Chapter 4, I'm fighting the destined son of God. Back in the car, Qin Huanyu looked further towards the exit of the factory. Qianxue still hasn't appeared yet, probably still considering those words. Tell Lei Zi to keep a car here, arrange for another junior to wait, and explain a few more things in the meantime. When all the things are done, the caravan departed again, driving towards the direction of Zhangcheng. Along the way, Lei Zi was somewhat eager to speak, but in the end, he did not dare to say anything. Just yesterday, young master was still madly trying to sleep with Qianxue. Even for this reason, he went so far as to make him go to the city lord's place to walk around and arrange all the police stations in Zhangcheng completely, just in case the Ling family found out and disturbed his plans. But today, the meat was put in front of him, but the young master just gave up. Moreover, there was no trace of any lingering emotion. Lei Zi really can't figure it out. In the back seat, Qin Huanyu closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, his mind flowing the plot over again. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Lei Zi, go investigate someone. Lei Zi slightly sideways. Is it Ms. Ling? No. Qin Huanyu shook his head. Her name is Enlan. She should still be abroad right now, but I don't know in which country. If necessary, you can ask the Kyoto side to help investigate. She is Qianxue's BFF. Lei Zi froze and memorized the name in his mind. Okay, young master, there's one more thing. And Qin Huanyu said once again, look at the Ling family's side a little bit during this period of time as well. Not watching Qianxue, but watching the entire Ling family. Don't let anyone find out. But whenever a mysterious young man in his 20s comes to Zhangcheng, you report me immediately. Yes, young master. Lei Zi nodded his head and took note. Let's go. Go straight back to rest. There will be quite a lot of things in the next 2 days. Let the brothers go back and rest well too. Qin Huanyu finishes speaking, then leans on the backseat and closes his eyes again. On the passenger seat, Lei Zi memorized things. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at Qin Huanyu, who had his eyes closed at the back. In his heart, he could not help but mutter a little. In the past, young master had also ordered them to do things like this, but back then, the things to be done were usually sinking a river or chopping someone. It had never been as peaceful as this, and his tone of voice was also very different from now. It was a little less customary and adaptable though, but really let him choose. Then it's better to choose today's young master. Enlan was Qianxue's best friend. In the original story, it was around this time that she returned from abroad. According to the plot, Lu Chen would go to the airport to pick her up, and while waiting, Lu Chen casually chased down a fugitive, instantly capturing the attention of the two heroines. When Enlan was staying at Qianxue's villa, the two became even more out of control. Even before taking down Qianxue, Lu Chen had already taken the lead in taking down Enlan. TSK. For Qianxue, proper urban cuckold writing. Living in my house, wearing my clothes, and spending my money. As a result, the two of you, playing this kind of stuff behind my back? Of course, in the middle of the plot, Qianxue didn't find out about the two's secret. It wasn't until afterward that it was pierced, and by that time, Lu Chen had long possessed great strength. But what everyone didn't know was, Enlan's background was actually no worse than the Ling family, even in some aspects. Enlan's background was even comparable to the Qin family. Enlan's older brother, Enlan, was one of the 7 chief officers of the world's #1 mercenary corps, and possessed an extremely large amount of power. Within that mercenary corps, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers. There was certainly no comparison to the entire Xia kingdom, but compared to the Qin family, it was not in the least bit inferior. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary Enlan would have such a powerful background? Because the two siblings were orphans, they grew up depending on each other. For this younger sister, Enlan was near crazy doting on her. This also caused, after Lu Chen captured Enlan's heart, he also indirectly gained Enwen's approval. In the end, in the journey to pull down the Qin family, Enwen had played an indelible contribution. So, to Qin Huanyu, Ling Qianxue could be unwanted, but Enlan was something that must be fought for. Even if he ruined the branch of Enlan, he must not leave it to Lu Chen. In the original, the time when Enlan returned to China was just a few days after Ling Qianxue was kidnapped. When exactly? The Cow and Horse author did not explicitly write. If the plot of the novel will be forcibly set right by the world, then the point in time when Enlan appeared should be exactly when Lu Chen appeared. The layout of the previous stage is the most important. In addition to the line of Enlan, there were many branch lines that needed to be picked up one by one. He wasn't like Lu Chen, who was blessed with great fortune, so these plots and female leads, Qin Huanyu had to do it himself to make them jump out of the original plot. Ding! Ling Qianxue has decided to hide the fact that she was kidnapped for the time being, and the plot has changed considerably. Gained 8,000 points of villain value. Qin Huanyu snapped his eyes open. Very good, worthy of being a big female lead, just a small plot, and she directly earned 8,000 points of villain value. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that even if they performed a few more scenes, they wouldn't necessarily be able to get this much. At this time, the convoy had slowly driven into the middle of the city. The traffic was also gradually increasing. As a matter of fact, it had been less than a month since Qin Huanyu had arrived in Jiangcheng. He was still living in a hotel. Rather, it was Lei Zi and the others who had bought many small houses in order to supply the team members with housing. Occasionally, they were still able to carry out some missions, but Qin Huanyu originally thought that he wouldn't be able to stay in Jiangcheng for long. Unexpectedly, he was bound to this Jiang city by a Ling Qianxue. In the end, it was also because of Ling Qianxue that led to the final outcome. Tick-tock. Soon, the group returned to the middle of the hotel. The black and domineering car body was stained with mud and water stains. However, the hotel porter did not dare to be careless at all. This master had been staying in his own hotel for almost a month, and still will be the top floor of the luxury presidential suite. To directly round down, these convoys are precisely that master's seat. Qin Huanyu didn't care about the others. Under the escort of Lei Zi, he came straight to the top floor of the hotel. The elevator door opened. All the places in sight, at the moment, were all owned by Qin Huanyu. In addition to the luxury suite, on the other side of the top floor, there was also a luxurious swimming pool. Standing on the side of the pool, half of the city center of Jiangcheng can be reflected in the eyes. Lei Zi waited patiently. This suite was usually only occupied by him and the young master. The rest of the team members were scattered in different rooms on the lower 3 floors. Qin Huanyu opened his hands and took a deep breath at the countless lights in the distance. A place like this, before crossing over, he wasn't even qualified to take a look at it, let alone being able to come and experience it for himself. There was always an unreal feeling present in his heart. What made it even harder for him was that Lu Chen, like a fishbone, was stuck in the middle of his throat. When he thought about the ending of Qin Huanyu in the original, his mood was a little less beautiful. He looked at the flickering lights in the distance. A cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Son of Heaven's Destiny? The old man is fighting the Son of Heaven's Destiny. Just wait. When Lu Chen appeared, if he was honest, he could still let him bounce around a little longer. If he wasn't too honest, I won't blame myself for killing him. Chapter 5 The Power of Grandmaster Level Taijiquan. The next day early in the morning, Qin Huanyu, who was under the comforter, opened his eyes violently. Looking around first, he was still in his luxuriously decorated bedroom. Fortunately, this wasn't a dream. In case yesterday's memories were really just a dream, people are going to blow up on the spot. Originally bought a good horse, hit the sword, ready to go to the end of the world with the sword. When I looked back, the horse was gone. How can this make people play? At the same time, the system's pleasant voice rang out. The host has successfully signed in and obtained the skill, Grandmaster Taijiquan. Almost instantly, Qin Hanyu, who was lying on the bed, felt as if countless knowledge had been injected into his mind out of nowhere. There were also warm currents flowing through his body, the realm that regular people needed to practice for decades to reach. He had acquired it in just an instant. With a slight exertion, his entire body bounced up from the bed. Grandmaster level Taijiquan. Delight flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes. The Qin Huanyu in the original story, although he had a powerful background that no one dared to mess with. However, on his own, he was handless. Even in the end, Lu Chen dared to directly jump face output. If a person is hit in the face more often, the prestige in the hearts of the people would naturally drop like crazy. But now it was different. He possessed the Grandmaster grade Taijiquan. The world says that Taiji doesn't go out for 10 years, and Baji kills people in a year. Taijiquan inherently needed time to accumulate in order to gain great strength. He got off the bed and walked to the desk in the room. As a luxury presidential suite, the desk in the room was also made of the finest mahogany. The entire desktop, its thickness was comparable to the thickness of an adult's upper arm. Qin Hanyu narrowed his eyes, his right hand suddenly raised, and the memories infused in his mind were instantly used by him. It was as if he had practiced for decades and was generally skillful. As outsiders watched, it was clear that it was just a gentle palm drop. The entire mahogany desk, no reaction was visible, waiting for Qin Huanyu to take a few steps backward. Suddenly, slap, a loud bang, the 10-centimeter thick desktop suddenly cracked a gap. The entire wooden board was actually cracked directly by his light palm. An inexplicable light flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes. With such a base card, he had even less to worry about facing that Lu Chen. Tai Chi was originally about defense and counterattack, and defeating the strong with the weak. Even if Lei Zi wasn't around and he faced Lu Chen alone, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Of course, he wasn't prepared to expose this secret. Quietly entering the village and meticulously developing slowly was the king of victory. Like that kind of person who came up and blew the whistle, often didn't survive more than 2 chapters in a novel. Besides, with his identity, it's not like he's going to beat each other up one-on-one with that Lu Chen. With so many bodyguards standing around, wouldn't it be a waste not to use up? Knock knock knock. A sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Are you alright, young master? Why did I hear just now? I heard a noise. Lei Zi's voice came out, and there was some anxiety in his words. Qin Huanyu withdrew his surrounding aura, looking at the room. Aside from the desk being chipped, there was no abnormality to be seen elsewhere. Then he directly walked over and opened the door to the room. Lei Zi's figure hurriedly walked in. Young master, you. His words suddenly stopped and he froze as he looked towards the mahogany desk in the room. At this moment, there was a palm print printed brightly on the desktop, and the entire desktop had cracked. A crack that extended from that palm print to both sides, almost knocking the entire desk straight to the point of falling apart. Young master, this table is broken. Have someone come over and replace it with another one. Qin Huanyu's face remained unchanged as he spoke indifferently. Lei Zi's expression carried a slight desire to speak. Of course he could see that the table was broken, but the most crucial question was how the table was broken. It looked like it was broken by someone's slap. Forget it, as long as the young master is fine, nothing else is a problem. Lei Zi nodded. Speaking once more, he said, by the way young master, Sister Mu is already waiting outside. Should I call her in now? Sister Mu? Qin Huanyu froze. The plot in his mind spread out once again. It was Mu Qiu Shuang. In the original story, Mu Qiu Shuang's identity was Qin Huanyu's life housekeeper. It was necessary to take care of the company for him while also taking care of his life. It was also true that it was only within these 2 days that he came from Kyoto to Jiangqing to start the plot afterward. And this Mu Qiu Shuang likewise accompanied Qin Huanyu to the end, until the news of Qin Huanyu's death came, only finally went to Lu Chen's side. However, Qin Huanyu heart clear. In fact, Mu Qiu Shuang has never betrayed himself. The reason she followed that Lu Chen was also to avenge herself. But Lu Chen, as the male lead, was surrounded by cow and horse authors to guard him. Schwanger ended up being discovered by Lu Chen. It was said that she was finally sent abroad by Lu Chen, to the middle of a barbaric tribe in the backwoods of North Africa. A weak woman, sent to that kind of place. What would be the end? There was almost no need to think about it. Bang! Qin Huanyu suddenly hammered the table. The desk, which was already a bit shaky, finally couldn't withstand the pressure at this time. It scattered into several pieces that fell to the ground. Lei Zi waited at the side, his heart pounding straight away. Phew! Qin Huanyu changed his breath, hiding the killing intent in his heart. At the same time, for that Mu Qiu Shuang, there were a few more points of heartache and pity, even though right now, the plot hadn't happened yet. But this account, he had already silently recorded it in his heart. Qin Huanyu waved his hand and said, "You bring her in first, then go get the car ready, and prepare to go out later." Okay, young master. Lei Zi sighed in relief and hurriedly retreated. Not long after, the elevator outside the suite opened again. Lei Zi walked out of it, while a tall girl followed behind him. Lei Zi's height was almost 1 meter 9. While the girl was barefoot, she was able to reach up to Lei Zi's shoulders. While walking, Lei Zi also chattered. Sister Mu, when you see the young master in a while, you have to be more careful. Last night, young master was clearly in a good mood, but just now, it seems like he's a bit out of control again. You must be careful, don't ever offend the young master. Muqiu Shuang wore a pair of large-rimmed glasses that almost covered half of her face. There was a beaming smile on her face. Standing with that Lei Zi, the whole person was almost white to the point of glowing. Alright, she laughed playfully. In terms of time and contact with young master, how could you possibly have more than me? I know all about it. The two of them walked all the way and soon came to stand at the door of the living room. At this time, on Muqiu Shuang's face, the smile was once again gathered back. Facing Qin Huanyu, she also did not dare to smile playfully. When she was just about to knock on the door of the room was suddenly opened. Qin Huanyu's silhouette stood fixedly at the door, his gaze falling on Muqiu Shuang. The two people at the door suddenly stood frozen. Lei Zi was the first to react. Young master, you get busy first. I'll go prepare the car. With that, he hurriedly turned his head and left, leaving behind Muqiu Shuang, facing Qin Huanyu's cold face. For a while, it actually feels like her waist is a little bit unable to straighten up. Young master. Qin Huanyu did not speak. He looked at Muqiu Shuang, who was slightly bowing her head in front of him, and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. In the plot, the original owner, Qin Huanyu, could be said to have treated her without any preferential treatment or favor. It was only when she was a child that Qin Huanyu saved her and raised her at home. Just this one small thing, but it managed to make Mu Xuan loyal to herself until the end. Even if Lu Chen extended an olive branch to her, the Muqiu Shuang in the end still held the idea of avenging herself. For a moment, Qin Huanyu felt some heartache. However, Muqiu Shuang, who had her head lowered, was oblivious to the fact that her neckline was wide open at the moment. This was why Qin Huanyu's mood was complicated. He was truly heartbroken for Muqiu Shuang, but there was no way around it. She was also really too big. Qin Huanyu gulped. Come in. Chapter 6. Ling Jong's decision. Ling Qianxue's face was a little pale and full of depression as she walked into the office. Last night when she returned home, she still kept thinking about the words that Qin Huanyu said before he left. What exactly did he mean? She had the intention to ask for confirmation, but she didn't know where to ask for confirmation. If she wanted her to take the initiative to call Qin Huanyu, it would be better to kill her. However, this matter of her being kidnapped, could there be any hidden agenda? Ling Qianxue couldn't figure it out. She didn't even sleep well last night. On the other hand, in the chairman's office, Ling Jong was sitting in front of the table, frowning as he listened to the report of the person in front of him. I see. You go down first. Ling Jong suppressed his anger in his heart and said in an icy tone. After leaving work last night, no one had ever contacted Ling Qianxue again, until after midnight had passed. One got the news that Ling Qianxue only returned home at that time, and the car that sent her back was the very vehicle that Qin Huanyu had arranged. These things were clear in Ling Zhong's mind. Qianxue was living alone in that villa. Ling Zong was naturally uneasy, so he usually arranged numerous undercover sentries. Bang! The main door was gently closed. Ling Jong stood up from his seat and walked to the window behind him. He had single-handedly founded Thousand Snow Heroine, which focused on the female cosmetics industry. Even the name of the company used the name of Ling Qianxue. It was enough to see that Ling Qianxue had an irreplaceable position in Ling Zhong's heart. But that Qin Huanyu, he dared to do such a thing. Ling Jong looked out the window at the bustling Jiangchang. His right fist was tightly pinched up, and endless anger surged out on his face once again. He returned to the table, opened the right drawer, and took out an old push-button cell phone from inside. In the phone's address book, there was only one number stored. Ling Zhong's note to him was, "Old friend." Tick-tock, dialed directly. "Hey, it's me, Ling Zong. Didn't you say before that your disciple's force value is unrivaled? It just so happens that I've recently prepared to find a bodyguard for Qianxue. He's coming to Jiangcheng anyway, so why don't we let him be Qianxue's bodyguard?" Downstairs of the hotel, Lei Zi waited for a long time, finally saw the young master walk out from the hotel. Finding his car, he walked straight over, pulled open the door and walked up. Lei Zi looked at Qin Huanyu in the back through the rearview mirror. "Young master, isn't Sister Mu going? She's upstairs brushing her teeth. Don't mind her, she has other duties later. Just drive yourself." Qin Huanyu angrily rebuked. A glittering glow spread across his face. Feeling soothed all around, his mood became much better. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1314 points of villain value. What does this number mean? The dog system screwed me? Lazy didn't dare to ask again and hurriedly started the vehicle, slowly leaving the hotel. That's right, Lazy. In the back seat, Qin Huanyu puts away his swirling heart and suddenly asks, those people that I asked you to check yesterday, have they gotten any results yet? Lazy did not turn around, picking up a document from the passenger seat and handing it over. Young master, except for a few people who are still abroad, the rest are all here, except for Enlan. There were many more that were connected to that Lu Chen. Novels like this type were purely stallion literature, with the protagonist madly collecting women, but it couldn't be resisted. There were just people who were willing to read it. There was nothing Qin Huanyu could do about it. If he didn't cut off Lu Chen's front path, then the person who would die afterward would be himself. He was different from Lu Chen. Lu Chen did it purely for inner pleasure, whereas he himself went to rob these heroines in order to be able to live. In fact, he himself was originally a very dedicated and pure-hearted boy, and espoused the idea of starting from the beginning and ending with the end. Nay, in order to live, can only become philandering. Alas, Lazy, who was driving the car, glanced at the rear, seeing Qin Huanyu's mouth to grin to the root of the ear, hastily retracted his line of sight again. Opening the file, he flipped through it for a while. When he came back last night, Qin Huanyu searched his memory and wrote down all those female leads that appeared in the early stages. Handing it over to Lazy, he asked him to use the Qin family's resources to investigate these people. Aside from the few who were currently abroad, the others were already listed in the document. With the Qin family's means, all the details of these people were all dug up. Snap! He closed the document again, re-throwing it back to the front. Keep this document and don't show it to anyone but me. Okay, young master, Lazy promised. Half an hour later, Lazy drove his car and slowly parked in front of a hotpot restaurant. Today, Qin Huanyu only brought Lazy out, while the rest of the team stayed in the hotel and waited. On the surface, this was an ordinary hotpot restaurant, but in fact, behind the scenes, this was indeed a hotpot restaurant. It was just that the owner here was not ordinary. It was also one of the chances that the protagonist, Lu Chen, had encountered after the plot opened. Of course, all of this was not clear to Lazy, until he stepped out of the car and saw the young master staring intently inside the store. He was still puzzled in his heart. Even if the young master wanted to eat hot pot, he shouldn't have come to a place like this. This store looked extremely shabby. Broken tables and chairs were piled up everywhere. The walls were also covered in filth. At the entrance of the hot pot store, there were also a few big men standing, and their clothes were also covered in stains. They were squatting in front of the door, smoking and chatting. After looking for a while, Qin Huanyu raised his feet and walked inside. Lazy followed closely behind him. Those few big men quickly noticed the two who were approaching. 5 or 6 pairs of eyes stared intently at the two. The smiles on their faces also disappeared, and their eyes were full of vigilance. Their figures were already stout enough, but in front of that Lazy, they still looked a bit malnourished, especially the young man standing in front, with an unusually powerful aura that a few people had only seen on their own boss. Standing at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, he looked inside. There were no lights on inside, and it looked a little dim. A few strong men threw away the cigarettes in their hands and gathered over this way as one, blocking in front of Qin Huanyu, preventing him from observing the inside anymore. And behind him, Lazy also came up together, his gaze instantly becoming a little lower. Two friends, what is your business? A burly man among them looked at the two coldly and opened his mouth to ask. Qin Huanyu retracted his gaze and looked at the people blocking his way, a few smiles suddenly appearing on his face. What? No more business? I just came to have a hot pot. Won't let me in? The man who had just opened his mouth, his face remained stoic. Sorry brother, we're not open today. You guys can go to the one on the side and ask. Saying that, he reaches out and points to another hot pot restaurant in the distance. Qin Huanyu once again sneered. Lu Chen in the original novel, in the later stages of the novel, was in control of half of Xia's underground forces, and the supporting character that helped him control them was in this hot pot restaurant. Of course, that person was, right now, still only harboring this side of Jiangchang, and even in Jiangchang, he was still just a minor character. He had come over this time because he wanted to take this person under his wing before the plot started. As for whether or not to still let him develop according to the original plot, that was all an afterthought, and it all depended on one's mood. Originally, I was in a good mood today, and I was thinking of flirting with them a few times, but after thinking about it, he is now a villain. The villain has to have the villain's yazzie. Qin Huanyu reached out and slapped the face of the strong man in front of him twice. His tone also became a bit more somber. Good boy, before I get angry, tell Su Qianxue to roll out and meet me. Chapter 7, you don't think he can beat 20 people by himself, do you? Snap. Lazy did a whip kick. It kicked on the small arm of the last burly man, turning that thick small arm, directly into 90 degrees. Miserable screams resounded in this calm street. The numerous shopkeepers in the surroundings obviously knew the bottom of this hot pot restaurant. Seeing the two parties fighting, they didn't even dare to look at it more. One after another, they closed their store doors tightly. But in a minute's time, a total of 6 people, all lying on the ground wailing. There were even 2 unlucky eggs, their eyes vaguely white, lying in the corner without making a sound. Phew! Qin Huanyu, who was sitting in the store, exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Lei Zi walks back. Young master, it's all been settled. What should we do next? These few people looked big and thick, but in fact, they were just that. With Lei Zi's hands, even a member of the bodyguard team could knock over 3 or 4 people with his hands. These burly men were nothing more than a hair's breadth. Qin Huanyu signaled him to sit down as well. Although the fight was short, the screams of those people were loud. I'm sure those people in the backyard have heard the commotion here and are preparing their guys. Sure enough, not waiting for him to finish a cigarette, from the back kitchen door, and hurriedly ran out of a large pile of strongmen. Everyone is wearing a black undershirt, thick muscles exposed on the outside. Lei Zi's stool had not yet warmed up, and then hurriedly stood up again, blocking in front of Qin Huanyu. What's going on? Hey Z, are you guys alright? Who are you two? Do it! Angry roars resounded one after another. The crowd surrounded this table, and on everyone's face, there was a raging anger. Facing so many people, Lei Zi was also a little nervous. He wasn't afraid, he was just worried that if he really fought in a while, his own 2 fists would be unable to defeat a dozen palms, and he would accidentally injure the young master. His body was tense, not daring to make the first move, but Qin Huanyu just sat there quietly, finishing the last puff of his cigarette, throwing the cigarette butt on the ground. He crushed it with his leather shoes. Slowly getting up, he looked around the circle of people surrounding him, his expression still flat. I said, let Su Qianxue roll out to meet me. Where is he? Such a calm expression made the crowd also mutter a little in their hearts. At this time, footsteps suddenly sounded again outside the crowd. A figure wearing a floral shirt walked in through the separated crowd with sunglasses on his face. It appeared to be only in his 20s, and his hair was dyed blonde. The same person walked to the table and sat down directly on the stool. Seeing this person, Qin Huanyu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. It was him. In the original novel, the future reigning underground emperor of Xia, one of the biggest helpers beside Lu Chen. The description in the novel was not far off. At the age of 25-6, he was in charge of hundreds of minions. It was enough to see how capable he was. The crowd that had gathered in a circle saw him sitting in his position. Suddenly, they straightened their bodies and stood up, respectfully bending over while loudly shouting, "Good day, 13th Master." That 13th Master did not bother to look at Qin Huanyu and the others. Pulling out a cigarette, he snapped and lit it up. Phew, you're the one who wants to see me? A cold voice rang out as the 13th Master took off his sunglasses and looked at Qin Huanyu with cold eyes. Not waiting for Qin Huanyu to speak, he then looks at the several people wailing on the ground to the side. Hostility flashed in his eyes. No matter what, you injured my people. Let's discuss this matter first. Qin Huanyu quietly looked at him. Then he let out a light laugh and shook his head. Similarly, he sat down in his seat and pulled out a cigarette and lit it up. He casually placed the cigarette case on the table and sat opposite that 13th Master. Qin Huanyu had lived for so many years, there had never been anyone who dared to talk to him like this. The 2 men's eyes crossed in the air. The 13th Master frowned and swept a circle of the crowd surrounding him. What are you all standing there for? Watch the show. The crowd was physically shaken by his yell, glancing at each other and quickly reacting. Raising the sticks in their hands again, they surged up together. And up until this point, the expression on Qin Huanyu's face remained unchanged. His line of sight was calm, falling on the 13th Master. Only, this was bitter to Lei Zi. He originally thought that the other boss had stepped in, so he should always have to sit down and chat about things. He didn't expect that at the drop of a hat, they were going to start fighting again. But fortunately, the crowd gathered around, all consciously avoiding Qin Huanyu's position. Lei Zi was surrounded by nearly 20 people in the center getting beaten up. Lei Zi, Qin Huanyu suddenly spoke. Hurry up and settle this, the noise is giving me a headache. Hearing his words, on the 13th Master's face, a mocking smile suddenly rose. He looked disdainfully at Lei Zi, who was surrounded by the crowd, and spoke. Little brother, you seem to be a bit blindly confident. You shouldn't think that with him alone, he can beat the 20 or so of me. Suddenly, the latter half of 13th Master's sentence was blocked in his mouth. His line of sight suddenly saw Qin Huanyu's cigarette case on the table. That cigarette case looked extremely ordinary, all white in color, without any markings. If it was an ordinary person, they would only think that this box of cigarettes was a fake. But Master 13, he was different. He has followed Boss Luo for many years, and is also considered to be slightly connected to the senior management of Jiangcheng. This kind of cigarette box, so many years, he has only seen once, and the only time he had seen it was on the table of the Jiangqing city lord. It was exactly the same as this box. Suddenly, it was like a basin of ice water was poured down from the top of his head. 13th Master's entire body froze. Qin Huanyu notices his line of sight and reaches out to pick up the cigarette box, throwing it towards him. Have one? He woke up as if in a dream, picking up the box of cigarettes in a panic and placing it discreetly on the table. Snap! In the middle of the crowd, miserable screams continued to come from the crowd. The dark green sweatshirt that Lei Zi was wearing showed a few sweat stains on his back, which didn't look obvious, but of those 20 or so strong men, very few were still standing at this moment, and Lei Zi's right hand was grabbing the back of one person's neck. Finally, he had finished warming up, and Lei Zi's body, too, was slightly warmed up. He grabbed one of the man's arms, and leaned on the reverse joint of the arm, and quickly exerted force. Only a click was heard. Master 13's body shook violently. That white stubble of bone stabbed out through the broken flesh. Instead, a few smiles hung on Lei Zi's blood-splattered face. With 2 or 3 steps, he ran back to Qin Huanyu's side and smiled heatedly. Phew! Crushing the cigarette butt. Qin Huanyu looked around. It's a bit heavy-handed, but it's okay. These people were all just minor supporting characters, irrelevant to himself. The real protagonist was still sitting across from himself. At this time, the 13th Master sat there in some silence, his eyes staring at Qin Huanyu. His expression remained calm and collected, worthy of being the future underground emperor, the man who was in charge of the underground forces of half of the summer country. Qin Huanyu's heart was a few points higher on him, even if it wasn't for the sake of changing the plot. He himself wanted to take him under his wing. Someone like Master 13, as long as he was loyal, he could be cultivated as his right-hand man. With the Qin family's resources, wasn't it brighter than following that Lu Chen? Chapter 8, Villain Value Surge. At this very moment, the 13th Master was sitting in his seat, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Qin Huanyu, fear flashing in the depths of his eyes and his lips trembling lightly. You, who the hell are you? Qin Huanyu smiled. Introduce myself, my name is Qin Huanyu. Seeing him frown, Qin Huanyu said once again, you may not recognize me, but that's fine. You've definitely heard of Qin Jin. He's my dad. The so-called villain was to learn to pull the family's flag. There's such a big flag to flaunt. Cootie. Only then would you choose not to. Master 13's pupils suddenly tightened. Bang! He didn't sit still and actually fell straight down from his chair, hurriedly standing up again. With a slight look of embarrassment on his face, he resumed his seat. But at this moment, the 13th Master no longer dared to look directly at Qin Huanyu. What a joke! The name Qin Jin. Who dares to say that he hasn't heard of it in the entire Xia kingdom? Some time ago, he also did hear the rumor that a handful of Qin Shao recently came out of Jiangchang, but he had never expected that that person was now sitting right in front of his eyes. Moreover, it would never have occurred to him that this young Qin's father was the famous Qin Jin. Those people at the top of the Summer Kingdom, all their identities and backgrounds were top secret. Whoever dares to deliberately check this, the next day, your family's water meter is bound to be checked. In the original plot, the 13th Master, who grew into a giant in the later stages, was even able to sit at the same table as the elders and talk and laugh together. But he was now, obviously not at that point yet. Just the name Qin Jin made his heart a little messed up right now. Qin, young Qin. 13th Master's voice trembled a little. You suddenly came over today. Is there something wrong? Looking at Master 13's panic at this moment, Qin Huanyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded again. I can't tell you that it's to change the plot layout. In fact, revealing his identity in front of him was originally part of his own plan. Up until now, the purpose of today had been accomplished. Originally, with a person like Master 13, one could not forcefully take him in. In the original story, even though the Qin family was greatly suppressed in the Summer Kingdom, he had carried it through to the end, never having the idea of betraying Lu Chen. Therefore, Qin Huanyu didn't think of using his power to force him to be loyal to him now. Under Master 13's cautious gaze, Qin Huanyu stood up and paced in front of him, pushing the pack of cigarettes further towards him and patting his shoulder. It's not a big deal. It's just that I've heard about 13th Master's great name for a long time, so I've come over to get acquainted. We will meet again afterward. Upon hearing this, Master 13's face was filled with a bitter expression. Getting acquainted? He looked around at his fallen brothers. You came to get acquainted and directly wasted more than 20 of my brothers? However, he heard Qin Huanyu say once again, you should know that with this bit of your family business, it doesn't have any appeal to me, but I want you to remember what happened in the store today. You'd better not tell anyone about it, especially Robin. Towards the end, Qin Huanyu's expression gradually faded and his tone became a little more grim. Master 13 didn't dare to raise his head to look at him. Just by listening to the tone, One could imagine young Qin's sinister expression at this moment. One could only nod carefully. Ding! The plot has been altered. Master 13 was informed of the host's identity in advance. Gained 1200 points of villain value. It seemed that this 13th master was considered one of the more important characters in the original. He himself was able to get more than 1,000 villain values just by mixing things up. But to Qin Huanyu at this time, this 1,000 or so villain values was already nothing. He had cleaned up the evidence for half the night yesterday, and only barely managed to clean up most of the stuff. There was still a small portion that was left in the middle of the Qin family in Kyoto. One could only go back and clean it up afterward, and this, in turn, allowed him to harvest more than 200,000 villainous points. But he didn't use them, but rather kept them temporarily for future emergencies. At the same time, Mu Qiuxuan was sitting in the conference room of the Guan Group with a squad of 7 or 8 people, and in front of her, there was another female lead sitting, Guan Yun. In all sorts of urban novels, cow and horse authors would always set up all sorts of coincidences, just like this Guan Yun. Surprisingly, she lived in the same upscale neighborhood as the female lead, Ling Qianxue. Their villas are not too far apart, and Guan Yun by chance, and that Lu Chen acquaintance. Coincidentally, it also caught up with the crisis of the Guan Group, nearly falling to the edge of bankruptcy, or Lu Chen hand, capital injection into the Guan Group, so that it from the edge of bankruptcy back to life. After that, it joined forces with Ling Qianxue's company and began to flourish, but only Qin Huanyu knew. Those funds that Lu Chen had injected into Guan's group were surprisingly taken from women as well. A man like this who was ugly, straight, and a soft eater. Surprisingly, he was still able to become the son of heaven's destiny, and this super luxurious diamond-rich second generation of his own. Surprisingly, no one asked for it. After all, it's a cow and horse author, with an IQ like the heroine of the novel, falling to the abyss of 10,000 feet. Then look back to Guan's group. Guan Yun is 26 years old this year, originally all ready to get married. Did not expect their father unexpectedly passed away. Guan's stock price plummeted, and the other party tore up the marriage contract, instead trying to redraft another marriage contract. If Guan Yun wanted to marry, she had to marry the entire Guan clan together, and because of her father's passing, Guan's stock price began to shake and fell all the way down. In just half a month, it had fallen to freezing point. In the original story, the proposal for the acquisition was also made by that Guan Yun's fiancé as a way to force Guan Yun, but not now, but after Lu Chen came to Zhangchang. At this moment, Mu Qiuxuan was wearing a well-trimmed lady's suit that perfectly outlined her figure, especially her lower half, that pair of 1 meter 2 long legs, wrapped in translucent black silk, pearlescent in color, they looked extremely alluring. On Mu Qiuxuan's face, there was a warm and genial smile, while in front of her, Guan Yun frowned tightly. The young master had asked herself to come over and had given her a clear task. It was to force Guan Yun to sell the Guan Group, but then again, she was told to just force it, not actually acquire it. Their Qin clan group's bid had to be outside of Guan Yun's affordability range. As for this price, the young master had already told her a long time ago. After all, these things were clearly written out in the novel. Based on the principle of convenience, Qin Huanyu had directly told her the offer. Thinking of the young master, Mu Qiuxuan's mind, again, suddenly floated back to the scene in the room in the morning. Her face quickly became flushed and she hastily moved her eyes away. Quickly recovering, she looked over to Guan Yun. Mr. Guan, how are you considering it? Guan Yun's tightly furrowed brows suddenly stretched, and also looked up once again, locking eyes with Mu Qiuxuan. After a further pause, a professionalized smile hung on her face. Miss Mu, Guan's is, indeed, experiencing some minor crisis right now. In principle, I don't oppose your side's merger and acquisition. It's just that Qin's bid is really too low, so Miss Mu is sorry, I can only refuse you. Seeing this, Mu Qiuxuan was not angry. After all, young master had told her that it wasn't time for a takeover yet. She also came over this time to mix things up. The crowd rose from their positions. Mu Qiuxuan reached out and gently shook hands with that Guan Yun. Since that's the case, then we won't bother Mr. Guan. We'll take our leave first. Chapter 9 Visiting Ling Family Enterprises. There was a one-way anti-peat film on the car windows. Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi, both of them, sat quietly in the car. After seeing the numerous ambulances leave from the entrance of the hotpot restaurant, and that 13th master, also left in a hurry, Lei Zi's face was a bit ugly. Young master, it seems like he's going to go snitch. Should I go up and give him? Saying that, he made a motion of cutting something in his hand, but on Qin Huanyu's face, a faint smile appeared. He had expected that with Master 13's character, he would never be threatened by anyone. Before he left, he reminded him that he must not go and talk to Robin. It was only then that he instead immediately went to find that Robin. This was also expected by himself. As for that Robin, he was the boss of 13 masters, the ruler of the underground forces in Zhangchang. On the surface, he was the boss of the World Chamber of Commerce, but behind his back, he controlled most of Zhangchang, and had 12 loyal henchmen under him. That 13th master, Su Qianxue, was exactly one of them. Starting from the second master, all the way up to the 13th master, he was the youngest one. Later on, the Chamber of Commerce had an accident. That Robin, directly leaving behind the 13th master to flee, but by chance was saved by Lu Chen. Since then, the 13th master had made himself at home in Zhangcheng. There was no need to talk about the plot after that. Looking at 13th master's slightly flustered back, Qin Huanyu instead laughed darkly in his heart and withdrew his line of sight. Don't mind him, just send someone to keep a slight eye on him. Lei Zi was puzzled in his heart, but he didn't ask out. Over this period of time, the young master seemed like a completely different person. In the past, the young master used to do things with complete disregard for the consequences, wiping his own ass for everything. But in these 2 days, there were many things that the young master did that Lei Zi himself couldn't figure out somehow. It's like a strategist who was planning a big game of chess. Maybe the young master wanted to play a big wave. Lei Zi laughed in his heart. A message suddenly sounded from the cell phone in his pocket. He withdrew his eyes and pulled out his cell phone to take a look. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly turned his head to look at Qin Huanyu, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. Young master, something has happened. Qin Huanyu suddenly opened his eyes, listening to Lei Zi once again. He said, the matter that you had the brothers keep an eye on before has yielded results. Ling Qianxue's father, Ling Jong, made a mysterious phone call 2 hours ago, and it's completely consistent with what you said. Young master, we traced it over and didn't explore the contents of the call. We only traced the location of the destination. Qin Huanyu's eyes narrowed. The Great Mountain in the Tibetan region? Lei Zi nods silently, receiving the reply. A brilliant light flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes. Sure enough, the plot was still fixed automatically well. Ling Qianxue didn't say anything about her kidnapping, but Ling Jong still made the call. The plot was also officially opened. In the original story, Lu Chen was following his mysterious master and practicing in the Great Mountains of the Tibetan region. After receiving the notification, he rushed to Zhangcheng the next day. In the past 2 days, Qin Huanyu had already started the layout non-stop, but the time was still a bit too late. He was a little flustered in his heart at first, but quickly calmed down. Before, it was indeed that he had overthought things and over-demonized Lu Chen. So what if he was the son of heaven's destiny? He was also a traveler and knew the direction of the plot. Plus there was the added power of the system. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. Furthermore, in the original story, Qin Huanyu was portrayed as somewhat cerebral palsy, but if he was a bit more normal, he wouldn't have to be toyed with. Then even if Lu Chen came to Zhangcheng, he didn't need to panic. Only, what Qin Huanyu had in mind right now was not just pure self-defense. He wanted to turn the tables and toy with that Lu Chen. When Lu Chen arrived and realized that Zhangcheng was full of enemies, anything he wanted to do had been cut off in advance. What a fun picture that would be. At this moment, Qin Huanyu completely let go of his heart, and the corners of his mouth once again spread into a smile. His own steps needed to be quickened a bit as well. There was also another meet and greet gift to prepare for the upcoming Lu Chen. Have someone continue to follow, call a few more people, and go squat at the stations and airports in Zhangcheng now. Originally, Lu Chen was coming over by high-speed train, but after the plot was changed, Qin Huanyu wasn't sure if there would be any changes. Anyway, he had a lot of people under him, so he wasn't short of a dozen or so. When someone named Lu Chen arrives, prepare a little gift for him then. On the back seat, Qin Huanyu said as he looked out the window. Lei Zi nodded, writing all these things down, especially that name Lu Chen. As for the little gift, Lei Zi was too familiar with the young master. He, Lei Zi, had done not a few things like disgusting people. A plan had slowly risen in his heart. Qin Huanyu continued. Let's not go back first. Call Shuanger and tell her to wait at the Ling family's company. We'll go over there now as well. Okay, young master. The vehicle quickly started and drove towards the city center. Ling Jong personally created 1,000 snow Iren and fought for 20 years for it. Nowadays, the company's assets exceed $30 billion. The location of the company is also in the center of the busiest city in Zhangcheng, occupying the top 7 floors of a top office building. A luxury fleet of cars quickly drove to the bottom of the office building. Originally, this square is not allowed to park, but the security guards were just about to come over when they saw the 7 or 8 big men in suits coming down from the car. Their footsteps instantly stopped. Immediately after, Qin Huanyu also walked down from the car. Lei Zi was holding an umbrella at the side, blocking the poisonous sunlight above his head. Wow, so handsome. This is the top rich second generation. Look at those cars. I'm afraid they are customized versions. Money can't even measure it. it's mainly because they are handsome and rich. Brother, look at me. What's there to look at? It's just that his family has some money. It's not like he earned it. That's it. I guess that face also went to steal the country to fix it up. Just to seduce you brainless women. The bottom of the office building. 14 bodyguards were divided into 2 teams, standing behind Qin Huanyu, and beside him, Lazy also respectfully held an umbrella and walked into the office building together. Just as soon as they walked through the door, young master, Muqiu Shuang, who has been waiting for a long time, sees Qin Huanyu at this moment, and little stars instantly appear in her eyes. Stepping on her high heels, she trotted over. In the envious gazes of countless men, she ran headlong into his arms, the pair of seductive long legs, slightly arched. Whether it was the length, thickness, or leg shape, it was the most perfect shape. Waiting impatiently, Qin Huanyu rubbed her little head. Not caring in the slightest about the eyes of the bystanders, he walked straight into the elevator. On the top floor of the office building, in the chairman's office, knock knock knock, a sharp knock on the door sounded. Ling Jong came in with a bang before his words fell. The secretary hurriedly ran in, red-faced. Chairman, Mr. Qin is now at the company's entrance, saying that he came over to pay a visit. What? Ling Jong frowned. The secretary's voice was a bit rushed and he didn't hear him for a moment. After he said it again, Ling Jong suddenly reacted that it was Qin Huanyu who had come. His face instantly became gloomy as anger swept up and surged to his heart. Go and take a look. Chapter 10, Shattering Her Pride. Hello Mr. Qin, may I ask if you have an appointment with Mr. Ling? At the company's reception desk, the girl asked with a red face. At the same time, there was still some vague fear in her heart, not daring to raise her head to meet Qin Huanyu's eyes. In the past, when Qin Xiao came to the company, he would always charge straight in, not caring about anyone else's obstruction. Anyone who dared to go up and stop him would also be beaten up by his bodyguards. But today, he actually waited quietly outside the door as well. Although Qin Xiao was a bit fierce, but it had to be said that he was really good looking. If he had a better temper, he would be 100 times better looking than those stars on TV. No, 1,000 times. Looking at the receptionist whose face was red as a tomato, Qin Huanyu had a gentle smile on his face. There's no appointment yet, so could you please trouble the lovely young lady and notify me? Ah, the receptionist was a bit stunned for a moment. When did young Qin become so polite? And he even called himself a lovely young lady. Well, for a moment, the receptionist's brain was blank, and she froze there unable to say a word. In the office, Qianxue held her head in her hands. Her eyelids were constantly fluttering. In her mind, she was still recalling the words that Qin Huanyu had said in the factory last night. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. The secretary walked in and spoke with an odd expression. Mr. Ling, young Master Qin is outside right now, saying that he wants to see you. Ling Qianxue, who was drowsy a moment before, suddenly heard this name. Suddenly raising her head, she frowned at her secretary. What did you just say? Who wants to see me? A few minutes later, the secretary hurriedly walked to the front desk again and stood in front of Qin Huanyu. Young Qin, Mr. Ling is waiting for you in his office. Good. Qin Huanyu nodded, smoothly taking off his watch and handing it to him. I know you. You've been taking care of Qianxue these past few years. There isn't much of a gift, so this watch will be given to you as a meet and greet gift, he said, and patted her shoulder. Ling Qianxue's secretary, the same little girl in her early 20s, froze and took the watch over. In the next moment, the entire person stood there frozen, following Ling Qianxue's side. She had sort of seen a lot of good things. This watch given to her by young Qin had been seen by herself at an auction. It was a customized watch from Graf. There were only 2 pieces in the world. One of them was now lying in her own hands, and at that moment, Qin Huanyu had already brought the 2 of them with schwanger and swept past her towards the inside. Looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar arrangement, on Qin Huanyu's face, a deep smile suddenly spread out. He had never considered that Ling Qianxue would turn himself away this time when he came over. That's why on his way here, he used his villainous value for the first time, spending a full 200,000 villain value. He exchanged a Born Saint title from the system. According to the system explanation, as long as this title was put on, it would be able to infinitely enhance the possessor's temperament. This thing, temperament, was actually false. If it was someone who extremely hated you, even if you have won more than 40 world championships, even if you have donated billions of dollars to charity, they will still hit you hard on the internet. But for those passers-by, or for those who don't have a strong aversion, just by wearing the title, you can greatly increase the possessor's favorability in their hearts, even treating you as a saint on earth. Qin Huanyu didn't hesitate to take it directly after knowing about it, wearing it on his body while on his way to the office. There was no special feeling either, but at that moment, Muqiu Shuang, who was holding his right hand, only felt a tremor in her body. She subconsciously looked at the young master beside her. In her white eyes, countless small pink hearts almost flew out as substance. Young master, Qin Huanyu only hummed softly. However, he saw Schwanger's body go limp, almost paralyzed on the ground. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and reached out to copy her willow waist, barely helping her up again. In his heart, he muttered, "This horse is not something illegal, is it?" Looking at Schwanger's appearance, she wanted to pounce on the spot and do herself in case you wear it out afterward. Those girls on the road, but also for their own crazy? Ding! The Born Saint title can only enhance the host's temperament. It doesn't have any aphrodisiac powers. People with different favorability to the host will have different reactions. Got it. Qin Huanyu wrapped his arms around Schwanger's thin waist and walked over to Ling Qianxue's office. At the same time, he impatiently urged the system twice. It seems that Schwanger's favorability towards herself should have already exploded. Only then would it produce such a great reaction under this title. For others, the effect should be much weaker. A short distance, the two of them walked for several minutes before arriving. Stand by yourself, Qin Huanyu lightly droned. Although Mu Chou Shuang was filled with love, she didn't dare to disobey her young master and barely braced herself to stand still. Knock. Qin Huanyu also raised his hand and knocked on the door. Qianxue, come in. The two pushed the door and walked in. Ling Qianxue was sitting at her desk with her head buried. Hearing the sound, knowing that it was Qin Huanyu who had come, she slowly raised her head, only glancing at it. Her expression had a small moment of stagnation. Obviously, it's only been a night. Today's Qin Huanyu, compared to before, how there is such a big transformation. A faint smile hangs on his face, and the previous shadowy look is also gone. The whole person looks somewhat gentle and elegant. It was only now that he had the appearance of a son of the world. But at the sight of Mu Chou Shuang's figure, in particular, the two of them were sitting straight on the sofa, and Mu Chou Shuang was still leaning on Qin Huanyu's side. Ling Qianxue suddenly frowned again, a few moments of coldness appearing in her gaze. She also got up and walked over, sitting on the sofa on the other side. What's the matter? Just say it. She spoke coldly, her eyes falling on his right arm, where a woman was hanging there. A woman whose looks and face value was not inferior to her own at all, even because she didn't rest well last night. At this moment, Ling Qianxue, compared to Mu Chou Shuang, was completely off the level. Between the two, there was only a small tea table separating them. Noticing Ling Qianxue's eyes, Qin Huanyu smiled in his heart. Lei Zi and those of them were all left outside by themselves and were not brought in. He only brought Schwanger in, not for fun. It was to let this Ling Qianxue see. Women always like to compare, whether it is the family background or appearance value. In the original novel, Ling Qianxue's character is even more obvious, always a proud and self-satisfied look. Even in the early part of the novel, Lu Chen has not yet developed. Relying on her identity as the young princess of the Ling family, she ruled him into submission. It wasn't until later that a variety of female protagonists appeared around Lu Chen, each with an identity background that was no weaker than hers. It was then that Ling Qianxue's pride around her was shattered. And today, Qin Huanyu's purpose was to bring this episode forward. Chapter 11, Successful Layout. Qin Huanyu pulled his hand out of Schwanger's arms. After all, it's time to get down to business, and it's always a bit not good to be so oily. He straightened up and looked at Ling Qianxue with flat eyes. Qianxue, opening his mouth for the first sentence, his tone instantly lowered. At the same time, a few helpless smiles appeared on Qin Huanyu's face. This time, I came over to bid you farewell. I also know that I have nagged at you too much some time ago, and it was indeed my fault. Ling Qianxue held the coffee in her hands, not even taking a sip yet. Instead, the person froze and frowned at Qin Huanyu. Farewell? What does that mean? Qin Huanyu spoke again. That's why, last night, I told you that it was a complete misunderstanding. I had all but given up, and the decision made by my men without my consent to kidnap you. Saying that, hostility flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes. But don't worry, I've already cleaned up all those people. If placed before, if Qin Huanyu said such words, Ling Qianxue wouldn't even believe half a word. But today was different. There was the title of Born Saint to add to it. Although Ling Qianxue didn't have much goodwill towards him, she subconsciously believed it. Looking at her, Qin Huanyu already had a number in his heart. This was still just the first step. He opened his mouth again, while pulling Schwanger's small hand and placing it in his hand to rub it carefully twice. After working so hard for so long, I still haven't gained Qianxue's recognition from you. I'm also feeling a bit tired. So in the future, I won't be bothering you anymore either. Don't worry. Ling Qianxue had held up the coffee in her hands for so long, but she hadn't even taken a sip yet. Her brain, right now, was throbbing for a while. What do you mean? So you came over today just to show your love in front of me? Look at Mu Xiushuan beside Qin Huanyu, with her small hand being grabbed by the young master, and with that saintly title, her face was all flushed red at this moment. Even with light makeup, she still looks extremely attractive, not to mention Qin Huanyu. Even Qianxue herself was envious, or rather, jealousy, for someone as proud as her. She is usually held in high regard by everyone. Even people like Qin Huanyu in the past were chasing after her, transforming into a crazy licking dog. How had she ever been overshadowed by another woman like today? Moreover, Qin Huanyu, how dare he? In the past, he hadn't always liked himself. Despite the anger in her heart, Qianxue's face still didn't fluctuate much. It was only that her gaze flickered sharply for a few moments. Retracting her eyes from Mu Qiushuang, she then looks at Qin Huanyu. Then I really congratulate young Qin. She tried to drink the coffee again, but felt an obstruction in her throat, heavily slamming the cup on the tea table. Ding! Qianxue is jealous of Mu Qiushuang. Larger plot change. Congratulations to the host for gaining 12,000 points of villain value. Oh, worthy of being a great heroine, directly taking the title of saint and earning 1/20th of it back. Even if Qianxue's surface was calm, she couldn't fool the system's ability to detect it. Qin Huanyu secretly laughed in his heart, although his buddy was acting, but Mei Schwanger was in too good of a state right now. The pair of eyes she was looking at herself with were already filled with autumn water. This was not acting at all. This was already true emotion. And Qianxue's attention was mostly attracted by Schwanger. This match was simply seamless. The play had reached this point. Basically the purpose of coming here today had been accomplished for the most part. The rest was just some finishing touches. Alas, Qin Huanyu sighed. Although it's sad, I still have to thank you. He stood up and bent down slightly to Qianxue, who had a lowered gaze. Qianxue, you know. Qin Huanyu's tone suddenly became somewhat obscure. A person's memory is a city. Time corrodes all the buildings, sanding all the tall buildings and roads, and if you don't move forward, you'll be buried by the sand. So, before he could finish, only to see Qianxue's pupils tighten and her body instantly tense up. Qin Huanyu, who had added the title of saint, plus those hair-raising love words, this power, who could withstand it? Don't you say it. Qianxue reached out to cover her ears, not wanting to hear him open his mouth again, and her scream suddenly startled the people outside the office. Bang! There was a loud bang. Immediately after, more than a dozen figures rushed in from outside. The person who was the first to rush in was none other than Qianxue's father, Ling Jong. Ever since Qin Huanyu walked into her office, Ling Jong received the news and rushed over with several security guards. As long as there was any movement inside, he would directly bring people to barge in. Qianxue, are you alright? Ling Jong let out a roar, only to see that in the office, the gazes of three people swept over at the same time. Wang Dfa. Luckily, the lines that needed to be said had already been said. Otherwise, if they barged in halfway through the speech, this old face of his, would he still want it? Qin Huanyu's face was suddenly gloomy as he sat down on the sofa, looking at Ling Zong running over and holding Qianxue in his arms while staring angrily at himself. Qin Huanyu, what the hell did you do? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you dare to bully Qianxue again, even if I don't want the company I'm fighting for, I'll make you lose a layer of skin. Ling Jong roared in hysterical rage. It was only then that Lei Zi rushed over with his bodyguards. Facing these professional bodyguards, the security guards on Ling Zong's side were obviously somewhat inadequate. Lei Zi's expression was also a bit ugly, and he was about to ask the crowd to make a move. However, he saw Qin Huanyu suddenly reach out his hand, waving his hand for them to back off. He himself brought Schwanger to get up. No matter what, the play that should be performed, one still had to finish it. As for this Ling Jong, there would be plenty of time to clean him up later. In front of the big heroine, Qianxue, one always had to act courteously. Always remember that you are the villain, not those hooligans on the streets, people who do not move to fight and kill, and open their mouths to sink the river, doomed to only become a stepping stone for the protagonist. Uncle Ling. He first braced himself for a smile and greeted Ling Jong, then he looked over to Qianxue's side and sighed softly. Qianxue, I wish you all the best in the future. With that, ignoring the confused eyes of the crowd, he turned around and directly left. The bodyguards hurriedly maintained order, separating a path in the crowd for him. As for Ling Jong at this moment, he was still frowning at Qin Huanyu's back. A sinister look filled his eyes. Obviously, he was the type of person who wasn't affected by the title of the saint. The level of disgust towards Qin Huanyu had already deepened to the extreme. But all of this, Qin Huanyu did not care. The crowd followed the elevator to the downstairs, returning to the car in batches. It was only at this point that the somewhat sad look on his face disappeared into thin air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reversing Qianxue's perception. rewarding the villain value of 20,000 points. Success! The moment the word reversal appeared in the system prompts, it meant that his plan for today had been a complete success. It wasn't extravagant to immediately make Qianxue love herself to death, but at the very least, it couldn't make her hold an aversion to herself all the time. This move is called retreating to advance. Of course, if you want to call it lusting to escape, that's fine too. Well, at least before he crossed over, he had read a lot of lovemaking novels, so this kind of trick could be all too familiar, especially with a woman like Qianxue. The better you are to her. Instead, they love and ignore you. If you wanted to take down this big female lead in the original novel, you had to use some different tactics. Drive. Qianxue was in an extremely good mood at this time. Let's today go buy a house. Chapter 12, Buying a House can also meet the original heroine. Most of the future plot will unfold in Mingchang. They can't stay in the hotel all the time. A large group of people drove to the top villa area in Mingchang. Coincidentally, Ling Qianxue's villa is also here, but Qianxue chose this place, not to lay hands on Ling Qianxue again. Rather, he had other plans. Who let a lot of the plot afterward take place here? The two of them walked into the sales office with lazy and shuang air. Their convoy had just arrived here and was already noticed by the crowd, with people already waiting in it. Just as Qianxue entered, 3 or 4 sales ladies ran over. Hello sir, you need to buy a house. This is the best location in Mingchang. There is still a lot of room for appreciation in the future, so it's definitely worth it when you buy it. Sir, come with me. Let's go and take a look at the property. The age of several people was not small. All of them are human savants, and they can tell at a glance that among the 3, Qianxue is the biggest protagonist. Therefore, they all surrounded Qianxue and introduced him enthusiastically. The line of sight also glanced towards the car parked at the door. Qianxue smiled and did not reject their enthusiasm. This property was divided into a villa area and a residential area. He came over this time, naturally for that villa area, hearing the customers' needs. A few of the sales ladies, the smiles on their faces became brighter and brighter. Just a moment, sir, we'll go get the brochure and bring it over to you right away. With that, someone hurriedly ran inside. At this time, Muqiu Shuang opened her mouth. The young master's status was honorable. Did he still need to choose something? She said aloud. No need to choose. I've read your introduction before. You have a total of 29 villas here. Just villa number 1. Just take us there directly. The corners of the mouths of the several young ladies almost grinned up to their ears when they heard this. This was a big fat fish, not even taking a look at the house type and directly settling on it, showing that people are not poor at all. One of them had a bright smile on her face. This young lady is sorry. No. One villa is not for sale. Do you want to look at other house types? Not for sale? Schwanger frowned slightly and looked over to Qianxue's side. It was only then that Qianxue remembered that it seemed to be true in the original story. As the plot progressed, the female leads around Lu Chen became more numerous, and Ling Qianxue's villa couldn't be lived in anymore. He also wanted to buy that one villa at that time, but he didn't get it either. And then the plot after that. For that villa, the Cow and Horse author didn't say much about it. Probably also dug too many holes and forgot about it. For a place to live, he didn't have much to ask for, just ready to open his mouth. Suddenly, another stream of light flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. There was another plot that was almost left out by himself. There was another female lead in the original story, and according to the plot development, she should have just graduated by now. It just so happened that Qianxue was slightly concerned about her at that time. According to the timeline, she should be working here at this time to earn money. He raised his head and swept his eyes around the hall. A girl's figure standing playfully in the distance suddenly fell into his line of sight. As for why it was directly identified, in the original story, anyone who could be the female lead's face value was basically on par with Ling Qianxue's. If one were to calculate the score, it would be at least above 90 points. And looking at the whole scene, other than Schwanger, the only girl with a score of 90 or above was her. Xia Lingxian is a senior student of Jiangcheng University. As the heroine of the Urban Cool article, the title that the author had placed on her was the investment in business ghost genius that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Of course, these were the transformations that took place after her plot developed. Her current identity was just an ordinary real estate sales. Originally, with Xia Lingxian's grades, she was good enough to study abroad and change her life from then on. But who knew that 3 months ago, her mother, who was dependent on her, was diagnosed with liver cancer in the hospital. Although it was only in the middle stage, it could still be controlled with medication. But Xia Lingxian's family conditions are not good. Her mother had worked hard to bring her up, and her body had already been overburdened. With the addition of liver cancer, her health is deteriorating, and Xia Lingxian is a filial daughter. For the sake of her mother's illness, she could only give up the opportunity to study abroad and stay in Mingchang to take care of her mother. Originally, with her ability, it would be easy to find a top 500 company at random. I don't know what the author of Nilma thought. Hard to arrange her to sell houses, although the commission is higher. But she just got out of school a few months ago. In terms of private tactics and scheming, how could she be a match for those old farts? People were in the villa area, but she was placed in the residential area. Although there would be more people asking, but others sell a villa, take the commission directly, top her sell 3 years of houses. In the end, it was only because Lu Chen showed his medical skills and saved her mother by chance that she was discovered. In the original, Xia Lingxian to Lu Chen can also be said to be loyal. Not only does she help him take care of all his properties, she even turns a blind eye to Lu Chen's philandering. Such a good girl, how could Qin Huanyu pass her up? Although the Qin family's Zhao family's industry was huge, but for Qin Huanyu, he did not have anyone around him who possessed business acumen. By his own side, there was just such a person missing. Even if he didn't have any plans to develop business afterward, even if he kept her at home, it would still be eye-catching. It really wasn't to covet her beauty. It was purely because I didn't want her to be scourged by that trash Lu Chen. This is me, the born Saint Qin Huanyu. Schwanger, you decide for yourself. I don't have any requirements on how many numbers to live in. Lei Zi, you follow Shuang and the others wait here as well. I myself will go to the side first and casually stroll around. Everyone should not follow me. Qin Huanyu commanded twice, leaving the crowd behind. He walked over towards the sandbox in the center residential area. This place was worthy of being the best property in Jiangcheng. In addition to the villa area, the houses in the residential area were planned and looked extremely reasonable. It was just that the price, it would not be something that an ordinary person could afford. Mr. Qin Huanyu was looking carefully. A faint mosquito greeting came from beside him. It had finally arrived. He turned his head and a gentle smile instantly set on his face. There was a sign hanging at the girl's chest, with 3 black characters shining brightly on it. Xia Lingxian. Walking closer to look, this Xia Lingxian's face was not in the least bit inferior to Ling Qianxue's by a few points. Moreover, she had just graduated from school, and there was still a bit of tenderness in her expression. Xia Lingxian's face was a little red. Although she had been doing this for a few months, she still wasn't quite used to the fact that she faced all kinds of people every day. Many of the older men she encountered even had non-interesting thoughts about her. But this one in front of her was also too good-looking, plus Qin Huanyu's saintly title. Just by meeting her for the first time, he had already captured most of Xia Lingxian's heart. Qin Huanyu did not move on the surface. Putting on another watch that he had just replaced not long ago, the strap was slightly relaxed a lot, and the clasp was secretly opened. Hello? He stretched out his hand towards that Xia Lingxian. At this time, Xia Lingxian's face became more and more haloed, her body enveloped in Qin Huanyu's aura. Seeing him trying to shake hands, although she was not used to it, she also cooperated and extended her hand together. Just when their hands were about to touch, in Qin Huanyu's eyes, a hidden light flashed through, deliberately lowering his hand a little, and that Xia Lingxian's head was dizzy and did not notice. The strap that was already relaxed, under her right hand, suddenly loosened. The watch that looked extremely ordinary, suddenly fell off from Qin Huanyu's wrist and slowly smashed towards the ground. Xia Lingxian finally came to her senses. With wide eyes, she wanted to bend down to fish it up, but in the end, she didn't react. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The glass on the entire surface shattered in response, splattering all over the ground. The other few shoppers who had been observing this side with attention, their faces changed drastically. Instantly, they gathered towards here. Chapter 13, How boring. One of them picked up the watch with the broken dial on the ground, looked at it in detail for a couple of moments. The mouth suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is Vacheron Constantine's Attic Craftsman series. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to buy it. A piece costs at least $10 million. Her words fell. The crowd that gathered around also sucked in a breath of cool air. As the female lead, Xia Lingxian, who had been pitted, her entire face went white at this moment. Her head was dizzy just now. She only thought that she hadn't seen clearly, and hadn't noticed in the slightest that Qin Huanyu's hand had been lowered a bit. And this turn of events, even Qin Huanyu himself did not expect it. He originally thought, only let her carry a little bit of responsibility, let it produce a sense of guilt is good. But to his surprise, the ending seemed to have turned out even better than what he had expected. Hearing the woman's words, Mu Qiushuang disdainfully skimmed his mouth. This watch was, indeed, from the Attic Craftsman series. The only difference was that this watch was a real Attic Craftsman handmade, which was only flown over from Geneva last month. If one really counted its price, it would be more than $10 million. Qin Huanyu did not open his mouth to make a sound. The slightly older shoppers, on the other hand, suddenly looked over to Xia Lingxian's side. Lingxian, what the hell are you doing? Why are you so careless? This is all your personal behavior. You have to compensate the customer yourself. The company can't afford it. That is, I've long looked at this Xia Lingxian as uncomfortable. She only uses her body to seduce those clients, but she doesn't have any strength. It can't be helped. She's just young. It's rumored that she's slept with more than a dozen people and hasn't even sold a single house. With every word they said, Xia Lingxian's face turned whiter. Her mind was now filled with the figure of more than $10 million. Her mother's illness was still worsening, and she needed tens of thousands of dollars in medicine every month to barely make ends meet. If she were to be burdened with tens of millions of dollars in debt, I'm afraid the only way to get out of it is to die. The clamor here quickly attracted many outsiders to gather around. Leaning this way, Qin Huanyu glanced outside. Sideways, he ordered, "Lazy, clear the scene." "Yes, young master." He hurriedly left. More than a dozen bodyguards walked in and invited all those unrelated people out of the sales office. In just a moment, the hall became clean once again. Only those shopping guides remained, still blaming Xia Lingxian. At this time, Xia Lingxian's eyes were already filled with tears. She slightly raised her head, her hazel eyes looking at Qin Huanyu's side. Seeing his calm face at this moment, her heart was even more apprehensive. "I'm sorry." The three words are even more breathless, except for Qin Huanyu. No one heard. Qin Huanyu looked at the state of affairs somewhat beyond his plans. Look at this time Xia Lingxian, the whole person's essence, have been somewhat dispersed. Indeed, her family's pressure was a little too great, all pressed on the little girl. How could she carry it? After thinking for a while, Qin Huanyu took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the guide who had first opened his mouth. "If it's alright, the watch can be returned to me." That person picked up the watch from the ground, and has been clutching it tightly in her hands, not relaxing for a moment. Looking at her, it seems that she still wants to put it into her pocket. Suddenly hearing Qin Huanyu's indifferent tone, a few awkward moments appeared on her face and she bent down and lowered her head to hand out the watch. The watch was stained with some sweat and looked extremely disgusting. Taking it to Schwanger, he asked her to wipe it for himself first. Then he took it back and placed it in his own hand to look at it for a while. During this time, the others didn't say anything and just watched quietly, holding on to the mood of watching a good show, waiting for Qin Huanyu to get mad. After all, this was a watch worth $10 million. Even if he was rich, he shouldn't have disdained it. But, Qin Huanyu observed it and did not show any indication, but instead brought it back on his wrist again. Walking over to Xia Lingxian's side and standing beside her, he slowly raised his right hand. Everyone thought that he was going to make a move against Xia Lingxian. Even Xia Lingxian herself couldn't help but close her eyes, preparing to receive this slap. Suddenly, a large, warm hand gently covered her head. "Alright, I didn't say it was your fault." Qin Huanyu's face once again put on some warm smile. "Just now I didn't bring it tightly myself. It fell down by itself. It's not your fault, and I won't pursue you anymore." The crowd was silent. Xia Lingxian's body was stunned as she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were covered in blood and her face was a million shades of pale. Qin Huanyu painfully pinched her face, and his tone seemed to carry doting. "It's fine. No need to be sad. It's just a watch. It's not more important than you. Not as important as you." This sentence was like a heavy hammer that hammered into Xia Lingxian's heart. At the same time, it was also hammered into the back of the heads of the onlookers. Mu Qiushuang put away her own stunned expression, her complex vision looking towards that Xia Lingxian, and sighed helplessly in her heart. Only lazy, as if he had already anticipated everything. Only one sentence was revealed in his eyes, as expected. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Ding ding ding, the plot has changed considerably, so we'll settle it together after the branch plot is over." Qin Huanyu froze. It seemed that his unintentional actions had even touched a small bug in the system. But one thing was for sure, the performance just now was just too perfect. If he were Xia Lingxian, he couldn't help but fall in love with himself. However, the system had also said that it would wait for all the subplots on Xia Lingxian to end before giving himself a settlement. Then one could only focus on attacking the Xia Lingxian first in these 2 days. The only difficulty was that Lu Chen, who would be arriving in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Otherwise, a glint flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes, and at this time, the other few guides felt that their brains were a little less than adequate. This is how luxurious it must be. That was a watch of over $10 million. Even if it was more than $10 million of gold, completely piled up, I'm afraid that it could be piled up in a big box. "You're just going to throw it away?" Someone wanted to warn them, but suddenly received Qin Huanyu's icy cold line of sight, and his footsteps instantly stopped. He came over this time, just to buy a villa. Originally, he didn't have a good feeling about these people, let alone the fact that they almost broke Xia Lingxian's defense just now. If he talked the little girl into a heartbreak, then he would still be playing with his own ass. "Lazy, invite these irrelevant people out. Schwanger, call the manager here. Limit him to appear within 10 minutes. Qin Huanyu finished coldly. Then he leaned down and came in front of Xia Lingxian. Your name is Xia Lingxian, right? Can I directly call you Qianxue? Xia Lingxian's head was now truly dizzy. The tear tracks on her face were wiped clean by Qin Huanyu's outstretched hand. Every action was exceptionally gentle. It was as if they were treating some absolute treasure. Fearing that the slightest exertion would destroy it, she subconsciously nodded. Qin Huanyu sighed, heartbreakingly embracing her into his arms. At an angle that no one else saw, a hint of a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No fun, no fun, no fun, no fun. Chapter 14, Hugging a Big Tree. It didn't take long. The manager of the sales office, sweating profusely, stood in front of Qin Huanyu, constantly bowing and apologizing. His eyes flicked to Xia Lingxian, slightly strange. Qin Huanyu, however, did not give him any good looks. Coldly, he said, you don't need to say more. Those people made me very unhappy. You know what to do. Understood, understood, but I'm very favorable to Qianxue. All my performance today is counted under her name. Just follow the highest standard of commission. Young Qin, it's all according to your orders. I don't have any problems. The manager's face was covered in a fawning smile. Although he was panting, he didn't dare to have a half-hearted look. The one in front of him was the famous Qin Shao. Although he was only a small manager, he had heard of him from the big boss. Even the big Ling family didn't have any way to deal with him, not to mention his own little stinker. But that's Xia Lingxian. How in the world did she climb up to Qin Shao? The manager didn't dare to ask, nor did he dare to speculate maliciously. Right, Schwanger, what number is the villa we're buying? How much is it? Mucho Shuang looked at the tablet in her hand. Young master, it's villa number 17. The location is not bad, and the house type is also okay. The whole price in full is 170 million. No need, no need. The manager suddenly voiced out. If Young Qin purchases it, of course it's the biggest discount. If it's the full price, Young Qin only needs 150 million. And we're also giving away a full set of furniture and finishing touches for free. Qin Hanyu's face sank and glanced at the manager. Straight away, he gave him a creepy look all around. 150 million is 150 million. Qianxue's commission will be given according to 170 million. He then looked at another residential property. Get me another ordinary house. 3 rooms and 1 hall is fine. Keep it for me to be useful. Okay, young master. Mucho Shuang nodded and wrote it down. The villas were casually bought. An ordinary house was just a hair's breadth away. After doing all this, he then waved his hand for that manager to go away, allowing Schwanger to follow him over to place the contract. After the whole set of process, Xia Lingxian woke up like a dream. A 150 million villa. Just 2 or 3 words. Directly bought? She looked at Qin Huanyu, her gaze flickering a bit. Once again, she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. The villa's commission percentage was low, but nay, its total price was extremely high. For that villa alone, she could get a commission of nearly $500,000. It was enough to pay for mom's medicine for most of the year. But she wasn't a little cutie either. She and Qin Huanyu had never met, so why was he so dedicated to helping her? If the villa commission was just in passing, then the $10 million watch just now, which he casually didn't want, was that also just in passing? After all, Xia Lingxian had been a shopping guide for a few months. The rich old men she met all had evil intentions. I'm afraid that this man in front of her should also be harboring such thoughts, and have something against her. She secretly raised her head again and glanced at Qin Huanyu. Ever since she was a child, she had always been clear that beauty brought her many inconveniences as well. But it had to be said that this man was indeed handsome. If he was really harboring that kind of thoughts, committing himself, blah blah blah. Xia Lingxian's face suddenly turned red. Hastily shaking her head, she shook all those shameful thoughts to the back of her mind. Suddenly, a familiar aura wrapped around her once again. She jerked her head up and saw Qin Huanyu's excessively perfect face, once again falling into a daze. Qianxue? Ah. Xia Lingxian snapped out of it, her face filled with a blush. Qin Huanyu only treated it as if he didn't see it and opened his mouth. I've told the manager that he'll take more care of you when you work here in the future. Don't think much about the watch. It's fine. TSK. Mention it again so that she always remembers it and always harbors a sense of guilt. I can really be a bringer of goodness. Xia Lingxian nodded her head obediently. Aha. Right. If you're tired today, go back early to rest. It's fine. Qin Huanyu said. Where does your family live? I'll send you home later. Aha. Suddenly, she reacted, hurriedly shaking her head. No. I'll just go back by myself later. Quietly looking up at him, her eyes were filled with a wary look. The two had clearly met for the first time, yet they were so kind to themselves. Sure enough, they were still revealing their foxtails. Man. However, Xia Lingxian didn't dare to directly yell out curses at Qin Huanyu like she did to the others. Even though he was saying that she didn't need to care about the watch, No one could predict if he would back out afterward. If she was to be burdened with a debt of $10 million, coupled with her mom's illness, I'm afraid that I really only have to die. Shin Hanyu smiled and didn't push too hard. After all, we just met. If the development is too fast, it is easy to scare the little girl. He pampered her a few more times. Taking Schwanger, who has finished chatting with them, he drove away from here. In front of the sales office, Xia Lingxian stood quietly, watching the fleet of cars disappear at the intersection. Beside her, the manager's leisurely words suddenly rang out. Lingxian, this time you've hugged a big tree. Ah. Xia Lingxian turned her head to look at the manager, only to see the manager's face, with some inscrutable expression, like he was smiling and somewhat envious. If he was a woman, I'm afraid he would have directly pounced on Qin Shaoshang. Nay, a few extra inches of flesh had grown. Ah. Xia Lingxian's emotions eased a bit at this point and shook her head. Manager, I really didn't know him before. Today is just the first time I've seen him. Not important, not important. The manager shook his head, his words filled with sighs. Reaching out, he patted her shoulder. Do your best. In the future, this position of mine will be yours. After saying this, he sighed again and turned his head away, leaving Xia Lingxian alone. She stood there with a frown on her face, her expression somewhat complicated. Although the villa was turnkey, but it still needed to be cleaned up, and Schwanger also wanted to rearrange it. If she wanted to move in, it would take a few more days. Shin Hanyu was not in a hurry. On the back seat, Mu Qiuxuan leaned softly in Qin Huanyu's arms, her eyes looking at Qin Huanyu in a daze. By the way, young master, the other set of house you bought, is there any preparation for it? Expensive things have their reasons for being expensive. The single floor of the villa's usable area was over 300 square feet. The 3 floors combined, plus the attic on the uppermost floor, totaled over 1,000 square feet. It was more than enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people. Shin Hanyu smiled and turned his head to look out the window. If he remembered correctly, the house where Xia Lingxian and her mother lived was about to be demolished, right? In the original story, Lu Chen had just arrived in Jiangcheng and helped her get rid of the harassment from the demolition team. It was also after this that the two began to cross paths, since Xia Lingxian was in her own pocket. Then the demolition part of the plot, he was definitely going to intervene as well. As for that house, it was prepared for Xia Lingxuan's mother and daughter, against Xia Lingxian, this filial daughter. Her biggest breakthrough is her seriously ill mother. Qin Huanyu, who was familiar with the plot, was calculating in his mind. It's not enough. There are still a few more preparations to be made. Chapter 15 Golden Scale is not a pool object. The people who had returned to the hotel had begun to get busy. Even Mu Qiuxuan was stepping up to contact the decoration team to make further improvements to the villa. In this, there was also a need for people from within the Qin family to step in. After all, it was the place where the Qin family's eldest young man lived, so the security facilities had to be perfect. All the bright and dark lines were laid out and controlled in the villa area, then arranged for specialists to intervene in the villa's property. On the contrary, Qin Hanyu has nothing to do at this time. Half lying on the living room sofa, looking at the ceiling, lax gaze, hurried footsteps approaching. Lei Zi looks in a hurry, carrying a silver password box in his hand. This password box is special for the Qin family's internal use. If you didn't know the password, even if you use TNT to blow it up, you wouldn't necessarily be able to blow it open. Young master, Qin Hanyu withdrew his sight and got up to look at Lei Zi, who was walking towards him. His eyes quickly landed on the box he was carrying in his right hand. Essence flashed in his eyes, and without waiting for Lei Zi to open his mouth, he asked out loud, "Have you collected them all?" Lei Zi nodded. "It's all here." On Madame's side, after hearing young master's request, she urged the people on the family side to step up their efforts. Absolutely nothing has been left out. Qin Hanyu's heart was overjoyed, and he busily asked him to bring the box over. Placing it on the desktop in front of him, he entered a 9-digit password. Ka! A soft sound. Qin Huanyu directly opened the box. Lying quietly in the box were large stacks of documents, and a few black hard disks. Inside the box, contained were all sorts of scandalous things that the original owner had done throughout his life. Even the matter of pushing the other children in the compound from the 3rd floor on purpose, when he was 9 years old, was included. With the Qin family's energy, it took 2 days to collect them all. As for those surviving witnesses, there was nothing that could be done. Qin Hanyu looked at the large pile of documents in the box and slowly sighed in relief. The matter of whether there was a backup or not, that cheap mom of his should have already solved it for herself. There was no need to think about these things. The only thing to do now is to destroy them all. Lei Zi had already brought a small metal bucket from the corner. Qin Hanyu reached out and took the topmost document in his hands. It was recorded on the top that when he was 16 years old, because he adored a certain classmate in school, bringing a dozen people to block it. In front of the crowd, that female classmate was looking at it. Qin Hanyu's veins popped out on his forehead. If he hadn't crossed over into him, he would have wanted to slap himself to death. Reaching out, he threw that document directly into the bucket. Lei Zi knew all about everything in the box. He watched as the young master's face grew more and more somber, and stood quietly, not daring to open his mouth to speak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sweeping away the hidden dangers and obtaining 600 points of villain value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for removing the hidden dangers and obtaining 1000 points of villain value. The system's prompts were endless. The villain value gained each time was not much, but the total amount could not be tolerated. After Qin Hanyu threw the last hard disk in the barrel and burned it, the system prompts gradually subsided. Taking a cursory look, destroying these things caused his villain value to grow by more than 300,000 again. It was even more than the last destruction. It was enough to see how much the original Qin Huanyu had done to harm the heavens and the earth. But there was nothing the Qin family could do, who made him a single lineage. Even if Qin Jin wanted to make a move to slap the original owner to death, the original owner's grandfather would have made a move ahead of time to destroy Qin Jin first. Just like this, the Qin family's favoritism made Qin Huanyu's heart grow darker and darker. The firelight gradually fell. Qin Huanyu's gloomy sight finally eased a lot. He destroyed this evidence. In addition to changing the plot and earning villain value, it was also to completely sever ties with the original Qin Huanyu. Although he himself was a villain, he was also a bright and honorable villain. That kind of scandalous thing of stealing chickens and dogs that went against heavenly harmony would only degrade his image. Waiting for the last hard disk to turn into ashes, Qin Huanyu sighed. Lei Zi, who had waited for a long time, hurriedly returned. Young master, do you have any orders? Those who can find out and compensate, try to take care of them. His gaze fixedly looked at the remaining ash that filled half a bucket. Lei Zi froze and quickly understood what he meant. Although he didn't quite understand the young master's intention, he also knew that he was doing this to atone for his sins, and busily nodded his head in response. Right, over at the station tomorrow. Have all the arrangements been made? Young master, it's all been arranged, just waiting for that person to show up. Qin Huanyu responded, closing his eyes and waving his hand for him to retreat. Lei Zi once again bowed to him and slowly exited the room, muttering softly under his breath. Obviously, a moment ago, the young master was still feeling guilty in his heart, so why was he so obsessed with that person again? But he only dared to think about it in his heart. He couldn't understand, and didn't dare to understand. Anyway, if the young master orders you to do it, you can do it yourself and you'll be done. 20 kilometers from Jiangcheng, a green train is slowly approaching Jiangcheng station. In a certain ordinary hard-seat carriage, a wheat-colored skinned youth, his face covered with signs of frost, quietly looked out the window at the bustling Jiangcheng. He was none other than the fictional son of destiny, Lu Chen. The previous morning, he had gone deep into the Tibetan area with his master to capture the legendary beast. However, he didn't expect that his master received a phone call and directly asked him to rush over to Jiangcheng. Along the way, there were airplanes and high-speed trains. Master's only request is that this last leg of the journey need to take this original green train. Although he didn't know why, Lu Chen still did as he was told. Master was already more than a master to him. It was more like a fatherly role. Ever since he could remember, he had followed his master around the world. Deep into Siberia had hand-torn brown bears. He had also parachuted into a vast non-national country and pulled together a mercenary squad that shook the world with its fame. Until 3 months ago, his own 9-yan Heart Sutra. After advancing to the third layer, Master then said that he could no longer teach himself anything. He told him to find a big city to develop. It was only after a lot of persuasion that he delayed it until yesterday. After that mysterious phone call, Master told him to rush to Jiangcheng, saying that he would be the bodyguard of a rich girl. Think about those years he spent in the African country. Even the princess of a certain small country had fallen before his bed. Unexpectedly, today, he had to be someone else's bodyguard. In addition to lamenting that life was not easy, Lu Chen's heart was really a bit helpless. However, at the bottom of his eyes, there was still a faint light hidden. He looked at the bustling city outside the car window, and a smile gradually spread across his face. Are golden scales not the stuff of fools? The world is destined to prostrate at my Lu Chen's feet. Come, come, handsome man, put his feet away. Melon seeds, peanuts, mineral water. Is there anyone who wants it? Amidst the noisy clamor of the carriages, the green train slowly pulled into Jiangcheng station. In the dense crowd, a few men dressed in ordinary clothes looked around and inadvertently saw each other. Shaking their heads, they walked towards the next platform again. Chapter 16, remember to fasten your seatbelt. At the exit of the station, there was a long line of cabs, but the Jiangcheng station was also heavily trafficked. At every moment, there were countless cars driving in and out of the station. Car 237, the target did not board the car. Roger, Car 237 is back to normal operation. Today's mission is cancelled. Car 279 reporting, I have departed from the station. The target did not get on board. Copy that. Car 279. Mission cancelled. Lu Chen got down from the car and took a deep breath of the air of Jiangcheng. As if he sensed something, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked over into the dense crowd around him. Yet again, he found nothing, and his vision clouded over for a few moments. When he slowly left, not far away, a big man with an anxious face suddenly changed all his expressions, reaching out to cover his ears. Damn, this person really has a ghost. I was almost discovered just now. Young master is really powerful. Luckily, he explained in advance that we should never look at him squarely. Just observing with our afterglow is enough. This time, Lu Chen didn't bring any luggage with him when he came out from the Tibetan area. The clothes he was wearing looked a little dirty. Behind him, he only carried a denim bag that had been washed until it turned white. It was out of place with the image of the surrounding crowd, but he didn't have any strange feeling. With light footsteps, he jogged over to the exit of the station. After waiting in line for nearly 20 minutes, only then did he finally get into a cab. The driver was an older man in his 40s, his temples vaguely gray, with a kind smile on his face. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Lu Chen in the back seat. Yo, little guy chicken, first time in Jiangcheng. Right. Lu Chen smiled. Yes master, I came over to find a relative. Trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. The driver greeted, reaching out to push down the sign on the car. Let's go. Where are we going? Lu Chen took out a small note from his pocket and opened it on his hand. To Century City Center. Is master far away? Oh, the driver uncle looked at him again in surprise. It's not far. It's about 20 minutes. But that's the busiest downtown in Jiangcheng. Your relatives live there? Yes, I heard that he opened a company over there. Lu Chen put the note back into his pocket. Rolling down the window a bit, he felt the hot wind blowing in through the window. The driver who heard Lu Chen's words, however, suddenly flashed a few scornful looks in his eyes, but on his lips, he still said, oh, that's quite impressive. Over at Century City Center, not just anyone can afford to open a company. Through the rearview mirror, he looked Lu Chen up and down again, only thinking that he was bragging. He gently shook his head. The driver uncle's movements were naturally caught by Lu Chen's afterimage. However, he only exuded some laughter and did not argue with him. Like this kind of people who judge people by their appearance, he Lu Chen in his life, see quite less. If he had put him in a non-national country, he would have slapped him to death long ago. There is no need for this. After all, he is just a small driver, and his eyesight can be broadened to where, in a matter of minutes, the cab quickly left the station. Ding, ding, ding. A strange sound kept echoing in the car. Lu Chen frowned and looked ahead. Master, what is this sound? The driver uncle froze and looked at the eye control. Reacting. Oh, you didn't fasten your seatbelt, so it will have this prompt. So fasten your seatbelt. Lu Chen was a bit stunned, looking at the uncle who also didn't fasten his seatbelt. Before he could open his mouth to retort, he saw the driver suddenly get cranky. Hurry up and fasten it. Otherwise, if I get caught on camera and fined in a while, it'll be on you. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't want to argue with him. Reaching out, he pulled over the seatbelt and fastened it in the back seat. It was really annoying to hear Lu Chen's heart. He raised his head, ready to have a good theory with the driver uncle. Suddenly, on the other side of the intersection, there was a semi-trailer that looked like it was drunk, shaking its body from side to side. The speed of the semi-trailer was extremely fast, and it drove towards this cab at a fast speed. Lu Chen stared with wide eyes, feeling that something was wrong. However, he saw that driver uncle, suddenly yelling, asterisk 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 asterisk, also disregarding the cab that was still in motion, directly opened the door and jumped out of the car in a sharp manner. The atmosphere in the cab was silent for a few seconds. The driver uncle's figure rolled several times on the road, barely stopping. He had multiple bruises on his arms, as well as on his face. As for Lu Chen, who remained in the car, his mind was blank. If he had been there before, he would have jumped out of the car by virtue of his third layer of the 9-Yang Heart Sutra, but he never expected it. Critical moment. This damn seatbelt can't be unfastened. An ordinary seatbelt can withstand a great deal of force, not to mention that the one tied to Lu Chen's body is still carefully customized. Coupled with the uncle's action of jumping out of the car, Lu Chen was deeply shocked, so that he was still in a little bit of a daze. Under the multiple blows, Lu Chen was like a chicken in bondage, bouncing madly in the back seat. On the center console, there was also a super miniature invisible camera. It was too late. The out-of-control semi-trailer was getting closer and closer to the cab. Lu Chen's whole body was trembling violently, amidst the lost voices of the passers-by screaming. Bang! In the hotel, Qin Huan Yu took the two of them, Shuang Er and Lei Zi, and sat in front of the TV watching. The screen on the TV suddenly went black. Schwanger shrieked in shock and jumped into Qin Huanyu's arms for comfort. Lazy gulped. Young master, he shouldn't be dead. Should I go and take care of it? No need. Qin Huanyu held a smile on his face. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for influencing the plot in a larger way, and obtaining 50,000 points of villain value. How refreshing. Is this the so-called son of destiny? Might as well call him the child of delivery, hahaha. He had read the plot and knew that Lu Chen's 9 Yang Heart Sutra at this time had reached the 3rd level. In the original story, he could jump from the 4th floor without a scratch. Such a little car accident was just a hair's breadth. At most, he would suffer some injuries, but he definitely wouldn't be able to die. It was good to be dead, saving himself the trouble of arranging it. Lazy, save the video. This was taken by the car monitor. It has nothing to do with us, okay? Yes, young master. After watching that live broadcast just now, the last knot in Qin Huanyu's heart was let go. He had been demonizing Lu Chen too much before. He also had to admit that he had indeed been a little cautious of him before, but seeing the panic on Lu Chen's face at the end, that last worry disappeared. The system signed in every day, and when he got up today, the system gifted him with a master-level Chinese medicine sage skill. That Lu Chen, wasn't he known as a double master of medicine and martial arts? He himself had both now, so what qualifications did he have to compete with himself? Get someone to contact Ling Jong and inform him of the news. Let's not worry about it. Just let the brother driving the car handle it himself. On the sofa, Qin Huanyu was in a good mood. He stood up and calculated in his mind for a while. Let's go. Go around the old city center. Chapter 17, Xia Lingxian's home. At this moment, Ling Jong was sitting in her office with some surly smiles on her face. If nothing else, then Lu Chen would be able to arrive in Zhangcheng today. He didn't know when he would be able to arrive. Otherwise he would have personally gone over to pick him up. At the same time, his heart was also a little happy. With Lu Chen's ability, he would definitely be able to protect Qianxue well. He would never have to worry about Qin Huanyu making a move on Qianxue again. Ding bell. The landline suddenly rang. Ling Jong froze, and a few smiles suddenly appeared on his face, hurrying to reach out and pick it up. Hello, Chairman. There's a call coming in over here, saying that it's here to find you, asking if you recognize a gentleman named Lu Chen. Here it comes. Ling Jong was ecstatic in his heart. I know, Lu Chen is my nephew. Is he already downstairs at the company now? Tell him to come straight up. No, it's better for me to personally go down and pick him up. With that, he was ready to hang up the phone. But on the other end of the landline, the front desk young lady's face suddenly went a few points white. Surprisingly, it was the chairman's nephew. Then it's over. Chairman, wait. The receptionist's tone was trembling. The call wasn't from Mr. Lu, it was from the hospital. Just now the people from the hospital said that Mr. Lu had a car accident on the way over, and is now lying in the ICU of Jiangcheng Hospital. The smile on Ling Zhong's face suddenly stiffened there. Snap! The landline in his hand did not hold steady and suddenly fell to the ground. The phone was also hung up. At this moment, those words echoed in his mind. Got into a car accident. ICU. As we all know, people who are admitted to the ICU are basically the dying kind. Even if someone is lucky enough to be resuscitated, the body will not be able to fully recover, and there will be after effects to a greater or lesser extent. However, that old friend did not say, with Lu Chen's ability, enough to roam in this river city. He hadn't even met anyone yet, and then he had a car accident halfway across the city? Ling Zhong's expression gradually collapsed. He picked up the landline and retried it. Finally it hadn't broken. Calling Ling Qianxue's office. Qianxue, pack up and go out with me to run some errands. The location of the old town was not far from the city center. For the sake of the development of the new city, this huge old city center became the meat and potatoes in everyone's heart. However, a good location also means that the demolition price helicoptered sky high. Maybe an ordinary 3-bedroom demolition. All need to compensate up to 10 million demolition money. This is any real estate company cannot afford. For this reason, Zhangcheng senior management is also doing mediation with all parties, but no one will have a problem with money. So this old city center is still relatively prosperous at this time, and there are still nearly more than 300,000 people living in it. Xia Lingxian and her mother lived in one of the old houses. That house was left behind by Xia Lingxian's father, but her father was also a scum, and later divorced Xia's mother and ran off with another woman, only left a 2-bedroom cabin. Originally, Xia Lingxian was going to study abroad, but she did not expect that her mother was suddenly diagnosed with a serious illness. The $40,000 to $50,000 a month in medication costs directly dragged the small family down. Mom, why are you up again? Xia Lingxian carried a bag of medicine boxes in her hands as she walked in through the door. Yesterday afternoon, the manager approached her for a detailed chat, a little bit about her family's situation. Then he directly gave her a long vacation. Love when to go to work. When to go to work. Wages every month 10,000 is issued. Moreover, also put the 500,000 commission. Also directly sent to her. Xia Lingxian of course knew why the manager would be so good to herself. It was all because of that man. But she did not refuse. Just silent with the whole acceptance. After all, the situation at home had already reached its limit. Mother Sia's face was waxy and yellow, with a large circle of grayish coloring covering the area around her eye sockets. This is a situation unique to liver patients, because the body's detoxification mechanism has problems. Toxins are accumulating in the body. Knock on the blackboard, a little medical knowledge. I hope you take care of your health, despite the extremely poor color. But it could be seen that when Mother Sia was young, she should have been a ravishing beauty as well. Qianxue is back. She forced a smile as her eyes looked towards the bag Xia Lingxian was carrying in her hands. The smile on her face instantly disappeared. The disease in her own body. She herself was most aware of it. The amount of money one has to spend on medicine every month is almost $50,000. And looking at the bag in her hand, there are at least 3 or 4 courses of medicine in it, counting down to more than $100,000. In Xia mother's heart, she also owed a lot to Xia Lingxian. If it wasn't for her own illness, Lingxian would be abroad right now, enjoying a top-notch education. However, she also absolutely did not want her daughter to do those unsavory things for herself. Qianxue, what's with these medicines? Her tone was somewhat harsh. Xia Lingxian suddenly reacted, her hand movements stopping. She had originally thought that she would buy the medicine in advance before her mother got up, but unexpectedly, she happened to get up at this time. This medicine, of course it was bought, but where was the money? Mom! Xia Lingxian shouted, quickly weaving words in her head. I'm not selling houses. Yesterday there was a big customer who directly bought a villa. The manager then rewarded me with $500,000 in commission. Saying that, Xia Lingxian's face, once again flooded with glittering glamour. Taking out her cell phone, she pulled out the screenshot of the transfer from above and handed it to Xia mother. Xia mother frowned slightly, somewhat half-heartedly. What villa? One time can reward $500,000 in commission. She took the phone over and looked at it carefully. There was indeed a transfer of $500,000 from the account of the company she worked for. Seeing this, although Mother Sia was still somewhat disbelieving, in order to not strike her daughter's confidence, a smile reappeared on her face. Xia Lingxian also didn't dare to say more. Mom, you go back and rest first. I'll go get you some medicine. Taking the bag, she hurriedly walked into the middle of the kitchen. At the entrance of the somewhat depressed neighborhood, several black-clothed strong men stood. A rich son, who was as graceful as jade, stood in front of the crowd, looking ahead with a focused expression. Occasionally, when someone passed by and looked at him sideways, he similarly nodded his head in greeting, an extremely gentle smile on his face. Whoever looked at it couldn't help but feel a drastic increase in favor in their hearts. Young master, we've found it. Xia Lingxian's house is in Block 3, Unit 3. Should we go over there now? Qianxue turned his head to look around, his gaze landing in a fruit store not far away. A person was sent to buy some fresh fruits. After everything is in place, everyone else stayed in place and waited. Taking lazy alone, he walked into the neighborhood. And at this time, Xia Lingxian's home. Mom, the medicine is cooked. You drink the medicine first, and you'll be able to eat soon. Xia Lingxian walked out from the kitchen, holding a large bowl in her hands. The large bowl was filled with a dark brown medicinal liquid. A strong medicinal odor instantly filled the room. Mother Sia assisted the wall and walked out of the bedroom. Her eyes instantly reddened when she saw the fine beads of sweat on Xia Lingxian's forehead. Hurriedly, she lowered her head to prevent Xia Lingxian from seeing it. Xia Lingxian, you rest first. Mom isn't hungry now. There's no rush. Xia Lingxian smiled. Her pretty eyes curved into a clear moon. It's alright Mom. It'll be alright soon. Saying this, she once again turned around to return to the kitchen. Just then, knock knock knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. The movements of the two people in the room stopped at the same time. Xia Lingxian's face changed as she looked vigilantly at the doorway. Mom, you go back to your room first and rest. It might be those demolition people again. She herself slowly walked towards the doorway and reached out to hold her hand on the door handle. Chapter 18 Rating her. In Xia Lingxian's hand, she copied a rolling pin in her hand. Gripping the door handle, she pulled the door open with one hand. What stood face to face outside the door was not, as imagined, one of those fierce and vicious men. Instead, it was a familiar face. Qianxue. Qin Hanyu looked at her favorably, handing over the fruit basket in his hand. Surprise! We meet again. It's you! Xia Lingxian exclaimed. Mother Sia, who had not returned to her room, naturally saw Qin Hanyu standing at the door. The first time she saw him, she was affected by the saintly title on his body, and her goodwill rubbed off on her, coupled with the fact that today, Qin Huanyu had allowed Xuan'er to give himself a good toss, even without the title of a born saint. With this face alone, it would still be able to capture the trust of the vast majority of ants. Xia Lingxian was still a bit dazed at this point. Qin Huanyu didn't care about her either. Taking the fruit basket and walking through the door from her side, Lazy of course did not dare to do so. He could only place the fruit basket in his hands and gently place it on the floor. In the room, the extremely strong smell of medicine came over, causing Lazy to frown a little. However, the young master looked as if he didn't feel it, looking around as if he was normal. You should be Qianxian's mother. Hello auntie, I'm Qianxian's friend. My name is Qin Huanyu. You can directly call me Xiaoyu or Xiaoqin. Good. Mother Sia stared at Qin Huanyu's face, and a smile gradually bloomed on her face. And it wasn't until this moment that Xia Lingxian suddenly awoke with a start. She remembered that before, she had actually never known his name either. Qin Huanyu. That's a beautiful name. In the original, Lu Chun, that's a nice name. Perhaps, this was the woman. Lazy quietly walked in with the fruit basket, making her presence as minimal as possible, closing the door to the room. The smell of medicine in the room intensified a few more points. Looking at Qianxian's appearance, she should be acquainted with him. At this point, Mother Sia's hanging heart also relaxed. Looking towards Xia Lingxian, she said, Qianxian, what are you still standing there for? Go get a stool for Xiaoqin and sit down, said and turned her head to Qin Huanyu. Xiaoqin sorry auntie is not well, so the smell at home is a bit unpleasant. No. Qin Huanyu was busy smiling and waving his hands. He looked towards Xia Lingxian and winked quietly at her. Xia Lingxian's face blushed as she took out a chair from the room, signaling Qin Huanyu to sit down, and walking beside him, she asked softly, how did you know that I live here? Qin Huanyu also replied softly, I asked your manager. Don't worry, I'm not here to make you return your watch. One more reminder, lest she forget. Xia Lingxian's breathing stuttered, her willow eyebrows slightly furrowed, but Qin Huanyu didn't bother with her. Instead, he looked over to Mother Sia's side. Auntie, I heard Qianxian say that you're not in good health, so I came over to pay a visit today. Mother Sia smiled and nodded once again. She was also observing Qin Huanyu meticulously. The suit on this young man was worth a lot of money at a glance. Most importantly, although he looked down to earth, there was a vague air of nobility about him, and the burly man sitting in the corner, it looked like he should be his bodyguard. What kind of family was it that went out with bodyguards with them? Mother Sia muttered softly in her heart, although he shouted at Qianxian. But looking at Qianxian's appearance, she was also unusually formal in front of him. The relationship between the two was definitely not that simple. Qin Huanyu made a wink towards Lazy. Lazy understood and stood up from the corner, reaching out and digging into his pocket. When he took it out again, a bottle of light blue oral potion suddenly appeared in his hand, lying there quietly. Qin Huanyu picked it up. Auntie, this is a product that was just developed by the top medical team in China. I heard that it's a special medicine for liver cancer. I purposely went to beg for it, and sent it over to you the first time after arriving in Jiangcheng. The smile on Mother Sia's face suddenly disappeared, and Xia Lingxian, who was on the side, also looked up sharply at this moment, looking at Qin Huanyu in doubt. She and he had obviously only known each other for less than a day. Moreover, it was only because she had broken his watch that the two had really crossed paths. No matter how you count it, they should be enemies, not friends. But he not only exempted himself from the fault, but also helped himself and the manager to say good words. Today, he even went to buy the most top-notch special effect medicine for their family. Xia Lingxian asked herself that she was not bad-looking, but by no means to the extent that she was as beautiful as heaven. There is nothing in her family that he should covet. Why would he help himself so much? Xiaoqin. Mother Sia frowned and opened her mouth, her gaze also becoming much calmer. This is too expensive. We can't have it. If it was some kind of fruit basket, it would be fine to accept it. But this kind of top-quality potion, it could easily cost a few $1 million. In Xia Mother's mind, looking at the interaction between Qin Huanyu and Xia Lingxian, she suddenly had some bad thoughts. She spoke out and politely refused, but what Qin Huanyu sent out, he never took back. Not bothering with Mother Sia's words either, he directly stood up from his chair, looking towards Xia Lingxian. By the way, I've also contacted a few masters in the field of liver, so if there's a need afterward, you can just call me. Saying this, she then looked back to Mother Sia's side. Auntie, I have something else to do in a while, so I won't bother you. Gesturing towards Lazy, opening the door, he walked straight out of the room, and behind her, Mother Sia hurriedly shouted, Xiaoqin, little Qin, we really can't have this medicine. Qianxian quickly go after it. Xia Lingxian nodded her head and grabbed the potion and ran to the door. However, Qin Huanyu did not leave and happened to be waiting for her at the door. Xia Lingxian ran out, and when she saw his figure, her footsteps instantly stopped. Her cheeks, because of the rush to run, were a bit flushed. Qin Huanyu's heart was hot. Getting up and walking forward, he gently pecked her on the cheek with his lips. At this time, Xia Lingxian's brain instantly blank. Body tense actually forgot to avoid. Qin Huanyu gently smiled, reached out and rubbed her little head. From Lei Zi's place, he brought a business card and shoved it into Xia Lingxian's hand. Be good. For the sake of Auntie's health, drink the medicine later. This is my business card. If there's anything, call me anytime. Until the silhouettes of the two disappeared, Xia Lingxian suddenly returned to her senses and reached out to gently caress her still residual warm cheeks. Her face instantly turned red. Twisting her head, she ran back home. Jiangcheng First Hospital ICU entrance. Ling Jong's eyes were filled with blood, anxiously pacing in front of the entrance. As for Qianxue, her expression was somewhat helpless. On the way over, she realized that her father had found her a bodyguard without her consent. Moreover, it was still the kind of bodyguard that was close to protect her. Although Qianxue tried her best to resist, she still couldn't argue with Ling Jong's insistence. Even, Ling Jong wanted to let that Lu Chen directly live in her villa. How could that be? A country boy from nowhere, living with himself? And he was seriously injured. If he lives here, will he protect himself? Or will he have to take care of his life? It was only with extreme opposition that Ling Jong took a step back. Next to Ling Qianxue's villa, he bought another one, preparing to give it to Lu Chen to live in afterward. By now, the two had been at the entrance of the ward, waiting for a full 5 hours. Ding! The overhead lights suddenly went out. Ling Zhong's face was solemn as he hurriedly walked forward. Several doctors came out from inside and slowly removed their masks. You are Lu Chen's family members, right? I am. Ling Zhong said in a snappy voice. How is Lu Chen now? The doctor frowned and sighed softly. And on Ling Zhong's face, his expression instantly turned a little gray. Chapter 19. Doctor, just tell me straight. Doctor, just tell me straight. My body is still fine. I can carry it. Ling Zhong's voice trembled a little. His fists clenched tightly. He and Master Lu Chen, the two were close friends. To Lu Chen he truly treated him as his own family. But he didn't expect that on the first day he arrived in Jiangcheng, there was such a big accident. The police department also sent word. The semi-trailer, because the brakes failed, caused the tragedy. The driver wasn't responsible. As for the cab driver, the police have transferred the CCTV, and the driver kindly reminded Lu Chen to fasten his seatbelt when driving. Can you say it's because he talked too much? If he didn't fasten it himself, the traffic police would have docked him points and fined him. But Lu Chen couldn't unbuckle his seatbelt. So what's the driver's business? At the end of the day, this car accident turned out to be Lu Chen's fault for listening to the driver's bull ********. Ling Jong couldn't help but have some heart attacks after hearing the results. That doctor raised his head and cried a little. Don't be anxious for a moment. I don't mean that. I'm just a bit strange. As a matter of fact, in the past, those people sent in who were hit by semi-trailer trucks were sent directly to the third basement level. But that Lu Chen, Ling Zhong's eyes radiated with a renewed glow. What happened to Lu Chen? The doctor frowned and shook his head. Although he broke a calf, the rest of his body is intact. Saying that, from the nurse behind him, he brought an X-ray film. You guys look. Forget it. You guys can't read it. So I'll just say it straight. A murderous aura emanated from Ling Zhong's eyes. Lu Chen's left calf. The tibia has some bone cracks, but it's still in perfect shape. I don't know who sent it to the ICU. This kind of injury isn't going over to the outpatient clinic and just prescribing some medicine. The doctor let out a sarcastic laugh. Overall, Lu Chen's body doesn't have any problems. Rest for a week or so, and he'll basically be able to recover. Even if you can't do strenuous exercise, you can always walk. After hearing this, Ling Zhong's heart let out a huge sigh of relief. The doctor put the tablets back into the bag, handed it to Ling Zhong and left with a few nurses. At this moment, Ling Zhong's heart was full of gratitude. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened. If Lu Chen had really died in Jiangcheng, he really didn't know how to explain to his old friend. However, this also illustrated one thing, that Lu Chen is indeed someone with real skills. The car was hit so hard, but only broke a small leg. If it were anyone else, it is estimated that the seat has been eaten. At this time, Ling Qianxue, who had long gotten tired of sitting on the side and waiting, also stood up. Dad, it's already okay. She yawned and packed up her things. I'll go back first if it's okay. Work has been delayed for a day. Ling Jong looked at her with some displeasure in his heart. But after all, Lu Chen's injuries were not serious, so he would just find another random person to watch over him. Waving his hand, he said, Go. Be safe on the road. Don't get tied up again. Ling Qianxue helplessly bristled. To be honest, she was also looking forward to Qin Huanyu tying her up again. There's just one request. Let her put on some makeup first, okay? In the hotel, Qin Huanyu sat lightly on the sofa. He holds a few pieces of paper in his hands. The report that Lei Zi just got from the hospital. Split tibia bone? Worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny, such a serious car accident and only suffered such a minor injury. Lei Zi stood beside him and asked curiously, "Young master, what son of heavenly fate?" "Nothing." Qin Huanyu smiled and shook his head, casually dropping the reports. Lu Chen in the original story was also set to be extremely demonic by the cow and horse author, with a small injury like a cracked bone. It was estimated that after another 3 to 5 days, he would be able to run around alive again, but it didn't matter too much. 3 days was more than enough for him. On the side of the villa he just bought, the workers arranged by the Qin family were already stepping up the decoration. It was estimated that they would be able to move over in the next 2 days. As for that 13th master, Qin Hanyu sat in silence, his mind racing. There was no hurry on the 13th master's side. There was still a key character that needed to appear before the branch on his side would open up. As for Qianxue and a few other female leads, the plot hasn't fully unfolded yet. Therefore, it was enough for him to just focus on Xia Lingxian for now. Once he took this little ninny down, then he would consider starting other plans. Lei Zi, have someone book a better ward in the hospital. Just book it in my name, the highest specification. Lei Zi nodded. Yes, young master. Needless to think, this was definitely prepared for Xia Lingxian's mother. Lei Zi muttered in his heart. That's Xia Lingxian. She was indeed not bad looking, but for the young master, it shouldn't be so dedicated to her. Not only did she buy the potion that was still in the confidential stage, he also booked her into a high-class ward, and did so in his own name. The young master is good now. He doesn't beat or scold his men anymore, but he's moving more and more towards LSP, flirting with every one of them. These words Lei Zi only dared to think in his heart. Hurried out of the room. Will be things arranged, and Qin Hanyu in the room, was about to lie down and rest. In his mind, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Qianxue is thinking of the host, gaining 2,000 points of villainous value. Hiss! The hell with it? Xia Lingxian's home. The two of them finished their lunch and cleaned up all their things. Usually at this time, Mother Sia would feel tired and go straight to her room to rest. But today, she was still sitting at the table. Nor did she speak, only looking at Xia Lingxian with a somewhat complicated expression. Such a bizarre atmosphere made Xia Lingxian a little nervous. Mom, I'll help you back to rest for a while first. Wait, there's no rush first. Mother Sia spoke faintly, still staring at her closely, saying, there are still some things I want to ask you. Xia Lingxian's heart tightened. Her face also suddenly turned much whiter, and seeing her like this, Mother Sia's expression was equally ugly. She just wanted to angrily rebuke out, but then forced herself to stop. In her heart, she remembered that over the past half a year, Xia Lingxian had been busy for the sake of this small family, going out early and returning late. The words choked in her throat did not come out again. Xia Lingxian lowered her head in silence. She did not know how to explain to her mother. The fact that she and Qin Huanyu knew each other was completely just a coincidence. Moreover, she couldn't explain clearly why Qin Huanyu would be so kind to her, especially that gentle kiss before leaving. Until now, Xia Lingxian's brain was still a little dizzy. Her heart was unusually complicated, yet somewhat reminiscent of the gentle and warm feeling at that time. Alas! Mother Sia heaved a sigh in her heart. She finally spoke. Qianxue. Xia Lingxian also raised her head to look at her, her gaze much clearer. There are some things that are actually not right or wrong. It's just about your own mood. Mother Sia stretched out her left hand and gently brushed Xia Lingxian's cheek. As long as it's something you want to do, Mom will support you. Mom! Xia Lingxian was somewhat confused. However, she saw the light in her mother's eyes and nodded with seeming understanding. Certain buds in her heart quietly began to gestate. Chapter 20. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting skills. The next 2 days, Qin Hanyu has been staying in the hotel. Chasing a girl, this kind of thing. Have not seen a pig run, cannot have eaten pork. Sometimes, you have to leave her alone for a few days. Otherwise, others still think they are licking dogs, lowering their own pattern for nothing. Ling Qianxue sighed, from time to time to add 1,000 or 800 villain value. Occasionally, when Qin Huanyu fell asleep, a system prompt would ring in his head. He also did not understand why Ling Qianxue could start thinking about himself at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. In the end, what things are being done, we don't really understand, and we don't dare to ask her. On the contrary, Xia Lingxian's side is quiet. The system said, we have to wait for the complete strategy down, before we will count the villain value together. It seems that you have to add more fire to it. Ha ha ha. The protagonist Lu Chen was still lying in the hospital. Over the past 2 days, his heart had darkened a lot. Most of Lu Chen's 20 years of life had been spent abroad. It was not easy to come to the big city, but he was pitted by those mole crickets. No wonder. People abroad said that Xia was a trash country. Lu Chen's eyes were a bit grim. All had to die. When he was discharged from the hospital, he had to find that driver and torture him. As he was thinking, footsteps once again came from outside the door. Thud thud thud. Lu Chun, are you asleep? The gloom in Lu Chen's eyes instantly dissipated. A kind smile appeared on his face as he shouted at the door. Is it Uncle Ling? Come straight in. Ka. The ward door was pushed open. Ling Jong walked in with Ling Qianxue, holding a large bag of things in his hands. Despite seeing it many times in the past 2 days, but seeing Ling Qianxue again, in Lu Chen's eyes, there was still a flash of undetectable amazement, but he hid it well, just casually glancing at it and directly averting his eyes. Smiling, he looked at Ling Jong and said with some formality, Uncle Ling, you are too polite, bringing so many things again. It's not in the way, not in the way, Ling Jong said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Lu Chen, and his gaze was filled with delight. He had just gone to ask the doctor again, and the doctor said that Lu Chen was recovering very well, and that he would be able to leave the hospital in another 2 days. Worthy of being the disciple he taught, he was still this good. In Ling Zhong's heart, he was already a bit impatient. He was waiting for Lu Chen to be discharged from the hospital to protect Qianxue. His line of sight swung back between Lu Chen and Ling Qianxue. Even if something happened between the two, he would be happy to see it. Other people didn't know, but Ling Zhong's heart was clear as day. Although this Lu Chen looked ordinary, but in reality, it was a hidden dragon. By the way, Lu Chen, your master should have told you the reason why he came to Jiangcheng this time, right? Lu Chen nodded and looked at Ling Qianxue. Aha! Master has said that it's to be a bodyguard for Miss Ling. Don't worry, Uncle Ling, I will definitely protect Miss Ling well. Protected into a personal bodyguard kind of thing. This Ling Qianxue looked much more energized than those black girls abroad. Lu Chen smiled and nodded to Ling Qianxue, but at this time, Ling Qianxue did not have half an expression on her face. She also looked at Lu Chen on the hospital bed, with a heavy cast on his foot, and still had the audacity to say that he could protect himself. Moreover, because Lu Chen had been sleeping out in the wild for a long time, his skin was extremely poor, and his skin color was still a bit dark with a faint reddish tint. It was like a friend on a plateau. Compared to that Qin Huanyu, there was absolutely no comparison. Blah blah blah, why are you thinking of him again? Ling Qianxue's cheeks flew up in a blush, and Lu Chen, who happened to be looking at her, thought that he was attracted by his handsome appearance. Once again, he put up a smile that he thought was handsome and acted courteously. Ling Jong watched from the sidelines, his smile growing more and more enthusiastic. That's fine, Qianxue, you happen to accompany Lu Chen to talk. I still have to go find the doctor to ask something. Not waiting for Ling Qianxue to refuse, she directly winked at Lu Chen and turned around to leave the room. Ding bell, the cell phone on the tea table suddenly rang. Qin Huanyu walked over, looked at the number displayed on it, and let out a light laugh. Here it comes, Lei Zi, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry, young master, Lei Zi hemmed and hawed. That little dose will only hurt slightly for a while. It won't do any harm to the body. Instead it will even help a little. That's good. Qin Huanyu nodded. Ding. Ling Qianxue is pining for the host, gaining 600 points of villainous value. Qin Huanyu. Over the past 2 days, prompts such as these rang out from time to time. He had already seen it as strange. Without paying much attention at all, he picked the phone up. Hello, who is it? He deliberately lowered his tone so that his voice sounded, well, lower and sexier. Qin. Young Qin. I'm Xia Lingxian. Xia Lingxian? Qin Huanyu asked back in confusion, then laughed. It's Qianxian. Ah, how can you call Qin Xiao? Just call me Brother Qin directly. Brother Qin. Brother Love. How nice. On the other end of the phone, Xia Lingxian was silent for a while. An anxious tone rang out again. Young Qin. Brother Qin. Can you help me? My mom just suddenly said that she has a stomach ache, and she can't stop it. Saying this, Xia Lingxian's tone brought on even more of a crying tone. Even for an ordinary person, such a sharp pain would have to be sent to the hospital emergency room. Not to mention, Mother Sia was still seriously ill. Qin Huanyu's tone sank. What's going on? He paused and hurriedly spoke again. Qian, don't be anxious. I'll come over to pick you up now. Hurriedly hanging up the phone, Lei Zi was once again on the move. More than 10 minutes later, the crowd rushed to Xia Lingxian's home, helping Xia's mother inside the car. Lei Zi personally drove, while Qin Huanyu sat in the passenger seat. In the back seat, Mother Sia's face was pale, half lying in Xia Lingxian's arms, her complexion somewhat weak. Little Qin, trouble for you. Qin Huanyu's expression was serious. Auntie, you don't have to be polite. Xian and I are good friends. This is all what I should do. Xia Lingxian's soulful eyes were filled with anxiety. At this time, they were already filled with tears, hazily looking at Qin Huanyu, whose face was equally anxious. Young master, there's some traffic jam ahead, and there are quite a lot of red lights. Break through. Qin Huanyu suddenly interrupted him, roaring in a low voice. glaring fiercely at Lei Zi. What to do? You still want me to teach you right? Do you want to switch positions? I'll drive myself. Lei Zi's head snapped back, hurriedly stepping on the gas to the bottom. The car once again flew forward. The heart was bitter. Young master's acting skills, when did it become so pure? Before, when he practiced in the hotel, he was still shouting in a cheeky manner. Just now that voice almost roared out his own urine. It was too fierce to top it. Little Qin. Mother Sia barely held her breath. There's no need for this. Auntie. Qin Hanyu's expression is serious. You rest for a while. The hospital will be here soon. It's okay. After saying that, he turned around to look at Lei Zi with cold eyes again. And Xia Lingxian on the back seat. Small hand for her mother in gently rubbing the abdomen. Bright moist eyes, but cannot stop to Qin Huanyu body seams. Chapter 21, Someone Seeks to See You. Several doctors, who had been preparing for a long time, took Mother Sia from Xia Lingxian's hands. Don't worry, young Qin, we'll do our best. Snap, the door to the emergency room closed. Xia Lingxian waited outside, tears already sliding down her cheeks. A low, suppressed whimper sounded. Lei Zi's face was odd as he came over to Qin Huanyu's side. In a slight but audible tone for all to hear, he said, Young master, I'll go over to the police force first. I guess I'll be back later today. Qin Huanyu's face was expressionless as he glanced at him. Go. Yes. Lei Zi bowed his head and hurriedly left. In the empty walkway, only Qin Huanyu, who had a stoic face, and Xia Lingxian, who covered her face, were left. Alas! Qin Huanyu sighed lightly, taking 2 or 3 steps to her side. He pushed her hands away. Looking at the pearly Xia Lingxian, he couldn't help but lightly tremble twice inwardly. Forget it, that's enough. Reaching out his hand, he wiped away the tear tracks on her face. Xia Lingxian, don't worry, auntie will definitely be fine. Xia Lingxian choked again. Looking at where Qin Huanyu's chest was, she buried her head into it and let out a cry. To Xia Lingxian, her mother was her entire world. If her mother had an accident, the only thought she had in her life would be shattered. In the empty and quiet corridor, the two of them embraced each other tightly. In these few days, Mu Qiu Shuang was extremely busy. There wasn't even time to look at the young master twice. In addition to grasping the progress of the villa's renovation, she also needed to follow up on Guan in real time. Just now, the people below came over to report on the progress. After working overtime for the past few days, the villa has basically been remodeled and will be ready to live in within the next 2 days. Don't say anything about toxic gases. Qin's family used something. Shouldn't someone really think it's very low grade? On Guan's side, someone else finally stepped in and made an offer to buy it. The opening price is higher than what they offered, and the equity requirements are reasonable. But, as usual, Guan Yun refused. Everything was as expected by the young master. Mu Qiu Shuang looked at the documents, but in her mind, Qin Huanyu's figure appeared. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and the fatigue from the past few days instantly dissipated cleanly. Sister Mu. Someone knocked on the door before walking in. Mu Qiu Shuang puts the documents away and looks up at him, her expression returning to normal again. What's wrong? Downstairs in the hotel, someone wants to request to see young master. Mu Qiu Shuang froze, frowned and asked, who wants to see young master? What identity? The man handed up another folder and placed it in front of her. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, we've already checked. The person who came is called Robin, the owner of the World Chamber of Commerce in Zhangchang. This World Chamber of Commerce basically controls all the bath and massage clubs in Zhangchang. It's considered an underground leader. Robin? Mu Qiu Shuang murmured. She suddenly remembered that before, in the young master's mouth, it seemed like he did mention this name. However, the young master was not in the hotel right now, and had run out with Lei Zi. Even herself, she did not know where he was. After thinking for a small amount of time, he nodded to the man. You can bring him up here first, and find a place for him to stay first. When I'm not busy anymore, I'll go over to meet him. Okay, Sister Mu. The man nodded and left Mu Qiu Shuang's office. The sky gradually darkened. Lei Zi walked out of the supermarket outside the hospital with a small bag in his hand. Young master asked me to buy needles for something. Still need to buy so many? He walked towards the hospitalization department, muttering over and over again. A pretty silhouette walked over to him head-on, just in time to collide with Lei Zi's route. Seeing that pretty figure, Lei Zi first froze for a moment. His face changed and he hurriedly turned his head. However, the recognizability of his appearance was really a bit high. Turning his head now was obviously a little too late. When Qianxue saw Lei Zi's figure, she similarly froze, and quickly reacted, shouting out, Lei Zi? Lei Zi, who had just turned around. His body instantly tensed. Trying to leave now, he instead looked even more vain. He adjusted his expression and slowly turned back as if he had only just realized Qianxue. With an exclamation of surprise, Miss Ling, Why are you in the hospital? Is there something wrong with your body? Of course he knew why Ling Qianxue was here. Before also neglected. Even forgot that Lu Chen also live in this hospital. Ling Qianxue just wanted to explain. She opened her mouth, but she held her words back. Lei Zi was Qin Huanyu's most trusted subordinate. If she told him that she came to the hospital to see a man, maybe in the next second, Qin Huanyu's side would also know. No way, can't say it. Ling Qianxue's thoughts fluttered as she spoke. I just have a bit of a cold, so I came over to get some medicine. Saying that, she hastily sidetracked the topic, also asking Lei Zi, why are you in the hospital? Could it be that Qin Huanyu is sick? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 points of villainous value. Qin Huanyu was holding Xia Lingxian in his arms, and the words in his mouth didn't half pause. Getting used to it. This Ling Qianxue is really seeing ghosts. Even more powerful than the Tama charging Bao. Anytime, anywhere, he can make himself earn villain value. Lei Zi scratched his head. No. He hid the small bag in his hand behind him, not letting Ling Qianxue notice. Just came over to run some errands. Ling, I still have some things on my side, so I won't bother you. After Lei Zi finished speaking, he bent down slightly towards Ling Qianxue, and without waiting for her to speak again, he hurriedly trotted towards the hospitalization department. At this time, Mother Sia had already been pushed out from the operating room. It was supposed to be an extremely small dose, and it couldn't do any harm to her. The doctor only slightly checked her body, and then after dawdling inside for a while, she was directly pushed out. Sia Mother's face, pale a lot. After all, although there was no harm, the pain was still tangible. Qin Hanyu will be previously arranged ward out. Let Sia Mother live in. Although Mother Sia had always refused, but today, even Xia Lingxian was speaking out to persuade her. Seeing her daughter's attitude, Mother Sia no longer pushed back and stayed in that ward. Auntie, don't worry. The several famous doctors I contacted earlier are on their way over from Kyoto. They are the most experienced in your illness. Qin Hanyu said with a smile, his right hand tightly grasping Xia Lingxian's small hand. Mother Sia was half lying on the hospital bed. Her eyes fell on their grasping hands. Looking at Xia Lingxian with some relief and some vague concern, she just smiled. Little Qin, I'm troubling you again today. It's just a small matter. Qin Huanyu behaved courteously. Then Auntie, you rest first. I'll go with Qianxue to talk to the doctor. Pulling Xia Lingxian, the two of them walked together to the entrance of the ward. Although it was only a ward, 3 rooms and a hall were planned in it, and the arrangement was extremely luxurious. When standing at the door and talking, half a sound could not be heard from inside. Qin Huanyu rubbed her head. Qianxue, this side of the hospital's cancer director there. I've already made all the arrangements. You just need to go and understand the situation now. I'll be right here watching over Auntie. You don't have to worry. Xia Lingxian nodded. She was somewhat silent today, just quietly following Qin Huanyu and watching him put everything in place. Releasing her hand, she walked towards the office at the end of the corridor. Just after taking 2 steps, Xia Lingxian suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Qin Huanyu, who was standing in place, her eyes somewhat complicated. Young Qin Huanyu looked at her, and his smile slowly retracted. Only Xia Lingxian paused for a long time, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Brother Qin, thank you. Before she finished speaking, a blush had already spread across her face. Turning around, she directly ran away, and her footsteps became much lighter. Chapter 22, One cannot. At least they shouldn't. Qin Huanyu froze, looking at Xia Lingxian's back as she trotted away. He suddenly laughed out softly as well. Ding, please host, make further efforts. Good fellow, bluffing. Qin Hanyu cursed in his heart and prepared to walk back into the room to brush up on Mother Sia's favorability. Just then, a sorrowful figure appeared silently behind himself. Young master. Swish. Qin Huanyu turned around violently and saw Lei Zi, who was somewhat slightly out of breath. What's wrong with you? Walking without a sound. Before Lei Zi could even open his mouth, he directly sprayed an angry sentence. Lei Zi's heart is full of grievances. This is not to see the young master flirting with a girl. Do not dare to make a sound to disturb it. This can also blame himself? He reached out and took out the package of silver needles and handed it to Qin Huanyu. In the original storyline, it was only after meeting Lu Chen that Xia's mother's body gradually regained its health. And before that, Xia Lingxian's heart had always been attached to her. Even when Lu Chen gave her good intentions that she couldn't refuse, Xia Lingxian flatly refused. Therefore, Qin Huanyu guessed, if he wanted to complete this part of the branch line, the key was still on Mother Sia. He also didn't intend to wait for those few national medical masters. Anyway, he had signed in before and obtained the master-level Chinese medicine sage. Compared to that Lu Chen, it shouldn't be too far off. Lei Zi, you guard the door. Don't let anyone come in and disturb me before I come out. Qin Huanyu instructed, opened the door and was about to walk in. However, he sees Lei Zi suddenly call out to him, "Young master, I just ran into Ms. Ling downstairs and was even seen by her." Qin Huanyu paused in his movements. "It's fine, don't mind her." Opening the door, he walked into the room. Mother Sia is leaning on the bed. Seeing Qin Huanyu walk in again, revealing a slight smile, she was about to greet her. However, Qin Huanyu directly hit the right side of Sia's mother's neck with a palm. Her head was turned, and she instantly lost consciousness. With his grandmaster-level Taijiquan strength, if he wanted to get close to Mother Sia, he would never be discovered by her. The reason why he did so was also a calculation. If the plot afterward went on as he expected, that would of course be the best. Even if it didn't, exposing his strength in front of Mother Sia, Qin Huanyu was prepared. With Mother Sia alone, the most one could do was tell Xia Lingxian, but as long as he took Xia Lingxian down again, exposing his strength would be irrelevant. The main thing was that Lu Chen's plan in the original would be cut off by himself. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to harvest another wave of villainous value back. Other than that, this matter, Qin Huanyu was not prepared to reveal it to a third person. Even Lei Zi and the others were not clear about it yet. These were his own cards. In case one day, the plot about Lu Chen appeared to be slightly off, one could still have a chance to fight back. Qin Huanyu walked to the window and unfolded the pack of silver needles and put them away. Then he took another deep breath. This was the first time he had done it. It was never wrong to be cautious. Phew! At this moment, Qin Huanyu's eyes looked like countless streams of light flashed by. In his eyes, Mother Sia, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed, looked like there were complicated golden lights around her body. Connecting on her limbs and torso, the meridians on her body were revealed in full. Qin Huanyu's finger lightly picked. A silver needle as thin as a hair flew up and was accurately flicked by him. It was put into the alcohol and slightly soaked for a while, and then find a certain acupuncture point on Xia's mother's body. Reach out and flick out. The silver needle accurately did not enter the body within 2 inches, and the movements of Qin Huanyu's hands did not stop. One by one, the silver needles flew up, and then stabbed at the sleeping Mother Sia. 10 minutes later, sweat on Qin Huanyu's face dripped down onto the room floor. He then recovered the quilt, and the dozens of silver needles were all packed away. Mother Sia's liver cancer, after all, had already reached the middle stage. With only a master-level Chinese medicine sage, it couldn't be completely controlled with only the method of acupuncture. It could only barely keep it in the early stages. However, Qin Huanyu hadn't been prepared to directly heal her. Wanting to brush up on copies, one step to the stomach wasn't too useful. It's better to take a long and careful approach. Walking out of the room again, he handed the silver needle to Lei Zi and told him to find a place to deal with it cleanly. Looking at the young master sweating profusely, Lei Zi had some bad guesses in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the dimly lit room with obscure eyes. Then with an extremely complicated look, he continuously glanced over Qin Huanyu. "Young master, is this really unnecessary?" "What?" Qin Huanyu didn't have the strength to pay attention to him at all. Obviously just flicking 2 silver needles. How does it feel like it's 3 times more tiring than 13 times a night? Right now, there's just a place to sit. Otherwise, he would have wanted to just paralyze on the floor and sleep it off. If you can't help it, you can go find Sister Mu, or go find Miss Ling. If not, you can do it again like before. The brothers will definitely do it beautifully without anyone noticing. Lei Zi shook his head sadly. Or Ms. Sia is fine. There's really no need for this. People can't. At least they shouldn't. Snap. Qin Huanyu's trembling right hand directly slapped him on the back of the head. "Speak human words." "Yes, young master." Lei Zi's expression becomes serious. "Sister Mu just called, saying that someone approached the hotel and wants to request to see you." "Young master, it's been waiting for you for an afternoon, asking when we're going back? Someone wants to see me? Who is it?" Qin Huanyu glanced at the time. 7 or 8 hours had passed since they set out to rescue Mother Sia, but Xia Lingxian still hadn't returned. On the director's side, Lei Zi had personally gone to greet her. It was naturally impossible for any dogged drama to arise and have to go save her himself. Judging from the little ninja's previous state, this part of the branch plot, basically, had been stabilized. Next, he would have time to do other things. After thinking for a while, Qin Huanyu helped Lei Zi stand up. "You find 2 people and stay in the hospital to keep an eye on it. Don't let anything go wrong." Lei Zi nods and arranges everything. He himself is supporting the disengaged Qin Huanyu as he paces towards the parking lot. "Young master, do you need medicine? The kind that makes men great and women scream? Do you not want to live?" "Okay, young master. You be careful of the stones under your feet." Helping Qin Huanyu into the car, Lei Zi then returned to the driver's seat and drove away from the hospital, until the car's taillights disappear at the end. In the dark corner, Ling Qianxue's figure suddenly appeared. At this moment, all she could think about was the scene of the pale Qin Huanyu being helped into the car by Lei Zi. Qianxue walked back into the ward with a sad face under the urging of Ling Jong. Because of the errand, at the entrance of the ward, there was also a near collision with a girl who was in a hurry on her feet. The two barely avoided colliding and looked at each other. "Excuse me, sorry," smiling at each other. Xia Lingxian trotted away. Qianxue, on the other hand, opened the ward door and walked in. Chapter 23, Do You Know Who I Am? In the suite's parlor, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting on the second-seat sofa. In front of him, a few cups of tea at a cold temperature were placed. The man's expression, on the other hand, appeared somewhat gloomy, his gaze full of gloom and anger. He was Robin, the man who controlled the underground forces in Mingchang. At the same time, he was also 13's boss. Originally, after listening to 13's introduction, it was said that this Qianxue was a certain mysterious young man from Kyoto, with a great deal of power. Robin as Jiangchun underground leader, naturally will not let go of this opportunity to make noble, carefully prepared a good gift. Find out the location of the young Qin, which rushed here, but I didn't expect, the whole afternoon, actually not half a person over to receive themselves, even those tea, also as the hotel waiter sent over. In his heart, to that mysterious Qianxue, dissatisfaction has been stored full, immediately about to explode. However, he still sat here and waited, not for any other reason, just to see that Qianxue. In the end, what kind of god is it? In fact, by now, Robin was already somewhat unconvinced by Master 13's description. He had inquired around in Zhongchang. During this period of time, there was indeed a young Qin who was making waves in Zhongchang. However, there was no one who knew his details. The news that everyone passed on only knew that this young Qin came from Kyoto. Any more information? There is no more. When Master 13 went back, he only said that young Qin was a mysterious young man from Kyoto. The head is extremely big, although Qin Huanyu had told him bluntly that Qinjin was his old man. But for some reason, Master 13 didn't say it explicitly to Robin. Mainly, Master 13 himself was a bit weak, in case Qin Huanyu was just getting high on his mouth at that time, and he himself spreads it so much. When the time comes and things get big, the one who is unlucky is still himself. Therefore, Robin now also did not know Qin Huanyu's real background. Think about yourself, at least Jiangcheng underground leader. When has he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Robin picked up a cup of tea, wanting to dissipate the fire in his heart. However, the tea in his hand was already cold. It was just like his current extremely cold mood. Bang! He ruthlessly put the teacup down. The yellowish-brown tea splashed everywhere, spilling onto the clean white tiles. It was particularly conspicuous. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately after, the door was pushed open directly and a sliver of silhouettes walked in. Mu Shuang had been busy all afternoon. Only just now did she recall that Robin was still waiting here. After finishing the matter at hand, she hurried over. Mr. Luo. Mu Shuang walked in briskly, a gentle smile on her face. With her line of sight, she observed Robin's gloomy face and then saw the tea splattered on the floor. The smile suddenly tightened for a few moments, but didn't say anything. Sorry, things were a bit hectic today, so I'm a bit late. Robin sat on the couch without getting up. The one who came in was a woman, so it definitely couldn't be any young Qin. He raised his head and looked at Mu Shuang at this moment, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. In the large Jiang city, he had never seen such a stunning woman, and his heart was a little hot, but the expression on his face remained gloomy. I wonder how this young lady is addressed? Mu Shuang originally wanted to shake his hand, but she looked at the yellow-brown tea stains on the ground and did not move. Mu Shuang, is the young master's life housekeeper? You can just call me Miss Mu. Oh, so it's Miss Schwanger. Robin watched fixedly as she walked to the main seat and sat down. He hadn't noticed this detail. Obviously, young Qin hadn't appeared yet, so why did Mu Shuang sit in the main seat so naturally? The few men in suits who came in together in the room stood upright beside Mu Shuang, hearing the cry of Schwanger shouted by Robin. At the same time, they turned their heads and looked at him with an icy line of sight. Robin did not notice. His line of sight was always on Mu Shuang's crossed black silk legs. After sitting withered for an afternoon, he was already tired. Now it was just the right time to nurse his eyes. He looked at Mu Shuang with a playful smile. I wonder about Miss Schwanger's relationship with young Qin. Saying that, he looked up and down at Mu Shuang in front of him, starting from the pair of frosted black high heels under her feet. It followed her well-proportioned calves and traveled all the way upstream. Schwanger frowned and angled her legs in the same direction. The eyes that looked at Robin again already carried a clearly visible anger. Robin naturally detected the anger in her eyes, but he didn't temper it in the slightest. What young Qin? What mysterious young man from Kyoto? As long as his father wasn't an elder, what could he do to himself in this Jiang city? He came over to visit in order to make a good karma. He didn't come over to be aggravated. Thinking of this, Robin suddenly stood up from his position. Getting up, he walked over to Mu Qianxue. The burly men standing around Shuang'er, meanwhile, simultaneously leaned in this direction. Robin raised his hand, and the movement in his hand paused for a moment. Looking at the crowd, he laughed disdainfully. Miss Shuang'er, do you know what I, Robin, am? Mu Qianxue remained seated on the sofa. Robin's right hand was just 20 centimeters away from her face. However, her expression didn't half change color, and she still looked at him flatly, because Mu Qianxue knew that a second before he touched her, his hand would definitely be broken first. Mr. Robin, the boss of the World Chamber of Commerce? No, Robin sneered once again. I mean, with just one phone call from me, I can make all of you, for the rest of your lives, unable to leave this hotel. But if Miss Shuang'er is willing to accompany me, the latter half of the sentence could not be uttered in time. Suddenly, snap, the main door was pushed open once again. Excuse me for asking, Lazy assisted Qin Huanyu and slowly walked in from outside. In that everyone you just mentioned, does that include me as well? Qin Huanyu's face was pale, with a shriveled appearance, looking somewhat extremely weak. Young master, Shuang'er exclaimed in shock, quickly getting up from the sofa, trotting over. From Lazy's hands, she took him next. Assisting him, he paced over to the sofa and sat down. Phew! Qin Huanyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained the skills of a master-level Chinese medicine sage, and had also gotten a needle recipe at the same time. The needle technique administered to Mother Sia was precisely one of the certain divine needles. Originally, he was just testing the waters, but he did not expect to consume so much. With the strength of a grandmaster level, all of them almost directly pouted over. Fortunately, it was finally safe to return. Qin Huanyu gently held Shuang'er in his arms, feeling her warm body temperature. His body felt a little more comfortable. Robin, right? He looked up at Robin in front of him. At this moment, Robin jolted awake. You're that mysterious Qianxue? He looked up and down. This young man on the sofa had a shriveled appearance. There wasn't the slightest bit of the appearance of a top-tier great young man on him. His pale and weak complexion was rather like a rich second generation with a few kidney losses. However, it had to be said that the saintly title on Qin Huanyu's body did add a lot of temperament points to him. For a while, even Robin himself had some mutterings in his heart. Qin Huanyu smiled and shook his head. Originally, this Robin, in the plot afterward, would still play a slight driving role. Moreover, if one wanted to be 13, one would still have to rely on him to open the plot. But the moment he entered the door, when Qin Huanyu heard his words, all his paths to life were cut off by himself. All of his own juniors were clear. In Qin Huanyu's lineage, Mu Qianxue's status was second only to the young master. Even Lazy sometimes had to obediently listen to her. That Robin dared to molest Sister Mu. He even tried to get her to accompany him. Damn it! Right, Qin Huanyu suddenly asked. Before 13 went back, didn't he tell you? What do you mean? Robin froze, frowning as he asked back. Qin Huanyu sneered. Did he not tell you that my father's name is Qingjin? At this moment, the cell phone Robin was holding suddenly rang. The two voices sent by the 13th master automatically began to play. Chapter 24, Give the young master a good tonic. Thud thud thud. Robin's head heavily knocked on the ground. At this moment, his face was extremely pale, a few more points shriveled than Qin Huanyu. There were more than 1 billion people in the summer country. Perhaps some didn't know where Kyoto was, but when it came to the name Qingjin, no one knew it. 20 years ago, the summer country was in conflict with a small monkey-raising country on the southern border. At that time, Qingjin was still just a captain. With 30 men and horses, he directly broke into the capital of others, and brought the head of that provocative general back to Xia. He was condemned by various countries, and then he rose through the ranks. 13 years ago, led 10,000 soldiers to suppress the entire Triangle region. 10 years ago, 3 years ago, in times of peace, Qingjin could be said to be the only marshal who was promoted on the basis of war merit. At first, when Qin Huanyu said it, Robin might not have believed it. After all, Qingjin's name was too big, and anyone who was a member of the Qin surname would want to climb into a relationship with him. But on 13th's side, news finally came as well. He investigated for 2 whole days, finally also got some clues. This mysterious Qin Dishao, perhaps it is really the son of Qingjin. And what made Robin feel even more desperate was, 13 investigated and learned that not only was young Qin's father Qingjin, but his grandfather was also called Qin Genoa, who was the second elder of the current Xia kingdom. And Qin Huanyu is the first young man of the Qin family in Kyoto, the future ruler. One identity alone could crush Robin to death. Not to mention, all these names were now attached to the body of this youth in front of him. Looking at Robin in front of him who was constantly kowtowing, Qin Huanyu remained unmoved. Turning his head, he instructed Lazy, on the family side, inform them twice in a while, don't be nosy. Okay, young master, Lei Zi nodded. The Qin family's bottom line was not something that anyone could touch and investigate. Moreover, with all the things Qin Jin had done internationally in the past few years, in case Qin Huanyu's identity was exposed, at that time, this Jiang Chang, I'm afraid it's going to be even more lively. Looking again at that Robin, to people like him, Qin Huanyu didn't even want to take a second glance. According to his own habits in the past, perhaps he would just let someone find a place and sink him, but not now, nor was it appropriate. Qin Huanyu pondered for a long time in his mind, and Robin, who was panicking inside, kowtowed more and more heavily. What is his identity? But it is just in this Jiangcheng, flaunting his power. He didn't even dare to flirt with the tiger's whiskers of the Jiangcheng city lord, not to mention the Qin family, this behemoth. If he could do it all over again, he'd rather he wasn't some kind of dragon head than fall into the hands of Qin Shao. Sometimes, perhaps living was a lot more painful than dying. Stop. Finally, Qin Huanyu spoke faintly. Robin's movements came to a violent halt, his body trembling gently. The skin at his forehead cracked from the incessant impact. Scarlet blood slowly flowed down his face. It dripped onto the floor and melted with the yellowish-brown tea, looking somewhat bizarre. By now, his layout was basically complete. The villa side was also able to move in. Although it didn't matter if this Robin died or not, there was still something that he needed to accomplish afterward. Today, I can pretend that you haven't been here, and I haven't seen you before. Qin Huanyu spoke, hugging Xuan'er in his arms tighter. I heard that you're the president of the World Chamber of Commerce, right? There's a banquet at your Chamber of Commerce, so you can prepare it up in the next 2 days as well. I'll come over at that time and see how you're doing. Robin was a bit stunned. In the few minutes just now, he had kowtowed non-stop on the ground, and it was estimated that there were hundreds of them. At this moment, his consciousness was a bit blurred. After thinking for a while, he reacted. Thank you, Shao Qin. Thank you, Shao Qin. He knelt on the ground again. Before he could make a move, Lei Zi directly shot out and pulled him up. Qin Huanyu took out his cell phone and looked at the time. 5 days from now is a good day. You'll see to it then. Speaking here, on Qin Huanyu's face, he also revealed a few extremely conspicuous feelings of exhaustion. Xuan'er stretched out her small hand and gently rubbed on his temples. As for that Robin, he was dragged away by Lei Zi and the others and sent back out of the hotel, waiting for everyone to leave. Young master, there's still something I need to tell you. There's a dragon group that went over to Guan side to submit a takeover proposal today as well, but it was also rejected by that Guan Yun. Xuan'er, who was leaning against her arms, spoke softly. On the sofa, Qin Huanyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling above his head. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, I know, you can go over there again tomorrow. Follow what I told you before, don't budge on the price, but on certain terms, you can give her a little more incentive. Xuan'er nodded and wrote it down, still ready to say something more. Qin Huanyu frowned, bracing himself to stand up from the sofa. Forget it, let's talk about anything tomorrow. Xuan'er, come in, we should rest. Buzz. Xuan'er's face suddenly turned red, and outside the room, Lei Zi sighed softly. That who? Come over here for a moment. Go over to the Qin family side and get some more medicine over here to give young master a good tonic. Inside the hospital room, Ling Jong was full of pleasing smiles. Qianxue, the company isn't busy these 2 days. Why don't you stay in the hospital and accompany young Chen? Ling Qianxue frowned and looked at Lu Chen on the hospital bed. At this moment, she was still thinking in her heart whether Qin Huanyu's body was alright or not. As for this Lu Chen, who cares? No, Dad, I still have a few documents I haven't read. I'll go back first. After saying this, he didn't care what Ling Jong said again, and left the hospital room straight away, leaving behind an embarrassed Ling Zong, and Lu Chen whose eyes were a little cloudy. Seeing Ling Jong turn around, Lu Chen hurriedly replaced it with a bitter smile. Little Chen, it's alright Uncle Ling. Lu Chen comforted with some loss. You also go back early. It's alright for me to be here alone. Cough. Ling Jong lightly coughed and said, It's fine Xiao Chen, I hired an escort for you. She'll be over later. Rambling a few more words, Ling Jong also left the ward. The ward fell back into silence. After so many days of recuperation, Lu Chen's body had actually basically recovered. The cracked right leg could already be slightly stressed. After a few more days, with the 9 Yang Heart Sutra, there would basically be no problem. But that Ling Qianxue, Lu Chen's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that Master said that the only way to find a suitable cauldron for his breakthrough was to come to Jiangchang, why would he need to suffer in such a place? Grass. In the darkness of the hospital room, Lu Chen cursed angrily. Then he let out a cold, dark laugh. If he hadn't read it wrong, that Ling Qianxue's physique was the extremely suitable physique. If he could take it down, perhaps his 9 Yang Heart Sutra would be able to smoothly break through the 4th layer. At that time, I'm afraid that there would be few people in this world who could be his opponent. Forget it, just bear with yourself for a while. As long as he could break through, even if he was taunted by this Ling Qianxue, he would get back afterward. After thinking for a long time, Lu Chen got up and walked out of the bed, opening the door and walking out of the hospital room. Although there was still some discomfort in his legs, it no longer hurt. Suddenly, his body stopped once again. Not far from the corridor, a girl was slowly walking over. On the girl's delicate face, there was a faint smile, and her footsteps were somewhat brisk. Lu Chen's line of sight slid downward from her face. This girl's physique was surprisingly another excellent stove. Chapter 25, This Disease. I Can Cure It. Night fell in Zhangcheng. Inside the high-class ward building of the Zhangcheng Hospital, Xia Lingxian looked at the boy standing in front of her with some confusion. He looked a little restrained. His face hung a little halo red, and his movements were a little naive. Just now, she had wanted to give Brother Qin a call, but found that the cell phone was out of battery. He went downstairs to borrow a charging treasure, and when he came back, he was shouted at by him. However, those who could live in such a place were either rich or noble, so although he looked a bit shabby, in Xia Lingxian's heart, she still didn't dare to be careless. Miss Xia. Lu Chen scratched his head with a naive smile on his face. He was also thinking in his heart that this young lady in front of him was probably a rich second generation like that Ling Qianxue. After all, Ling Jong had said before that the ward here would cost nearly $10,000 a day. If you didn't have some money, you wouldn't even be able to afford to stay in the ward. This kind of arrogant young lady was not that easy to deal with. Although this Xia Lingxian looked, on the contrary, very different from that Ling Qianxue. You're still here so late. Is someone in homesick? In the original, the two met not in the hospital. Lu Chen came out of the station and didn't go to Century City Center, but was taken to the shanty town. It just so happened that he ran into the people from the demolition team. That's how the two met. This time, however, under the influence of Qin Huanyu, the two met in the hospital. Xia Lingxian had a faint smile on her face. Hello, Lu. Lu Chen, right. Is there something you want? It's like this. Lu Chen let out a light smile. Ms. Xia, I've followed my master all over the world before, and I still have some confidence in my medical skills, so I want to see if there is anything I can do to help you. At this time, although the plaster on his leg had been removed, it was still wrapped in thick gauze. On his body was a blue and white striped hospital gown. A confident smile hung on his face. Xia Lingxian's expression suddenly froze as she looked him up and down. Although she was still smiling, there were more than a few fake smiles. This person couldn't have run out of the psychiatric ward. Could he? Coming up here and saying that he could see patients? Taking a glance around, the corridor was empty. Xia Lingxian also didn't dare to say anything for fear of angering him and having no place to run to herself. Seeing the awkward expression on her face at this moment, Lu Chen also reacted to the fact that he was a bit abrupt in saying this, but there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing two furnace tripods in one day was indeed a bit exciting. He put away his smile and his expression suddenly became serious. From top to bottom, he surveyed Xia Lingxian who was standing in front of him. This strange action then made Xia Lingxian's heart burst. She was about to quietly call the police. However, he heard Lu Chen suddenly say, Ms. Xia, if I'm not mistaken, your usual sleep should not be very good, right? Xia Lingxian, who had just made a move, suddenly paused there again. Her mother's illness had always been binding her heart. It had indeed been a few months since she herself had gotten a good night's sleep. Hearing Lu Chen say again, there's nothing else wrong with her. It's just that she's in a bad state of mind. So the menstruation every month has also stopped for a long time? Speaking of this, Xia Lingxian's face swished red. She glanced angrily at Lu Chen, and her face turned cold as she prepared to turn her head and leave directly. Behind her, Lu Chen looked like he had discovered something. Wait, Miss Xia. Lu Chen took another step forward and frowned as he lightly sniffed with his nose. These potions. Miss Xia, your family should have cancer. Right, and it's still liver cancer? Seeing that you're still accompanying the hospital this late, if I'm not wrong, it should be auntie? And at this moment, Xia Lingxian's body suddenly stopped in place. She wanted to walk forward, not bothering with this strange person. However, every word he said was completely correct. Slowly turning around, her expression remained bland, only that the light flickering in her eyes could not be concealed. You investigated this? Who are you? Lu Chen let out a light laugh. Ms. Xia, I dare swear that half an hour ago, I didn't even know who you were. By the looks of it, I should have guessed it all right. Xia Lingxian didn't answer and looked at Lu Chen with a complicated expression. Brother Qin had helped himself so much. If she, midway through, pulled another person in to help, would Brother Qin think too much? However, this person seemed, again, to be someone with real skills, in case he could really cure Mother's illness. That's right, it is indeed liver cancer. You can cure it too? Lu Chen sniffed, and a confident smile once again rose on his face. As long as it's not someone who's about to die, I'm sure that I can pull him back from the ghost gate. The corridor suddenly fell into silence. Xia Lingxian's gaze flickered as she coldly looked at Lu Chen in front of her. After a long time, she spoke again. Then you come with me, leading Lu Chen back towards the ward. Looking at Xia Lingxian's soft back, a glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. What else was there that was heavier than the favor of saving a parent's life? Suddenly, he turned his head and looked deeper into the corridor. With a disdainful sneer, he followed Xia Lingxian into the hospital room. Qianxue, who had just laid down not long ago, was once again shouted up. Lei Zi stood in front of the bed, pretending not to see the high bulge in the young master's comforter. The report of what happened in the hospital was finished as much as possible. Qianxue hazily squinted his eyes. Yawning, he said, "You're saying that Lu Chen went to find Xia Lingxian and then had to help Mother Sia to get cured?" Lei Zi nodded. "Young master, why don't I go to the hospital now and click him?" "No need." Qianxue has some impatience on his face. "Just this little thing and you call me up? Do you know that this young master has consumed a lot today? Do you have any sense of public morality? I was so tired at the hospital, but I still have to give Schwanger some energy when I get back. She has to go to work tomorrow." As for Lu Chen's treatment of Xia's mother, when he learned from Lei Zi that Lu Chen also lived on this floor, he was already prepared. It was obvious that he could knock out Mother Sia silently. He had to let Mother Sia see who actually knocked her out. Figure what? It's not just to let her know who was taking advantage of Xia Lingxian's departure to quietly make some small moves. When she finally realized that she was cured, even medicine can't explain it. At that time, Mother Sia would think, who the hell did this? Ow. Qianxue yawned again, slowly closing his eyes up. He half slept and talked to Lei Zi. That brother in the hospital has already been exposed well. It should be. He said that before that Lu Chen walked into the hospital room. He glanced towards the corner where he was hiding, and sneered and taunted him. Marred. Qianxue and Lei Zi both cursed angrily at the same time. After thinking about it, Qianxue instructed, "Tell him to come back, and find 2 more people to go over there." Lei Zi nodded. "Then Miss Xia's side? Don't bother." Qianxue waved his hand in an unkind manner, signaling for him to leave. Before Lei Zi closed the door, suddenly, he remembers something again. Right, arrange a checkup for Qianxian's mom tomorrow. The all-encompassing kind. Okay, young master. Chapter 26, The Life-Doubting Mother Sia. That evening, it didn't take long for Lu Chen to leave from Mother Sia's hospital room again. Qianxue's slap was ruthless enough. Until now, Mother Sia had not woken up, and having seen Lu Chen's divine needlework, Xia Lingxian also somewhat believed that he could cure her mother's illness. It was just that when Lu Chen came out, the expression on his face looked a bit doubtful. Although he was a godly man, he did have both medical and martial arts skills. It could be seen that at this point in time, the cancer cells in Xia's mother had been completely suppressed and were moving to the good side. With such a condition, it was reasonable to say that one only needed to lie down and rest. In a short while, she would have recovered herself, but he didn't say it out loud. Using the set of ancient needles that he had brought along with him, he gave Mother Sia another good diagnosis and treatment. Only then did he return to his own ward. It didn't matter. As long as Mother Sia recovered in the end, it was fine for Xia Lingxian to know that it was her own doing. Anyway, no one else would know. In the early hours of the next day, Mother Sia, who was on the hospital bed, leisurely opened her eyes. Her body suddenly trembled, subconsciously raising her hands. Looking in front of her, the figure of Qianxue's palm strike was no longer visible. Instead, there was only Xia Lingxian, who was lying in a deep sleep on a cot not far away. In Mother Sia's eyes, a puzzled expression flashed. She clearly felt that her body was suddenly much lighter. Her belly was also not in paroxysms of pain like before. In her blurred consciousness, she remembered that when Qianxue came in yesterday, he seemed to be holding many silver needles in his hands. Could it be? Mother Sia's eyes widened violently. In her mind, an unbelievable guess suddenly arose. But she didn't wake up Xia Lingxian. She just lay quietly on the bed, her eyes staring at the ceiling above her head. In the morning, the hospital arranged a checkup for Mother Sia, and Lu Chen also found Xia Lingxian once again. It didn't take long for the inspection report to be delivered to Xia Lingxian. The examination showed that the cancer cells in Mother Sia's body had been completely controlled, and the speed of recovery was fast. It would probably only take a week or so for it to return to the level of a normal person. And Xia Lingxian, who learned of this news, first froze, her eyes instantly turned red, and she jumped headfirst into Xia mother's embrace and cried bitterly. Ever since her mother's illness, a full 3 months had passed. This small family had been immersed in a cloud of darkness. It was also unknown when she met Qianxue, and everything was like a plot arranged by a novel. Everything came to a shocking reversal. Until yesterday, she was in the corridor again and met Lu Chen. Finally, the sky cleared up. Xia Lingxian sobbed uncontrollably for a while before she slowed down. At this time, Lu Chen was also standing in Xia Mother's hospital room. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xia Lingxian introduced him to her mother, saying that she happened to run into him in the corridor yesterday. It was all because of Lu Chen's intervention that the disease in her body was able to turn around. In just one night's time, Mother Sia's body had completely recovered. If it was before, the several doctors in the ward would have shown an extremely disdainful expression. But today, they didn't at all. Everyone looked at Lu Chen in shock, their mouths emitting tsk admiration. Except Mother Sia alone. If she had said that Lu Chen was the national doctor saint that Qin Huanyu had found, she might have been able to believe it. But Xia Lingxian said that Lu Chen was just someone she had come across by chance, especially Lu Chen himself, who was still wearing a hospital gown at this time, with heavy gauze wrapped around his legs. Such a person had cured himself with just acupuncture? After the doctor's examination, he also confirmed Xia Lingxian's words. On Mother Sia's body, there were many tiny pinholes all over, which was exactly what acupuncture had done. And although Mother Sia was smiling on her face, in her mind, the last glance she saw Qin Huanyu last night came to mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully changing the plot and gaining 30,000 points of villain value. At this time, Qin Huanyu is preparing to move with the crowd. After a few days of expedited labor, the villa area has finally been renovated and officially moved in today. Although Qin Huanyu didn't have to do it himself, he also had to follow, didn't he? When he suddenly heard the system prompt, he froze instead. How is there so much villain value? The key is that the system only said to change the plot, and did not specifically say what exactly was changed. Counting the time, the report from Mother Sia's side should have already come out. Could it be that because she had suppressed the protagonist Lu Chen, she had gained so much villain value? Thinking about it was also true. After all, Qianxue and those people, although they were the heroines of the novel, but after all, the entire original novel was written around Lu Chen. To be able to suppress Lu Chen, the villain value gained was bound to be the most. Moreover, this was just the beginning. When Xia Mother's side would tell Xia Lingxian the truth, would the villain value he gained directly explode? Qin Huanyu held a smile on his face. It didn't matter what the villain value was, but the thought of Lu Chen's dumbfounded expression when the time came was absolutely wonderful. Not long after, Lei Zi came over to report. Young master, the things are pretty much moved. We can go straight over now. So soon? Qin Huanyu said. He was still in the hotel now. After all, there were dozens of juniors under his command. All of them were tall. The entire morning had been spent moving themselves around. Other than the sofa he was currently sitting on, everything else had been moved. As for Schwanger, she should be over at Guan's side right now, talking business with the other big female lead, Guan Yun. Okay, let's go then. Qin Huanyu greeted and got up from the sofa. Amidst the crowd's appendages, he walked downstairs to the hotel and got into the SUV. He had already spent quite a bit of time in Jiangcheng. Other than a few business cars, it was basically these buggies that were used for traveling. Although they were modified in countless ways, they always looked a little less domineering. Right, Lei Zi? You talk to Schwanger later and ask her to go and order a few cars back for me. I'll be useful afterward. Okay, young master, Lei Zi promised. The entrance to the villa area. Qianxue had annoyance written all over her face. Today was the day Lu Chen was discharged from the hospital, and it was also the day he moved. Ever since Lu Chen came to Jiangcheng, Ling Jong was like he was poisoned, expecting her to have more contact with Lu Chen every day. Previously, if it wasn't for her own extreme resistance, Ling Jong was even thinking of having Lu Chen move into her villa. Nice guy. I'm afraid I'm not his real daughter. At least she is a cucumber girl, not even a boyfriend. Directly to jump to live with someone else? If it wasn't for Ling Qianxue forcing her to die, plus the name of Enlan, perhaps Ling Jong would have also hardened his heart and sent Lu Chen in. Even, in order for Lu Chen to have a place to live, Ling Jong also paid out of his own pocket, and bought another villa here, just for him to have a place to stay. A villa, that was hundreds of millions of dollars. Moreover, it was specially requested that Ling Qianxue should wait here to welcome Lu Chen into his new home. Enlan, you hurry up and come back. I really can't stand it anymore. Ling Qianxue stopped and stood outside, looking at the intersection in the distance. In the line of sight, a long convoy of cars suddenly appeared and slowly drove past towards the villa area. Ling Qianxue looked at it. So many cars, it was definitely not Lu Chen. When she was about to withdraw her sight, she suddenly widened her eyes. Wait, these cars, aren't they Qin Huanyu's fleet? How did he come here? Chapter 27. Anything else? Lei Zi, let the others go in first. There's no need to wait for us. At the main gate, Qin Huanyu's car slowly stopped. The backseat window was slowly rolled down. Qin Huanyu's expression was calm, with a faint sadness under his eyes as he looked at Ling Qianxue standing not far away. Qianxue, long time no see." The calm tone sounded like a good feeling. However, when Qianxue heard it in her ears, it seemed unusually harsh. Before, when he saw himself, he would obviously be very happy. But now, it had become so calm. Could it be that men can give up so completely after they don't like a woman? In Qianxue's heart, waves surged and tumbled. She also tried her best to control her emotions. Facing the calm Qin Huanyu, she said with the same lightness, "Qin Huanyu, it's been a long time, why are you here?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 points of villainous value. Qin Huanyu secretly laughed in his heart, and the corner of Qianxue's mouth lifted up, and in a light-hearted tone, with a smile, she said again, "Could it be that you know that I live here and purposely looked for me again?" Inside Qin Huanyu, in the past, when the original owner was chasing her, she didn't have this expression. Either her face was full of dislike, or she would directly explode out of her mouth. She even said that even if she went to marry a beggar, she wouldn't come to choose Qin Huanyu as a person. "Ha, woman, now they all dare to say such words to tease me back, right?" Qin Huanyu secretly said a few words. On the surface, he just smiles lightly. "No, I just bought a villa and live here as well. You continue to be busy. I'm going in first to pack up my things." The car window rolled back up, just about to instruct Lei Zi to set off again. Qianxue shouted, "Wait!" A cry of surprise caused Qin Huanyu to stop the movement in his hands. Puzzled, he looked at her. "Qianxue, is there anything else?" At the intersection, Ling Jong's car quickly approached. Ling Jong specialized in driving for Lu Chen. While gushing, "Little Chen, Qianxue's safety in the future depends on you. I even purposely asked Qianxue to wait for you at the door." Right. Look, Qianxue is standing there right now. Looking into the distance, Qianxue's pretty figure was particularly conspicuous. Ling Jong was a bit puzzled. "Ha, who is she talking to? There are no acquaintances of hers here either?" On the passenger side, Lu Chen did not speak. Having gotten Xia Lingxian's affirmation, he was in an extremely good mood today. But now, this good mood was all gone. With his eyesight, he saw, at a glance, Qin Huanyu sitting in the back seat. His eyes flickered twice, and he did not open his mouth to answer. Facing Qin Huanyu's extremely flat tone, Qianxue frowned, her mood becoming more and more somewhat depressed. She barely managed to hold on and smile sweetly. "I just wanted to ask, what number of villa you live into, just in case in the future you do what you did before." Halfway through her sentence, as if she suddenly thought of something, she hastily stopped her mouth. "Busy," she added. "I mean, in the future, I can also avoid it a little bit." "Ha!" Qin Huanyu sneered in his heart, saying avoid, in case afterward, it's you crying and begging for me. But the location of the villa, still have to say something. After all, it was also related to the layout afterward. Number 17. Qin Huanyu's face stiffened. He suddenly covered his chest, feeling a wave of discomfort in his body. Lei Zi, drive. At the same time, he smiled and nodded to Qianxue, slowly rolling the window up again. That last action gripped Qianxue's heart again, her gaze falling fixedly at the shadow of the car that was gradually moving away. And this also confirms that before, he saw him in the hospital to be assisted to leave things. In the end, what happened to him? With Qin Huanyu's previous behavior, he would never do such a desperate step. Could it be that it was because he had some kind of terminal illness and didn't want to affect himself? For a while, Qianxue's thoughts were all over the place, and after the vehicle drove into the villa area, previously, Qin Huanyu's face was still pale, instantly returned to normal. "Little guy, still come with me to compare acting skills?" Qianxue didn't know what he was thinking right now, but Qianxue's own thoughts were displayed in the system's prompts one after another. "Qianxue," Ling Jong lightly shouted, waking up Qianxue who was still in a daze. Seeing Lu Chen who poked his head out of the passenger seat, he even waved his hand at himself in greeting. For some reason, Qianxue felt a slight sense of disgust in her heart. Especially, all she could think about now was the weak state of Qin Huanyu that she had seen earlier. "Qianxue, get in the car, let's go in together," Ling Jong said, gesturing to Lu Chen to sit in the back seat. Then he looked at Qianxue and smiled. "You talked to Xiao Chen. He's temporarily staying over at villa number 12, which happens to be next door to you." Qianxue's villa was at number 11. It was a short distance away from Qin Huanyu's number 17. Watching Lu Chen walk out of the car from the passenger side, before re-sitting in the back seat, Qianxue's face sank. Straight away, she walked over and sat in the passenger seat, looking straight ahead without a glance. "Ling Jong, Lu Chen, Uncle Ling, so you're letting me out of the car to make room for your daughter, right?" In the hospital, Mother Sia's state was a bit off since she woke up in the morning. When talking to Xia Lingxian, she would often fall into deep thought, not knowing what she was thinking. After asking the doctor, the doctor couldn't understand. At this time, Xia Lingxian is sitting on the side of the hospital bed, holding a knife to Xia mother peeling apples. This scene, it seemed, had become a standard for hospital patients. Mom! Mother Sia was unmoved. Mom! Seeing this, Xia Lingxian could only turn up the volume and shout. Ha! Qianxue ah! What's wrong? Mother Sia suddenly came back to her senses. Looking at her mother's strange state, her heart was filled with worry. Mom, what's wrong with you today? It feels like it's going to be a little weird. If there's anything uncomfortable, you must tell me in time. On the hospital bed, Mother Sia froze, then nodded with a smile. She lowered her head again in contemplation, just when Xia Lingxian thought that her mother had wandered off again. But she saw Mother Sia suddenly raise her head and asked her with a smile. Qianxue ah, what do you think of that Lu Chen? Lu Chen? Xia Lingxian was a bit puzzled. I don't think much of it, it's just that he saved you. I think he's quite good. When your body recovers its health, I'll go and make more money, and then I'll repay him properly. Xia Lingxian smiled and said, Mom, what's wrong with him? Hearing her reply, Mother Sia smiled and shook her head without saying much. Both of them did not speak for a while. Xia Lingxian peeled an apple while her mind drifted out the window. She clearly knew her own abilities and would never be willing to just be a real estate salesperson. Although she didn't understand Qin Huanyu's background, she could tell that Brother Qin was definitely not an ordinary person. After her mom got better, she herself would go and ask Brother Qin about helping out in his company. When he saved up enough money, he would go and pay back that Lu Chen. As for himself, just thinking of Qin Huanyu's face, in Xia Lingxian's heart, she had already named the child. Can't help but have red cheeks, eyes somewhat unconsciously lax. On the hospital bed, Mother Sia suddenly frowned. She saw that Xia Lingxian's demeanor at this time was clearly in a state of spring fever. In her heart, she could not help but feel a little nervous. Bracing herself to sit up, Xia Lingxian, Mother Sia's tone, suddenly became much heavier. After thinking for a long time, she finally made up her mind to tell Xian the truth. Have you ever thought that the person who might have cured me, maybe it's not that Lu Chen? Xia Lingxian froze, looking at her mother's serious expression at this moment. It wasn't right. Last night, Lu Chen had done the treatment for her mother in front of her eyes. Other than him, who else could it be? Chapter 28, The Boss by the Lake. Mother Sia hesitated for a long time. She took her daughter's hand. Qianxue, there's something that Mom has thought about for a long time, but I still need to talk to you about it. Speaking of this, Mother Sia stiffly braced herself on the edge of the bed to sit up. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Xia Lingxian's heart thumped. Mom, don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Xia Lingxian looked away, ready to put the apple in her hand down and help her mother up. Xia Lingxian, actually, last night, the person who cured me was probably Shao Qin. Snap, the apple, which had yet to be stabilized on the tabletop, suddenly fell out of Xia Lingxian's hands and onto the ground. Xia Lingxian's movements paused, slowly turning her head to look at her mother. Then she lost her laughter. Mom, what are you talking about? Brother Qin. Qin Shao's so honorable. How could he possibly have such tactics? Saying this, he was about to squat down to pick up the apple, but Mother Sia didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at Xia Lingxian, waiting to get up from the ground again. Xia Lingxian took the already broken apple and threw it into the trash can. When she turned her head to look at her mother again, their eyes crossed. From her mother's eyes, she could tell that her mother was not joking with herself right now. The two had depended on each other for many years, and Xia Lingxian knew her mother's character extremely well. Suddenly, in her mind, the words that had just surfaced once again. Mom! Xia Lingxian softly shouted. Mother Sia shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. Last night, when you went to look for the director, little Qin he walked into the ward again. Mother Sia narrated what she had seen before she was knocked out, including a silver needle held in Qin Huanyu's hand when he came in. At this time, Xia Lingxian also remembered. Last night, she had wanted to wake her mother up, but couldn't. Previously, she had thought that it was because she was sleeping too deeply. Unexpectedly, she was knocked out by Qin Huanyu's slap. The impact of what Mother Sia had said was just a little too great. Until 5 minutes had passed, Xia Lingxian's brain was still somewhat buzzing. What exactly was Brother Qin's identity? It was actually so mysterious. Not only was his background so big that it was scary, moreover, there was actually such a powerful medical skill. Just by using acupuncture techniques, he was able to make his mother, who had already reached mid-stage liver cancer, regain her health in one night. Although it still needs to recuperate for a while, but the results of the examination showed that the mother's body, now, had begun to turn for the better. As for that Lu Chen from last night, at this time, he was also forgotten by her. On one side, it was just a stranger that she met by chance. On the other side, not only did Brother Qin make a move, but it was also witnessed by her mother. Whom to believe on both sides? Xia Lingxian almost didn't have to think about it. Xia Lingxian, Mother Sia looked at her and thought before saying, "This matter, you just know it in your heart. Don't ever go outside and say it. Last night little Qin knocked me out. I guess he didn't want to be seen by me before doing so." Xia Lingxian nodded, silently memorizing it in her heart. The next 2 days, Qin Huanyu stayed in the villa the entire time, arranging for Schwanger to follow up on Guan's acquisition plan to further force Guan Yun. On the other hand, then asked Lei Zi to find the Dragon Tang Group. Jianqing's Longting Group is the same family that Guan Yun's father was married to when he was alive. The group's youngest master, named Tang Tianxia, because of Guan Yun's relationship. This Tang Dishao. After that and that Lu Chen will also have some interactions between them. Of course, this was also a great young master who was going to be punched in the face. The news that Mu Chiu Xuan wanted to acquire the Guan clan on behalf of the Qin clan. They, the Dragon Tang Group, had naturally known about it. They even wanted to meet and talk with Schwanger. However, Qin Huanyu was not interested in them, so it didn't pay much attention. In the past few days, the henchmen still came over to report from time to time. Miss Ling could often be seen alone, pretending to pass by the villa's entrance without realizing it. And whenever he heard this, Qin Hanyu would lightly laugh out loud. Although the two villas weren't too far away, they were at least more than 100 meters away. Ling Qianxue was so coincidental that she just happened to walk this way. And sometimes, in the span of 3 to 5 minutes, she could even pass by 7 or 8 times. You call this a walk? But Qin Huanyu still didn't show anything, only letting people pretend they didn't see it. And no one bothered with Ling Qianxue. There were naturally different ways to treat different heroines. In the original, to put it bluntly, Ling Qianxue was a super big green tea white lotus flower. If you were attentive to her, they instead still disdained her. A person with a character like this is someone who should be hung out to dry for a while. Now the time is almost up. In Qin Huanyu's mind, the plan is almost finalized, just waiting for an opportunity to arise. 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky is just dawning. Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi, both of them, walked out of the villa fully dressed. Since yesterday, Qin Huanyu had called on Lei Zi to join him for a morning run in the villa area. After he got the Grandmaster grade Taijiquan, his body was also transformed. Even compared to Lei Zi, it wasn't much better. This morning run was not planned for physical exercise, but for someone in the plot afterward. As the topmost villa area in Zhangcheng, the people who lived here were either rich or noble. There were very few people who were able to wake up early to exercise. For 2 consecutive days, Qin Hanyu didn't encounter any, and today is the 3rd day. The two jogged around the villa area, gradually approaching an artificial lake at the center. Although it was an artificial lake, it was extremely large, almost occupying a small half of the villa area. There were also a few small islands at the center of the lake. In the vague mist, Lei Zi looked like he had discovered something. "Young master, look!" Qin Huanyu turned his head and looked towards the open space by the lake, only to see that in that clearing, an old man in loose pajamas was standing quietly in it. The body was in a strange pose. A brilliant light flashed in Qin Huanyu's eyes as he nodded to Lei Zi. The two of them followed the planned route and slowly ran towards that empty space. Phew! Running into the clearing, they slowed their pace. That old man also opened his eyes to look over when he heard the sound of breathing heavily. "Good morning, Grandpa." Qin Hanyu waved his hand familiarly and greeted him. The old man froze and responded with a slight smile and nod. "Good morning, young man." Saying this, he carefully surveyed the two. "You should have just moved in, right? I don't think I've seen you before." "Yes, Moncler." Qin Hanyu smiled and wiped his sweat with a towel. "Just moved in the day before yesterday." Between words, the old man's body, kept in that position. Qin Hanyu took 2 or 3 steps up, looking at the old man's movements. "Grandpa, what you are practicing now, should be Tai Chi, right?" The old man sniffed and gave him a surprised look. It wasn't as if he hadn't been seen when practicing in the past. However, he had only maintained this posture for the entire morning. Other people simply couldn't see what he was doing either. This young man in front of him was the first to see it. "Practiced?" Qin Huanyu smiled and threw the towel to Lei Zi. Calming his mind, he casually struck a starting stance, and a burst of qi resounded in the air. "I've practiced for a while, but I practiced loose hands." Lei Zi stared at the young master with wide eyes, amazed, not daring to make a sound to disturb him. As for that old man, he was likewise a Taiji connoisseur. With just this one starting stance, he could tell that this young man was afraid that he had already reached the level of a Taiji master. He himself had been practicing for decades, but he was only at the level of a master. "Not bad." The smile on the old man's face increased. He looked at Qin Huanyu and nodded in satisfaction. These days, it was already not easy for there to be young people who were still willing to calm down and practice kung fu. The old man gently exhaled and moved his body to relax it. "Young man, you are very good. While there's time, do you want to come and push a hand?" Qin Huanyu raised his hand and looked at the time. Somewhat regretfully, He shook his head and said, "Probably not today. There's something else later." "Grandpa, why don't we wait for tomorrow? We still have an appointment here tomorrow?" Hearing this, the old man's face was also somewhat helpless. Seeing such an outstanding young man, his own hands were also a bit itchy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only nod his head and say, "Then we have a deal. You must come tomorrow." Ding! Detected a large change in the plot. The host has gained 8,000 points of villain value. The system's prompt sounded. Qin Hanyu smiled gently and made a promise to the boss. He then returns to the villa. Chapter 29 Awakening. After washing up, Lei Zi stood in front of him, looking at Qin Huanyu on the sofa with a complex face. "Young master." He was a little anxious to speak, and it was hard not to ask. Seeing his tangled expression, Qin Hanyu could guess with his toes what Lei Zi wanted to ask. It was nothing more than himself. Why he knew Taijiquan. Since childhood, Qin Huanyu had lived under the protection of the Qin family. Even if he went to the toilet to take a, there would be someone secretly watching for fear of any accidents. No one knew when he practiced. Moreover, Lei Zi could tell. Earlier, when he was at the lake, the young master's punch came out. Even the gas explosion came out. The power was definitely not small. "I'm afraid that I may not be able to easily block it. But this matter you say, let me how to explain? Could it be that I have bound the system and this is a system reward? Alright, don't guess blindly." Qin Huanyu waved his hand. "Just think of it as something I learned from a mysterious person. Just think of it as a means of self-protection." He explained, but then didn't fully explain. Lei Zi's heart was extremely difficult, but he didn't dare to ask. Qin Huanyu added, "This matter, you just know. No one is allowed to say anything. On the Qin family's side, you should also keep your mouth shut." "Okay, young master." Lei Zi's heart was like a cat's claw scratching his heart. He thought for a moment and then asked, "By the way, young master, just now when at the lake." Speaking of this, Qin Huanyu narrowed his eyes slightly. For 3 days now, the two of them, he and Lei Zi, had returned at this hour every day. Saying that there were things to do afterward was all just an excuse. He just didn't want to run into that Lu Chen. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen should have arrived at the lake by now as well. In the original, after Lu Chen moved into the villa, he also started the habit of running in the morning, and he, himself, merely followed his routine, and advanced the time slightly to meet up with that old man. As for that old master, his original name was Shin Hongda, and his real identity was the father of the Zhengcheng city lord. At the same time, it was also a retired bigwig in the eastern region, like what Jiang province chief, Shanghai city chief, as well as Anhui province chief. They were all formerly students of old man Shen. In the eastern part of the summer country, Elder Shen's resume was extremely luxurious, and naturally, wanting to climb into a relationship with him wasn't something easy. Lu Chen in the original story, because of a chance, saved his life. Not only did he get Elder Shen's approval, but he also got the city lord's goodwill. On the White Way side, there was the Shen family sheltering him. On the underworld side, there was also Master 13 fighting for him. It could be said that for Lu Chen to be able to rise from Jiangcheng, these two men were his indispensable helpers. On the 13th Master's side, he had already made arrangements for himself, so the next target would be mainly on Shen Lao. With his Qin family's background, Qin Hanyu didn't really value the Qin family's background. However, as long as he could discuss Lu Chen, he was still willing to do it himself. Not only would he have villain value to take, but he would also be able to make the Son of Heaven's destiny suffer. Just thinking about it was red chicken. Qin Huanyu laughed and shook his head, not going into detail with Lei Zi, but just faintly spoke. "In these 2 days, go and check on Shen Tian." "Shen Tian?" Lei Zi froze and quickly reacted. "Zhengcheng city lord? Young master, what you mean is..." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Qin Huanyu wave his hand. Go. Just make the arrangements." In the past 2 days, Mother Sia had already come out of the hospital. Originally, Qin Hanyu wanted her to stay for 2 more days, and then harvest Xia Lingxian's villainous value after his own things were done. But in Mother Sia's heart, she often felt a little apprehensive. It was also hard for her to live in such a luxurious ward. Just let Xia Lingxian take her out of the hospital. Anyway, his own disease has been slowly turning better. Home recuperation is the same. By the time Qin Huanyu knew, the two had already returned home. Xia Lingxian's door. The door was hidden. Qin Hanyu and Xia Lingxian, both of them, stood quietly at the door. "Qianxue, why didn't you tell me about this?" Qin Huanyu said with a sigh, rubbing her little head. Xia Lingxian's face was a blush. Brother Qin's hand was like it had a special temperature. From the top of her head, it directly traveled to the depths of her heart. She shook her head and timidly glanced at Qin Huanyu. "It's Mom who insisted that I pick her up and bring her back." "Brother Qin, are you angry?" "How could I be angry?" Qin Huanyu helplessly laughed, and sighed in his heart. "I'm not angry. But this is not making myself in trouble. The banquet was about to start. I have to care about the layout of the Guan clan, but also to go and meet with that Xinlao. At the same time, the 13th master's side, but also from time to time to let Lazy go a trip. Things are really some more. The key was, the system also didn't hint at what exactly one had to do to complete this part of Xia Lingxian's branch line. What a beeping dog. Forget it. Qin Huanyu sighed again and pulled out a bank card. Qianxue, you take this card. I might be a bit busy these days. Take good care of Auntie's side. The card in his hand was handed over towards Xia Lingxian. However, Xia Lingxian not only did not take it, but instead took a step back. Her face also suddenly turned a few points whiter. She raised her head, her gaze flickering a bit. Brother Qin, I don't want your money. Seeing her movements, Qin Huanyu's hand movement stopped. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. It could be that the original owner's identity background in the past few days had caused him to be a bit fluttery in his heart. No matter what he did, he liked to use his power and money to pressure people. Just like with Xia Lingxian. In the original, Xia Lingxian's character was originally a strong and self-reliant girl, although she followed Lu Chen. However, all of Lu Chen's endeavors were laid out by Xia Lingxian. Other heroines, to a greater or lesser extent, would have the attribute of a vase, but Xia Lingxian didn't. To Qin Huanyu, perhaps because of his knowledge of the plot, no matter what he did, it went exceptionally well. For a moment, he actually bore some resemblance to the original owner. The pale face of Xia Lingxian in front of him fell into Qin Huanyu's eyes. What the hell am I doing? What one has to do is not to take in as many or as few women, nor was it to disgust the protagonist Lu Chen. Rather, it was to live, to springboard himself out of the original plot. Even if he, right now, used his background and money to take Xia Lingxian down, maybe he could get a large amount of villain value, but the relationship, would it really be solid? Brother Qin, seeing Qin Huanyu's somewhat pale face as well, Xia Lingxian was a bit vain and softly shouted. She hesitated in her heart. In order to not make Brother Qin angry, she should either take over. This murmur also woke Qin Huanyu up. He suddenly woke up with a start. The bank card in his hand was still raised, and also Xia Lingxian slowly raised her hand. No way. He was himself. He was not the original naive Qin Huanyu. Reacting, Qin Huanyu's hand suddenly recovered a little. With a smile on his face once again, he reached out and pulled Xia Lingxian's hand, pulling it into his arms. Xia Lingxian, thank you. Chapter 30 Permanent Thousand Cups Not Drunk Skill. Being held tightly in Qin Huanyu's arms, the scent of his body filled between her nostrils. It caused Xia Lingxian's head to become confused once again. An unusually charming blush hung on her cheeks. Qin Huanyu glanced at the bank card prepared in his hand. There was a whole $3 million in it. But now, even if there was $30 billion in there, it was still not worth as much as Xia Lingxian in his arms. You take this first. He once again shoved it into Xia Lingxian's hands. Then he looked down at her. Xia Lingxian, on the real estate sales side, you won't have to do it in the future. At this moment, Xia Lingxian was still looking at the card in her hand, her mood a little low. In the future, you come to my company. Xia Lingxian's body suddenly stiffened. She snapped her head up just in time to see Qin Huanyu's warm gaze on her. Her face grew a few shades of red. Originally, she had thought that she would go to Brother Qin's place to help out when her mother's health got better. Unexpectedly, Brother Qin also happened to propose. In the future, you will be the CEO of the Qin Group, overseeing all things in the company. For everything in the company, your authority is even higher than mine. Qianxue, you have confidence that you can do it. He knew all the plots and was most aware of Xia Lingxian's abilities. His own so-called Qin's Group, currently only empty shell. Although it had plenty of funds, it didn't have a single project. For her, it was just the right time to make a big splash. And hearing Qin Huanyu's words, Xia Lingxian froze once again, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. But looking at Brother Qin's firm and trusting gaze, Xia Lingxian only hesitated. Her eyes also became clear, and she heavily nodded her head, especially that sentence, where things in the company are concerned. Your authority is even more above mine. It hit Xia Lingxian's soft heart directly. Brother Qin, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to make the Qin Group's great name stand at the top of the world. Charming bar. It's in the center of Jiangcheng. It is said that the owner here is also a great beauty, but very few people have seen it with their own eyes. Others didn't know, but Guan Yun knew it best. As a regular customer of the bar, she had gotten to know the owner over time. There was a bit of a gap between the two in age, but it didn't stop them from still being good girlfriends. Since her father's accidental death, Guan has been in deep water. The stock price has plummeted, and there are all kinds of internal and external problems. Second uncle wants to take charge of Guan's. In the past few days, 2 more giants have arrived, wanting to acquire Guan's group. Guan's group used to be mainly in real estate, but because of the plummeting stock prices, the capital chains of many projects are on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, my father's vision is farsighted. In his hands, he holds a large number of high-quality land parcels. There are a few pieces in the city center location, worth billions, but these things still cannot save the Guans already full of holes. Guan Yun heart bored. A person ran to the bar to drink. She was 27 years old. The relentless years had not settled down on Guan Yun. Instead, it made her circumference. A few more points of intellectual charm. A pair of super short hot pants, paired with a casual style shirt. The whole person was full of youthful vigor. From the time she sat down on the exclusive card seat, until now but 20 minutes, there were already 3 sets of people coming over, wanting to strike up a conversation. But Guan Yun right now didn't have half a mind at all. Coldly, she told the crowd to off. The waitresses in the bar, all of whom knew her, also came up to help relieve her. Foreign wine down. Guan Yun's eyes gradually lost. Heavy metal music filled her ears. In the card seat, she looked up and looked around. These surrounding card seats were specially reserved by the boss, specially prepared for those in high positions of power. Normally, few people could sit here, but today, next to the card seat he was at, another man suddenly appeared. Just like himself, he was also sitting alone. A large pile of foreign wine was placed on the tabletop in front of him. His suit was casually slung to the side, and he was wearing only a white shirt. The top 2 buttons were open, and one could vaguely see the well-defined muscles in them through the gaps. Usually sitting in the periphery of the people, Guan Yun are also somewhat familiar, but this man, he should never have seen. It seemed that he felt Guan Yun's eyes. The man slightly turned his head sideways and similarly looked this way. His face was covered in stubble, and it looked like he hadn't taken care of it for many days, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The man let out a bitter smile, holding a wine glass in his hand and gesturing slightly. He then drank the wine in one gulp. The yellowish liquid flowed out of the corners of his mouth. It flowed in from the collar of the shirt, and instantly dyed the originally pure white shirt into a slight yellow color. Guan Yun froze, thought he was also hitting on himself. The heart just had some displeasure, but she saw the man had already turned his head back, pouring his own wine and drinking. Guan Yun suddenly frowned and quietly straightened up, trying to get a better look. It was reasonable to say that anyone who could sit here was basically either rich or noble. Why did this man look like he was even more downtrodden than himself? The man just raised his hand, revealing the watch on his wrist. Guan Yun recognized that it was the Patek Philippe Ref. 2499, an ancient model that had been out of production for 70 years. As for how much it cost, she didn't dare to be sure. Now Guan was on the verge of bankruptcy. In terms of being down and out, who would be more down and out than herself? In Guan Yun's mind, she was suddenly a little curious about the mysterious man. However, the man just drank his own wine and didn't give her another glance. Today, although she did not wear makeup, she was still bright and dazzling. Usually, Guan Yun did not want to pay attention to those who accosted her, but when she was left out, her mood was equally low. Although she could drink, she didn't drink so much, especially those foreign wines. They don't feel much when you drink them, but when the strength comes up, it really makes him a bit overwhelmed. The expression on Qin Huan Yu's face was extremely dark. In the beginning, he was probably able to act extremely naturally, but when he drank to the back, he really couldn't stand it anymore. It was all true emotion. System, where's the redemption mall? Ding. This. Redeemed the skill of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. The permanent 1,000 cups not drunk skill actually cost a full 50,000 villain value. How many ladies did he have to tease before he could save up? But there was nothing that could be done. If he didn't redeem it, he might actually fall head over heels. No way. Have to hold back. With the villain value missing by a full 50,000 points, Qin Huan Yu felt that a hot current rushed into his body. The brain and stomach, which had just been extremely uncomfortable, quickly returned to normal after being passed through by this warm current. Even the somewhat propped up belly suddenly deflated. Qin Huan Yu nodded in satisfaction. This skill was okay, and it was worth those villainous values. The 1,000 Cups of Drunkenness in other novels were all about making the protagonist unaffected by alcohol. This one of his own, on the other hand, turned the alcohol directly into nothing. Nothing would be left in the body. Even going to the toilet was saved. Qin Huan Yu, who had regained his normalcy, outwardly still shook his head, pretending that he was a bit dizzy. By now, he had drunk almost 5 or 6 bottles of foreign wine. Taking this opportunity, he also looked sideways at Guan Yun's side. Seeing her eyes fluttering as she continues to look this way, he laughed softly in the bottom of his heart. Ding! Detected that the female host Guan Yun is curious about the host. Gain 300 points of villain value. Gross. What about hitting the law collar? At this moment, the bar entrance door suddenly opened again. Lu Chen's face was gloomy as he stepped in. Ling Qianxue, that, actually dared to call herself a turtle, and even dared to taunt herself. When I was killing it in Africa, she hadn't even grown her hair yet. You just went to the wrong villa? You actually dared to slap me. On one side of Lu Chen's face, there was still a faint blush. In order to plan for the future, he could not be angry, and could only endure it. The fire in his heart could not be disseminated, and he found a famous bar in Mingchang, ready to relax. Phew! Lu Chen took a deep breath. The extravagant odor rushed straight to his nostrils. It made his gloomy mood a lot better. Chapter 31 Bar Trouble. Amidst the red lights, Lu Chen swept his eyes over the entire scene. Suddenly, his line of sight paused and looked towards Guan Yun, who was sitting alone in the card table. Looking at Guan Yun's figure that was becoming more and more prominent because of her sideways body, Lu Chen's heart was on fire. Lu Chen's heart was on fire, and he felt that there were certain things that were leaping out of the boundaries. Extreme. He looked at Guan Yun, and a fine light flashed in his eyes. It looked like it was a bit older than Ling Qianxue's age. However, such a woman is more flavorful, isn't it? Lu Chen smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and raised his steps over this way. And the card seat. Qin Huan, you put down the wine glass. Will be stuffed in the ears of the headset down. He threw it on the ground and crushed it vigorously with his foot. Suddenly, he stood up shakily and pretended to stagger 2 steps towards Guan Yun's side. Guan Yun, who was watching him intently, suddenly woke up. She hurriedly withdrew her sight, picked up the wine glass in front of her, and took a big gulp of the drink. Her face was a bit flushed and her gaze was looking straight ahead. Qin Hanyu notices her movements, his face unperturbed, and picks up the suit hanging to the side. It's almost time. One should prepare to go back. If the watch on Lei Zi's side isn't broken. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. 3, 2, 1. The silent thought fell in his mind. Only the distant entrance could be heard, suddenly resounding with noisy sounds. Snap! The bottle of wine was shattered with force. Even the sound of heavy music didn't cover it up. Those who were close by quickly realized that something was wrong and crowded to run out. Soon, everyone knew something was wrong. The crowd that was still crowded on the dance floor screamed and ran outside. As for Qin Huanyu's movements, he suddenly stopped and frowned at the distant entrance. Lu Chen was still coming this way. When he suddenly saw this scene, he was also a little stunned, and was unable to move as he was squeezed halfway through the crowd. It did not take long. A huge pile of strong men, naked, walked in. Those who did not have time to run out of people, were driven to the corner by the big man. In addition to the people watching the scene in phantom color, as well as Lu Chen and Qin Hanyu, no one else in the entire scene dared to stand. At this moment, Lu Chen also saw Qin Huanyu. He froze, and his vision suddenly became much more somber. When he had moved into the villa earlier, the person who had been talking to Ling Qianxue at the doorway should have been him. Qin Huanyu also looked at Lu Chen and quickly averted his eyes. In setting, one should not recognize him now. You hear, who's in charge? An angry roar rang out. A bald middle-aged man, also topless, walked in, surrounded by several people. His 2 arms were each tattooed with 2 disc-armed dragons. On the card seat beside him, Guan Yun also frowned and stood up, her body stumbling a bit. She had also drunk quite a bit just now, and now the afterburners were coming on. Seeing that no one answered, the bald man's vision was a bit gloomy. Taking an open knife from the person beside him, he walked straight to a waiter and set the blade at his collarbone. I'm asking you, which one is in charge here? Originally, in the original novel, there was such a part of the plot. It was just that the one who appeared in the novel was supposed to be the 13th master who brought people here. And under Qin Huanyu's manipulation, Lei Zi personally found Robin and asked him to arrange for other people to come over and come up to Phantom Color to look for trouble. That big bald man is none other than Old 7 under Robin. The people on the road are called Master 7. Robin was the only one who knew about these things. Even the bald 7th master was not aware that he had come over this time. But in fact, it was just to put on a show. The protagonist of this play was naturally Qin Huanyu himself. The waiter who was held by a knife was trembling gently. Our boss. Basically not here. She should be at home. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 7th master shouted angrily. With force in his hand, the sharp blade directly slashed through the man's shoulder. A long slash started at the shoulder and ran through the entire front. And the bald 7th master's power was extremely well controlled. A large amount of blood splattered out, yet no internal organs leaked out at all. Only a horrible knife mark. Screams rose from the bar. All shut up, the 7th master roared, coldly looking at the surrounding crowd. He had brought over 40 people here today. If he didn't get something out of it, he wouldn't even be able to explain it to Robin's side when he went back. Suddenly, the 7th master's gaze noticed the 3 people who were still standing at this moment. He knew in his heart that Phantom Color had some style in Zhangchang. A lot of rich people or rich second generation, all like to come here to drink. And these 3 people, Looking at them all still relatively young, obviously should be some rich second generation. However, he didn't have any scruples in his heart. People like them, facing the officials, maybe a grandson, but facing these rich second generation, it was still uncertain who was the father. The trio's unusually calm state at this moment also caused some anger in the seventh master's heart. The seventh master casually ordered a dozen or so people, "Go over there and bring those 3 people over to me." The minions nodded and rushed over this way together. Everyone had a baseball bat in their hands. The one who took the brunt of the attack was Lu Chen, who was standing at the far end. Seeing the huge number of people rushing over, Guan Yun's face finally had the emotion of panic. She had just taken out her cell phone and wanted to call the police when she was immediately noticed. "That little wants to call the police. Go over a few more people." Another 7 or 8 people rushed over. Soon, the crowd had arrived beside Lu Chen, directly reaching out towards him, and up until this point, Qianxue still didn't make much of a move. He knew that Lu Chen had, before, even worked as a mercenary for a few years outside the country. Coupled with the 9 Yang Heart Sutra, with just a few people, they couldn't do any harm to him yet. Anyway, his own plans didn't stop there. Over there was already a baseball bat in someone's hand, smashing into Lu Chen. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Lu Chen's body didn't half sway. He suddenly had a cold smile on his face as he reached out to hold that baseball bat. "It just so happens that I'm not in a good mood, and you guys still dare to crash into it yourselves." Under the huge power, a few fingerprints were actually pinched out on that metal baseball bat. The little brother closest to him, who could see clearly at this moment, instantly widened his eyes. Everyone little. Before he could finish, Lu Chen directly flew out with a kick. That little brother was kicked in the abdomen, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball, knocking down the crowd behind him. The music in the bar was stopped. At this moment, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Such a big adult strongman actually flew out more than 10 meters with a single kick. This horse is still a person? In the eyes of the seventh master, a trace of coldness flashed through. "All of you go over and take that kid down together." These 40-odd people he brought with him were already the elite of his men, yet they didn't even block a single move from someone else. There were also a few of them, charging towards the 2 of them, Qianxue and Guan Yun. Scared, Guan Yun hurriedly threw the cell phone in his hand at the man. Bang! But it was flashed straight through. A mocking smile appeared in that burly man's eyes. Swinging out his baseball bat, he struck hard towards Guan Yun's arm. It was definitely not possible to hit the head. If a person was killed, the nature of this matter would be different. Didn't you see that the seventh master only made a cut, and didn't directly cut anyone to death? In Guan Yun's pupils, the silver-white baseball bat was getting closer and closer. Her face turned pale and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as the bat was about to hit Guan Yun, Qianxue's gaze flickered as he instantly rushed over to hold her in his arms, his body simultaneously blocking in front of Guan Yun. At this moment, Guan Yun only felt a blackness before her eyes. With Qianxue's vicissitudes of face, it was only a hand's distance away. Bang! A muffled sound. At the same time, Qianxue grunted out in pain from his mouth. Chapter 32. The first step towards Guan Yun's attack. Although he had a Grandmaster-level Taijiquan, his resistance to blows was still only in the ordinary human category. This stick came down, almost suffocating him. A horrifying killing intent also erupted in his eyes as he coldly looked back at the person who had struck. It wasn't until now that Guan Yun finally came back to his senses. Every breath of air that was inhaled was mixed with the flavor of Qianxue's body. There was also an extremely strong odor of alcohol in it. Guan Yun stared with wide eyes. This mysterious man had actually saved himself at a critical moment. Ding! The plot has changed significantly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,000 points of villain value. On the other side, Lu Chen was caught in a melee. Although his battle power was very strong, but one person had to fight 30 people, and he could not get out of it for a while. In his afterglow, he saw 2 people over here hugging each other. More and more anger erupted out of his heart. The movements in his hands were even greater, and he was able to settle one of them with a punch or a kick. Qianxue did not pay much attention to Guan Yun. "It's alright," he hummed lightly, and without waiting for a reply, he directly assisted Guan Yun onto the sofa. He himself stood up again and looked at the big man who was still frozen there. "Oh ho, a hero saving a beauty?" The big man came back to his senses, but a cold smile escaped his face. He then looked at the stunned Guan Yun. "No wonder, it's really quite good looking. But kid, aren't you a bit too crazy?" he said, once again charging towards Qianxue. And Qianxue stood there quietly, his eyes growing a bit gloomy. Originally, in the plan, there was indeed the scene of the hero saving the beauty, but it was only randomized. For example, according to the development in the plot, it was just a matter of blocking a flying wine bottle for Guan Yun. But in order to look real, He didn't let Robin go and inform the 7 masters. Who would have guessed that it would be a baseball bat hit? Anyone who had played knows how powerful a baseball bat is, especially in the hands of such a strong man. Until now, one's back still had some fiery pain. If Lei Zi didn't come out again, he had no choice but to expose his true strength. The silver-white stick shadow once again rushed towards Qin Huanyu, just before it was about to hit him. From the entrance, another black shadow rushes in. Lei Zi had finally arrived. He saw the young master standing there, and the baseball bat in front of him was already less than 2 meters away from the young master. His eyes widened in anger and he roared, "Stop!" At the same time, he casually touched an ashtray and threw it directly over from a distance of more than 20 meters. That ashtray was made of glass. It was also a bit heavy to hold in the hand, but with Lei Zi throwing it with anger, it almost turned into a meteor. In just an instant, it arrived in front of Qin Huanyu. Bang! The ashtray directly smashed into one side of the man's face. Under the powerful force, that strong man's jaw directly shifted sideways and dislocated. The entire person also fell to the side and died. At this moment, Qin Huanyu's face had no emotional fluctuations, slowly turning his head to look at Lei Zi. Within his gaze, there were danger signals. Lei Zi sensed his eyes and couldn't help but feel some numbness in his scalp. Not daring to hesitate much, he rushed over towards the side and flew out a few feet to kick the remaining few people away. Only then did he land in front of Qin Huanyu. "Young master, are you alright?" On Lu Chen's side, he had also finished resolving those 30-odd people. Slightly panting, he turned his head to Qin Huanyu's side, his gaze flickering a little. Qin Huanyu shook his head. Turning his head, he walked over to Guan Yun's side and once again asked, "Are you alright?" Guan Yun was a little stunned. No, thank you." Seeing this, Qin Huanyu did not respond too much. He just nodded gently before turning away and heading towards the entrance. As they passed by Lu Chen, the two of them turned their heads to look at each other at the same time. Lu Chen put away the feeling of disgust spreading under his eyes, and his entire person returned to his naive state with a gentle smile. As for Qin Huanyu, he merely glanced at him. It didn't make much of a show and brushed past. The bald 7th master stood there, not having returned to his senses until now. His face was expressionless as he looked at the many brothers lying scattered in the distance. He brought more than 40 people, so no one? It's not 3 rich kids. How can you be like a god of war? One person beat my 30 men? Suddenly, the light in front of him dimmed. He raised his head, but found a figure close to 2 meters. Do not know when to walk in front of him. On his side, there stood one of the 3 rich second-generation men from before. You, the 7th master only felt his breathing become oppressed. What do you want? His voice trembled and his feet fell backward. However, he saw Lei Zi directly extend his right hand and tightly squeeze his shoulder, forcing him to control him in place. At this time, Qin Huanyu came forward. He patted Lei Zi's shoulder, signaling him to move away first. While facing him, the 7th master's psychological pressure was even greater as the blood on his face quickly faded. What a joke! A bodyguard is just a bodyguard, and he has such an aura. This young man's identity? I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to think about it. What else does one have to be hoity-toity? It was estimated that if Robin was here, he wouldn't dare to take a big breath. Raise your head. A flat drinking voice rang out. At this time, the other people in the bar were still nestled in the corner, not daring to speak. Everyone's eyes were all looking this way. Even the two of them, Lu Chen and Guan Yun, both turned their heads to look this way at the same time. The 7th master was stunned. His body shivered slightly as he slowly raised his head, his eyes still not daring to meet Qin Huanyu's gaze. Looking at his shiny head, Qin Huanyu slightly narrowed his eyes. This matter was not his fault. In the end, this 7th master was also just a pawn of his own, but it couldn't be helped. For the sake of Guan Yun's plot, he could only make some sacrifices, even if he didn't make a move against him. With that stick just now, if the Qin family knew about it, he would directly vaporize. Even the police wouldn't dare to come and take care of it. On Qin Huanyu's face, a faint smile suddenly appeared. He reached out again and patted the 7th master's shoulder. You saw what just happened when your little brother hit me with a stick, didn't you? Seeing that the 7th master didn't dare to reply, he smiled again. It's okay, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave now, but when you go back, remember to tell Robin about this matter. Got it? These 2 words, although Qin Huanyu said them with a smile, but in the ears of the 7th master, he felt a deep chill come over him. Go! Qin Huanyu waved his hand. Doing all this aftermath was purely for the sake of pretending and deepening Guan Yun's impression a little more, to sublimate the effect. Before leaving, he turned his head again. He exchanged a glance with Guan Yun from across the room and nodded gently. Hiss! Sitting on the car, Qin Huanyu let out a painful cry from his mouth. Lei Zi hears the sound and suddenly widens his eyes. Young master, what's wrong with you? You're hurt. His face changed. You wait a moment, I'll call the medical team to come over and have them wait in the villa. Don't move. Qin Huanyu drank coldly. He felt the persistent pain in his back, which was presumably bruised in a big way. But luckily, the bones weren't hurt. It's just a small injury. There's no need to call someone over, and I'll still have use for this injury tomorrow. Drive. Lazy's face was a little tangled. Looking at the back seat, the young master was leaning on his side. Presumably his back had been bruised. The expression was cloudy. Thinking of the recent changes that had occurred in the young master, the way he was strategizing, he was ruthless and started the car to leave. Chapter 33. A back wound also counts. The bar was in chaos. Those people brought by the seventh master, who could still move, assisted those who could not walk to leave. The remaining dozens of innocent passers-by also ran away with frightened faces. Guan Yun wanted to call the police. After thinking about it, she thought better of it. People have already gone. Now even if the police will not come to care. She made a call to her girlfriend's boss and was ready to leave. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly walked in front of him. Hello Missy. With a few drops of blood on his face, he revealed a kind smile. Guan Yun froze and looked up at him with a frown. After recognizing him as the person who had just blocked more than 30 strong men, he similarly spread a smile. Hello. The tone was somewhat flat, although the scene of Lu Chen beating 30 in one was shocking. But at this moment, all that came to Guan Yun's mind was the scene of Qin Huanyu blocking in front of her. Hearing the indifference in her words, Lu Chen's expression stiffened a little. He still maintained his smile. Today's incident has given you a fright. In the future, if you come out to drink alone, you should still pay more attention. I wonder if I have the honor to add Missy's contact information? In the original, it was Lu Chen who stepped in to block the flying bottle. And deliberately, he also held Guan Yun and blocked it with his own body. So wait for everyone to leave. It was still Guan Yun who took the initiative to add his contact information. But now, the plot had obviously been changed by Qin Huanyu. Guan Yun looked at Lu Chen, her eyes flickering a little. With a inging smile, her expression then instantly cooled down. Sorry, no. May I ask if you have anything else? I should go, said Lu Chen, not waiting for him to say anything else. Directly bypassing him who was blocking in front of him, he lifted his foot and walked out of the phantom bar. Lu Chen stood in place. His gaze fell on Guan Yun's back that was gradually moving away. A strange emotion flashed in his eyes, and there was some gloominess in his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly took out his cell phone. Hey, Spider, help me look up someone. His name is Qin Huanyu. He should be a certain young master in Kyoto. Send it to me directly when you find out. Lazy drove his car and slowly drove into the villa area. Xuan'er and the girls had already gotten the news and were waiting at the entrance of the villa. Seeing the car drive over, they hurriedly greeted them, helping Qin Huanyu down from the car. Young master, Muqiu Shuang softly shouted, her eyes a little red, why don't you take more people with you when you go out? How dangerous it is to go out alone. Lazy also walked down. Hearing Muqiu Shuang's words, his face darkened, and he didn't dare to open his mouth. I'm sorry, I am not a person. Qin Huanyu laughed and reached out to pinch Xuan'er's cheeks. Originally, in his plan, it was a person who rushed to the bar early. If he brought more bodyguards and was seen by that seventh master, he might not dare to make a move. Moreover, female leads like Guan Yun, all of them are ghostly. Where they did something wrong, they would probably be seen. And with his own grandmaster level Taijiquan, in terms of combat power, perhaps even Lu Chen could get through a few moves. There was no danger. It's fine. Qin Huanyu comforted her with a smile. He walked into the villa under the crowd's embrace. Inside Qin Huanyu's room, young master, Xuan'er exclaimed in shock as she looked at Qin Huanyu, who was lying on his naked body. At this moment, on his back, a large portion of it was already bruised, and in many places, there were already faint threads of blood surfacing, and the entire back was high and bulging. The shirt that was taken off was stained with spots of blood. Xuan'er's eyes instantly turned red. As the young master was the Qin family's youngest, when had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Normally at home, a slight bump, the entire medical team would have to rush over. He has never suffered an injury like this. Listen to Lei Zi said, or Jiangcheng some small local snake's little brother hit. Even in Muqiu Shuang's heart, she couldn't help but feel murderous intent towards that person, her small hands clenching tightly into fists. Young master, you tell me, who actually did it? I'll let someone go over there and make sure his whole family doesn't see the sun tomorrow. Muqiu Shuang said in a grim tone. Qin Huanyu, who was lying on his back, had some surprise in his eyes. He gently raised his head, smiled and looked at Xuan'er, reaching out to wrap his hand around her small fist. All right, this kind of thing, would young master not know? At these words, Xuan'er froze, quickly waking up. Indeed, with young master's character, if he had been beaten up like that, I'm afraid that person would have already gone down to reincarnation. It was simply not his turn to seek revenge. It was also because the young master's recent character had really changed too much. Even Schwanger and Lazy and the others had almost forgotten about his character. Right, Schwanger, look at this injury. It will probably take a few days to heal? Mucho Schwang looked at his back again. Inside, there was another burst of pain. Cool fingers, gently touching that swollen back. Young master, even after applying medicine, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 days for the swelling to go down. Why don't I call the medical team over? However, Qin Hanyu, who heard the reply, fell back into thought. It will take 2 or 3 more days? That meant that until after the banquet, the injury on his back would not necessarily recover. Enough. Seeing Schwanger going to get the medicine, he hurriedly pulled him back. No need for medicine. Keep this injury for now. You'll need it tomorrow. If it wasn't for the fear of pain, he would have wanted to do it himself and deepen the injury a bit more. Right, Qin Huanyu thought of it. With the assistance of Schwanger, he endures the pain and sits up, handing Xia Lingxian's contact information to Schwanger. Schwanger, this is Xia Lingxian. You should know her. Schwanger nodded. In the future, you can put down a little bit of the work on the Qin Group side and let Xia Lingxian be the CEO of the Qin Group. What? Young master, you. Before Qin Huanyu could finish speaking, Schwanger let out a cry of shock, only to see Qin Huanyu wave his hand. Don't be anxious, listen to me finish first. I've had people check. This Xia Lingxian graduated from Jiangcheng University and is completely at ease in terms of her abilities. As for character, there's no need to worry too much. Time waits for no one. Qin Huanyu hurriedly spoke. You're a bit tired today. Now go find her to hand over. It's best to take up your duties tomorrow. Take her along with you for Guan's acquisition plan tomorrow. Qin Huanyu finished and looked at her quietly. Schwanger didn't open her mouth, but just stared at Qin Huanyu with bright eyes as well. After a long time, she softly nodded her head. In her heart, of course, there would be resentment, but one really has no business talent. The previous achievements were all relying on the Qin family's name to barely maintain. Forget it. Mucho Shuang quickly figured it out. Her own status in the Qin family was at most that of a maid. Being able to accompany the young master, she was already happy. Now that she had put down her affairs in the group, she would be able to have more time to take care of her young master's life. Thinking about it, it seemed to be more beneficial to herself. Schwanger raised her head once again, and the sorrow was completely gone from her eyes. Young master, I know. I'll go over to find her first. Aha! Qin Huanyu smiled back. In his heart, Xia Lingxian's value was really not as high as Schwanger. However, if they could get along peacefully, that would certainly be the best. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in. As the words fell, Lazy pushed open the door and walked in, nodding towards Mu Qiu Shuang. He then looked towards Qin Huanyu. Young master, news just came from the family. There's a mysterious offshore organization that is probing your identity. Young master. Chapter 34, The City is Deep. Mysterious offshore organization? Qin Huanyu suddenly frowned and was just about to lean back. The pain in his back instantly woke him up. It also unintentionally reminded him at the same time. Quickly thinking of something, his gaze fluctuates a bit as he looks up at Lazy. I see. After pausing to think, a cold smile appeared on his face. Without any surprises, it should be a certain mercenary squad from the non-national side. You send a message back. Just say that that group of people should be in Xiangjiang right now. Have someone go over there and take a look. Arrest them if you can. If you can't, just kill them directly. Lazy frowned as he listened, clasping his fists and bowing. Yes, young master, but that group of people. Qin Huanyu thought back carefully. There were a total of 7 people. As for the others, let them find them on their own. If they can't find them, forget it. Lazy bowed once again, then left the room. Early morning the following day, because his back was injured, Qin Huanyu could only sleep on his back, but it didn't matter too much. After all, he still preferred to pillow Schwanger's soft little tummy as opposed to pillows. Although this made Mu Qiu Shuang suffer, it was a little hard to lie down all night, but as long as the young master was happy, he was happy. Last night, Schwanger rushed to Xia Lingxian's home overnight and explained her intentions. Xia Lingxian was, after all, a business ghost. Handing over this kind of thing was completed in but an hour or so. Moreover, Schwanger also followed Qin Huanyu's instructions. A key was slipped to her. This key was the very same house that was previously bought in the residential area. Originally, she had wanted to give it to Xia Lingxian a long time ago, but didn't have too good of an excuse. It was just as well that now, in the name of communication convenience, she was allowed to live over with Mother Sia. In the original, Xia Lingxian and her family would still encounter the plot of forced demolition. It was too troublesome. Qin Huanyu was too lazy to care. It's better to let them move over and save any more trouble. In the villa, Qin Huanyu and Lazy were fully dressed. Young master, your back is injured. Why don't we not go exercise today? Lei Zi said worriedly, but Qin Huanyu was unmoved, still showing his teeth and moving around, giving him a blank look. Stupid, you don't think that I really get up so early every day to go for a morning jog, do you? Lei Zi froze, a figure floating in his mind. Young master, could it be that you are doing it for that elder Shen? The old man Shen in his mouth was the same old man that the two of them had run into by the lake during their workout yesterday. Lei Zi checked and also found something. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh a little. Although Shen Lao's position, compared to the Qin family, is still not quite enough, but in this Jiangcheng acreage, that is the proper level of the supreme emperor. Even the governor of Jiang province had to respectfully call him a teacher. With the young master's status, when he saw that old mansion, he still had to be a little more polite. After all, with Shen Lao's status, probably many years ago, he and the Qin family's old man even worked together for a period of time. Qin Huanyu was not afraid of anyone, even Qin Jin was not in his eyes, but only when facing the old man. He was so abashed that he was even more well-behaved than a kitten. The two of them trotted and slowly marched towards the lake. Because Qin Huanyu was injured, today's speed was even slower. Compared to yesterday, they arrived 10 minutes later. By the time the two arrived here, Elder Shen had already been standing for a long time, still maintaining his strange posture. Elder Shen, before the person arrived, Qin Huanyu shouted in advance. By the lake, Shen Lao slowly opened his eyes and saw the two people who were running over. Qin Huanyu asked Lei Zi to check Shen Lao's identity. Shen Lao sighed. Naturally, there will also be someone to check Qin Huanyu's identity. This checkout can be great. Even Shen Hongda himself couldn't help but feel a bit of a jolt in his heart. I did not expect this young man to look ordinary, actually have such a huge background. However, yesterday was just a short exchange of a few sentences. He could tell that not only did Qin Huanyu not have that prince's arrogance in him, he was also considered respectful and polite to himself. Not to mention, the punch he threw to disperse the hand. Like that kind of what the so-called official second generation, all pitiful goods only. In front of him, the Qin family's eldest young man could only afford the title of prince. Little Qin, come on. Shen Lao directly called out his surname. Qin Huanyu wasn't surprised and quickly arrived in front of Shen Lao. Old Shen, I'm coming. Ha ha ha. Hearing him address himself, Shen Lao didn't care and instead laughed twice. Shen Lao glanced at Lei Zi who was following behind him. He quickly withdrew his eyes and refocused on Qin Huanyu. Knowing that you are busy, let's not waste any time. Why don't we start straight away? Qin Huanyu was exactly what he wanted to do. He first spent 1,000 villain value to temporarily suppress the injury on his back for an hour's time. Old Shen, please. The two pulled away from each other, about 5 meters apart. They clasped each other's fists and bowed slightly. Then they quickly approached again, placing their hands on their chests and racking each other's hands. The so-called pushing hands looked like a fight, but the doorway of this, if it were an outsider, one would not be able to see it. Just like Lei Zi who was standing at the side at this moment. In his line of sight, he only saw the young master and that old mansion. The two of them were holding each other's hands and constantly flipping and circling. He knew that this was push hands, but he couldn't understand any of the mysteries. Only Shen Lao. His heart became more and more shocked. In his early years, when he was busy at work, he also neglected to practice boxing, but after retiring, he had immersed himself in it all year round, and it had been more than 20 years by now. His Taijiquan strength had long reached the level of a master. By now 20 minutes had passed. One's own seemingly mediocre push. If it were a big green stone, I'm afraid that it would be able to directly crack it. But in front of him, this Qin family's youngest, but still seems to be at ease. Time passes by. The more to the back, the more force between the two hands. At this time, cough. Lei Zimo coughed lightly, only to see Qin Huanyu's side. His face suddenly reddened. Shen Lao didn't react in time and only felt the force in front of his body suddenly lighten. Put. Qin Huanyu's body was like rags, flying backwards as it was pushed out of Shen Lao's hands. Young master, Lei Zi exclaimed, rushing over to catch Qin Huanyu's body. Until this point, Shen Lao hadn't even reacted. Obviously, little Qin's force was still sufficient. Why did it suddenly seem like he was somewhat disengaged? At this time, Qin Huanyu was lying in Lei Zi's arms, and the person was already unconscious. Lei Zi was somewhat alarmed. He raised his head and looked at Shen Lao, as if he wanted to angrily shout at him. Again, he held back from shouting and only said in a muffled voice, Elder Shen is sorry. I have to take young master back to take a look first. With that, he hugged Qin Huanyu's body and rushed back towards the villa. Elder Shen still maintained the posture of pushing hands, standing quietly by the lake in a bit of a daze. And it was at this time, on the side path, Lu Chen's jogging figure slowly approached to this side. The scene just now, all fell in his eyes, heart some doubts. He looked at Elder Shen who had a somewhat gloomy expression, and then looked at the figures of Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi who were gradually moving away. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Put me down. The time should be just right. Don't worry, young master. I coughed while pinching the time and watching the people come, to ensure that he can see it. Well, that's good. Chapter 35, Surprise, always save it for last. At noon, the 3 cooks in the villa were sent directly from the Qin family. Not only can they cook all kinds of food, and in terms of safety, there is absolutely no need to worry. Originally, with Qin Huanyu's status, he had to eat alone, but with more than 20 dishes at a time, it was really a bit of a waste, and he couldn't finish it himself, so he simply let Xia accompany him to eat together. He also wanted to call out to Lei Zi and have him join him at the table, but Lei Zi refused to agree, followed the brothers under his command, and ate by himself in the side hall. The messenger went to Shen Lao's place to report that he was safe, so that he didn't have to worry. Mainly, he was afraid that he would directly ask for forgiveness from the Qin family, but instead, he also messed up his plans. When he returned to the villa, he directly asked Lei Zi to go over to report his safety. Shen Lao didn't think much about it either. With the strength of Qin Huanyu that he had tried out, there really shouldn't have been this kind of accident. It was only treated as a small episode and directly skipped over. Qin Huanyu straightened his body and sat on the sofa. The suppression of injuries from the previous exchange was only temporary. Now, the back was vaguely aching again. On Qianxian's side, you've already arranged everything, right? When are we going to leave? Mucho Shuang looked at the time and said, Young master, the time is almost up. Xia Lingxian is waiting for us downstairs at Guan's. She should have departed by now. Should we depart as well? Well, let's go. Under the assistance of Qin Huanyu got up from the sofa. Just as he was about to go out, the villa door suddenly opened and a bodyguard walked in from outside. Seeing Qin Huanyu froze, he was busy clasping his fists and bending his waist. Good day, young master. Miss Ling is now outside the villa, saying that she wants to see the young master. What do you think, young master? Miss Ling? Ling Qianxue? Qin Huanyu frowned and glanced at Schwanger beside him, only to see Schwanger also looking at herself derisively at the same time, her eyes filled with a sly look. Cough. He coughed lightly. Not coming early and not coming late, having to come at this time. With Ling Qianxue's character, it was indeed time to hold back at this time. But you don't have a cell phone, do you? Can't you make a phone call and notify me in advance? With Ling Qianxue's looks, she really deserves the position of the eldest female lead. To be honest, it was impossible to not have thoughts about her. If Schwanger and the others knew about it, it would still be quite embarrassing for them. Fortunately, Lei Zi wasn't around right now. Otherwise, bang, the main door was pushed open once again. Lei Zi's expression was odd. Young master, Miss Ling is now standing outside the door, saying that she wants to see you at all costs. Shut up. Qin Huanyu's face darkened a bit as he roared angrily. Tell her to get lost. Guan's has a veteran real estate company. It owns an independent building as office space, although it wasn't a high-grade office building. But that superb building of nearly 40 floors still extremely emphasized the word brand name. Only, this beast that has stood for decades, now also has been dying. Into the twilight. Guan Yun's face looked a little bad today. She had deliberately put on makeup, but she still couldn't hide the blood in her eyes. Knock knock knock. The office door was knocked on. Mr. Guan, the Qin Group's people have arrived, saying that they have an appointment with you and are waiting in the conference room. Guan Yun buried her head in her desk and slowly raised her head. I know. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Tell the others to get ready. I'll go over now. Over the past few days, that Qin Group had come many times. Each time, they wanted to open up the acquisition proposal, although their prices were gradually increasing. In Guan Yun's heart, she still didn't want to give up the Guan Group. It was the last little thing her father had left her. If it was gone, the connection between herself and her father was about to be completely severed. In addition to the Qin Group, the Dragon Group was also involved. To be honest, the price offered by Dragon Tang was quite a bit higher than Qin's, but Guan Yun had never considered them, especially that Tang world. Thinking of this, a hint of hostility flashed in Guan Yun's eyes. She organized her documents and started walking outside the office. In the conference room, today, on a long table, Xia Lingxian was sitting on the main seat on one side with a little nervous look on her face, and the seat on her left hand was still empty. Qin Huanyu had gone somewhere. On her right hand, there was Schwanger assisting her. Xia Lingxian, don't be nervous. Seeing that Xia Lingxian's face was a bit pale, Mucho Shuang softly comforted her. Young master believes in your strength, so all decisions today will be made by you. Her words caused Xia Lingxian's heart, once again, to surface that figure. The pallor on her face also dissipated a lot, and she once again nodded heavily. Knock knock knock. After knocking on the door, Guan Yun tidied up her expression and pushed the door to directly walk in. Behind her were followed by more than a dozen secretaries in suits, as well as 2 recorders. Guan Yun swept her eyes over the crowd and sat down directly on the main seat. When she raised her head, she suddenly frowned. Mr. Mu, what are you doing today? Mu Qianxue smiled and nodded, reaching out and pointing at Xia Lingxian. Mr. Guan, let me introduce you. This is Xia Lingxian, also the CEO of our Guan Group. At the same time, Xia Lingxian also instantly collected her inner tension, just like the depiction in the original. As soon as it was time to work, the aura on Xia Lingxian's body would change drastically. She stood up with a slightly cold expression. Reaching out, she shook Guan Yun's hand. Hello, Mr. Guan. Today's acquisition proposal will be initiated by me solely to you. Guan Yun also smiled politely and nodded without saying anything. She then looked at the empty seat on Xia Lingxian's side. Xuaner also introduced herself again. Mr. Guan, we've met many times, and every time, you've turned me away. That's why today, our general manager Qin of the Qin clan group will personally come out to negotiate with you. General Manager Qin. Guan Yun was shocked. That's the mysterious Mr. Qin, the man who spent a whole $10 billion on the group's registered capital alone. I don't know if he's just a fool with a lot of money, or if he's doing it on purpose to emphasize his strong financial power. She nodded and sat down in her seat once again, gesturing down towards the several secretaries around her. Then she looked at Xia Lingxian again. Mr. Sia looks as if he's a bit young, really young and promising, but we, Guans, never seem to agree to a takeover. This is something that Mr. Sia can ask Mr. Mu. Her words had yet to fall, only to see Xia Lingxian faintly smile. Mr. Guan doesn't need to be in a hurry first. Why don't you take a look at our plan before making a decision? Saying so, she picked up the document beside her hand and handed it to Guan Yun. Guan Yun narrowed her eyes. She could see that, compared to that Mu Qianxue, this Mr. Sia seemed to be a bit more thunderous in his work. She herself was likewise the same at work, but she didn't like dealing with such a person, easily falling into passivity. After a long pause, he slowly reached out his hand to pick up that document. At this time, Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi, two people, before slowly walking into the Guan's building, looking at the somewhat cold lobby. In Qin Huanyu's mind, he recalled Guan Yun's somewhat weak appearance in the bar last night. The corners of his mouth suddenly spread an evil smile. Surprise, always save it for the end. Chapter 36, what a coincidence. What did you say? Qin Huanyu, he went out. How come I didn't see it? At the entrance of the villa, Ling Qianxue's face was full of aggression, and she looked inward unwillingly. The main door was open, and the two big men in suits inside were somewhat helpless in their hearts. When it was first renovated, a few more secret passages were installed. Of course you couldn't discover it. Ms. Ling. Although the young master's original words were to tell Miss Ling to get lost. However, one should really convey it like this. That is really true. The young master's mind. Brother Lei can see it. Sister Mu can see it. All the brothers can see it. It is nothing more than hanging on to this Miss Ling. In their hearts, they know best that in the past few days, Miss Ling has passed by the villa in different ways, just to see the young master. It must be said that the young master's PUA techniques have been perfected. Ling Qianxue was a bit unwilling. After not seeing Qin Huanyu for so many days, she always felt a little empty in her heart. In the past, he used to come to the Ling family's company every day, and every day he would come over with a large bouquet of flowers. How? Suddenly it became like this. Especially, Ling Jong had been hinting at her intentionally or unintentionally during this period of time. Let her get closer to that Lu Chen. It wasn't that Ling Qianxue looked down on him. It was really because her heart was now completely filled with other things. I've obviously been standing here the whole time. I didn't see him go out. You guys must be lying to me. Qin Huanyu, said Ling Qianxue, shouting aloud. The two bodyguards were filled with embarrassment. Although the villas were not too close to each other, with Miss Ling's volume, she would still be heard by the others. It wasn't good for them not to stop her, and they didn't know what to do if they wanted to. Just when the two were torn, another figure suddenly appeared in sight. Not far away, Lu Chen's face was filled with gloom. Ling Qianxue's shouts echoing in his ears. He soon arrived in front of the villa and coldly glanced at the two bodyguards. One of them had even gone to the station to stake him out before. Instantly recognized it. The two bodyguards' faces changed drastically as they looked at each other and forced themselves to stand there without moving. Qianxue. Ling Qianxue turned her head and saw Lu Chen's figure. Her frown deepened. What are you doing here? It's none of your business. Qianxue, please call me by my full name. Ling Qianxue shouted angrily, her tone filled with indifference and flatness. Phew! Lu Chen let out a deep breath. He glanced at Qin Huanyu's villa, and his vision grew colder and colder. Just wait. When Spider sighed, gets your identity information, I will absolutely play you to death. But right now, there were other things to do. Seeing that Ling Qianxue's soul was about to be hooked away by Qin Huanyu, Lu Chen felt that if he didn't act, I'm afraid that this handful of pots would fly away. Ling Qianxue, he also shouted angrily, his expression becoming serious. Look at you. What do you look like? There's still a little bit of the Ling family's eldest lady left. Uncle raised you this way, not to let you stand in front of someone else's house, crying and begging or even kneeling. Think about it, if Uncle knew about this, how heartbroken he would be. With Ling Qianxue's character, perhaps she could still be slightly more rational when it came to the mention of Ling Jong. But Lu Chen had clearly missed the mark. Ling Zhong's coddling had long spoiled Ling Qianxue's nature. The more she talked about her in this way, the more it inspired anger within her, and she preferred to go against others. Sometimes, even Ling Jong could not control her. Ling Qianxue suddenly stopped all her movements. She slowly turned her head and looked at Lu Chen in front of her, her eyes flashing with essence. When had Lu Chen dared to talk to himself like this? He wasn't his own bodyguard. Moreover, father's attitude towards him seemed to be a little too bizarre. Instantly, Ling Qianxue's mind gave birth to countless speculations. She looked at Lu Chen coldly again. Without saying anything, she turned around and directly left. In the conference room of the Guan Group, the two parties sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent for a moment. Guan Yun had already finished reading all of Qin's group's plan. To be honest, the terms and conditions in it, for today's Guan plan, were already trying to make concessions as much as possible. If there was an injection of funds, Guan might be able to come back from the dead. However, Qin's only requirement was to take a controlling stake. In that case, the future Guan Group, whether it was still surnamed Guan or not, was not something that one could decide. Therefore, although Guan Yun did not resist Qin's group, but this acquisition, she still wanted to refuse. Just as she was about to open her mouth, the door to the conference room was knocked on once again. On Mu Qiu Shuang's face, a smile suddenly bloomed. She stood up and looked at Guan Yun. Mr. Guan, don't be in a hurry. Maybe the terms can be changed again. Our Mr. Qin should be here. Saying that, she jogged to the door and opened the frosted glass door. The two of them, Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi, walked in through the door in turn. The first moment of seeing that figure, in Guan Yun's heart, it was like countless thunderbolts falling from a clear sky. Boom! Her brain instantly became a mushy mess. How could it be him, dressed in a decent suit? His expression was still a bit sad. Plus, he has clear and detailed features. Guan Yun's memory instantly returned to the bar last night. Qin Huanyu walked into the conference room, his attention not on Guan Yun for the moment, until he sat down in the empty seat. When he raised his head, his expression suddenly brought some consternation as well. The two people's eyes met in midair, and everyone around them, in their eyes, looked like they had disappeared. They froze for nearly 10 seconds. On Qin Huanyu's face, a bitter smile appeared. Mr. Guan, I didn't expect it to be you. What a coincidence. Guan Yun suddenly woke up with a start as she stared wide-eyed and kept staring at Qin Huanyu's face. Seeing him sit down in his position, he just wanted to lean down. Hiss. Qin Huanyu sucked in a breath of cool air. This really wasn't an act. It did hurt a bit to the core. The reason why he didn't deal with the injury on his back was also for this moment, so that he could obtain a stovepipe acting skill. And this scene fell in Guan Yun's eyes. Her heart suddenly trembled gently. That was a solid baseball bat. Mr. Qin actually didn't even think about it and directly blocked in front of himself. A solid bat. Oneself heard it most clearly, just by gently leaning down. His face went a few shades of white, so I guess the injury should be quite serious. Mr. Qin. Hello. Guan Yun's eyes suddenly turned a little red, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. The others in the conference room, seeing that the two did not speak, did not dare to open their mouths to make a sound either. Among them, Xia Lingxian was the most confused. Her line of sight flowed between Qin Huanyu and Guan Yun, seeming to associate it with something. Her face paled a bit before quickly returning to normal. Qin. Mr. Qin, are you well? Qin Huanyu turned his head and reached out to rub the back of her head. It's fine, Qianxian. You guys just keep chatting. It doesn't matter if you really can't talk. Saying that, he didn't bother to look at Guan Yun and picked up the planner placed on the table. Guan Yun's heart was like the sea in a gale, the waves undulating and stirring. She raised her head and looked at Qin Huanyu's pale face, then slowly lowered her head and clasped her hands hard, not knowing what she was thinking. Ding! The plot has changed significantly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of villain value. Hiss! Guan Yun is really a treasure girl. He hadn't even said anything yet and gave such a big surprise. Then look at Xia Lingxian beside him. He had asked her to be the CEO, but the system hadn't even come to suggest that this part of the branch line hadn't been completed yet. Could it be that he really needs to poison himself in order to complete the mission? Qin Huanyu thought darkly in his heart. He glanced sideways at Xia Lingxian. Worthy of being one of the heroines? This side face is truly exceptional. Should I try it? Chapter 37. Agreeing to the merger and acquisition plan. The atmosphere in the conference room was silent for a long time. Xia Lingxian felt Qin Huanyu's gaze and also gave him a sideways glance. With a soft smile, she displayed her best look. She then turned back around and suddenly stood up. Mr. Guan, I've read Guan's financial report so far this year. Although there are still a lot of immovable assets, I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult for Mr. Guan to realize them. Xia Lingxian smiled faintly, her body radiating a stern aura, and at this moment, Guan Yun, for some reason, just sat there stagnantly, allowing Xia Lingxian to speak at length. The line of sight was somewhat lax. According to the financials, in the second quarter of this year, Guan still has a $7 billion shortfall, and the loans have not been paid off in time. Mr. Guan, our Qin Group's acquisition proposal is definitely the most in line with Guan's future. Why don't you reconsider? Guan Yun's expression was a bit mournful. She knew in her heart that what Xia Lingxian had said was all true. If placed before, she might have also stood up and argued with her properly. Even if the loan was not repaid clearly, the big deal was to sell the land, but not to the point of bankruptcy. But now, Guan Yun did not do so. She just looked at Qin Huanyu again and saw that he was still concentrating on the plan, then lowered her head. Inwardly, she was torn in a million directions. Xia Lingxian was still standing and was about to sit down. Suddenly, snap, Qin Huanyu finished looking through the plan. Although this was originally what he had suggested, the terms and conditions inside were clear to himself, but the look still needs to be made complete. Wait, the eyes of the crowd suddenly all looked this way. Even Guan Yun, who had been keeping her head down, heard Qin Huanyu's voice and looked up at him suddenly. Qin Huanyu stood up tremblingly. Xia Lingxian, who was on the side, hurriedly reached out to help him assist him up. I've finished reading the plan, and the terms in it are, on the whole, quite good. Saying that, Qin Huanyu turned his head to look at Guan Yun. The two continued to stare at each other. But there are a few articles that I want to change, so you guys can discuss them on your own. First, the amount of capital contributed by the Qin clan group is raised from $10 billion to $15 billion, and I only need 30% of the shares. What? Just the first one made the crowd suddenly stare blankly, especially those secretaries brought by Guan Yun. All of them whispered and exchanged words like they had seen a ghost. As for Guan Yun, her expression finally changed. She looked at Qin Huanyu, who was standing there and speaking eloquently, her vision a bit mesmerized. However, Qin Huanyu had not yet finished. Second, all the stores, and land under Guan's name, Qin's group has the right to prioritize the use of them, and the rent or price is maintained at the original price. Third, Guan's group maintains its independence. Qin's shareholding only has the right to dividends, without any voting rights. Hiss. The entire conference room was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. Muqiu Shuang and Xia Lingxian, both of them, also stared wide-eyed at the same time. At this moment, Schwanger was also sitting somewhat confused. This part of the plot, young master hadn't rehearsed it with himself in advance. How could he pick up on it? Xia Lingxian, on the other hand, was frowning. Each of the three articles that Brother Qin had said would be of great benefit to Guan, especially the third one. Previously, the reason why they hadn't been able to come to terms was because of that Guan Yun, who didn't want the Guan Group to fall into other people's hands. This third article, on the other hand, was completely giving up control of the Guan Group. Not only do they have to spend money themselves, when things came up, people could still completely ignore themselves. Brother Qin, in her haste, Xia Lingxian didn't notice her address, but at this moment, everyone didn't hear this detail, only to see Qin Huanyu suddenly raise his hand. Once again, the wound on his back was involved, and he grimaced again. As I said, I'm only making suggestions. You guys can discuss the specifics yourselves. That being said, but everyone was clear that the so-called Qin clan group was completely a plaything in Qin Huanyu's hands. The specifics of what to do, one only had to listen to the orders and do as they were told. Except for Xia Lingxian, only she had the qualifications to veto Qin Huanyu. This was what she had promised her before, and Qin Huanyu didn't think of regretting it. After all, as long as one said these three suggestions, then the purpose had already been achieved. As for whether it was implemented or not, it was completely unimportant. The dozen or so secretaries on Guan Yun's side discussed softly. Strange lines of sight were still constantly looking towards Qin Huanyu's side. On the other hand, on Qin clan's side, no one dared to speak, still sitting quietly. Only Schwanger and Qianxue were the only two who wanted to speak. Xia Lingxian wanted to refuse though. However, she had clearly captured that the eyes of Guan Yun looking at Qin's brother were mixed with other emotions. She knew in her heart that someone like Qin Huanyu would never be the same as ordinary people. What was said about smoking only Xian he man and loving only one person in life? It was all bull ********. Therefore, Xia Lingxian didn't care in her heart. She was just considering if the relationship between the two was really as she thought. Maybe it's better to forget about it. As long as Brother Qin was happy, it didn't matter if Qin Group lost a little. The crowd was silent for a long time. With Qianxue assisting him, Qin Huanyu sat down again, but he thumped in his heart. Wait a minute, why did no one refute it? Logically speaking, with Qianxue's shrewdness, she would never agree to these few suggestions, but looking at her now, she just lowered her head in contemplation and had no opinion at all. Although he, Qin Huanyu, had a bit of money, it wasn't something that came with the wind. If it was really implemented, the amount of money he would lose would at least exceed a whopping $20 billion. 20 billion. Even if it was converted into gold, it would still be able to buy 50 tons. Qin Huanyu did not move on the surface. Turning his head slightly, he looked towards Schwanger's side. However, he saw that Schwanger was also bowing her head in contemplation and did not utter a rebuttal. Then he looked towards Lei Zi. Lei Zi's face changed and he hurriedly pretended not to see it. Young master, are you polite? I'm just a bodyguard. And young master, you're asking me to speak at this kind of business meeting? Just as Qin Huanyu was suffering inwardly. Suddenly, Guan Yun raised her head, her expression returning to calmness as she looked faintly at Qin Huanyu's side. I agree. Boom. Qin Huanyu was about to explode. However, she saw Guan Yun say again, however, I also have a few requirements. She didn't pause. First, all those suggestions that Mr. Qin said just now, all of them are null and void, and Guan won't accept a single one of them. Saying this, Guan Yun picked up the plan in her hand. Just follow the terms here. I'll accept Qin Group's merger and acquisition. And the second point. Guan Yun stopped and once again turned her head to look straight into Qin Huanyu's eyes. I want to speak to Mr. Qin alone. I wonder if Mr. Qin has the time to sit in my office? Ding. Detected a major change in the plot, rewarding the villain value of 13,000 points. This ghost system, Qin Huanyu was considered to have basically figured it out. The plot related to Lu Chen can reward the most villain value. Secondly, there were the branch plots of the various female protagonists, and in this, the closer the distance to the body, the more villain value was gained, until the two reached a negative distance, and Guan Yun's 13,000 points of villain value. Hiss. Qin Huanyu's gaze pretended to clear. It's an honor, Mr. Guan. Seeing Lei Zi about to come over to assist him, Guan Yun, however, got up early and said, I'm having a secret talk with General Manager Qin, so it's better for me to personally come and help him. You guys rest here for the time being. Saying that, he smiled politely at Qin Huanyu again and helped him walk outside. Chapter 38, Mr. Guan, pain. The topmost floor of the building was a floor that belonged solely to Guan Yun. Other than her secretary, other people were basically not allowed to come up. And today, the two bosses of Qin Group and Guan Group were having a secret talk in her office. Even those secretaries had been blown downstairs. In the conference room, everyone was wide-eyed. The secretary, who was next to Guan Yun's position, looked at his cell phone as if he had received some instructions. Mr. Sia, Mr. Mu, let's draw up the contract first. Just follow your party's previous terms. Mr. Guan has already explained. She agrees with all of them. Let's just draw up the contract directly. Only then did Xia Lingxian and Mu Xiushuang return to their senses. They looked again at the direction the two had left. Then they looked at each other. Okay, let's draw up the contract first. At this time, in the office, censored. But indeed, in the original, Guan Yun got drunk in the bar, and because she was bored, she happened to see Lu Chen killing it. Then the two of them saw eye to eye. Even in the original, it was only half an hour of acquaintance. That said, she is still a bit conservative now, but Qin Huanyu knew that in her bones, Guan Yun was actually still relatively traditional. Later on, facing Tang Tianxia's harassment and torture, she had also been cold-eyed. Presumably, just now, she had exerted herself too much. Even if she didn't drink, it still made Guan Yun think about it. It can't be helped. Brother's charm is always like this. Can't you see that there's it in the villa area? Squatting at the door every day to watch over herself? Abridged. But it's worth it. Ding. 30,000 points of villain value. Double surprise. Not waiting for Qin Huanyu to get excited. On his own face, he suddenly felt a wet heat. He snapped his eyes open, only to see hot tears falling from Guan Yun's eyes. What's wrong? Guan Yun gently shook her head, her eyes somewhat obscure. Mr. Qin, call me Qin Huanyu. Guan Yun was silent for a small while. Qin Huanyu, would you think that I'm a very casual woman? Censored. Qin Huanyu knew that it was really because during this period of time, Guan Yun had been hit too hard. The decline of the Guan Group aside, her father's unexpected death alone had caused her a lot of pain in her heart. Moreover, Guan Yun was the top rich second generation in Jiangcheng. In 27 years, still able to keep her body like a jade, which can also be called a casual person. In the real world, I'm afraid that her face would have been all over the bed. No, his tone was unusually firm. But these words alone were not resolute enough. Qin Hanyu continued, before the acquisition, I understood the Guan clan. I'm also sorry about your father. As a matter of fact, Guan Yun's father did not pass away accidentally. Rather, someone had done it deliberately. But Qin Huanyu wasn't prepared to tell her now. It was too much of a scene stealer. I know that you've always been strong and kind. That's why I made those few suggestions. Not for anything. I just don't want to watch you sink, and want to light your way in the darkness. Saying that, he gently approached Guan Yun's face again, gently kissing away the tear tracks on Guan Yun's face. I really don't know what you were trying to express just now, but I'm a different person. As long as you recognize me, I will always stand in front of you in the future, blocking all the storms for you. It wasn't just earthy love words, just sprinkling water. Speaking of this, Guan Yun's eyes were once again filled with tears. As she blinks, large tears fall. Abridged. Ding. Congratulations to the host, who has gained 35,000 points of villain value. Half an hour later, Guan Yun's emotions finally stabilized. It was a bit of a shame that she couldn't do anything else for such a short period of time, but she had too many mood swings today. Looking at her tearful appearance, Qin Hanyu was too embarrassed to do anything even if he had the intention. By now, it was finally back to normal. Qin Huanyu. Guan Yun was like a kitten. Why don't you stop acquiring guans? I'll just file for bankruptcy. Guan's loopholes are too big. They really can't be fixed anymore. Your Qin's merger and acquisition will cause a lot of trouble. Qin Huanyu laughed and didn't say anything. Trouble? What other trouble could there be? Such a big loophole in Guan clan was entirely because of what Guan Yun's second uncle had done. Moreover, even if Guan's had tens of billions of dollars in loans that couldn't be repaid, for yourself, that can still be called a thing. The Qin family didn't need to step in. Just his own face would be enough to offset the tens of billions of loans. It's okay, he spoke out to comfort. I have my own plans. Just listen to my arrangements. Abridged. Chapter 39 Accidental Drowning. The contract was drawn up and all matters were prepared. When the two returned to the conference room, what greeted them were the slightly strange eyes of everyone who couldn't stop sizing them up. Guan Yun, after all, had a thin skin and her face became flushed. But Qin Huanyu didn't feel anything. Walking in with a big grin, he directly sat down beside Qianxue. Hiss. Guan Yun was stunned and snapped back. Just now in the office, she had actually forgotten that Qin Huanyu still had injuries on his body. Qin Huanyu. Guan Yun's breath stuttered, pretending that nothing happened. The injury on your back, is it alright? Swish. The sightlines of Xia Lingxian, Mu Shuang, and Lei Zi instantly looked this way. Cough. Qin Huanyu smiled and winked at her. Don't worry, it'll be fine in a couple days. Hearing this, Guan Yun nodded. Seeing that the two big bosses of the conglomerates were already in agreement, it was only natural that the underlings would not have any more opinions. In Guan Yun's hands, she held over 70% of Guan's shares, and also held over 90% of the voting rights. With a merger and acquisition plan like this, there was no need to hold a shareholders meeting at all. Soon, the contract was signed. The rest of the matter could be handed over to Qianxian and Shuang'er for them to do. At this time, Ling Qianxue's home. Ling Jong looked at Ling Qianxue with a face full of anger. Qianxue, do you know what you're doing? It's just a little thing. Is there a need to argue with Xiao Chen? And there's nothing wrong with what he said. Lu Chen stood behind Ling Jong, his face filled with embarrassment. Uncle Ling, don't be angry. Qianxue was probably just confused for a moment. Don't you put in a good word for her? Ling Jong angrily shouted, then looked at Ling Qianxue. What is that Qin Huanyu that you don't know? Still Baba running to someone's door, crying to see him? Ling Qianxue, is your brain in water? Looking at the two people singing one after the other in front of her, Ling Qianxue sat on the sofa. Her expression did not change significantly. Dad, she lightly shouted, you said before that Lu Chen is a distant nephew of yours? How come I've never heard you say that before? This question suddenly interrupted Ling Zhong's thoughts. Lu Chen was his old friend's disciple, which was also equivalent to being his nephew. But that old friend, his identity was not convenient to reveal. So Ling Zong made up a lie and just said that he was just a distant relative of his. Originally, Qianxue wouldn't have been bothered by such a thing. I didn't expect this to be suddenly mentioned today. It's just a cousin's nephew from the old side of the family. You wouldn't be clear even if you said it. What's there to say? Don't you change the subject for me. Ling Zhong was about to say more. Suddenly, Ling Qianxue interjected again. Right, does she know about Mom? Mrs. Ling was Ling Zhong's original wife. The two had come out of a small mountain village and fought this career together in Jiangchang. Logically speaking, if it was a relative from the old family, Mrs. Ling should naturally know about it as well. But, the problem was, Lu Chen wasn't. For a while, Ling Zhong stood there in a bit of silence. He didn't know why Ling Qianxue was suddenly concerned about this. Could it be that she had discovered something? If he said yes, she would definitely have to beg the lady to go again. By then, this misunderstanding would be even bigger. At this moment, Lu Chen's mind was also spinning rapidly, trying to find a perfect excuse. But looking at the two of them, Qianxue's gaze grew colder and colder. In her heart, she had already made up her mind about the relationship between the two. Back to the villa in the car. Ding bell. The phone suddenly rang. Lei Zi drove the car and picked up the phone with one hand. Young master, it's Robin's call. Bring it over. Qin Huanyu received it in his hand. What is it? On the other end of the phone, Robin's voice carried a slight tremor. Young Qin, I'm just informing you that the banquet has been prepared. Where do you think is more appropriate? In the original, this banquet was considered a turning point. At that time, Qin Huanyu had arrived because of Lu Chen and also learned that he had stayed in Ling Qianxue's villa. Somewhat infuriated, he then made a move against Ling Qianxue once again. Of course, in the end, he was discovered by Lu Chen. It was also at this banquet that Lu Chen's relationship with Guan Yun skyrocketed. In the end, through the two women, they also met various powerful people in Zhangcheng. If I remember correctly, there was also another big young man from Kyoto who came and got in touch with Lu Chen at that time. And the place where the banquet was held was in the Dragon Lake Manor in Zhangcheng. Let's put it in the Dragon Lake Manor. That's a good place. Qin Huanyu wasn't prepared to find another place. On Ling Qianxue's side, she became a lookout. It was almost impossible for Lu Chen to meddle in again. Alright young Qin, Robin promised. He had originally envisioned it to be at the Dragon Lake Manor as well. Then I'll send the invitations to you, young Qin, today, and I've basically arranged for all those powerful people in Zhangcheng as well. The time will be set for the night after tomorrow. Do you think it's okay? Just watch over these. Qin Huanyu's tone revealed a few moments of coldness. If he didn't have to rely on Robin to open this banquet, he didn't even want to say half a word. The Robin in the original story was nothing more than a clown. After being suppressed by that Lu Chen, there was even a period of time when he defected under Qin Huanyu. However, after the 13th Master rose to power, this villain actually betrayed Qin Huanyu again, praying for Master 13 to spare his life. A wallflower like this, even if he gave it to himself, he wouldn't want it. This coldness, naturally, Robin could also notice. Just when Qin Huanyu wanted to hang up the phone, only to hear Robin suddenly open his mouth again. Young Qin, wait, there's something else that I want to report to you. Qin Huanyu frowned a little. Speak. Robin hesitates for a while longer and speaks softly. That Xiao Qi, he accidentally drowned today when he went to play in the water in the reservoir. For a moment, Qin Huanyu did not answer. Xiao Qi, naturally, is that 7th master from yesterday? As for drowning? Ha! Qin Huanyu's heart did not fluctuate half a bit. With just that stick, that 7th master would definitely die. Even if he didn't do anything, when the time came, Lei Zi would personally take action. However, he was quite smart, and had finished settling things in advance. It also saved himself from having to do it again. As the Qin family's youngest, he was still standing as the villain. If people beat themselves up, could they still pretend that nothing happened? What human rights? What compassion? Ha! Qin Huanyu let out a cold laugh. In Robin's ears, it was like a call from hell. It was good that Qin Huanyu wasn't targeting him. Pity. I know. Go get busy. With that, he directly hung up the phone. Chapter 40, Out of Money. The news of Qin Group's merger and acquisition of Guan had yet to be blown out of proportion in Zhangcheng. On the one hand, it was too soon for fashion. On the other hand, Guan Yun also wanted to suppress the news for the time being, lest it be known in advance by second uncle and the others. At this time, the Qin Group's business has been fully handed over to Xia Lingxian, for the convenience of the office. She also purposely rented a few floors of office buildings in the center of Zhangcheng. Mu Shuang, on the other hand, was in charge of certain things as the vice president of Qin Group. At this moment, Qin Huanyu was staying in the villa. Shuanger, on the other hand, was leaning beside him, and both of them were concentrating on watching the TV. Right, young master. Shuanger seemed to have thought of something. She straightened up and looked at Qin Huanyu and said, on our current account, we're almost out of money. No money? Qin Huanyu froze. The word no money seemed like it never had anything to do with himself. Not to mention the Zhao family. The several branches of the Qin family alone were also active in various industries, making money for the main family. He himself was at least the eldest young master. How could he be broke? Mu Shuang nodded. When you said before, young master, that you wanted to come to Jiangqing to start a business, Madam only gave you $30 billion. Who knew that when you registered your company, you spent a full $10 billion, plus buying all sorts of things? This merger and acquisition of Guan's, our money is a bit insufficient. She gave Qin Huanyu another leisurely blank look. Moreover, a few days ago, young master, you said that you wanted to buy some cars again. It's estimated that they should arrive in the next 2 days. That's another billion or so dollars spent. Alright. Qin Huanyu had a bit of a headache. He was busy interrupting Schwanger's words, pulling her into his arms with another hand. Just tell me how much money I still have right now. Mucho Shuang took out her cell phone and did a little mental math for a while. Then said, after paying Guan Yun's side, young master, you still owe roughly $1 billion in arrears. Qin Huanyu, good fellow. It's obvious that he is the acquirer. Now he has to owe Guan Yun money. What kind of thing is this? There were some troubles, but it wasn't impossible to solve them. After all, behind himself, there are still 2 supergiants standing. Qin Huanyu took out his cell phone and based on his memory, found a phone number to call. Hey, second uncle. It's me, Xiao Yu. Hey, you're a god. You directly figured out that I'm broke. Jiangcheng Central CBD area. Xia Lingxian's rented office was located in one of the highest office buildings. In order to emphasize the status, the highest 10 floors were purposely chosen. Of course, the annual rent was also ridiculously expensive. The entire 10 floors, from 60 to 70, were all chartered by Qin's Group. You have to ask Qin's Group's business. Sorry, no. Outside the president's office, Lazy and Shuang waited while Qin Huanyu pushed the door in himself. At this moment, Xia Lingxian was buried in front of her computer, a pair of large silver-rimmed glasses on her face. Compared to her previous style, there were a few more flavors of an urban beauty. Qin Huanyu's heart was on fire as he stepped forward. Xia Lingxian didn't react until she was walking beside her. She looked up sharply and was about to frown in anger. Suddenly seeing Qin Huanyu's face with a smile, she instantly reacted. Brother Qin. Just as the words left his mouth, he sensed that something was wrong. Mr. Qin, why do you have time to come over today? The words carried a faint hint of derision. Jealous of his interaction with Guan Yun yesterday, it was also because, in the past few days' time, Qin Huanyu had rarely looked for her. Qin Huanyu was also clear in his heart. He walked over and pulled Xia Lingxian up from her chair and sat himself in that boss chair, and then let her sit on herself. Luckily, there was no one else in the office, so Xia Lingxian was too lazy to resist. Xia Lingxian, this is not thinking of you, so I found time to come over to see you, Qin Huanyu said with a smile. Humph. Xia Lingxian snorted lightly, her sight turning to the computer screen again. Her character was originally like this. Even in the original story, where Lu Chen was surrounded by female protagonists, Xia Lingxian had never come out to compete for favor and jealousy. She just buried her head in the corner and developed, until the end, when the industry under Lu Chen's name was almost able to compete with the 4 great families. At that time, Xia Lingxian was already the biggest help beside Lu Chen. At that time, even the great heroine, Qianxue, didn't dare to make a fool of herself in front of her anymore. Boo boo boo. Xia Lingxian didn't turn around, she just wrapped her hands around Qin Huanyu's neck. She vigorously kissed him on the face a few times. Okay, brother Qin, I have to work. I really don't have time to play with you. Why don't you let Sister Schwanger accompany you? Good boy. Saying that, she also broke free from Qin Huanyu's arms and directly pulled him up, pushing Qin Huanyu out the door. She herself sat back down in front of the desk, until he himself was shut out by her. Qin Huanyu woke up like a dream. At the doorway rest area, the eyes of all the people focused over at the same time. Young master, don't talk, Qin Huanyu gently droned. At this kind of awkward time, it's best for anyone to pretend they didn't see it. I knew that Xia Lingxian was a career-oriented woman, but I didn't expect that it would actually be career to such a crazy extent. A second ago, it was still shouting brother Qin, and then she pushes herself out. Still can't talk about her. He wanted to have endless money in the future, and his dream still had to rely on this little nymph to realize it. Lazy looked at Qin Huanyu, somewhat wanting to speak, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Qin Huanyu sighed, slowed down his agitated mood. People Xia Lingxian have taken the initiative to kiss themselves. This dog than the system, actually did not come to the tip of the completion of the branch line. It seems, really want to force themselves to use the last trick. Xia Lingxian, the main female character, also really weighty. It is estimated that when the branch line is completed, it can give itself a big wave of explosion. After all, it's not as powerful as the child of delivering wealth. Thinking of Guan Yun, Qin Huanyu's heart rose again with some small thoughts. Schwanger, I won't go over to Guan Yun's side. You go over to see her for me. By the way, make an appointment for me to have a drink at Phantom Color in the evening. Mucho Shuang's little face bulged with anger. She stared with wide eyes, her showy fists clenched up tightly, and only after a long time did she reply in a muffled voice. Got it, young master. Inside the 12th villa, Lu Chen sat quietly on the sofa, his legs crossed. Both hands were naturally lowered, gently resting on those knees. A weird clattering sound resounded in the living room. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Phew, he exhaled a long breath, and an inexplicable essence flashed in his eyes. Getting up, he picked up his cell phone and picked the call up. Hello, who is it, Captain? Snap. On the other end of the phone, several ear-splitting gunshots also rang out. Lu Chun, who had been somewhat relaxed earlier, instantly tensed his body a little. Night Cat, what's going on? What's going on over there? Rough gasps came from the phone. That Night Cat was one of the members of the squad that he had pulled together when he was a mercenary in a non-national country. It was also one of the only 2 female team members. Hearing those gunshots, Lu Chen instantly understood that something might have happened to them. Captain, Spider is dead. The person you wanted him to investigate is the youngest member of the Qin family in Kyoto. The Qin family is after us now. Before Spider died, he said that he had sent everything to the dark web, and he said that you, Captain, knew how to take it. Before the words fell, bang! After the ringing, the phone suddenly hung up. Lu Chen held the phone for a long time, and his right hand suddenly exerted force. His eyes flushed red, bursting with heavy killing intent, and the cell phone in his hand was directly crushed. He didn't say anything and looked down at the fragments. Between a few dodges, he had returned to the second floor of the villa. Chapter 41, Demonis Baya. In the parking lot, Qin Huanyu stepped out of the car. The scene in the bar before had made Schwanger a little scared, so this time when he came out, Schwanger warned him sternly to bring out a small team. It was possible to not disturb himself from picking up girls. However, these team members must follow him to prevent any further accidents. Lei Zi, take your brothers in to have some fun as well. Just don't follow me around, Qin Huanyu said, while taking out his wallet. Pulling out a card from his wallet, he directly dumped it on Lei Zi. Seeing that he was just about to open his mouth, he said ahead of time, it's all in the bar. There won't be any accidents. Do as you're told. Call as many as you want at night. Just don't disturb me, said, and did not wait for him to say anything else, turned around and walked straight into the bar. Seeing this, Lei Zi's crowd didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Taking that bank card, they also hurriedly followed together and ran in. After 2 days of all-out repair, those tables and chairs that were smashed in the bar had been basically cleaned up. Moreover, taking in Robin's energy, the previous smashing and injuries did not cause a stir in Qianxue. Everything was as usual. Other people didn't know, but Qin Hanyu's heart was clear. The boss behind the Phantom Bar is actually a great beauty, and is Guan Yun's bosom friend. Even in the original, with that Lu Chen, there was still 1,000 links. Why did you ask Guan Yun for a drink today? In fact, there is also this consideration. Even if that boss is mysterious and hidden behind the curtain, 2 days ago, through Guan Yun oral, she should also be clear about her identity and power. People who do this kind of business, who do not want to stand behind a big Buddha. Although at the moment, Qin Huanyu has no other ideas, but there is nothing wrong with getting acquainted in advance. Moreover, with Guan Yun's wealth-giving child's physique, just one kiss would get you 30,000 villain value. Censored, because of what happened 2 days ago. In today's bar, although there were still guests arriving, but it still seemed much colder. Qin Huanyu walked forward, searching for Guan Yun and the girls in the dim light. Suddenly, loud and clear voices rang out. Qin Huanyu, over here. The music was not heavy. The crowd in the inner court, all of them, heard the shout. Eyes were looking this way. Only Guan Yun was seen in a short dress that outlined near perfect lines. The short dress was white and had a pleated design at the end of the skirt. Under the colorful lights, the colors changed in sync. Censored. Hiss. In the mouths of the crowd, they sucked in a mouthful of cool air. But things weren't over yet. Beside Guan Yun, another person stood up. Again, it was a graceful woman with slightly curly hair that was casually draped over her shoulders. Censored. At this moment, not only those who were eating the melon crowd, even Qin Huanyu himself, unconsciously widened his eyes. This woman who looks like she has a lot of flavor, could it be that in the original? That female lead who can be called a demoness? Qin Huanyu's pupils quake. Without hesitation, he hurriedly raised his hand to greet her twice as well. Then in the envious and jealous eyes of the crowd, he trotted over to Guan Yun's side. As for Lei Zi with his team members, they all dispersed in all directions and surrounded that card seat. This card seat was a card seat inside the bar. Even if outsiders were rich, they wouldn't be able to book into this perimeter. Xiao Yun. Before the people arrived, Qin Hanyu softly shouted first. A warm smile also appeared on his face at the same time. Hearing this call, Guan Yun's heart tightened, quickly revealing some shyness, but the light was too dim and she didn't realize it. Although Qin Huanyu had called out to her, his eyes had been resting on that demoness. At the same time, that demoness also gazed at Qin Huanyu. The eyes of the two crossed. Qin Huanyu asked himself that his state of mind was already very good. However, facing those soul-stirring eyes, his heart still couldn't stop trembling. On the contrary, It was that demoness who looked like she could see something. Covering her mouth, she let out a light laugh. This laughter also reminded Guan Yun beside her. She busily raised her head and introduced, "This is Baiya, my best friend." Saying this, she lightly winked at Qin Huanyu. "This charming bar, she's the one who opened it." Turning her head towards Baiya again, "Sister Baiya, he's Qin. I know. You've been in my ears today. You've said it dozens of times." Baiya smiled softly and extended her right hand to Qin Huanyu. "Hello, young Qin." Hearing this greeting that seemed like a murmur or a delicate chant, Qin Huanyu narrowed his eyes and extended his hand to shake hers lightly. Without lingering, he let go and then pulled Guan Yun, sitting together on the card seat sofa. He knew the plot like the back of his hand. This Baiya's life, naturally, was also known. In the original, the description of Baiya was very complicated. Throughout the whole article, he only saw 2 words, demoness. If this woman didn't have some means, how could she open such a large-scale bar in Qianxue with her own strength? This was what people relied on to make a living. When they first met, although he was amazed, he would never fall for it. Moreover, very few people knew. Even Guan Yun might not be aware. Actually, Baiya had another daughter. This secret was discovered by Lu Chen in the original story. Of course, this biological relationship is also just from the bloodline. Censored. Thinking of this, Qin Huanyu narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Baiya's side again and saw her foxy eyes. Similarly looking at himself, a light laugh escaped his heart. Baiya sat on the side, seeing that since Qin Huanyu's arrival, Guan Yun hadn't said half a word to herself. Moreover, even Qin Huanyu rarely looked towards himself. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Usually, as long as she appeared, she would definitely be the center of attention. Now, it seemed to be a bit useless. Although Guan Yun is not bad, but compared to herself, she always felt a little less flavorful. But this Qin Shao, in addition to just arrived, looked at her a few more eyes, but no longer pay attention to themselves. It was clearly a movie for 3 people, but Baiya seemed like she didn't deserve to have a name. Heartily exasperated, she put down the small folding fan in her hand. Reaching out to pour a glass of wine, she suddenly stood up. Qin Shao. The light shout woke up the 2 people beside him suddenly. The corner of Baiya's eye twitched. The line of sight shifted down to, censored. She just pretends not to see it, her red lips smiling. Young Qin, for the day before yesterday, I still have to thank you for your help. I'll honor you with 3 cups first. Said, gulp 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 gulp. Chapter 42. Playing with my fingers for a while. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Qin Huanyu did not move and finished receiving the villain value rewarded by the system. With a smile on his face, he looked at Baiya in front of him. The pale yellow wine slides down. Censored. But this move, it's useless to Qin Huanyu. Such an old-fashioned trick. He had just used it in front of Guan Yun a few days ago. A light smile. Sorry. Baiya puts down her wine glass, smiles softly again, and reaches out to pull out a few tissues. Although she had a good amount of alcohol, but after 3 glasses of wine, 2 blushes still appeared on her cheeks. Guan Yun looked a little worried. Sister Baiya, you don't have to be like this. Qin Huanyu is one of us. It's fine, Baiya said. After wiping her body, she looked at Qin Huanyu again. Seeing that his sight was still pure as he looked at himself, his heart was a little deflated. I've heard what happened before from my men. If it wasn't for young Qin's hand, I'm afraid that this small venue of mine would have been finished off by that Robin. Speaking of Robin, a trace of hostility flashed through Baiya's eyes. At this time, Qin Huanyu also stretched out his hand and took a bottle of wine from the table. Bang! He directly pulled off the wine cork. Looking at Baiya, he said, since you're Xiaoyun's best friend, you're also my best friend. What are you saying? Guan Yun gave him a blank look, but Qin Huanyu just laughed and continued. There's no need to be too polite. Sister Baiya, it's all what I should do. And that day, I wasn't the only one who made a move. Saying that, he raised his hand and shook the bottle of wine. A beautiful woman toasted me. As a man, how can I not take it? Directly reversing the bottle, he gulped it into his mouth. This was a foreign wine, before it was brewed. In terms of alcohol content, it was no worse than domestic white wine. Moreover, it was easier to get one's head up. When other people come to a bar, they drink it with their drinks. When have they seen people who blow directly into the bottle? Even Baiya and Guan Yun, both of them instantly froze. When Guan Yun reacted, the entire bottle of wine had already been drunk clean by Qin Huanyu. Qin Huanyu. She was just about to advise down and reach out to take the bottle down. However, she found that the wine inside had already disappeared cleanly. And on Qin Huanyu's side, he even let out a long belch, his mouth full of alcohol. If it were before, he really wouldn't dare to drink like this. But after redeeming the skill of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups, this wine was drunk. Except for the flavor that hadn't changed, it didn't have half an effect on himself. At this moment, Baya was also stunned by Qin Huanyu's move. Her lipstick-coated mouth opened slightly. Only after a long time did the surprise in her eyes fall. Young Qin, amazing, she let out a soft cry, her eyes colorful. In the distant card seat, Lei Zi and a few team members were also paying attention to the situation over here. Brother Lei, when did young master he become so powerful? Should we go prepare some medicine? In case the young master collapses later, it'll be a bit embarrassing. Don't be nosy, young master knows in his heart. At this moment, outside the bar, Lu Chen's face was cloudy as he slowly walked towards the bar. The messages from the spider, he had already received all of them and destroyed them. And on the squad side, the follow-up news also came in. Spider was killed in action, and the two of them, Viper and Eagle, were also seriously injured and were captured by the Qin family. As for the remaining team members, they had all scattered and fled. He has a total of 9 team members under him, and each of them is an elite among elites. He did not expect to lose 1/3 of them directly in Xinjiang. Lu Chen's heart was already filled with killing intent, but in the face of Qin Huanyu, as usual, he did not dare to act rashly. Perhaps outside of the country, the nearly 10,000 people in his own mercenary group was already enough to make the Xia kingdom fearful, but as long as in the summer country, he is still just a small ant. The Qin family, on the other hand, was a huge tree that supported the Xia kingdom. If he wanted to kill Qin Huanyu, it was by no means a simple matter, and he still needed to think long and hard. For him now, there was absolutely no capital to fight against the Qin family. He could only live to develop for the time being. Qin family, Qin Huanyu, wait for me, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely make your family broken and die without a burial place. A monstrous fury suddenly erupted from Lu Chen's body. It startled the few passers-by passing by beside him. He suddenly turned his head and coldly glanced at those few people. Ignoring them, he walked straight into the bar. In the card table, the 3 people were still joking and chatting. Compared to Xia Lingxian, obviously, Huan Yun was also a person in charge, and her state just seemed relaxed, not half as busy. It seemed that his plan for today was basically going to work. Qin Huanyu was ecstatic in his heart. Censored. A few cries of alarm suddenly rang out from afar. You're not the one from the day before yesterday. Our boss has been looking for you. He hasn't been able to find anyone. Come over here. We'll take you over to meet our boss. The 3 of them turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see a large pile of bar attendants clustered around a person looking this way. Huan Yun and Baya didn't get a good look. However, through the gap, Qin Huanyu saw, at a glance, the face that he was extremely familiar with. Lu Chen. Why was he here as well? Qin Huanyu raised his head and looked towards Lei Zi's side. He only saw that Lei Zi happened to be looking this way as well, gesturing his cell phone at him. Qin Huanyu did not move and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. On the top was precisely the news coming from Xianjiang's side. The light in his eyes flashed, and he smiled before putting the phone back into his pocket again. At this time, Lu Chen also noticed Qin Huanyu, who was sitting in the card seat. The emotions around him suddenly became tyrannical again. His eyes became scarlet, and his muscles suddenly tightened up. He was just about to make a move. He suddenly became calm again. I can't do it. I can't do it. With Qin Huanyu's status, he must have bodyguards following him out. Once you make your move, it's easy to kill Qin Huanyu, but trying to escape from the Qin family's pursuit would not be so realistic. Lu Chen wanted to take revenge, but he also didn't want to send himself to death. Compared to a spider, his own life was obviously worth more. He quickly relaxed, putting on a few more naive smiles on his face, and quickly arrived in front of this card seat. A few waiters on the side, with surprise on their faces, introduced themselves to Baya. After hearing that he was the fierce man who had fought 30 people the day before yesterday, Baya's eyes also exploded with surprise. Baya's eyes similarly exploded with delight. So it's you. She looked around. This card seat was extremely large, and even if a dozen or so people were seated, it wouldn't seem crowded. Don't stand and talk. You sit down first. I have to thank you properly. Chapter 43. What are you doing in a bar if you don't know how to drink? Lu Chen's heart swam as he listened to Baya's words. However, he still did not show any rudeness on the surface. He just smiled nervously, his face a little flushed, not daring to look at Baya and Guan Yun. Similarly, he also did not look at Qin Huanyu. Today, Qin Huanyu still dressed up a little. Not only did he do his hair, he also had Schwanger carefully pick out a dress for himself. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was only wearing an ordinary shirt with short sleeves. Just from their appearance, there was a gap between heaven and earth between the two. Looking at the acting on Lu Chen's face, Qin Huanyu secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. He was aware of the plot, so he was able to adjust his acting skills when facing each female lead according to the plot. However, Lu Chen was unaware of it. No wonder he was able to become the main character. This acting skill alone was enough to fool many little sisters. His background was clear in Qin Huanyu's heart, even if it was more innocent, at least when he was in the African country. What kind of lights and greenery hadn't been seen? How could he come to Jiangcheng and be afraid to look at others? Only, these things are only Qin Huanyu himself know only. For Baiya, the good feelings towards Lu Chen rose quite a bit in her heart. Giggle. Still shy. After the incident at the bar, Baiya had seen the surveillance. Lu Chen's appearance at that time really stunned her, but she didn't expect that the real person was such a picture of a little brother. Come on, don't be shy. Baiya smiled and reached out to pour Lu Chen a glass of wine. You protected my bar. I definitely want to thank you. Saying this, she pushed the glass of wine in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen pretended to lower his head, sniffing the fragrance of Baiya's body between his noses. At this moment, his heart was incomparably hot. It was actually another furnace cauldron. Moreover, it was actually a top-notch furnace cauldron. Master hadn't even seen one after so many years of crisscrossing the Xia kingdom, yet he had come across one here. This woman must be taken down. Lu Chen slowly stretched out his hand, and just as he reached the wine glass, he suddenly retracted it. He raised his head with a red face and looked at Baiya's delicate face. Sister, Master told me that you can't drink outside. Although they were words of rejection, but in Baiya's ears, her favorability towards Lu Chen rose once again. LOL. She covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into two crescents. Lu Chen couldn't help but look a little mesmerized. However, he quickly reacted and scratched his head with a red face, and hurriedly lowered his head again. On the other hand, Guan Yun, who was on the side, was looking at Lu Chen with some confusion. When she saw it the day before yesterday, Lu Chen wasn't still thinking about teasing himself. Originally, she had no good feelings towards Lu Chen at all. How to look at today? And completely changed a look? Of course, at this time Guan Yun, the plot has been completely changed by Qin Huanyu. She was just a little curious about Lu Chen, and Baiya's sister single for so many years. There is someone for her to play and have fun. It's not a big deal. Thinking of this, Guan Yun also forgot about the previous matter for the time being. However, at this time, bang! Qin Huanyu's expression went cold. He heavily put down his wine glass, a cold smile on his lips. Can't drink? What are you doing in a bar if you don't know how to drink? Came to ask for a date. When Lu Chen heard this, a hint of killing intent flashed under his eyes. Just now, he had only thought about acting, and had actually forgotten such a big loophole. He looked up blankly and frowned a little as he looked at Qin Huanyu. I came over to take a look because I was afraid that someone would cause trouble here again, and didn't come over to drink. Who knew that just after I came in, I was racked over by them. Alright. Baiya on the side opened her mouth. She put away her small fan and gently knocked twice on Qin Huanyu's arm. He's still a child, so don't be so harsh. Young Qin, just let him go. Saying this, Baiya raised her hand in greeting, having someone bring over a few cups of juice. Then he introduced Lu Chen. My name is Baiya. You can just call me Sister Bai directly. This is Guan Yun. You can just call Sister Yun. It's alright. As for him, Baiya looked at Qin Huanyu, but saw that his expression was extremely cold. Her heart couldn't help but shiver. Before Qin Huanyu came, Guan Yun had said a lot to her. In particular, the focus was to remind her that she should never make Qin Huanyu angry. As long as he said a word, his own bar, perhaps in the future, can no longer open in Jiangcheng. And at this time, seeing Qin Huanyu's somewhat cold demeanor, Baiya's heart also quickly fell. He is Qianxue. Just call him Qianxue as well. Sister Bai, Sister Yun, Lu Chen obediently shouted. However, the only person who didn't bother was Qin Huanyu. This, in turn, made Baiya feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Fortunately, young Qin didn't seem to notice, and just drank his own wine, and didn't talk to Guan Yun anymore. At this time, Qin Huanyu was not thinking about this. That cold face wasn't made for Baiya either, but for Lu Chen, pretending that he was a foppish young man. After waiting, Lu Chen realized that he was the only one who had been tricked. That expression must have been wonderful. As for Baiya, he had even less to worry about. This woman was ghostly. Who could make her suffer? Even in the original, Lu Chen, the son of heaven's destiny, hadn't been able to take her down straight away. Or did it involve her daughter afterward? It was only because of a misunderstanding that Baiya was finally taken down. Moreover, his own self, who was familiar with the plot, knew a little secret about her. This was something that Lu Chen couldn't possibly know right now. Coupled with his own existence, Lu Chen wanted to take advantage of Baiya. Let's do it in the next life. The atmosphere in the card table gradually warmed up. Guan Yun, who was sitting next to Qin Huanyu, didn't notice his face because the light was a bit dim, but Baiya, who was on one side, had been a little apprehensive in her heart. She was talking to the two men without a word. As for Lu Chen, his attention was similarly on Qin Huanyu's side. Seeing Qin Huanyu unhappy, he was overjoyed in his heart. Guan Yun, this woman, although her physique was not considered a furnace, but just by virtue of this appearance, it was also enough to kill 99% of women. If he could make Qin Huanyu sick. Thinking like this, Lu Chen smiled sorrowfully and looked up at Guan Yun. Sister Yun, the last time I asked you for your contact information, I was indeed wrong. I was also worried that you would encounter any danger afterward. That's why. Guan Yun's face suddenly changed. Qin Huanyu froze and quickly reacted. Lu Chen is deliberately trying to disgust me? According to the truth, isn't it time for me to turn pale? Thinking of this, Qin Huanyu's movement suddenly paused, knocking his cup on the desktop as his face changed. Just in time, Guan Yun turned his head and saw his gradually lowering complexion. He was busy turning his head again, wanting to explain something. However, he heard Lu Chen say again, Sister Yun, but I still have to thank you for the encouragement and comfort you gave me afterward. Both Guan Yun and Baiya were somewhat unable to sit still, but on Lu Chen's face, there was still a somewhat naive smile. They also only thought that Lu Chen also didn't understand before he unconsciously said those words, oblivious to the fact that he was deliberately saying this. Sister Yun, shut up, Guan Yun suddenly shouted coldly. When she looked at Lu Chen again, the smile on her face had disappeared completely. Lu Chen was a bit bewildered and was busy shutting up. He looked at Guan Yun, and then at Qin Huanyu who was as cold as frost on the side. In his heart, he did not know how happy he was. In the card seat, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 44 Qin Xiao. You want to enter the stock well. The noisy music is still ringing, and here in the card seat, all four people are sitting quietly. Qin Huanyu's eyes flickered a little, coldly looking at the high platform in front. The other three, too, all sat there in silence, not knowing what they were thinking in their hearts. Right. At this moment, Baiya broke the silence. She thought of something and hurriedly changed the topic. Guan Yun, did you receive that banquet invitation? At this moment, Guan Yun was extremely apprehensive. The remaining light in her vision had been paying attention to Qin Huanyu's face, seeing that he just had an icy face, but didn't say anything. The other hand, which was still wrapped around her back, was making mischief under her body, thinking that it should not be too angry. Seeing Baiya change the topic, he also gently sighed in relief. Banquet? Oh, are you talking about that banquet invitation from Robin? I received it. Saying that, she suddenly widened her eyes. The ones who came to vandalize the bar the day before yesterday were none other than Robin's people. For Baiya to ask herself this, could it be that she had received it along with her? Sister Baiya, could it be that you received it as well? Baiya nodded her head, her gaze a little cloudy as she said in a low tone. Aha! He also sent me one. What does Robin mean by this? Guan Yun frowned and snorted coldly. To have someone come to you looking for trouble, and actually invite you to his banquet? At this moment, Lu Chen sat in silence. He just looked at Baiya and then over to Guan Yun's side, narrowing his eyes. Robin organizes this once a year, and invites all the major powerful and noble executives in Jiangchang, so who knows what he's thinking? Baiya sneered. I guess it's this year, counting me in the power elite as well, as the originator of this banquet. Qin Huanyu, on the other hand, sat quietly and did not participate in the discussion. He was considering other things in his mind. Originally, in the original story, this year's Baiya, too, was suddenly invited to the banquet by Robin. This time, he just mentioned it in passing, and in the original plot, the male companion who followed Baiya over was Lu Chen. In the novel, the Lu Chen of this time period, and Ling Qianxue hadn't gotten acquainted to this point. Instead, it was because in the bar, because he saved Guan Yun once, and Baiya got in touch. At this exact time, Robin's banquet started, together with the fact that Lu Chen originally had a purpose. In the face of Baiya's invitation, he readily agreed. Qin Huanyu also did not expect that Baiya would suddenly bring up this matter. Originally, the plot had all been changed by himself. Now it was automatically set right again, moving back to the original track. If not mistaken, Baiya's next words. That's right, Guan Yun. I heard that the banquet requires one to bring a male or female companion over. What am I going to do with this? Baiya saw that the atmosphere had eased down and a smile reappeared on her face. Saying that, she looked at Qin Huanyu. Why don't you lend me young Qin? It's just as well that I can talk to him about entering the stock market. Hearing her words, Qin Huanyu suddenly turned his head. His line of sight sunk down, looking towards Baiya who was leaning against the sofa. What shareholding? Verb or noun? Unfortunately, her petite body was fully covered by her skirt, so she couldn't even see half of it. As a woman who had given birth to a child, there should be no need for me to go into details about what kind of body has developed, right? Obviously 35-6, and still maintain like this. Hiss. Qin Huanyu's heart instantly starts to burn again. Q. Guan Yun gives her a blank look and reaches out to give her a light smack. However, Her face also reveals a few moments of sorrow. Regaining hold of Qin Huanyu's right hand. Our Qin Xiao, if we don't have a diversion, I'm afraid that even I don't have time to accompany you. Ahem. Qin Huanyu awkwardly touched his nose, seeing Bai Ye's eyes. A few moments of doubt flashed out, explaining, I have a company over there, so I guess I still have to accompany other people over there. Before he could finish, alright, Guan Yun gently shook his hand. People know that, they won't go and rob you, and now that the news is still blocked, it's not appropriate for us to come out together. Saying this, Bai Ye's eyes were even more confused. On the other hand, Lu Chen on the other side, his eyes flickered over several people, finally looking towards Guan Yun's side. His mind echoed with the news that she had just said was still blocked. Alas, Bai Ye leisurely sighed. She had been widowed for more than 10 years, and had worked hard on her own to build up the industry she had today. It was famous throughout Zhangchang, but that banquet, again, she had the heart to go. If Phantom Color wanted to expand, it would be difficult if she didn't find someone to stand up for her, but if she were to find a random male companion to accompany her, her future reputation might add many more stains to it. Just when she was hesitating in her heart, Lu Chen thought of something and suddenly spoke out. Sister Bai, what do you think of me? He said with a shining light in his eyes. Ling Qianxue was bound to have received an invitation as well. However, with the current state of Ling Qianxue and himself, it would be good if she didn't find someone to cut herself. Finding him as a male companion for a banquet? Absolutely impossible. I just heard them say that basically all the powerful people in Zhangcheng would attend that banquet. If you want to build up your own power, you have to find a backer. Perhaps the first step to bring down the Qin family was waiting at that banquet. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Ye froze, quickly reacting. She realized that he should be talking about the banquet. With a sarcastic smile, she was about to turn him down. Thoughts raced through her mind. Right, this Lu Chen in front of her. Wasn't he a perfect candidate? Not only is he extremely strong, and no matter how people look at it, they won't think that he's his own little white boy. Her Bai Ye's vision, not to this extent. At least, it should also be a person like Qin Xiao. Unfortunately, the person Qin Xiao may not want to come to wrap their own. As the words of rejection reached her lips, Bai Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. You, of course. Guan Yun suddenly frowned. Since just now, her perception of Lu Chen had taken a sharp turn for the worse. She was about to speak out to persuade Bai Ye. The two over there had already started discussing it with great interest. One could only sigh helplessly. Turning his head to look at Qin Huanyu, he saw that he was also looking at those two, his gaze flickering a little. Sure enough, the plot was automatically corrected. In the end, Bai Ye's male companion for the banquet was still this Lu Chen. The wine passed 3 rounds, although a few people didn't drink much after that. But before Lu Chen came, the two women had already drunk quite a lot of foreign wine. At this time, the wine was so strong that the cheeks of the two were red and their heads began to spin. Qin Huanyu's heart was happy. Collecting Guan Yun's dish would depend on tonight's play. He raised his hand and helped Guan Yun up, carrying her on his shoulder. When he turned his head to look again, he saw that Lu Chen's gaze had been looking at Bai Ye, with a bit of a leap in his eyes. Almost forgot about this. Qin Huanyu busily greeted the two men over and asked them to help Bai Ye upstairs. The room upstairs was prepared just for those who had drunk too much. However, a few people hadn't even touched Bai Ye yet. Bai Ye, who had just been lying on the sofa, suddenly opened her eyes, coldly glaring at the crowd. Don't touch me. She stood up shakily and looked towards the unconscious Guan Yun on Qin Huanyu's shoulder, laughing in embarrassment. She was busy staggering over, picking Guan Yun up. While still smiling apologetically, she said, Young Qin is sorry. Guan Yun drank too much. Sorry. Saying that, he even hiccuped a few times. Xiao Qin, it's okay. I will definitely take care of Guan Yun. You don't have to worry. Hiccups. You guys, help me go tidy up the room. Between words, Bai Ye's eyes slowly closed again, and the two of them, Guan Yun, stumbled away, until the two disappeared. Qin Huanyu was still frozen in place. Wait, when did I say that I wanted you to help me take care of Guan Yun? What a joke. Chapter 45, Ground all flights. Bang! A figure crashed heavily over. Qin Huanyu frowned and instinctively tried to dodge past it, but his mind was faster, forcing him to control his body. Oops, young Qin, I'm really sorry, I really didn't see it clearly. Lu Chen let out a playful laugh and looked at the somewhat staggered Qin Huanyu. In the afterglow, Lei Zi and more than a dozen bodyguards had already stood up and were rushing over this way. Lu Chen's face reproduced a few moments of mockery. Young Qin, then I'll see you tomorrow. He waved his hand and dashed over to the outside of the bar. It wasn't until Lu Chen's figure disappeared. Only then did the Lei Zi crowd come to Qin Huanyu's side. Are you alright, young master? Lei Zi exclaimed, his face filled with a murderous aura. The few of you go after him and bring him back to me. No need. Before the few people could move, they heard Qin Huanyu directly speak. His face, which had been a little pale earlier, looked as if he was completely unresponsive at this moment. Standing straight, he looked at the direction Lu Chen had disappeared. Childish tricks, playful things like this. I stopped playing in elementary school. Childish, Qin Huanyu sneered. Let's go. Go back first. Find someone to follow Lu Chen, Ling Jong, Robin and the others. Saying that, he looked like he remembered something. Right, have someone keep an eye on Shen Lao's side as well. Come back and report anytime you find anything. Yes, young master. At this time, Lighthouse Country, California Airport. It was in the wee hours of the morning. A tightly wrapped young girl came down from a cab, her body covered in dust. Stinky old man, how dare you lock up this young lady? Oomph, I'll circle around from Lighthouse Country. There should be no way out. No, the plane still has 10 hours to take off. This lady still needs to find a place to hide. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stinky old man ba 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 ba. The sky of Jiangcheng gradually brightened. Over the past few days, the two of them, Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi, had maintained the good habit of running in the morning every day. The time was still in advance, staggered with Lu Chen's time. Unfortunately, they hadn't met Elder Shen again for so many days. Qin Huanyu didn't care either. Shen Lao's plot was not really in a hurry to wait for it to unfold on its own. All he could do was to grab a chance to get acquainted with Shen Lao before Lu Chen did. The rest was to wait for the plot to open. Returning to the villa, he ate a breakfast at ease. Lei Zi suddenly came over to report. Young master, the person you asked us to check out earlier. There's a result. Qin Huanyu turned his head to look at him. Which one? It's that Miss Enlan. We found out that Miss Enlan's airplane will be taking off from the Lighthouse Country in 3 hours. 3 more hours? With the speed of the flight, that would mean that by tomorrow morning, it would be able to arrive in the summer country. However, the schedule was rather full these days. There was also an important banquet in the evening, and there was no telling when it would end. Qin Huanyu frowned a little. In the original story, Enlan's help to Lu Chen was likewise the greater of the several female leads. It was even said that Enlan's brother was crucial to the Qin family's final downfall. He didn't want to give up on this storyline. After considering it for a while, his brows restretched. It didn't matter, since he himself was able to open the plot in advance. He could naturally delay it as well. I know, Lei Zi, you run again, at your command. Young master, Qin Huanyu let out a light smile. Report to the Qin family and say that within these 3 days, all flights from the Lighthouse Country to the Summer Country will be grounded. Hiss, Lei Zi sucked in a breath of cool air. His eyes widened as he looked at the young master whose face was all smiles. This light sentence, did the young master understand the gold content of it or not? If it was a few hours, it would have stopped. But a few days. The other party is the Lighthouse Kingdom, the strongest country in the world at the moment. To suspend all flights for 3 days at a single word, in case it's not deployed correctly, would cause national conflict. He wanted to open his mouth to persuade a few words. However, he saw Qin Huanyu wave his hand. 3 days does seem a bit too much. Let's do it this way. At least 2 days for all the flights, and limit the location to Jiang province and a few neighboring provinces and cities. 2 days was already enough time to deal with those things on its own. Moreover, just limiting it to Jiang province would be fine. It would be a bit troublesome for the Qin family, but it wasn't impossible to do. Just find a random reason and stop it for you. You go find Grandpa, and I'll explain to his old man afterward. Without giving Thunder Zi another chance to speak, he waved his hand for him to retreat. Seeing this, Lei Zi had no choice. Nodding his head, he left. Half an hour later, the Summer Country suddenly held a conference. It was discovered that several flights from the Lighthouse Kingdom had utilized consignment routes to transport prohibited substances into the territory. The Lighthouse Kingdom flights are now restricted from traveling to Jiang province, as well as the 8 neighboring provinces and cities, for 3 days. The spokesman didn't say what the prohibited items were. As for why it is limited to the neighboring provinces, the spokesman also did not say. In addition to the Lighthouse Country was furious. The other countries, only slightly concerned, and then did not pay too much attention. At this time, Qin Huanyu was walking through the major shopping malls in Jiangcheng accompanied by Shuang Er and Qianxian. On the cell phone that he had left at home, there were already a dozen missed calls. On the contacts displayed, the word Grandpa was clearly noted. As for the number, there was only a short number 1. Shuang Er, still not well. Qin Huanyu opened his arms and legs and stood in front of a full body mirror, surrounded by several young ladies, holding soft rulers in their hands, measuring various sizes for him. The two, Shuang Er and Qianxian, were also not far away, exchanging words with someone. At this moment, the two had various silk threads wrapped around their hair, tying out an extremely complicated hairstyle. On their side, There were also people who brought dozens of dresses, one by one, in front of the two, for them to select. Xia Lingxian didn't know much about these processes, but luckily, Schwanger was guiding them. However, this was bitter for Qin Huanyu. Participating in this kind of banquet represented the face of the Qin family, and could not be sloppy. From the time they finished eating in the morning, the team arrived in Zhengcheng. Until now, it was nearing the afternoon, and it still hadn't been completed. Qin Huanyu shook his head helplessly. He glanced sideways toward the two people. It was thanks to the fact that those people were all female. Otherwise, letting so many men pinch on their bodies, one would have to kill someone to help the fun. Then he looked at his whole body. The chicken nest on the top of his head looks nothing special. According to Schwanger's words, put it outside. This styling should be at least 5 figures. As for those suits, they are exclusive and customized. You can't even buy them if you want to make an offer. Another 2 hours passed, until the sun sinks in the west. The trio's modeling was finally completed. Schwanger and Qianxue stood beside Qin Huanyu on the left and right. It had to be said that after a whole day of modeling, it looked really good. On Schwanger's body was a silver white gown. The side split, completely showing her 1.5 meter long legs. Looking at it makes people want to touch it. Of course, Qin Huanyu was not included, because he had already gotten his fill of it just now. It was just that. As for Xia Lingxian, she was dressed in a black and red gown, lining her skin more and more white. Although her height was not as tall as Schwanger, but she was also as beautiful as a princess in a fairy tale. As for Qin Huanyu himself, originally, his face was good-looking, and before, it was only his obscene temperament that pulled down his face value. Now, after careful grooming, even the delicate two women beside him couldn't help but be covered by his radiance, appearing much darker. Young master, you're so good-looking. Schwanger's eyes were filled with love. Brother Qin. Well, Xia Lingxian just looked on, her cheeks instantly reddening, and this scene also greatly grew Qin Huanyu's self-confidence. Seeing that the time was almost up, he waved his hand. Go, set off. Chapter 46. Attending a dinner party. Zhengcheng Dragon Lake Manor. Situated on the shores of Dragon Lake, it was one of the few 6-star hotels. For this banquet, Robin had chartered the entire manor. The manor was filled with ancient traditional Xia buildings, and the huge parking lot was full of luxury cars at this time. Hundreds of big men in uniforms stood scattered everywhere, maintaining order. There was still an hour to go before the banquet started, but the crowd had already arrived in advance. Standing in 2s and 3s, they talked and laughed with each other. Although Robin's World Chamber of Commerce didn't have a good reputation in Zhengcheng, and did some third-rate business, however, he had a large number of people under him. Moreover, he was accustomed to clambering over the rich and powerful. Few people in Zhengcheng would not give Robin face. Today, half of the celebrities in Zhengcheng have come here today. At this time, Robin stood quietly at the entrance of the parking lot and waited. One after another, people arrived. Hello Mr. Luo, I'm Li Rue from Zhengcheng Wonderful Times. Please take care of me in the future. Hello Mr. Luo, I'm Mr. Luo. When the crowd saw him standing, they were busy all coming up to hand over their business cards. And Robin also came up and took all the business cards, smiling at the crowd. Everyone, there's no need to be polite today. Go in and sit down first. Eat and drink well. Robin smiled, his eyes streaming past the faces of the crowd before looking at the intersection in the distance. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that he was waiting for someone. The heart couldn't help but mutter. With Robin's status, even those in the top echelons of Jiang City, there weren't many who would be worthy of making him wait here. Unless it was the Jiang City Lord himself arriving. But for this kind of private gathering, the City Lord usually wouldn't show up. At most, he would just call a secretary to come over and send some gifts as a way to give him face. At a distant intersection, a black Cullinan suddenly drove up. It drove straight into the parking lot. Afterwards, Ling Jong brought Ling Qianxue and the two of them, and walked down from the car in turn. The Ling family's Qianxue Heroine was not considered the topmost company in Zhengcheng. The two of them stepped out of the car, and the first thing they saw was Robin not far away. Ling Jong frowned slightly, then his face revealed some more smiles and took 2 steps this way. Mr. Luo, I've heard a lot about you. Although he didn't like Robin as a person, but after all, people invited themselves to the banquet. The surface etiquette, still have to do enough. Facing other people, Robin just smiled and nodded his head. But after seeing Ling Jong get out of the car, previously, Robin was still somewhat indifferent. His eyes suddenly exploded with light, and he took 2 or 3 steps to come up. Mr. Ling, he exclaimed softly and shook hands with Ling Jong. Then he turned his head to look at Ling Qianxue, who was standing playfully on the side. Today's Ling Qianxue originally did not want to attend this kind of banquet, but after hearing Ling Jong say that this banquet, basically all the big shots in Zhengcheng would attend, her heart instantly had a small heart. Waking up early, She didn't clean herself up completely until just before she left. Even Robin, who had seen a lot of beautiful women, could not help but stare wide-eyed at this moment, scanning Qianxue from top to bottom. Soon, he realized something again. Hurriedly withdrawing his own gaze, he didn't dare to look any further. Qianxue had explained himself to take care of Ling Jong a little more when he came. I'm afraid it's for this woman. Luckily, I've seen a lot of them. If he had looked at her a little longer, he would have been discovered by Xiao Qin when the time came, and I'm afraid that he would not have been able to save his life. Robin smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Ling Jong. On the parking lot, there were still many people standing at this time. Seeing Robin's unusually warm attitude at this time, their eyes couldn't help but gather on Ling Jong. Who is this person? Could it be that Robin is waiting for him? I recognize him. This person should be called Ling Jong. He owns a cosmetic company, and his assets are just over $20 billion. Just over $20 billion? It shouldn't be worth Robin giving him such a big face yet, right? The crowd whispered. Ling Jong also had some doubts in his heart. He himself hadn't even half crossed paths with this Robin before, but today, he was acting like he had known him for years, and his enthusiasm was a little too much. On the surface, the two of them continued to smile and talk. Mr. Ling has a promising future ahead of him, Robin said with a smile. With Young Qin's promotion, in the future, Mr. Ling might be able to occupy a place in this Jiang city. Young Qin? Ling Jong smiled and asked a rhetorical question. Soon after, he realized something. The smile on his face also suddenly froze, and he implicitly looked at his daughter beside him. At this time, Ling Qianxue also heard Robin's words. She, who was originally unconcerned, also instantly focused her attention on Robin. Within her expression, a slightly sweet smile hung out. Ling Jong's face turned cold. He returned back around, and although there was still a smile on his face, this smile appeared a little cold. Mr. Luo, you may have misunderstood. I am that what's his name? Young Qin. The words hadn't even left his mouth yet, only to see another car suddenly appear in the distance at the end of the disc road. That car was silver white in color. Although the light was a little dim at this time, the bright silver color of the car body was particularly conspicuous on the mountain road. A few reports came from Robin's headset. His face also changed instantly. Looking towards Ling Jong, he said, make yourself at home, Mr. Ling. I still have to go and greet the guests. With that, he hurriedly ran back again, calling over more than 30 big men in suits. They formed a circle on the parking lot, isolating the crowd. Soon, the car had driven into the parking lot. Snap! With a soft sound, the car door opened. Lei Zi was the first to get out of the car, busy running to the back door again and bowing to open it. Qin Hanyu took Shuang'er and Xianxian with him and directly stepped out of the car. It seems like this dinner party, only the four of them came over. In fact, the team of bodyguards under his command had already sneaked into the interior of the manor, dispersed in various places. The crowd of onlookers were all separated by Robin's men. They only looked at the center from a distance. The crowd once again resounded with whispers. This was the person Robin was really waiting for, right? He looked so young, and he hadn't heard of such a family in Zhangchang, right? Not to mention, the aura of the youth alone was a huge step beyond the crowd present, and those who had contact with him before were somewhat familiar, but they also only knew that Qin Huanyu had come from Kyoto, and the rest was unclear. Everyone present, the only one who truly knew his identity was Robin. Qin Huanyu glanced at the crowd in the distance and saw that their eyes, too, were focused on his side. He couldn't help but frown a little. His original idea, he didn't want to expose himself so quickly. If he was pushed to the front of the stage, many of his layouts afterward would most likely be detected by that Lu Chen. Young Qin, Robin shouted, busy trotting over this way. Qin Huanyu's face darkened even more. Shut up, he angrily rebuked and watched as Robin came to his side. Why are there so many people standing here? Were they all arranged by you? Although it was just a question, his tone was unusually cold. Robin's body, however, trembled slightly. He raised his head and noticed Qin Xiao's somewhat gloomy line of sight. Immediately reacting, he told his men to go ahead and evacuate the crowd before turning back around. Xiao Qin, I wanted to be here to greet you. I didn't expect those people to see me standing here, and one by one, they've gathered here as well. I'm sorry, young Qin. Qin Huanyu's brows were furrowed. He stared at Robin, his gaze flickering a bit. Just as he was about to say something, another shout suddenly rang out beside him. Qin Huanyu. It was immediately followed by, in the midst of the Ling congregation's angry stares, Ling Qianxue's face blossomed into a smile as she bounced and trotted over this way. Chapter 47, Congratulations. The crowd on the parking lot, evacuated by the security, was soon left with only a few people. Qin Huanyu turned his head and saw Ling Qianxue running this way. His gloomy face instantly dissipated. Facing Ling Qianxue, he had to use his Oscar-level acting skills again. He had been hanging her out to dry before, and the time had come. One couldn't be too harsh on others. In case he didn't control the degree well and missed, then things would be troublesome. Qianxue, long time no see, Qin Huanyu said with a smile. Soon after, there was some frowning again. Looking at her in a desire to speak, Ling Qianxue came in front of her and was about to open her mouth. Her sight suddenly noticed the two women standing beside Qin Huanyu. The remaining words were instantly blocked back into her mouth. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Inside, it was extremely complicated. Not sure why she was angry, but she always felt a little blocked in her heart. Behind him, Ling Jong rushed over. He grabbed Ling Qianxue's hand while glaring angrily at Qin Huanyu. Qin Huanyu, what do you want? Qin Huanyu turned his head to look at Ling Jong and nodded at him, with a smile on his face as a greeting. In the original story, Ling Jong's character wasn't actually like this. Perhaps because he had changed the plot, it resulted in Ling Jong's character, which was worlds apart from the novel. It was precisely for this reason that he was not in a hurry for this part of Ling Qianxue's branch line. If he wanted to take down Ling Qianxue, he had to take care of Ling Jong first. But he was, after all, Ling Qianxue's biological father. So it was difficult to target Ling Jong without damaging Ling Qianxue's feelings for him. In Qin Huanyu's mind, he already had a plan. He just hadn't gotten around to implementing it yet. Robin stood on the side, not daring to speak. In his heart, he was very puzzled. Obviously, it was young Qin who had explained himself, asking him to take care of Ling Duo. How come now? The two of them looked like they had a grudge, but he didn't dare to ask more. Anyway, what he could be sure of was that Ling Qianxue was definitely someone that Qin Shao had his eye on. In the future, he had to stay away from her a bit more. Facing Ling Zhong's angry rebuke, Qin Huanyu did not care. Just pretend that he didn't see him. Right, Qianxue? Where's that Lu Chen? Why haven't I seen him? Qin Huanyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. However, this question suddenly poked Ling Qianxue's heart. Lu Chen? How did he know about Lu Chen? Ling Qianxue jerked her head up and looked at her father. Then she looked at Ling Zhong's hand that was gripping her tightly, as if she had remembered something, and forcefully broke away. However, she heard Qin Huanyu say again, I heard that he's living with you now. Congratulations. Saying that, Qin Huanyu was quick with his eyes. System, how much villain value does it take to redeem divine acting skills? Ding. It costs 1,000,000 villain values to redeem a god-level acting skill. Lean. 1 million. That's really dark. Then I'll exchange a temporary one. It's enough. Depending on the duration of the time limit, redeeming a day's worth of divine acting skills would only cost 5,000 villain values. It wasn't cheap either, but it was just a drop in the bucket for myself right now. Ling Qianxue's body was stunned. Her eyes were a bit flustered and she suddenly looked over to Qin Huanyu's side, just about to open her mouth to explain, only to see Qin Huanyu in front of her, with a faint smile on his face, similarly looking at himself. Only in that smile, it was as if 1,000 emotions were hidden. As she watched, a sour feeling arose from the depths of her heart, and Qin Huanyu's eyes were still rippling, as if in the next second, hot tears were about to fall from them. No, Ling Qianxue opened her mouth, just about to say something, only to see Ling Jong take a step forward, right in the middle of the two. He similarly saw Qin Huanyu's expression. In his heart, he was suddenly pleased. Qin Huanyu, I advise you to stop flattering yourself. The two of them, Qianxue and Lu Chen, already have my approval. You won't have any more chances. His words just fell. Dad! Ling Qianxue roared angrily, her face rapidly reddening. She was anxious in her heart and no longer cared that Ling Jong was her father. In particular, that expression Qin Huanyu had just made was as if it was a brand, deeply imprinted in her heart. At this moment, in Ling Qianxue's mind, she only wanted to not let Qin Huanyu have any more disappointment and sadness. She reached out and directly pushed Ling Jong away. Under the anxiety, her thin and delicate body even erupted with great strength. Ling Jong didn't stand still for a moment and stumbled, almost falling. Ling Qianxue, on the other hand, did not bother to pay attention to him. Taking 2 or 3 steps forward, she pulled Qin Huanyu's hand. It's not like that. Listen to my explanation. That Lu Chen, he's just a bodyguard that my dad found out of nowhere, saying that he wants to keep me safe. Ling Qianxue's tone was flustered. He just lives next door to me, or my dad arranged it. I don't even want to see him. How could he possibly live together? Qin Huanyu, you have to believe me. This time, it was Qin Huanyu who was a bit confused. Ding! Detected a major change in the plot. Gained 10,000 points of villain value. The system's voice also sounded in synchronization. Hiss! This can also have villain value to take? The effect of this divine acting was so good that it was somewhat unexpected. Before the plot had even started, the relationship between the two of them, Ling Qianxue and Ling Jong, was extremely good, but just now, Ling Qianxue had reached out and directly pushed Ling Jong down. Doesn't that mean that this divine acting skill can still affect one's subjective judgment? There's a hang-up? He spoke quietly. Of course I trust you. At the same time, he reached out his hand and scraped Ling Qianxue's cheeks, which were a little red at this moment, and Ling Jong, who was standing on the side, only stabilized at this moment. That push from Ling Qianxue had almost shattered his heart. Ling Jong stood dumbfounded, his eyes resting on Ling Qianxue for a long time. Just then, a grim voice suddenly rang out. Miss Ling, what you just said has hurt me. Aside from Qin Huanyu, the crowd suddenly turned their heads. Not far from the car, 3 figures were coming down from the car, and the one who walked over at the head was none other than Lu Chen, whose entire body exuded a fierce aura. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Ling Qianxue. Qin Huanyu let out a light laugh in his heart. He had already sensed the arrival of Lu Chen's few people just now. This was also why he had guided Ling Qianxue to say those words. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Ling Jong only woke up at this moment. Although he was sad, Ling Qianxue was his daughter after all. He hurriedly walked over to explain. Xiao Chen, don't think too much. Qianxue, she just got confused for a moment. At the same time, he gave a wink to Ling Qianxue. Behind Lu Chen, Baiya and Guan Yun, both of them, also walked over this way. However, the 2 sights only fell on Qin Huanyu. Seeing that he was surrounded by women, Baiya also understood why Guan Yun had said yesterday that he didn't have time. With so many women, it was still a bit of a distraction. Young Qin Huanyu. The 2 greeted. Qin Huanyu smiled and nodded his head while waving to Guan Yun, signaling for her to follow him as well. But that Baiya, not knowing what she was thinking, also walked along to stand behind herself. Even if Xia Lingxian didn't care anymore, her eyes became more and more odd. Uncle Ling, Lu Chen said in a muffled voice, turning his head to look at Qin Huanyu. Seeing that he was also looking at himself with a smile on his face, the anger in his heart skyrocketed more and more. I know that this is not MS Ling's intention. Don't worry, I won't think too much about it. But for this banquet today, I'm following my friend here, so I probably won't be able to accompany you anymore. Saying that, Lu Chen provocatively looked at Qin Huanyu. However, his line of sight suddenly stalled. Wait a minute. Why were Guan Yun and Baiya both standing behind Qin Huanyu? You guys didn't invite me here, and this is abandoning me? Are you guys being polite? Chapter 48, don't worry, I'm always on your side. From time to time, people arrive on the parking lot. Seeing the crowd standing here, they all wanted to come over and join in the fun. Before they could get close, they were stopped by Lei Zi with his hand outstretched and left again with a sarcastic smile. The crowd didn't say a word, especially Lu Chen, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The Ling congregation wanted to say something, but that push from Ling Qianxue just now had pushed his heart completely out of whack, and he did not dare to strike up a conversation with Ling Qianxue at this time. Of all the people present, the one who was most relaxed was Qin Huanyu. As long as the one who was embarrassed is not himself, who cares who will be embarrassed? Hug Guan Yun, touch Qianxian, it does not smell good. Ling Qianxue, on the side, looked at the fire in her eyes, but just now, Qin Huanyu's divine acting skills on that look. Will she completely see melted? Even if she wanted to say something, she held it all in her heart. After the banquet is over, go back to the villa and then go to him to make it clear. Silence for a long time. It was Robin who took the lead to speak up. As the banquet host, he still had to come forward. Young Qin, Mr. Ling, the others, like Guan Yun and Baiya, were also little known in Zhangchang, but it wasn't enough to make him particularly attentive. Let's not stand around here. Why don't we go in and sit down? He really couldn't figure out Qin Shao's attitude towards Ling Jong. There was no way around it. Robin could only be polite to him for the time being as well. I've already arranged the location. Xiao Qin and Mr. Ling will both sit over at the main table. What do you think? Saying that, he apprehensively looked towards Qin Huanyu's side. Qin Huanyu frowned slightly, and then quickly relaxed. No need. Just find me a random place to sit. As long as it's a whole table. The main table was impossible to sit at. At today's banquet, most of the powerful people in Jiangcheng had come. If Robin exposed himself, it didn't matter if he died or not. One couldn't get all those people killed. During this period of time in the future, just those powerful people would probably be able to annoy themselves to death. As for that Lu Chen, it didn't matter. Originally, Qin Huanyu hadn't thought of hiding his identity in front of him. After all, in the original, Lu Chen's power outside the country wasn't small, and a little bit of checking could lead him to the Qin family. Besides, he already knew about it now. On Robin's side, hearing Qin Huanyu's words, he already understood in his heart. Young Qin probably didn't want his identity to be exposed. At the same time, he also remembered Master 13, when 13 came back to report, but if he had told himself beforehand that Qin Huanyu was the Qin family's great young man in the capital, he himself would not have ended up in such a passive situation. In Robin's eyes, a brilliant light flashed. Thinking of Qin Huanyu's current practice of concealing his identity, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart whether 13 had colluded with young Qin a long time ago. Yes, young Qin, he still agreed respectfully on the surface. Then I'll go in first and make some arrangements. You can just come in directly later. Someone will take you there. Robin bowed slightly, then turned around and walked towards the banquet hall. On the parking lot, Lu Chen's expression was permeated with murderous intent. He held back forcefully. One could not make a move. He had lost all of his own face today, but even if he was even more angry, he had to endure it. Now was not the time to tear his face off with Qin Huanyu. Wait for it. Lu Chen's eyes drifted past the several people beside Qin Huanyu, waiting for himself to snatch those women, one by one, from his side, and then slowly play him to death. The crowd walked inside the banquet hall. This hall was the largest banquet hall in the entire manor. At this moment, it was already filled with people. In front of each large table, there were 7 or 8 people seated, and the atmosphere was somewhat noisy. Qin Huanyu and the others walked in and did not attract too much attention, apart from a certain few people, who looked their eyes over, marveling at the voluptuousness of Schwanger and the few of them. Under the guidance of a few burly men, the group sat on a certain remote round table. Phew! Qin Huanyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, all the way over, he was collecting system rewards. That push from Qianxue alone had directly changed the plot of both her and Ling Jong, and after that, with Lu Chen's arrival, today could be considered a full day. That 5,000 villain value spent was not a loss. When she came back to her senses again, she was already sitting in the banquet hall. He was about to speak when he suddenly noticed something. Ha, why are you two here? Qin Huanyu asked in surprise, his eyes looking towards the two of them, Ling Jong and Lu Chen, somewhat puzzled. Turning his head again, Qianxue was actually sitting at the same table as himself. It was probably because he hadn't paid attention just now. When Schwanger asked herself, she agreed with a hmm. Seeing Lu Chen and Ling Zhong's faces quickly became ugly. Hiding a smile on his face, he said again, forget it, just sit there, it's not in the way. Lu Chen was still ready to open his mouth. However, he saw that Qin Huanyu had already turned his head and was no longer paying attention to himself. His right fist was tightly pinched, and he was holding his breath in his heart. At this time, a hand suddenly reached over beside him and gently covered his right fist. Lu Chen was startled in his heart. Turning his head, he realized that the person was Ling Jong. Little Chen, don't worry, I've always been on your side. Lu Chen's expression quickly stiffened. Looking at the amiable smile on Ling Zhong's face, he didn't move and pulled his hand out, sweeping the crowd at the table. He got up and directly left the table. Qin Huanyu had his left arm around Qianxue and his right hand on Guan Yan's thin waist. Seeing Lu Chen's figure gradually disappear, he turned his head to look at Lei Zi and gave him a gentle nod. The banquet was still continuing. Lu Chen was a bit stifled in his heart and prepared to go wash his face to clear his head. He was afraid that if he looked at Qin Huanyu's face again, he would really be unable to resist striking out. He was walking to a corner. Suddenly, 2 strong men in suits walked out in front at the same time. Looking at the clothes of the two of them, they should also be that Robin's men. The two of them were walking in a hurry and didn't even notice Lu Chen. Bang! The 3 of them collided head-on. With his great strength, Lu Chen quickly stabilized his body. As for those 2 strong men, they were directly knocked to the ground by him. Grass! Cursing angrily, the 2 men quickly got up from the ground and stared angrily at Lu Chen. You don't watch the road, do you? You don't have eyes. Lu Chen was not very tall, and he had to slightly tilt his head up to look at the 2 men. Frowning as he looked at them, he spoke faintly. I've already stopped. It should be you guys who hit me, right? Naya bastard. How dare you talk back? One of them cursed angrily, directly swinging his fist towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze went cold, and his body instantly tensed. He was already in a bad mood, and these 2 actually dared to bump into his anger. He was about to strike. However, he saw another person hastily reaching out and pulling the hand of the strong man who was swinging his fist. He also looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat cautious gaze. Forget it, it's probably just the bodyguard of some big boss. Don't make a fuss. Boss Luo is still waiting. If we miss the plan, neither of us can afford it. Upon hearing this, the man who had previously struck out withdrew his fist. Still indignant in his heart, he glared fiercely at Lu Chen. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and tapped him twice on the shoulder. Remember, don't let me see you here again. Lu Chen was about to tackle him. His hand, however, had already retracted. No longer paying any attention to Lu Chen, he walked around him and headed further into the distance. Didn't I say that Qin Xiao has his hands full? Why is boss still dealing with him? How do I know? What kind of tactfulness is that? when we come to Qianxue, it's still our Chamber of Commerce that has the final say. That's true. I'm just a bit panicked in my heart. The two of them lowered their voices and gradually moved away. Behind them, Lu Chen suddenly stopped his steps. With his gaze, he looked towards the two people whose backs had disappeared around the corner, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 49, Those Legs Under the Table. The banquet was still going on. There were also a few people who came over and wanted to chat a few words, but they were all blocked by Lei Zi's cold face and left cursing. Xia Lingxian grabbed Qin Huanyu's hand. Brother Qin. She frowned slightly as she looked around at the people coming and going. There are too many people here for my liking. When are we going back? Qin Huanyu smiled and patted her back. Qianxue, you'll be the one to control the entire Qin clan group in the future. There will definitely be more banquets like this one in the future. You need to get used to it early. Hearing this, Xia Lingxian was a little deflated and nodded her head. Originally, with Qin Huanyu's mood, he could leave at any time, but not today. At least, not until the banquet was over. In the original, it was during this banquet that Robin was hunted by the others. In the end, in order to survive, he abandoned Master 13 to escape on his own. Originally, Master 13 was still extremely devoted to him, but after this incident, between the two of them, suspicions began to arise, especially in the end. Master 13 was saved by Lu Chen, re-entering Jiangcheng. Although he still threw himself under Robin's door, the Robin at that time no longer believed in him. No one believed that someone could survive the siege of nearly 100 people. He only thought that Master 13 had defected to someone else. Speaking of which, this banquet was also a turning point in the original plot, right? Qin Huanyu, at that time, learned that Lu Chen was living in Ling Qianshue's villa. In a fit of anger, he wanted to use violence again. This time, because of Lu Chen's guardianship, he naturally did not succeed. Not only did he push Ling Qianshue's heart towards Lu Chen, this matter was also exposed by Lu Chen, which greatly damaged Qin Huanyu's reputation. Afterwards, he was recalled by the Qin family. When he returned to Jiangcheng, Qin Huanyu's behavior became much more restrained. But this convergence, and let Lu Chen get a chance to breathe. In front of the round table, Qin Huanyu withdrew his thoughts. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Robin had not appeared, nor had Lu Chen. The current him, of course, couldn't possibly do those brain-dead things. After all, the current Ling Qianxue was sitting across from him, staring blearily at him. Why bother using that kind of underhanded tactics again? Of course, with Ling Qianshue's character, the odds were that her skin wasn't that thick. However, the other person couldn't say the same. Suddenly, Qin Huanyu's legs under the tablecloth felt a rubbing. Censored. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 points of villain value. Somewhere in a hidden box, Robin, who was supposed to be at the banquet, suddenly appeared here. In front of the crowd, there was another figure standing, which was clearly Lu Chen, who had left not long ago. Robin frowned at him. Speak, what do you want from me? In the parking lot, he had seen with his own eyes that this person and Qianxue didn't deal well with each other. In his heart, he also had a few dislikes for Lu Chen. Facing Robin's cold attitude, Lu Chen didn't care and let out a light laugh. Mr. Luo, a clear man doesn't speak in the dark. I have a grudge against Qin Huanyu. The people in the box were suddenly silenced. The atmosphere was somewhat odd. Earlier, Robin had strictly warned that he should never mess with young Qin. This person came up and said that he had a grudge against young Qin. Wasn't he afraid of being thrown into the lake and fed to the fish? The crowd's eyes turned to Robin again. Robin's eyes were also a little cold, but he didn't show anything. It was just a cold smile. I can see that. You want me to tie you up and send you to young Qin? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He had some guesses in his heart from the words of those two people he had just encountered at the bathroom door. But this Luo Bin was also a human savant, and it was surprising that he couldn't see it at all. Mr. Luo, I already know your plans for Qin Huanyu, so there's no need to pretend to act, right? I can join forces with you to deal with him. With that, Lu Chen took a step forward. The people in the box suddenly stood up and looked at him cautiously. However, Lu Chen was unimpressed and just reached out to grab the marble table in front of him. The right hand exerted a slight force. The hard marble tabletop was instantly crushed into powder in Lu Chen's hands. When he raised his hand again, there was no trace of injury on his hand. Robin sat on the sofa, still acting calm on the surface. In his heart, he was wondering, my plan? What plans do I have? How come I don't even know myself? But this person in front of him did have some skills. He knew in his heart that this marble table in front of him was real and could never be faked, if he could use it for himself. But then he thought of Qin Huanyu's huge family history. The small flame that had just risen in his heart was instantly extinguished. Robin's face gradually turned gloomy. He also stood up and was about to have someone take Lu Chen down. Suddenly, the door to the box opened. Someone hurriedly ran in with a panicked look on their face and a thick breath coming out of their mouth. Mr. Luo, there are a lot of people coming from outside the manor, claiming to be some kind of Kyoto young master, naming you to personally go out and greet them. What? Swish! Robin's eyes widened and he quickly got up from the sofa. Another Kyoto grand young master? Lu Chun, who was standing on the side, also turned his head to look at the youngster, frowning as he considered something. Chapter 50 Kyoto Li family. The four major families of Kyoto, the Zhaoqian Sunli, divided up the many industries of the Summer Kingdom. Among them, and because the Zhao family controlled banks, oil and many other profitable industries, the four great families were honored by the Zhao family, but the other three families were not much weaker. Li Mingchang, he was a young master of a side family of the Li family in Kyoto. Li Mingchang's grandfather was the cousin of the current head of the Li family. It was reasonable to say that even though he was only a collateral line, he also possessed the inheritance rights of the Li family. The Li family's properties were also spread throughout the Xia country. In order to pinch the ownership rights in their hands, all the sons and daughters of the Li family had to go out from time to time, traveling all over the place as if on a tour. And today, Li Mingchang happened to arrive in Jiangcheng. The banquet organized by Robin had invited almost 90% of the powerful and noble people in Jiangcheng. Li Mingchang naturally heard about it and followed the sound to hear. At this time, he had already been invited to the manor by Robin. It was still the same box from earlier, only this time, Li Mingchang was the only one sitting on the sofa. More than 10 black-clothed bodyguards under him were lined up. On the opposite side, there was Robin and a few of his men. Other than the 13th master, and that drowned 7th master, everyone else was here. The remaining Lu Chen also stood amongst the pile of people, looking somewhat out of place. Robin, Li Mingchang's face showed no joy or anger. As a son of a family, this calm state of mind was something that had to be cultivated. He drank softly, holding his celadone teacup in his hand. Now it's time to believe that I am a member of the Li family in Kyoto. When Robin heard this, bean-sized beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He was busy bowing and saluting. Believe. I have always believed in young Li. To be honest, it was true that one did not believe in it originally, until he saw that behind Li Mingchang, the two vice city lords of Jiangcheng were all in a fawning manner. Where would he dare to disbelieve? Li Mingchang laughed and put down the teacup in his hand. This Robin, perhaps in Jiangcheng, could be a bully, but in front of the families, he can't even be counted as an ant. The four great families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, although only involved in business, not politics. However, no matter which aspect of the extreme, is not a simple business family. Like him, Li Mingchang is just a young master of the sideline. But when the vice city lord of Jiangcheng came over, he still had to bow before himself. Coming over today, I'm just taking a casual look, so you don't have to be too nervous. By the way, there's an investment project in hand. It just so happens that you've bumped into this banquet of yours, and I'll be able to lift them up when the time comes. Robin was shocked in his heart. For a family like the Li family, it wouldn't be a simple investment project. If it could be held in his hands, his Robin's name might be able to rush beyond Jiangcheng from then on. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Li Mingchang say again, "It's better to put away your small mind. This project is too big, involving hundreds of billions of dollars. You're not worthy yet." Between words, Li Mingchang's tone was full of disdain. Even so, Robin didn't dare to be half dissatisfied. Suddenly, he thought of Qin Huanyu, who was still sitting outside, and something came to his mind. Right, young Li. Robin bent his waist and asked with a smile, "I heard that over in Kyoto, there is still a Qin family, Qin Shao, with a monstrous background." On the sofa, Li Mingchang's cold gaze suddenly swept over. Robin panicked in his heart and hurriedly explained, "I'm just curious to ask, thinking that if I can see it in the future, nothing will go wrong. Don't think about it." Li Mingchang snorted coldly and withdrew his icy sight. He looked at Robin with a threatening intent in his eyes. "It's impossible for him to come to a place like this, and it's impossible for you to see it either. Even if he wanted to come out, the Qin family wouldn't let him out." Li Mingchang waved his hand, still talking to him more. However, these words were like a flood of bells that boomed in Robin's mind. Young Li's identity was bound to be true. Then with his status and position, there was absolutely no reason for him to come and lie to himself. In other words, that Qin Shao sitting outside was most likely a fake, then associating it with 13's bizarre movements. In a moment, Robin's mind had intertwined countless thoughts. His eyes instantly became fierce. Seeing Li Mingchang turn his head to look at him, he hurriedly changed into an extremely flattering smile again, lowering his head and not daring to speak. "Alright," Li Mingchang waved his hand. "Take me to the banquet hall." "Okay, young Li." "Wait." Two shouts rang out at the same time. Robin froze and looked at Lu Chen, who walked out from the pile of people, and his face changed drastically. "Why are you still here? Drag him down." However, Lu Chen ignored Robin's angry roar and just looked over to Li Mingchang, who was also frozen. Hello young Li, my name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Who? Li Mingchang muttered in his heart. He looked at the cheap clothes on Robin's body, and his heart was a million times more disdainful. His face still wore a smile. Hello, what can I do for you? Robin's men had already gathered around by now. Young Li, you don't need to care about him. He's just a liar. I'll drag him down here. Li Mingchang didn't say anything. The crowd swarmed over, trying to control Lu Chen, only to see a cold smile on Lu Chen's face. He didn't even turn his head and directly threw 2 punches and 3 kicks backwards. The few people who surrounded him instantly flew backwards again. At this time, Li Mingchang on the sofa was still ready to pick up the teacup and take another sip, but his movements instantly froze in place. The surrounding several bodyguards' faces changed drastically, and they were busy surrounding him in the middle. Wait, Li Mingchang was at least a young master of a worldly family. He did not panic, but only looked at Lu Chen fixedly. He put down the things in his hand, and then looked at Lu Chen with more curiosity in his gaze. What did you just say? What's your name? Lu Chen. Lu Chen grinned, filled with confidence. He swept Li Mingchang up and down before saying, at the same time, I've also studied a few years of national medicine from my master, and I think I've accomplished something. Young Li's body. He didn't continue with the latter words. He only saw Li Mingchang's face change, and his gaze became much more stern. The two stared at each other for a long time. Li Mingchang suddenly spoke. Robin, you go out first. Everyone go out first. Young master, get out. Not long after, everyone left the box. In the large box, only Li Mingchang and Lu Chen were left. Li Mingchang was still staring at Lu Chen, his gaze flickering slightly. The disease on my body, you can cure it? Lu Chen, who was standing in front of him, saw that the crowd had all left, and his body became much more relaxed. He did not have the same respect for Li Mingchang as Robin did. Instead, he walked straight to the sofa and sat down as well. Only then did he open his mouth and said, it's just some atrophy, and it's still acquired, so it'll be fine with a few slight needles. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Li Mingchang's crotch. With this glance, he saw Li Mingchang blush a little, and at the same time, he was a little annoyed. However, he didn't show it, and only had some shade under his eyes. It's good if it can be cured. Then change the question. What do you want? Li Mingchang's voice lowered a lot, staring at Lu Chen expressionlessly. I can give you as much money as you want. No, I don't need money. Lu Chen shook his head. He took a sip of tea and looked equally straight at Li Mingchang, killing intent emanating from his body. I want Xiao Li to help me block certain people. At least, when the end comes, young Li can help me escape from Xia. Chapter 51, Smacking Robin in the face in public. In the banquet hall, Robin brought a few people, one table at a time, over to toast. It soon came to Qin Huanyu's table in front of them. Seeing this, Qin Huanyu could only put down the small feet in his hands, with some regret on his face. After playing with it for 10 minutes, it was still a bit unfulfilled. At this time, Baiya, her body was paralyzed and her face was slightly blushing. She coughed lightly, staving off Guan Yun's concerned gaze. At the same time, she caught traces of an angry glare at Qin Huanyu. Young Qin, Robin bellowed loudly, coming this way and not controlling his volume. The sound, in turn, attracted a crowd of spectators. Qin Huanyu's face instantly turned cold. Looking at Robin, he saw that he had a smile all over his face, no longer seeing the trepidation he felt when he saw himself before. But after not seeing him for half an hour, he's so bold? The Robin in the original story was not of such a nature. He was a man who was a man of influence and a man of profit. In particular, his wallflower behavior made Qin Huanyu extremely unhappy. Knowing full well his identity, now he actually dares to look straight with himself? Not right. What did he go and do in these half an hour? Thinking like this, Qin Huanyu did not get up and remained seated at the table. Seeing him like this, Xia Lingxian and the rest of them also didn't get up and sat at ease, allowing that Robin to raise his wine glass. Other than Ling Jong, the entire table was just looking at Robin. This scene attracted the crowd to gather around and couldn't help but talk a little. Robin was a little annoyed in his heart. You, a fake great young man, are actually pretending with me. The other person, Young Li, has a vice city lord standing in, so it must be impossible to fake. And you, I have to believe in just one sentence from 13? Thinking of this, Robin also glanced sideways at 13 beside him. The smile on his face also faded a few points. Young Qin, Robin pays his respects to you. Here's a toast to you. Saying that, he drank it down himself. After holding Jiangchang for so many years, Robin was not the kind of hairy teenager. What he could endure that he shouldn't. What he hadn't experienced. Seeing him finish his drink, Qin Huanyu still sat without moving, but his face revealed a faint smile. Only this smile, not at Robin, but at the 13th master beside him. He had Schwanger pour himself a cup of wine. Raising it remotely, He pointed it in the direction of the 13th master. Seeing this, Robin's heart rejoiced, thinking that he was toasting himself. Many thanks to young Qin for lifting me up. The words had yet to fall. Qin Huanyu spoke. It's been a long time, Master 13. I've said before that we'll meet again. After saying that, the cup of wine went down, and Robin's expression instantly stiffened there. He looked at Master 13 again and saw that he was also a bit frozen at this moment. In his heart, he sneered disdainfully. The preconceived notions about 13th Master increased a few more points. Obviously, you are the boss, and when people toast you, you ignore me? Good brat. Humph. Robin hummed lightly. In that case, 13, you stay here and accompany young Qin to have a few good drinks. He whisked his sleeve and led a few other people away. Even until he left, 13 hadn't come back to his senses. Just now, Qin Huanyu's behavior was almost like slapping Robin's face, ruthlessly, with several mouths. Moreover, it was still smacked with his 13th master's hand. Then what could be done? Robin was his own boss, and young Qin's background was even more terrifying. He couldn't afford to mess with any of them. He could only pour a glass of wine himself and looked at Qin Huanyu with an awkward smile. You're welcome, young Qin, drinking it with a gulp. The crowd left. This wine table, however, was still surrounded by many people. The crowd also looked sideways. What was this young man's status? He actually dared to hit Robin's face in public. He has the guts, but not the brains. I'm afraid this young man will lose his life without tomorrow. Pity. At the wine table, Ling Jong's face was also very unpleasant. Although he was displeased with Robin, he didn't want to mess with others. After all, he was the underground king of Zheng City, and it was just a breeze to clean up their Ling family. Qianxue, Ling Jong also angrily rebuked. Look at what you look like now. Saying so, he also glanced at Qin Huanyu. Playing around with these misfits as much as you can. People at least came to toast. Why don't you even have basic manners? Originally, Ling Qianxue, whose brain had calmed down, still felt some guilt towards Ling Jong, but seeing that he opened his mouth to reprimand himself, the apology that was on Ling Qianxue's lips was also reswallowed. She just coldly looked at Ling Jong. Dad, you'd better sit down first. The matter of the distant cousin's nephew. When we go back, I will personally confirm it with Mom. Ling Zong's face stiffened. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to speak. And Qin Huanyu, who heard the conversation between the two, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. What are they talking about? What distant cousin nephew? Isn't this the plot afterward? How come it's suddenly been advanced so much? It seems that one's plans can be advanced as well. Qianxue, Qin Huanyu suddenly shouted softly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, bypassing the two Qianxian and Shuang Er on his left, and gently held Ling Qianxue's small hand. Uncle Ling isn't easy either. You two should be good. Suddenly grabbed by him, Ling Qianxue stiffened. She wanted to pull it out, but she was afraid that it would be like before, making Qin Huanyu mistakenly think that she hated him. Her cheeks blushed and she lowered her head, softly humming. As for Ling Jong, who saw this scene, his face instantly reddened. He was about to open his mouth, only to see that Ling Qianxue also suddenly raised her head and swept a glance at him with a flat expression. All the words were all blocked back into his heart. Suddenly, several pairs of small hands reached out from nowhere and pinched the tender flesh of Qin Huanyu's waist, vigorously pinched twice. Alas! Qin Huanyu hemmed and hawed and laughed a few times. June, this good man, but why for the country flower heart? Not long after, Lu Chen came from the distance and sat back in his seat with a calm expression. He saw Ling Qianxue's hand being cupped in Qin Huanyu's hand. His face trembled violently. It quickly returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of villain value. Qin Huanyu snorted. He, laughed to death. With this mentality, you still dare to be a protagonist? When I operate a little more and show you a live battle, will you still vomit blood and die? Ling Jong sat on the side and noticed the change in Lu Chen's complexion. Xiao Chen, don't think too much. It's not what you think, he said, and tried to reach out his hand to comfort him. Frightened, Lu Chen hastily retracted his own hand, and was busy comforting him with a smile. Uncle Ling is fine, I've already looked away. At the same time, he looked at Qin Huanyu sorrowfully. Robin doesn't know that you're real, but I do. But it's also fine. Although the Li family can't beat your Qin family, there shouldn't be any problem in at least sending me out of Xia. After Robin makes his move, I'll take advantage of the chaos. Let's see how you die then. Lu Chen's eyes were gloomy as he coldly looked at Qin Huanyu, and at this time, Lei Zi, who was not in his seat earlier, returned from nowhere. Young master, it's all done, said Lei Zi, handing over a cell phone and respectfully placing it in front of Qin Huanyu. Qin Huanyu smiles and receives it in his hand. Above the same table, Ling Jong and Lu Chen, both of them, were looking at this side with some curiosity. When he set up a trap for Lu Chen before, He let someone get an invisible camera on him. The system produced a fine product. It was just so brightly glued on. Not only was it undetectable, but the picture quality was also exceptionally clear. Facing the curious eyes of the two, Qin Hanyu gave a sarcastic smile and reached out to tap the video on his cell phone. Young master. Lazy suddenly opens his mouth quietly. Prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 52. Is it the butterfly effect or? The sound in the video was not released. In Qin Huanyu's right ear, he wore a miniature headset. The phone was slightly sideways to ensure that Lu Chen and the others could see that they were watching the video, without knowing exactly what they were watching, but only after less than 3 minutes. In the middle of the screen, Li Mingchang's figure suddenly appeared. Qin Huanyu sat in his seat, and at first, he didn't react. Suddenly, the original owner's memories once again rushed into his mind. Wait. Reaching out, he paused the video. At this moment, the smile on Qin Hanyu's face had quietly disappeared. He stepped back for a few seconds, and the image was reframed in that box, where Li Mingchang sat on the sofa with a face full of superiority. Bang! The cell phone suddenly slipped out of his hand. The eyes of the crowd instantly looked this way. Qin Huanyu's face was somewhat gloomy. What's wrong with young master, brother Qin? Qin Huanyu? Phew! He exhaled heavily. On the other hand, Lu Chun, who was on the opposite side, was secretly happy in his heart, although he did not know what had happened. But looking at Qin Huanyu's expression, it should be something tricky. Facing the questions of the crowd, Qin Huanyu squeezed out a smile and shook his head. Lazy on the side was also a bit puzzled. He told the young master to get ready purely to remind him that there would be acquaintances in the video. Although Li Mingchang was the young master of the Li family, but his status was not half comparable to the young master. Not to mention, the Li family and the Qin family were not on the same level in the first place. But the young master's current behavior, why was it a bit strange? No one knew that Qin Huanyu was in a state of inner turmoil at this time. Li Mingchang, how could it be him? In the original owner's memories, of course there was this person, Li Mingchang. However, he definitely did not appear at this point in time. In the original, when Li Mingchang appeared, Qin Huanyu had already been played by Lu Chen. At that time, the Qin family had already experienced a slight decline. Qin Jin was agonizing over the onslaught of forces from outside the country. Qin Jinhua was equally annoyed. And in the plot, Li Mingchang appeared in order to build a bridge and a lead for Lu Chen. Lu Chen thus had a connection with the Li family. In all directions, under the siege of countless forces together. Even the Qin family couldn't withstand it and collapsed amidst the tidal wave. However, how could Li Mingchang appear in Jiangcheng at this time? Qin Huanyu closed his eyes and frowned tightly. Right, just now, the plot of Ling Jong and Ling Qianxue seemed to have been brought forward early as well. And these things, which he clearly hadn't touched. It was as if there was a pair of hands pushing the plot forward. Could it be that it was all because he had crossed over, and the butterfly effect was triggered? System, he silently shouted in his heart. However, the system did not respond in half. Although he himself was bound to the system, this system had an extremely high degree of freedom. There weren't any quests, and it wouldn't force anything to be done. The only drawback was that it was like a dead person, and there wouldn't be any communication at all. Qin Huanyu did not give up. System, why is the current plot different from the previous one? Zip. The system still didn't respond. Just when he was about to give up, suddenly, ding, this world is a real world. The plot direction is not unique. Responded? Qin Huanyu still frowned. In other words, these things beyond the plot were indeed created because of the butterfly effect. Then that means that all those plots I knew in advance are no longer useful? Zing. Ding. The system will automatically make corrections based on the direction of the plot. The host can also use the villain value to purchase the original plot, note, including but not limited to Lu Chen. The system's voice disappeared in a flash. After that, no matter how much Qin Huanyu inquired, the system didn't have half a voice appear again. Looking at his own villain value again, just in the 10 seconds or so just now, it had consumed more than 100,000 of his own villain value. What the hell? Dog then the system, switching into intelligent mode. It actually still wants to hack my villain value. The system's last sentence also caused him to ponder. Including but not limited to Lu Chen's plot? According to it, the plot purchased with the villain value should be the plot about the Son of Heaven's destiny. But this including but not limited to. Swish. In Qin Huanyu's heart, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that Lu Chen wasn't the only Heaven's destiny son in this world? This thought was like a bolt of lightning that instantly crossed Qin Huanyu's mind. It sent icy chills down his body, and at the same time, he was a little excited. Previously, he had been too obsessed with the tragic end of the original owner. All he could think about was, get Lu Chen killed, get Lu Chen dead. But now, the system actually hinted to him that there was more than just Lu Chen as the protagonist in this world. According to the development of the novel, he, the villainous rich second generation, would undoubtedly be targeted by everyone. Fortunately, the system had also given him a clear path. He could use the villain value to redeem the plot afterward, and in doing so, gain the omniscient perspective once again. After pondering for a long time, Qin Huanyu raised his head again. Just as well. One son of heaven's destiny was a kill. Two would be killed as usual. As long as there was anyone who wanted to go against him, then he would get them all killed. Thinking of this, Qin Huanyu picked up his cell phone again, and the people on the table, especially the few girls, saw him return to normal and put their hearts down. Re-tapped the video to start playing. Guests, I'm Robin. Everyone should recognize me. Robin's voice suddenly came out from the audio. On the high platform in the center, Robin's figure reappeared there. At this time, his face was filled with smiles. His line of sight circled around below, looking at Qin Huanyu's table from afar. And at this time, Qin Huanyu had also finished watching the video. Without much change in his expression, he looked up just in time to also look this way, and the two of them crossed their lines of sight. Today, I'm glad that everyone is supporting me. Here I have another announcement to make to everyone. Robin overflowed with a smile. There's another heavyweight guest arriving today, and I'd like to make a grand introduction to all of you. As he said that, the lights of the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. A beam of chasing light suddenly hit the entrance on one side of the hall. Friends of Mingchang, let's give our warmest applause to welcome young master Li Mingchang, who has come from the Li family in Kyoto. Everyone welcome. As the words fell, Li Mingchang's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. He was wearing a silver gray suit and had a faint smile on his face. As chasing light walked in slowly, the crowd froze for a moment first. Young master Li Mingchang? This name was somewhat unfamiliar, as if he had never heard of it before. But the four words, Kyoto Li family, in everyone's heart, was like a heavy knock with a big drum. Dang! What? The young master of the Kyoto Li family. These hundreds of people present, perhaps all of them combined, were less than 10% of the Li family. And the identity of the Li family's young master was likewise something they couldn't afford. I didn't expect him to come here today. Clatter! Loud applause instantly coalesced within the banquet hall. Surrounded by the applause, Li Mingchang walked up to the high platform step by step and stood at the center of the stage. Robin, on the other hand, automatically took a few steps back. At the same time, the microphone in his hand was passed to Li Mingchang. Facing the crowd below, he was pursued by the crowd. Li Mingchang smiled faintly and slowly opened his arms, enjoying the honor. Hello everyone, I am Li Mingchang. As the words fell, the applause grew a few points warmer. Chapter 53 $800 billion Order. Wow! The thunderous applause was unceasing. It wasn't until Li Mingchang on the stage stretched out his hand again and vainly pressed it in the air. Only then did they quiet down. Their faces, however, were still red with excitement, and the entire room was silent as they looked at the stage with fervor. There should be no need to over-introduce my identity, right? Li Mingchang smiled faintly. His line of sight swept over the entire audience. Even if someone was still confused, the people beside them would hastily remind them that this was the young master of the Li family in Kyoto. The Li family's anger might be a bit exaggerated when it comes to millions of corpses. However, the majority of the people present would probably lose their homes. The crowd's reaction satisfied Li Mingchang. It seemed that the plan that was formulated earlier could be started in this Jiangqing first. Ahem! Li Mingchang cleared his throat. This young master came to Jiangqing this time. In addition to inspections, he also carries a more important mission. Saying that, Li Mingchang's expression became a bit more serious. Everyone should know that our Li family's industries are mainly laid out in the light industry group. In the next 3 years, Xia has reached an agreement with the Southeast Asian side to export no less than $800 billion of light industrial products. On the high platform, he spoke incessantly, but as we all know, our Xia's industry is basically saturated. So for this $800 billion order, the Li family has decided that it will split half of the order and give it to the nation's powerful enterprises to manufacture together. In fact, having said this, his words afterward were already basically clear, and on the faces of the bosses of several manufacturing enterprises, a few dashes of red had quickly sprung up. If it wasn't for someone stopping them, I'm afraid that they would have already rushed to the stage by now and hugged Li Mingchang's thighs and knelt down. Among these people, naturally, Ling Jong was also included. Their Qianxue heroine, the main female cosmetic brand. It also belongs to the same light industrial manufacturing enterprises. A full 800 billion ah. Calculate the points in the country. Jiangqing and then so a point fell on their own head. I'm afraid even less than 1%. But even if only 1% of the share, that is also up to 8 billion huge orders. Moreover, this is still the cosmetic industry, which is already profiteering. Maybe this single can be comparable to their own 5 years of struggle. And Li Mingchang continued. Originally, most of this $800 billion order fell on the heads of the southern provinces, but I see that everyone is so enthusiastic. I've taken the liberty to make the decision that $100 billion of these orders should be shared by the people present. As his words fell, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Boom! The enthusiastic atmosphere almost washed away the entire banquet hall. Although Jiang province was located in the east, it was also considered to have a relatively developed economy. But nay, just because the economy was developed, the cost of employing people had likewise skyrocketed. Things like light industry and manufacturing would rarely have large enterprises settled in Zhangchang. They originally thought that the entire Jiang province could share 50 billion. Already very good. I didn't expect Young Li to be so generous. Surprisingly, he directly gave them an order of $100 billion. Immediately, there were people who wanted to rush up to the stage and give Li Mingchang a proper kowtow. They were all stopped. Seeing the reaction of the people on the stage, on Li Mingchang's face, there was an equally delighted smile. Young master, Schwanger blinked her soulful eyes and withdrew her sight from the stage. Is the country going to start laying out for Southeast Asia? Why haven't I heard anyone say that? Schwanger asked suspiciously, still thinking that after she left Kyoto, the summer country was going to make some big move again. To be honest, Qin Huanyu hadn't heard the news either, but he knew about the future plot. In the original, when Li Mingchang came to this Jiangcheng, it was the same similar opening. Teaming up with that Lu Chen, he raided an entire $100 billion. At the end of the day, nothing happened to him because he was protected by the Li family. Just set 800 billion orders, although in the original some differences, but most likely also false. Ha! Qin Huanyu sneered. Listen to his nonsense. Stupid thing. He cursed angrily, then looked at Guan Yun and the girls. Don't listen to his nonsense. Any of you who are well connected can also give a reminder. As the words fell, Guan Yun gently nodded. Ling Qianxue on the other side, although she didn't indicate it, also listened it in her heart, before they could express anything. Suddenly, cut! A snort came from across the round table. Ling Jong looked at Qin Huanyu with cold eyes. He's the Li family's eldest young man. He still needs to come and cheat people? Lu Chen sat beside him, some disdain hanging on his face as well. Ling Jong continued. Some people, claim to be a great young man in Kyoto. As a result, when Young Li appeared, he was nestled in this corner, not even daring to show his face. The eyes of the people at the table simultaneously focused on Ling Zhong's side, except for Ling Qianxue whose face was gloomy. The rest of the crowd, including Qin Huanyu who he had mocked, their faces remained as normal. Uncle Ling is right. Qin Huanyu smiled lightly and spoke. It's mainly because I don't have the money to invest, so I'm just a little jealous in my heart. Just know it in your own heart. Ling Jong angrily rebuked. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became in his heart. Seeing that Li Xiao on the stage had already walked off the stage, escorted by many people, walking towards the back, in his heart, he could not help but feel a little anxious, and swished to his feet. Waste of time. He gave another cold shout, signaling Lu Chen to stand up as well. Before looking at Ling Qianxue, frowning, he still asked, Qianxue, I'm going to find that Young Li to chat about business. Do you want to come along? It just so happens that I can also show my face in front of Young Li. That's a real Kyoto big shot. Ling Qianxue subconsciously wanted to refuse, but on second thought, with her father's current state of mind, if she went alone, the company might be given away and he would still be counting money for others. He swallowed back the words that came to his mouth and slowly stood up, but he said to Qin Huanyu, I'll go over there first. I'm worried that he's been tricked by someone else. Qin Huanyu smiled, his tone gentle. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Subsequently, looking at the backs of the three leaving together, the smile on Qin Huanyu's face intensified. Schwanger, prepare a purse company and acquire Qianxue Ren's shares as soon as possible. It was still the same box from earlier. Robin bowed and stood in front of Li Mingchang, his smile somewhat flattering. Young Li, I also have quite a few businesses under my name. Look at that $100 billion order. Can you slightly even out some of them to me? Saying that, he greeted the little brother beside him. The man understood and clapped his hands. The door to the box was opened, and more than a dozen teenage girls walked in through the door. On everyone's face, there was some undiminished childishness, and their cheeks were flushed. Li Mingchang just swept a glance and withdrew his eyes. Although he was from the sideline, he could at least call himself a young master. He had long since gotten tired of playing with these vulgar girls. However, a smile surfaced on Li Mingchang's face once again. Does Mr. Luo want it too? Of course. Chapter 54, Selling Shares. In the middle of the side hall, dozens of Jiangcheng bosses gathered, all with fervor on their faces. Most of their industries in Jiangcheng were related to manufacturing, and they all wanted to come over to get a piece of the pie. However, Li Xiao did not appear in person. He just sent a few people to record all the needs of the crowd. There were about 40 people, with a total of $100 billion in orders. The average distribution was just over $2 billion per person. Of course, Some people shared more, some less. It was just that the Li family had regulations. If you want to participate, you must submit a deposit in advance, preventing the order fulfillment date. When the time comes to deliver the goods, that would be extremely damaging to the Li family's reputation. And this deposit is 1/10 of the amount of the order. In the past, they were all the party that received the deposit, and had never heard of such a regulation. But the other party was the Li family after all. This name alone was a golden signboard, and no one dared to raise questions. In just 10 minutes, Li Mingchang had harvested a deposit of $10 billion. With the deposit in hand, those people were still full of smiles, their mouths constantly praising young Li for his atmosphere. By the time Ling Jong rushed to the side hall, the order had long been divided up, and not even half a dime was left. His face was extremely gloomy. It was all because of that Qianxue. If it wasn't for him, he would have rushed over a long time ago and might have been able to grab the order. At this time, Lu Chun, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. Uncle Ling. Ling Jong turned his head to look at him, his face still somewhat ugly. Lu Chun, on the other hand, smiled faintly in his heart and came over to Ling Jong's side and whispered, I'm in contact with that Mr. Li, so I can bring Uncle over to take a look. What? Ling Jong exclaimed in shock. The people who had not yet left were attracted by his exclamation and looked over with sideways glances. Ling Jong suddenly woke up and hastily collected his shocked expression. Lu Chun, are you telling the truth? Uncle Ling, I was just backstage, and I even had a chat with that young Li, so you'll know if you go over and take a look, Lu Chun said. Originally, Ling Zong had thought that sky-high order had already said goodbye to him. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had surprised him again. Then what are you waiting for? Go! On Ling Zhong's face, a smile reappeared. He glanced at the crowd first, suppressing his excitement and urging Lu Chen to take himself over, and behind him, Ling Qianxue followed expressionlessly, looking at the back of Lu Chen leading the way in front of her, her brows slightly furrowed. In the box, Robin pushed the door and walked in. Ever since Li Mingchang had promised him the order, Robin was practically treating him like a grandfather. He had been waiting outside the box, waiting for his orders at any time. Young Li, Lu Chen is here. On the sofa, Li Mingchang raised his head, censored. If he wanted to do more, he still had to see Lu Chen treat himself afterward. Let him come in directly. There's no need for you to make a special announcement. Robin nodded, but he also brought someone over. It's the father and daughter of Ling Jong and Ling Qianxue from Jiangchang, probably somewhat related to that Lu Chen. Li Mingchang froze, then smiled. It's fine, call them in together. Yes, young Li. Robin bowed again and exited outside the box. Not long after, the door of the box was pushed open again. Lu Chen brought Ling Jong, who was full of excitement, and stomped in through the door. Before he could stand still, Ling Jong took an arrow step and rushed in front of Li Mingchang, saying with a red face, Hello, young Li. At the same time, he stretched out his hand towards him. A sudden roar startled Li Mingchang. His heart pounded twice, and his body unconsciously took a small step backward. His face trembled and he quickly stabilized his mind. Ling Jong, right, hello. Suddenly, Li Mingchang's eyes widened as he looked towards Ling Qianxue who walked in together behind him. Today's Ling Qianxue was looking forward to seeing Qianxue, so she had dressed up beautifully. Her delicate and light makeup perfectly emphasized her features. Originally, her face value was already enough of a hit as the grand heroine. Combined with the carefully selected gown, the whole person was like a fairy coming out of a scroll. Beautiful beyond compare. Of course, there was still no comparison with Shuang Er, but to Li Mingchang at this time, even in Kyoto, he rarely saw such a beautiful woman. Just now, he heard Robin say that she seemed to be Ling Jong's daughter. His wolf-like eyes stared straight at Ling Qianxue. The one with the most ugly expression was naturally that Lu Chen. Young Li. His tone was hard as he took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Li Mingchang. Uncle Ling also has some industries in Jiangchang. This time, I came over to ask you if there are any remaining orders that can be shared with him. Looking at the beautiful woman's sight was blocked. Li Mingchang was a bit annoyed. It was about to break out into curses. When he saw that it was Lu Chen, he forced himself to hold back again, only frowning a little. Looking back at Ling Jong, his face was once again replaced with a confident smile. So it's Uncle Ling. Sorry for being a bit rude. Where? Ling Jong was terrified. The other party was the Li family's eldest young man. Where would there be any rudeness? If he could really look at Qianxue, it might still be an excellent thing. At least, that liar, Qianxue, would never have thoughts of it again. And the other side, Li Mingchang, who had reacted, turned his head to look in Lu Chen's direction again. In order to cure his illness, he had also revealed a little bit of his plan to solicit money this time to Lu Chen. This even brought his uncle over? However, he saw that in Lu Chen's eyes. His gaze flickered slightly. At this moment, Ling Zhong's attention was all on Li Mingchang. and he did not notice Lu Chen behind him. At this moment, it was as if Li Mingchang understood something. Thinking of this, Li Mingchang smiled brightly. Since Uncle Ling is interested, I naturally cannot spoil the fun, casually summoning over a person. Go on, take the order of $20 billion and credit it to Uncle Ling. Suddenly, Li Mingchang paused again. He looked at Ling Jong. Do you understand the family's regulations? Uncle Ling sighed. Understood, understood, Ling Jong said hurriedly. He had originally thought that he would be able to get a few billions of orders at most. Unexpectedly, this time when he was brought by Lu Chen, Young Li had directly given him 20 billion, with the profit margin of the cosmetics industry. With this one order, making $10 billion was considered small. In Ling Zhong's heart, he suddenly became all hot, and even his face flushed. Li Mingchang smiled. It's good to know. Then let's credit Uncle Ling with an order of $20 billion. But, Ling Qianxue, who hadn't spoken earlier, suddenly drank softly at this moment. Dad, facing the gazes of the people who looked at her, she was unimpressed. A deposit of $2 billion. Where else would there be so much money in the company's account? Qianxue, Ling Jong roared angrily, immediately changing into a full smile again. He looked at Li Mingchang. Don't be anxious, Young Li, give me 10 minutes. I will definitely get you $2 billion. Saying that, Ling Jong took out his cell phone from his pocket. Thousand Snow Izzy had developed well in the past 2 years, and the shares were all worth quite a bit of money. As long as he could earn this $10 billion, selling some shares slightly should not be a big problem. At this moment, Ling Jong was already completely overwhelmed by money. He glanced angrily at Ling Qianxue again. Shut up, the company is still mine now. How it develops is also up to me, so don't you butt in. Taking his cell phone, Ling Jong directly started calling in front of everyone. Chapter 55. This bottle of wine. It's not cheap, is it? There was laughter in the banquet hall. Those who didn't grab an order, or whose industry didn't match, they were a little regretful, and their interest was a lot less. And there were even those who left the table early, and Qin Hanyu's table, still sitting quietly, not communicating with anyone, and few voices were emitted. When Qin Huanyu didn't speak, everyone else didn't dare to communicate loudly and only dared to come closer to whisper. Ding! Schwammer glanced at her cell phone. Young master, the transaction of Qianxue Ren's shares is complete. We spent 1.5 billion in cash and purchased 18% of the shares. Qin Hanyu snapped out of his contemplation and gently nodded his head. The news he had learned in the system earlier had been lingering in his mind. There were too many things going on, and it was vaguely a bit of a headache. If it weren't for the fact that he had things to do later, he really wanted to go straight back to sleep. If he remembered correctly, Qianxue Ren's current shareholding distribution, the big head is still on Ling Jong. Among them, Ling Qianxue had 5% of the shares, and on Mrs. Ling, there was 30% of the shares, in addition to the remaining 10%. After selling 18% of the shares, Ling Zong had only 37% of the shares left at this point. Fortunately, before, second uncle had given himself some pocket money. Otherwise, one wouldn't even be able to afford this 18%. But wanting to control Qianxue Ren, relying only on such a small amount of shares is not enough. The 5% on Ling Qianxue, one can forget about it. It would be his own in the end anyway. It seems that the target after that is going to be on that Mrs. Ling's body. In the original, there wasn't much depiction of Mrs. Ling, only mentioning that she looked extremely similar to Ling Qianxue, and because she and Ling Jong knew each other early, she wasn't very old when she gave birth to Ling Qianxue. The current Mrs. Ling should only be in her early 40s. Hiss, forget it, can't think, easy to get caught in. Qin Huanyu retracted his thoughts and looked at Shuang Er's side again. Leave a little bit of money aside, and continue acquiring Qianxue Ren's shares with the rest, focusing on those minority shareholders. Okay, young master, Schwanger promised, although she didn't understand why young master wanted to acquire Thousand Snow Aaron. But after this period of time, Schwanger firmly believed in her heart that what the young master said was right. He himself only needed to follow and do as he was told. In the box, Ling Jong was filled with joy and couldn't stop bending his head to Li Mingchang. Thank you, Mr. Li, thank you, Mr. Li, then I won't disturb young Li's pleasure. With that, he led the two of them, Lu Chen and Ling Qianxue, away. Li Mingchang sat on the sofa, and when the door to the box closed, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Robin, come in. The door was pushed open once again. Robin hurriedly came in front of him. Young Li, what are your orders? Li Mingchang didn't say anything and first recruited a bodyguard and whispered a few words beside his ear. That bodyguard nodded and turned around to leave the box. Not more than 2 minutes later, he returned again. When he came back, he took another bottle of red wine in his hand, and the outer packaging looked a little yellow. But Robin was also a lover of wine. He only glanced at it and quickly widened his eyes. Young Li, Could this be? Stop chattering, Li Mingchang impatiently droned lightly. At the same time, from that bodyguard's hand, he received a little bit of white powder and applied it casually on the rim of the cup. You go out now and toast to that Ling Qianxue with this cup, Li Mingchang said, while handing him the cup in his hand. Remember, don't make a mistake. The movements he just made, Robin naturally saw it in his eyes, and busily lowered his head, not daring to ask more questions. He only agreed in a muffled voice and left the box with the wine and cup. Ling Jong's few people had already returned to their positions, compared to when they left. At this time, Ling Zong's face was full of red light, and his vigor was obviously much better. He still frowned a little when he saw Qin Huanyu. Bad luck, Ling Jong gulped lightly. If it wasn't for Qin Huanyu, he might have grabbed the order a long time ago. Luckily, there was Xiao Chen. I didn't realize that he knew that young Li. If Qianxue wasn't interested in young Li, to Qianxue, Xiao Chen was really the most suitable man for her. However, the smile on Qin Huanyu's face in front of him was particularly eye-catching. Ling Jong suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Huanyu and said in a deep voice, "Little Qin, it's not that I don't give you a chance, but if you were somewhat capable, I wouldn't have kept stopping you before. Just like just now, there was obviously such a good opportunity, but you didn't think to grab it. Instead, you had to delay others from making money." Saying that, Ling Jong shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Short-sighted," he said with disgust. Then he asked Lu Chen to get up as well. "It's too hard to sit here. It's better to find another place to sit. Qianxue, you come along too." At this moment, Ling Qianxue's face was filled with anger, and she didn't want to look at Ling Jong at all. She wanted to talk to Qin Huanyu about the matter of Ling Jong selling his shares, but didn't know how to open her mouth. Moreover, even if they sold 18% of their shares, their Ling family still had control of Qianxue Erun. Even if it failed, it was just a loss of some shares. Forget it, Qin Huanyu had already reminded her. He just didn't persuade her down himself. "Dad, you go over there yourself? I'm staying here." Ling Qianxue frowned and said coldly. Her voice with anger caused Ling Jong's face to become increasingly ugly. Just at this moment, several more figures came this way. "Yo, if it isn't Mr. Ling, why are you quarreling with MS? Ling?" Robin walked over with a smile on his face. There was also a bottle of wine and a few glasses in his hand. The conversation between the two just now, the sound wasn't too low, and he heard it all. Asking that one sentence was just a casual remark. Without waiting for Ling Jong to open his mouth, he smiled again and comforted him. "A child, Mr. Ling, don't be angry with her. I've arranged other seats for you. You go over and sit first. Then, thank you, Mr. Luo." Ling Jong also squeezed out a smile and reluctantly replied. Before leaving, he glared at Ling Qianxue again. Seeing him and Lu Chen leave, the smile on Robin's face increased. What Young Li had asked himself to do, it might not have been easy to do in front of Ling Jong. Unexpectedly, the heavens helped me. At this moment, the people at the table all looked at Robin fixedly, but he didn't care, especially that Qin Huanyu, who even dared to pretend in front of him. "Wait for it, when we return to Jiangcheng, we'll take care of you in 13. Together." Robin still wore a smile on his surface. He put down the wine in his hand while placing a cup in front of Ling Qianxue. "MS, Ling, don't be angry either. Between a family, where is there so much conflict? I'll take Mr. Ling's place and drink a glass of wine for him, as an apology to you." Saying that, Robin poured some wine into the cup. The ruby red wine, falling into the transparent glass, looked extremely eye-catching. He reached out again and placed the glass of wine in front of Ling Qianxue. He similarly poured a cup of wine himself and didn't say anything, just gestured to Ling Qianxue. He then finished it in one gulp. Flipping the glass, he gestured to Ling Qianxue. Ling Qianxue originally did not want to drink, but this Robin was extremely famous amongst Jiangcheng, and had extremely ruthless methods. If he didn't give him face, he might harbor a grudge and strike out at Qianxue ran afterwards. Hesitating for 2 seconds, Ling Qianxue nodded with a smile as well. Reaching out, she picked up the wine cup in front of her. It was about to drink it. Suddenly, a voice with an indifferent tone sounded beside her ears. "This bottle of wine isn't cheap, right?" Chapter 56, Jiangcheng City Lord arrives. Ling Qianxue froze. A hand suddenly reached out beside her and picked up the wine cup in her hand. When she looked again, the cup had already appeared in Qin Huanyu's hand. The wine in the cup was as eye-catching as a ruby. Gently shaken, the liquor hung on the walls of the cup for a long time without falling. Qin Huanyu held the wine cup and a few smiles suddenly appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand while placing the wine cup 2 inches in front of his body and gently fanned it twice with his hand. Phew! With that, he opened his eyes. This series of actions not only made the several women beside him confused, even Robin, who had yet to react, stood frozen in place. "Robin?" Qin Huanyu softly shouted again. Robin suddenly awoke with a start. In her mind, the series of actions that Qin Huanyu had just performed seemed to be like a walking lantern, flying past in front of her eyes. Between every move, it revealed an air of nobility. There was some muttering in his heart. It was really hard to figure out whether this Qianxue was real or not, but at least, the young Li in the box was definitely real. Since young Li had said that the real young Qin would never appear in Qianxue, then this one in front of him was definitely a fake. Thinking of this, Robin's eyes once again glazed over and looked at Qin Huanyu grimly. What are you doing? He let out a low roar and took a few steps forward before trying to snatch the wine glass out of his hand. That was personally given to him by Li Xiao, and it was also smeared with medicine. If anything went wrong, he couldn't afford it. However, Lei Zi had been waiting by his side. As soon as Robin made a move, Lei Zi immediately stood up and stood in front of him, and several of Robin's juniors who were following him also came up immediately. The two parties suddenly faced each other. At this moment, Master 13 was standing not far away. His eyes, however, were a bit dull as he looked at Robin, who was ready to get rough. Boss Luo was just bull. Knowing Xiao Qin's identity, he still dares to make a move against him. He's a real man. Thinking, then gulping, he pretended to make his rounds towards the distant crowded place. More than a dozen figures, together, surrounded the round table. Guan Yun, Baya and Schwanger were a few people who didn't have much of a reaction. And when had Xia Lingxian ever seen such a scene? She reached out and grabbed Qin Huanyu's arm tightly, wanting to squeeze a little more to his side. Qin Huanyu smiled and rubbed her little head. Handing Qianxian over to Guan Yun, he asked her to take care of her for a while. At the same time, he hands the wine glass in his hand back to Ling Qianxue. He himself got up and paced over to Robin, a faint smile on his lips. Reaching out, he picked up the wine he had placed on the table. 02 series wine, survived for over 100 years. There were so many of it that it could be counted on two hands. Maybe Robin could afford it, but just with his status, he wouldn't even know where to buy it. Such a wine, he would be willing to take it out just to honor Ling Qianxue? It was clear who should have taken it out. This bottle of wine, Qin Huanyu said, slowly moving closer to Robin. Seeing this, the few men beside him hurriedly stepped forward to try to stop them, but Lei Zi alone, will be a dozen of them, to the death suppressed in place. One could only stand like a block of wood. This bottle of wine, is it yours? As the last word fell, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and a cold light was released from his eyes. By virtue of the master-level Chinese medicine saint's hand, the smell at the rim of the cup, he had already smelled it from the time Robin arrived. As for Robin, who was completely enveloped by Qin Huanyu's aura, his body constantly trembled. Obviously, he didn't feel any pressure, but he just couldn't control it, his legs trembling slightly. Dang, of course it's mine, he said stiffly, straightening his body again. It couldn't be done. This Qin Huanyu might not be some Kyoto big shot, but his origins were certainly not small either. Just that bodyguard beside him was enough to tell. It seemed that one could only call out Shaoli and come back to clean him up. Don't be complacent. Robin's face went a little pale as he said with a furrowed brow, I'm going to call Shaoli out right now. Let's see how rampant you are. Upon hearing this, Qin Huanyu narrowed his eyes. After 3 seconds of silence, he suddenly withdrew his entire body's aura, waving his hand at him. Fine, then go ahead. Robin was stunned, not daring to hesitate. He hurriedly turned his head towards the backstage and ran back again. His remaining minions, seeing that their boss had run away, naturally didn't dare to linger any longer. That man was too scary. He's not a human being. He's not a brown bear from Siberia, is he? The drama here also attracted the attention of the people in the banquet hall, all of them betting their eyes this way. Qin Huanyu frowned a little and nodded at Lei Zi. Have the brothers come out and maintain order here. Okay, young master. Lei Zi nodded and left. Qin Huanyu walked back to his seat again and sat down. At this time, Ling Qianxue finally reacted, still holding that wine glass in her hand. Qin Huanyu, can't I drink this glass of wine? She looked at the wine glass and asked with a frown. Qin Huanyu blinked. It can be drunk. The price of this bottle of wine is estimated to be at least $1 million. That's why I find it strange. Drinking it is definitely drinkable. Oh, Ling Qianxue agreed and was about to finish the wine, only to see Qin Huanyu ask again. Right, Qianxue, do you have anything else to do later? Ling Qianxue shook her head. I don't think so. What's wrong? Nothing. You drink. Qin Huanyu looked at her and said with a light laugh. In the box, Robin was in tears, finishing the encounter just now, and on top of that, added a little more oil and vinegar herself. At this moment, Li Mingchang's expression was extremely ugly. Bang! He fiercely dropped the cup in his hand and stood up from the sofa. Let's go. Take me over to take a look. The group of people had yet to go out. The door of the box was suddenly pushed open and someone hurriedly ran in from outside. Mr. Luo, Young Li, the Jiangcheng city lord is here. Upon hearing this, both Robin and Li Mingchang, their faces changed at the same time. In the banquet hall, everyone stood up and bowed low to the middle-aged man who walked in through the doorway. The crowd surrounded Xintian in the center and spoke flattering words. In the fictional world, the power of the city lord was immense. Basically, as a city lord, not only controlled the administration of a city, but also held military power. Although compared to a war zone, the size of the army was completely incomparable. But at least, Zhangchang was also the capital city of a province. Therefore, don't look at Xintian, who is only the city lord now, but in the future, he is going to go straight to Kyoto. In this Zhangchang, it was just a matter of ferrying a little gold. The crowd wanted to agree again. Outside the crowd, there was suddenly an angry roar. All get out of the way. Young Li has arrived. Immediately, the pile of people was vigorously separated, and several figures walked in. At the forefront, it was clearly Li Mingchang, who was still full of gloom just a moment ago, and behind him was followed by several people from Robin. Good day, City Lord Shen. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Li Mingchang's attitude was also somewhat respectful. He was the young master of the Li family, and naturally knew more about those news channels than others. Before coming here, he had also done his homework. In Zhangchang, there were also people that their Li family could not mess with. It's not that they can't afford to mess with them, but that they don't have to. Among them, this Xintian was one of the ones that could not be offended. At this time, Robin also chimed in. Greetings, City Lord Shen. Originally I wanted to invite you, but your secretary said that he was busy with work recently, so he didn't have time to come over. Saying that, Robin glanced at Li Mingchang. Fortunately, young Li is also here today, so I have the opportunity to peek at City Lord's honorable face. Facing Li Mingchang, Xintian had the same smile on his face. He didn't pay any attention to that Robin, but just shook hands with Li Mingchang straight away. I didn't expect young Master Li to be here today. Nice to meet you. After he finished speaking, everyone froze. The city lord never attended such private banquets. Everyone knew that. If he came over today, wasn't it because he knew that young Master Li was also here? But listening to him, it seemed like he didn't realize that young Li was also there until after he arrived. Could it be that he came for Mr. Luo? Impossible. Even if Robin had a big face, he didn't deserve the city lord to give him a good look. Even Li Mingchang himself was a bit surprised. He was about to open his mouth. However, he saw the city lord say again, by the way, I heard that young Qin was also here. Do you guys know where he is now? Chapter 57, An Invitation to a Show. Phew, Qin Huanyu opened his eyes. The hundreds of thousands of villain values he had gained earlier had shrunk to only 32,000. The rest of it had been given to him to exchange for future plots. Although he didn't know if it had been modified, it was still important to know in advance just to be on the safe side. Expensive is a bit expensive, but the plots that were purchased would be automatically updated. That is to say, in the future, one wouldn't have to worry about the butterfly effect anymore. As long as one looked in the system, the plots that hadn't happened yet, one could always be aware of them. And at this moment, on the city lord side, it happened to be talking about Qianxue's matter. Li Mingchang and Robin both looked at each other. Looking at each other, they both saw a perplexed look in each other's eyes. Young Qin? Suddenly, Robin's pupils instantly dilated. Xintian's identity was that of the Zhang city lord. In this area of Zhangchang, there would be a few people in the Summer Kingdom who could be honored by him with the title of Qianxue, and the title of Young Qin was so familiar to Robin. On Li Mingchang's side, however, he still didn't understand. He looked at Xintian with a smile and asked in a relaxed tone, City Lord Shen, what is that young Qin you just referred to? This time, it was Xintian who froze a bit. He was just about to open his mouth to explain. Robin, who was beside him, suddenly pulled the corner of Li Mingchang's coat behind him. With a somewhat pale face, he said, Young Li, that young Qin, should be the one who just interrupted Miss Ling's drinking. What? Li Mingchang frowned. So it was that, the one who pretended to be a great young man from Kyoto. He was still shocked when he heard City Lord Shen say, could it be that another great young man had come? But just now, Robin tearfully assured himself that that person was a fraud. When he heard his name, he hid in the corner and didn't dare to come out. Even before this, he had been beckoning in Jiangcheng for a month. It seemed that even City Lord Shen had been tricked by him. Thinking so, the kind smile on Li Mingchang's face completely disappeared at this time. And Robin, who saw this scene, turned paler and paler. Young Li, that person might. No need to say anything. Li Mingchang waved his hand, then looked over to Xintian's side. City Lord Shen, I know who the person you're talking about is. If it's convenient, you come with me and I'll treat you to a show. Saying that, he raised his head towards Robin again. Lead the way. Robin, if he wanted to say anything else, he would probably get beaten directly. There was nothing he could do. so he could only lift his heavy feet and slowly move forward. Behind him, Shen Tian's expression was a bit confused, similarly followed forward. At this time, Lu Chen had just sent Ling Jong back and hurried back to the manor banquet hall. In order to take down Qianxue, the relationship on Ling Jong's side still had to be properly maintained. When he stepped into the banquet hall, it happened that the crowd was walking towards Qin Huanyu's side. In the remote corner of the banquet hall, the dense flow of people suddenly crowded over this way. The women all wondered what had happened, stopping their respective exchanges and raising their heads to look into the distance. Only Qin Huanyu still had a smile on his face. This feeling of omniscience and omnipotence had finally returned once more. The butterfly effect from before had made him a little less accustomed to it. After all, as the villain himself, the one who was going to do battle with him was the fictional son of Heaven's destiny. Without this ability, the heart was still a bit weak, but it wouldn't be now. He leisurely drank a mouthful of tea and looked at the crowd gathered in the distance. Slowly walking over this way, lazy, Qin Huanyu said, call a few people to send Qianxian and the girls back. Make sure to send them home safely. Also, those unrelated people, all of them are also invited out. This banquet is no longer meaningful. Lazy nodded. Okay, young master. Other than Shuanger and Ling Qianxue, several other people were escorted by bodyguards and left from the banquet hall. Shuanger was the person she trusted the most, so of course she didn't need to leave. And Ling Qianxue, she couldn't leave for the time being either. The medicinal effect of that thing was still good, and if he counted the time, it should be about time. Qin Huanyu didn't want the plot afterward to go beyond his grasp again. As Li Mingchang and the others got closer and closer, the crowd of onlookers around them also became smaller and smaller. Finally, the crowd paced to Qin Huanyu's table in front of them. Feeling a bit quiet around him, Li Mingchang frowned and looked behind himself. Grass, where are the people? There were more than 100 people just now. How come they all ran away in the blink of an eye? Lu Chen's figure had finally squeezed into the crowd. The people present were basically Li Mingchang and Robin's men. They all recognized him and did not stop him. Seeing Lu Chen's return, Li Mingchang hurriedly beckoned him over. Coming? Lu Chen nodded without speaking. Li Mingchang did not care, but only lowered his voice and said at his side, don't forget the agreement between us, if you lie to me. Saying that, Li Mingchang's eyes instantly turned gloomy. Don't worry. Lu Chen shook his head. Your illness is just a casual cure for me. Hearing this, Li Mingchang did not say much. He raised his head and looked at the table in the corner. The first thing he saw was Ling Qianxue with a flushed face. There was some faint sweat on her forehead. Although she was sitting on a chair, her body was still twisting from side to side, and her hands had been placed under the table. Looking at the wine glass in front of her, it was now empty. She finished drinking? Li Mingchang turned his head and looked at Robin suspiciously, but Robin did not look at him. Her eyes were staring blankly ahead. Her forehead was equally sweaty, and her body was also trembling slightly. Li Mingchang narrowed his eyes, turning back again. At this table, there were only 3 people seated in total, and the man at the furthest distance should be the one who, this time, had deceived the entire Zheng city. Li Mingchang laughed coldly in his heart and looked towards Qin Huanyu without any expression. At this moment, Qin Huanyu was wearing a smile on his face and similarly looked at him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. In the ballroom, there was silence for 3 minutes. The air all seemed to stand still. Suddenly, Li Mingchang turned his head to look at Shen Tian and saw that he happened to be looking at himself in confusion. Smiling, he said, City Lord Shen, I might be hallucinating. Why don't you try slapping me? Shen Tian's face sank and did not pay any attention to him. Li Mingchang's expression stiffened a bit and looked up towards the girl left on the round table. He similarly froze for nearly 10 seconds. Moo, sister Moo, why are you here? Brother you, he didn't come? Shuanger sniffed, a question mark written all over her head. Looking towards Qin Huanyu, she said softly, young master, what's wrong with him? I don't know. Qin Huanyu shook his head. Getting up from his seat, he stepped in front of Li Mingchang and bent down to his body. However, at this moment, Li Mingchang's eyes lost focus. Qin Huanyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. In the midst of the crowd's horrified gazes, snap, a slap fell directly. The force made it a bit bigger. Li Mingchang's entire body fell to the ground, the focus in his vision finding its way back little by little. You, brother you. Chapter 58. I'll only ask you once, the medicine, who put it there? You, brother you. Li Mingchang muttered a cry from his mouth. In the next moment, as if he was suddenly stabbed by a needle, he instantly bounced up from the ground. When he looked at Qin Huanyu again, his face instantly turned white. Brother you, why are you also in Zhangchang? His honorific title to Qin Huanyu was heard loud and clear by everyone, and amongst the crowd, the person whose mind was the most broken should be Robin at this moment. Lu Chen stood on the side, frowning slightly. He had previously followed his master to stay in the deep mountains. More of his time was spent in foreign turbulent regions. For the forces of the major families in the country, he actually didn't have too deep of an understanding. Just thinking, since the Li family was one of the 4 great families in Kyoto, and on the Qin family's side, only Qin Hanyu's mother was a member of the Zhao family. In comparison, Li Mingchang should not be afraid of Qin Hanyu. Even if Qin Huanyu's father was Qinjun, he wouldn't dare to do anything to the Li family. Why did it look like a mouse had seen a cat now, trembling lightly all over? Originally, they had already discussed a plan. When they killed Qin Huanyu, they would let Li Mingchang arrange for them to leave the Summer Kingdom, hiding for a period of time. By the time he changed his identity and came back, the Qin family wouldn't be able to find him. But now, it seemed that there was no way to implement the plan. Lu Chen's gaze suddenly sank, as he looked at Qin Huanyu's face with a smile. His right fist clenched hard and killing intent erupted in his eyes, not to mention taking revenge for Spider, even if it was the fact that he had targeted himself many times before, and also presumed to take Ling Qianxue. It was enough for Qin Huanyu to die several times. Facing the pale Li Mingchang in front of him, Qin Huanyu didn't pay too much attention to it, but instead looked toward Shen Tian's side. Uncle Shen, I'm Qin Huanyu, you can just call me Little Qin, Qin Huanyu said with a smile. Shen Tian's father, who was also considered one of the bigwigs before his reign, still had some friendship with his grandfather. This uncle, Shen Tian, also deserved it. However, his address made Shen Tian's heart drum a little, although his future promotion path has been paved. However, right now, he was only the lord of Jiangqing City. Facing this behemoth of the Qin family, Qin Huanyu even addressed himself as Uncle Shen. For a moment, he was somewhat flattered, but to call him Little Qin, naturally, he didn't dare. Busy smiling, he said, Young Qin is polite. I also heard from the old man that you were recently in Jiangcheng. Only then did I send someone to check the location. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Saying that, Shen Tian then looked at Li Mingchang, who was standing at the side. The Li family was indeed very powerful, but their Shen family is also not a big and shabby family. Even if the old man retired, in Kyoto, the network of relations was still very deep, but it is just a Li Mingchang. He is worthy of his own personal visit? On Shen Tian's face, a cold smile suddenly appeared, turning his head to look at Qin Huanyu again. Young Qin, I was going to look for you to chat for a while, but it seems that today is inconvenient. If you have time, come to the house for a casual dinner? Qin Huanyu nodded his head in response. A bright smile also hung on his face as he nodded towards Shen Tian. Even if he didn't invite, in another short period of time, he himself would have to go over. After all, the plot had been modified though, but in many places, there wasn't much difference from before. The group watched Shen Tian leave. At this moment, Lu Chen stood a few steps away, his sight staring gloomily at Qin Huanyu's back. According to his own methods, after so many days, Ling Qianxue should have fallen into his hands long ago, but during this period of time, it was as if the heavens were working against him. No matter what he did, it was as if someone had set it up in advance. Just after coming to Jiangcheng, he was injured in a car accident. Originally thought to set up a good persona to facilitate his own means in front of Ling Qianxue, Qin Huanyu then did not know where to drill out a top young man's persona. Compared himself completely. After a long time, he met another stovepipe in the hospital. As a result, yet another person from Qin Huanyu. Anything he wanted to do was cut off by this Qin Huanyu. Thoughts flew through his mind. Suddenly, Lu Chen's body was stunned. No wonder he had just arrived in Jiangcheng and felt that someone was spying on him. It was probably this Qin Huanyu, who had started targeting him a long time ago. Perhaps that car accident was also arranged by Qin Huanyu. Strange shame. On the other side, until Shen Tian's figure disappeared from sight, Qin Huanyu still gazed at him for a long time to show his respect. Of course, this was what others thought so, and in reality, by exposing his back, he was completely waiting for Lu Chen to make his move. The entire banquet hall looked to be full of Robin's men. In fact, the dozens of bodyguards under his command had already surrounded the place as much as they could. Plus, Lei Zi had also been instructed by himself, keep an eye on Lu Chen at all times, but whenever he was suspected of making a move against himself, absolutely don't hesitate to take him down directly. Originally, he was only kept for the sake of earning villain value. Now since it was already known that there was more than one son of heavenly destiny in this world, then his usefulness has disappeared. Just kill him and find another one. Anyway, for future plots, one could exchange them from the system, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement behind him. Although Lu Chen was strong, even Lei Zi himself was not sure that he could beat him in a single fight. But Qin Huanyu had confidence, not to mention his own grandmaster level Taijiquan. Until now, after so many chapters, it hadn't even been truly used. Just those dozens of bodyguards making a move would definitely be enough for Lu Chen to drink a pot. Unfortunately, Lu Chen still didn't make a move. Alas, Qin Huanyu sighed before he turned around. Looking at Lu Chen, he saw that he had already withdrawn, his eyes filled with killing intent. In the bottom of his heart, he sneered a few times in disdain. Just this? After being slapped in the face so many times, he could still endure it. This is the so-called son of destiny. Compare but compare but compare. He started walking back to Li Mingchang. At this time, Li Mingchang had already returned to his senses, his face still pale. Seeing Qin Huanyu walking over, his body once again trembled lightly. Brother Yu, long time no see. Snap. Qin Huanyu didn't say anything, just directly flung another slap. Normally in the Li family, even those first family great youngsters wouldn't dare to fling themselves in front of the crowd. But in the face of Qin Huanyu making a move on himself, he didn't even dare to let out half a fart. Brother Yu. The words hadn't even left his mouth. Only Qin Huanyu's cold voice could be heard. Who drugged you? The tone was flat. No anger could be heard. But Li Mingchang was still shivering with fear, his head buried deeper, afraid that Qin Huanyu would make another move against him. Looking at Li Mingchang's coy appearance at this moment, a look of disappointment flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. Looking at the banquet hall, he got up and retreated to the distance. Qin Huanyu waved his hand towards Lei Zi, signaling that he didn't need to go after him. Then he looked at Li Mingchang. I'm only going to ask you once. Qin Huanyu's voice remained flat. The medicine. Who put it there? The banquet hall was somewhat empty at this time. With an area of nearly 1,000 square feet, there were only dozens of people standing, most of them wearing black uniformed suits, and they were all gathered in the corners. However, no one dared to make any noise at this time. Everyone's eyes were all focused on Li Mingchang. It's him! It's him! An enormous pressure deeply enveloped over. Li Mingchang's heart was beating violently. His face suddenly reddened as he reached out and pointed over to Robin and yelled. Anyway, he was the one who took out the wine before. Brother Yu's perversion was clear to everyone in their small circle. If he admitted it to himself, he would truly dare to abuse himself. And Robin, who was identified by him, his entire face instantly turned white, looking at Qin Huanyu in horror, his body shaking like chaff. Chapter 59, Black pots and pans flung indiscriminately. Everyone's eyes, at the same time, looked towards Robin's side, including all of his men. In particular, Qin Huanyu also suddenly looked over, causing Robin's heart to twist. He probed his hand to cover his chest. Looking towards Li Mingchang, he opened his mouth and was about to say something, only to see Li Mingchang similarly looking at himself, his bloodshot eyes filled with threats and killing intent. Thud! Robin's heart once again beat heavily, wanting to refute Li Mingchang's words, but Li Mingchang himself couldn't afford to mess with him. But admit it, Qin Xiao sighed. Even Li Mingchang can't be messed with. Himself is nothing. Not to mention that the person who was drugged is still Ling Qianxue, dead. In Robin's mind, this is the only thought left. He didn't want to die. He's been in control of Jiangsheng for so many years. He's seen it all, and he's climbed the ladder with Li Xiao. He was on the verge of a great success. How could he die in a place like this for nothing because of a mouthful of pot? At this moment, Robin forced himself to calm down. No way, definitely can't take the pot. Since Li Xiao dumped the pot on himself, wouldn't it be fine if he threw it out? But for such a big pot, he couldn't just find someone to take it. Robin's line of sight swept around. In addition to the drowned 7th master, several other brothers also fixed their eyes on themselves. The gazes were filled with sorrow. Suddenly, swish, a thought suddenly flashed through Robin's mind. His face was still pale, and he had lost all blood color on his lips. Bracing himself, he barely managed to stand up from the ground. Young Qin. Just as he stood up, he suddenly saw Qin Huanyu walking over this way and scrambled to his knees again. Thud! His head hit the ground heavily. It was exactly like a few days ago, when he was in the hotel. Young Qin, what medicine are you talking about? I'm really not sure. You have to believe me. After I had 13 bring me that bottle of wine, absolutely no one else took over. How could it have been drugged? Robin's tone was trembling but appeared to be full of vigor. It spread out in the quiet banquet hall. As for his several henchmen, at this moment, they suddenly widened their eyes and turned their heads to look back at the same time. Behind the crowd, Master 13 was still standing there quietly at first, although he wanted to help Robin. But at this level, he, 13th Master, was nothing. He didn't even have the qualifications to say half a word. So if he wanted to help Robin, he didn't know where to start. But he didn't expect that Robin would suddenly throw the pot to himself. What wine? What drugging? Today's banquet, he was arranged by Robin, has been waiting in the outer field. Even Li Mingchang had not seen him. The eyes of the crowd suddenly looked at themselves. The 13th Master, who was outside the pile of people, had his heart similarly pounding, and his face was slightly pale, but he wasn't as unbearable as Robin. seeing both young Qin and young Li, they were both looking at themselves as well. Robin, on the other hand, was still kneeling on the ground. Master 13 frowned and suddenly started walking inside. Lei Zi subconsciously wanted to stop him, only to see Qin Huanyu wave his hand, stopping Lei Zi's movements and allowing the 13th master to approach. Walking up to the crowd, Master 13 was standing while Robin was kneeling. He first looks at Robin, who was kneeling beside him, and his gaze flickers a little. Then he looked at Qin Huanyu. Suddenly, there was a fluttering sound. 13th master similarly fell to his knees. I did it. I'm willing to accept young Qin's punishment. Hiss. The crowd of onlookers once again sucked in a breath of cool air. The others didn't know, but those underlings of Robin were like brothers in arms. 13 had been guarding the outside this entire night, so how could he have gone and drugged young Qin? But if it wasn't him, why did he admit it down again? Even Li Mingchang, looking at 13th master's gaze, revealed a few moments of surprise. Apart from Qin Huanyu, his expression remained indifferent as he kept looking between the two, Master 13 and Robin. After a long time, he finally spoke. Li Mingchang, who was on the side, instantly woke up from his melon-eating state. Brother you. Qin Huanyu looked at him for a few seconds. Straight away, he looked at Li Mingchang in his heart. First, that 10% deposit. Consider it as a moral damage fee. The account number will be sent to you at that time. Second, get the hell back to Kyoto right now. Saying that, he signaled to Lei Zi. Lei Zi understood and immediately greeted his team members. One by one, those bodyguards of Li Mingchang were expelled. As for Li Mingchang, he didn't do anything to him. Just that first condition. Let his heart turbulent. A full 10 billion by the time the order is gone. The black pot to their Li family to take the blame. But the money let Qin Huanyu took. But he dares not give it now? Wouldn't dare. Facing Lei Zi's burly body, a bitter smile appeared on his face. I know brother you. I'll go back now. But after Qin Huanyu had finished his explanation, he had stopped paying attention to him. Getting up, he stepped forward and stood in front of Master 13. The two of them, him and Robin, were both kneeling on the ground at the same time at this moment, their faces equally pale. What was different was that Robin's entire body was crouched on the ground. The 13th master, on the other hand, was kneeling straight up. Qin Huanyu's expression was cold, but in his heart, he let out a light laugh. This was the plot that had been altered. In the original, it was because Lu Chen had saved the 13th master that the two had started to work together. After the plot was altered, the pace was also sped up. Under heavy pressure, Robin directly pushed him out to be the one to take the blame. Moreover, this pot is going to kill someone. I believe that by now. Master 13's heart should have already done his benevolence to Robin. Did you drug it? Qin Huanyu opened his mouth and asked. Although 13th master was kneeling, his waist remained straight. He lifted his head and looked at Qin Huanyu in front of him, then nodded his head gently. Robin beside him, on the other hand, looked like he had escaped from death and let out a long sigh of relief. Very good. Qin Huanyu sighed lightly, then he turned his head to Lei Zi's side. Is everything ready? Young master, it's all ready. You can start anytime you command. But just as Qin Huanyu was about to let him do it, Qianxue's side suddenly moved. At this moment, the evening gown on her body also looked like it had just been fished out of the water, completely drenched in sweat. From her plump red lips, she was still continuously sending out bursts of murmurs. Qianxue's eyes became more and more moist. Across a dozen meters, staring straight over here. Qin Huanyu, my head hurts. It's so hot. Why isn't the air conditioner on? I want to drink water. Quickly give me water. Qin Huanyu froze and quickly reacted. Sister, don't you scream. Damn, almost forgot about her. She didn't come sooner or later, and it had to be at this critical moment when the medicine started to kick in. It's really a dog's day. At this time, there are still quite a few people in the banquet hall, all staring wide-eyed at Qianxue's side. Qin Huanyu frowned, angrily shouted, Lei Zi, clear the scene. Sprinting back to Qianxue's side, only then did Master 13 understand what young Qin meant by drugging. He had already told Robin that Qin Huanyu was Qin Jin's son. Robin actually dared to drug his woman? He glanced at Robin, his eyes gradually becoming gloomy. And on the other side, Shuang'er was quick on her feet and gathered Qianxue into her arms, blocking her snow-like skin under her evening gown. Young master, are you going to start working now? I work a dare. Qin Huanyu gave Shuang'er a blank look, looking at Qianxue again. It was obvious that the medicine had fully kicked in. Fortunately, Li Mingchang that is just some bad taste, and he can't do that now. So the amount of medicine given to Qianxue wasn't too big. Women are as important as my future men? That is bound to be none. In Shuang'er's arms, Qianxue had begun to babble. Shuang'er, take her to the hospital. Ah, young master you're not. Not what not? Qin Huanyu pinches Shuang'er's cheeks. behave yourself and go to the hospital, or else her brain will be burnt out. Although Qin Huanyu now had the skills of a Chinese medicine sage, but obviously, in front of so many people, it was still necessary to keep a low profile. Moreover, Qianxue as the female lead, where would she hiccup so easily? After the explanation, another group of bodyguards were arranged to accompany him. While standing up, he gently nodded towards Lei Zi. Don't just stand there, let them start over there as well. Alright, young master. Chapter 60, it's just a misunderstanding. Finish explaining the matter. Qin Huanyu turned back again and headed over to Master 13 and their side. Alright, I basically understand the matter. It should just be a misunderstanding. You can all leave. His words fell. The two of them, 13th Master and Robin, both froze and turned their heads to look at each other at the same time. A misunderstanding? The two of them had seen Ling Qianxue's appearance clearly just now. If it wasn't for Mu Qiu Shuang's small strength, they would have almost carried her out. This is called a misunderstanding? Moreover, Master 13 was familiar with Robin. Just now, his words sounded like he didn't know, but in reality, he had already admitted it down himself. It was only that the pot of drugging was put on his own head, but then young Qin said that it was a misunderstanding? At this moment, Qin Huanyu's line of sight was completely placed on Master 13. When Robin looked up, he happened to see this scene. Alright, don't say any nonsense. Qin Huanyu spoke indifferently. Hurry up and leave while I don't want to be nosy. The 13th Master was still a bit dazed. However, Robin, who was beside him, had already started kowtowing and thanking him. At the same time, he pulled Master 13 up. Hurry, 13th, why don't you thank young Qin? Master 13 also stood up from the ground, frowning slightly, only to see Qin Huanyu wave his hand, signaling for the two to leave quickly. Robin also didn't dare to delay, pulling Master 13 to rush out of the banquet hall. Anxious to return to downtown Zhangcheng, a small tower was built high above the manor, and on the roof of the tower, two figures suddenly appeared. At this time, on the parking lot, apart from a few luxury buses, the cars were pretty much gone. The two figures of Robin and Master 13 hurriedly came onto the parking lot. Only a few words were explained to the little brothers. The crowd got on the bus together and redrove towards the spreading disc road. It had just driven out for a short while. In the distance on the spreading mountain road, countless car lights suddenly lit up again, densely packed. It soon surrounded Robin and their bus, too far away to see what they were doing. One could only vaguely hear the clamor and roar, coming from the distance. The roof of the tower. Qin Huanyu stood with his arms folded, looking at the headlights of the cars that were gradually entangled in the distance. It's all arranged, right? Lei Zi stood beside him and replied busily. Back to young master. It's all been arranged. Young master, still rest assured. Humph. Qin Huanyu gently agreed. This person, Robin, wasn't much use since this banquet. Moreover, he was still a wallflower. Like this kind of person, living is also a waste of air, so it's better to settle it all together. Originally in the original story, he was in the manor banquet, encountered a dead enemy in the city of River Vendetta. This play arranged by himself was merely a restoration. Only this time, whether Master 13 would still fight to the death to help him or not, that could not be said. Anyway, it was someone he had arranged himself, so there was no need to think about Master 13's safety. Now, just go back and wait quietly. Dragon Lake Villa, facing the lake and leaning against the mountain. Especially at night, the air is even fresher. Qin Huanyu stood at a high place and took a long stretch to stretch his back. But 10 minutes or so, in the distance on the disc road, the lights have become bright and dim. Ding! Supporting character Robin died. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of villain value. This character, Robin, mainly appeared only in the early stages, although it played some bridging role, but his importance wasn't great, and the rewarded villain value wasn't much, but it was also better than nothing. Let's go. We should go back as well. Qin Huanyu also withdrew his sight and greeted Lei Zi, but at this moment, Lei Zi's face was a bit strange. Wait, young master. Saying this, he walks over this way with a cell phone in his hand. Young master, your cell phone was left at home. The old master didn't reach you, so he called me directly. Qin Huanyu was stunned, and the hand he had just stretched out was immediately withdrawn. Without making a sound, he instructed Lei Zi with his mouthpiece. Just say that I'm not in, and ask Grandpa to call back tomorrow. Young master, Lei Zi cried out. The old master has already heard what you just said, so you'd better answer it. Seeing this, Qin Huanyu had no choice. In the entire Qin family, he wasn't afraid of anyone but his own grandfather. It could be said that Qin Genoa was the only person in this world who could control Qin Huanyu. The cell phone was picked up and placed next to his ear, and in the receiver, a deep and warm voice immediately rang out. Xiao Yu, you're really something. He. The content of the phone call was unknown to Lei Zi. He only knew that the young master's entire body looked a little disheveled on the way home, a look of lifelessness. He had only seen such an expression when the young master was a child. That time, the young master had been severely whipped with a belt by Qianxue for causing trouble, nor did he dare to open his mouth to speak. Silently, he drove the car and returned to the villa. The next day, when Qianxue opened her eyes, above her head was the snow-white ceiling. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, that medicine from Li Mingchang. Although it was strong, it wouldn't have any effect on the body. That was why Qianxue dared to let her drink it. And after the medicine kicked in, what happened last night? Qianxue had all the memories. Waking up and realizing that she was in the hospital didn't alarm her at all. It was just a pity that Qianxue was not there. Even to come to the hospital, it was also sent by Mu Qianxue. The mood couldn't help but be a little low. In fact, if nothing happened yesterday, Qianxue really wanted to take her down. Not for anything else, just for those villainous values on the big female lead. Nay, there were some mistakes in the plan. To put it simply, it's that he forgot about Qianxue, forgot that she drank that glass of wine. Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, on Qianxue and the others, although they had more villainous values, but they weren't as good as Schwanger either. Schwanger can be soft and defendable, but also extremely well behaved. The original also accompanied himself to the end. There is this time, accompany Schwanger, it does not smell good. Qianxue, the person beside her, finally realized that Qianxue had opened her eyes. Mother Ling cried out and hurriedly pounced to the window, holding Qianxue's right hand with all her might. Qianxue, you're okay? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Must tell mom no. Qianxue turned her head somewhat woodenly. Ling mother is already 43, but with proper maintenance, plus her foundation was already good. It looked as if she was a young woman in her early 30s. Extremely charming. Seeing that it was her mother, Qianxue slowly came back to her senses. Mom! Qianxue! Mother Ling shouted, her eyes suddenly reddening. It's good that you're fine, Qianxue. On the hospital bed, Qianxue had a faint smile on her face. Aside from her head being a little drowsy, she didn't feel any hard feelings. Slowly getting up, she looked around the hospital room. Ling Jong was not here. Lu Chen wasn't here either. Only Mother Ling was alone with her. And thinking of this, Qianxue suddenly remembered something. Her complexion quickly became serious. Right, Mom? I want to ask you for confirmation on something. Mother Ling froze. Qianxue, why are you suddenly so serious? Just ask directly if you have any questions. Mom will tell you everything she knows. Qianxue nodded. That Lu Chen. Mom, did you know him before? Chapter 61, Young Master. You're expecting? In the villa, Qianxue was sitting on the living room sofa, holding the soft shuang air in his arms. The TV was on, and official news was being broadcast on it. The kind of news that was important and boring. And those few people in the picture, Qianxue were extremely familiar with them. The matter of banning flights from entering the Summer Kingdom had already been pressed on Grandpa's side. However, when asked about the reason, Qianxue didn't dare to say. Do you want to say, your grandson is to pick up girls? Believe it or not, the old man could fly over from Kyoto on the spot and directly skin himself? The good thing is that he didn't ask too many questions. Just let him be a little more peaceful in the next 2 days. And, every day, you have to watch enough news for 3 hours, and write a 3,000 words of insight. Qianxue also has no choice. The words of the old man or to listen to. Such a daunting task fell on Lei Zi. In the side hall, Lei Zi was writing furiously. But during these 3 hours, Qianxue was also equivalent to being grounded and could no longer go out. He could only tease Schwanger while watching the news on TV. Young master, you're bad. Schwanger's pretty face turned red as she opened Qianxue's right hand. At the same time, finishing her pajamas again. Qianxue hemmed and hawed. He was about to do something more. Suddenly, footsteps came from the side hall. His face was solemn as he pretended to ignore the occurrence, and his hands were placed in a disciplined manner. Lei Zi walked out from the side hall. Young master, his eyes, sliding past Schwanger's blushing cheeks, also pretended that he hadn't seen anything. The ones you asked to keep an eye on earlier have all been tracked down. Aside from that spider, of the remaining 6, 4 of them have already left the Xia Kingdom's borders and could not be probed afterward, but there are still 2 more, who are on their way to Jiangchang. Which 2 have been found out? Qianxue did not turn his head, his eyes still looking at the TV. Lei Zi picks up his cell phone again. Initial scouting. One is called Night Cat, responsible for scouting and assassination missions in the squad. The other is Eagle, calling himself the world's #1 king of thermal weapons. TSK. Qianxue released Schwanger and stood up from the sofa, walking over to Lei Zi's side. He took his cell phone over and looked at it carefully for a few moments. Letting out a light laugh, he handed it back again. I know, Have someone continue to keep an eye on it, there's no need to be in a hurry. That battle, I heard that it was quite a big deal. On the Qin family's side, 3-digit number of special police were directly deployed, but only to surround those 7 people. Yet it still cost more than 10 people before only 1 person was killed. Of course, if the Qin family had bothered to put in some effort, there wouldn't have been anyone left alive from that squad of 7. But towards the end, Qin Hanyu informed them that they didn't need to push too hard. In the name of it, it was to minimize casualties. But in reality, among the 7 people in Lu Chen's squad, there were also 2 sisters. According to the Cow and Horse authors Yurin, these 2 women were of course 90-plus beauties. Moreover, in the original, these 2 were also exceptionally loyal to Lu Chen. Since he was the villain, of course he wanted to snatch all the women around the protagonist. All of them. At that time, Lu Chen would be surprised to find out. His targets in Jiangqing not only left him one by one, even the only 2 people in the harem group had all left. Hiss. Killing people with a heart of gold. It's too cruel. But, I like it. Qin Huanyu smiled and did not take this to heart. The future plot. One has it all in one's mind, so it's just a matter of looking at it when the time comes. Moreover, in the territory of the Summer Kingdom, what's the use of your king of thermal weapons? Is ready to fight with an iron. Ha! Even if those 2 people can't be used for themselves, the big deal is to chop them all up. It doesn't matter much if the value of the villain is a little less. After all, like Xia Lingxian and Guan Yun, they didn't know Lu Chen before. They were just cut off by themselves. For those 2 players, the nature was different. Right, young master? Lei Zi remembered something. Miss. Enlan's flight is coming the day after tomorrow. Do we need to make any preparations in advance? Enlan? Under Lei Zi's reminder, Qin Huanyu also recalled at this moment. That girl is still trapped in Lighthouse Country. I don't know if she'll be taken back by her brother in the next 3 days. It should be unlikely. Anwan's mercenary group, although they have the background of the Lighthouse Kingdom, but the main area of their activities is also in the territory of non-national countries. Coupled with their special identity, once Enlan went to the Lighthouse Kingdom, she would immediately be targeted by the FBI, not to mention doing things like robbing people. In the original plot, it was Lu Chen who went to the airport to pick up Enlan. Who knew that as soon as Enlan landed, before he even walked out of the hall, the airport was controlled by a dozen robbers. In a place like an airport, security is the strictest. But those robbers, actually have AK-47 this kind of thing. When have the summer nationals ever seen this kind of scene? The airport was in chaos at that time, and Lan was immediately targeted because she was better looking. Next, it is daily dog blood. Lu Chen broke in alone and fought a dozen robbers. Not only did he save Enlan, but he also took care of all the robbers. Writing a novel is almost like a joke. Not only that, because of his skillful firearms, he was finally targeted by the Jiangqing Police Department. Not only did he harvest a police flower, but he was also recruited by the Xia State Security, turning from a mercenary into an official. At that time, it was indeed quite cool to watch. But now, having become a villain himself, he was simply going to be disgusted with the plot. What Xia Gui official? Wasn't their Qin family enough to represent the official Xia state? But a matter of one sentence, and they could arbitrarily criminalize Lu Chen. Non-wave. Alas, young master? Seeing Qin Huanyu fall into deep thought, Lei Zi was a bit puzzled and softly reminded him. At his reminder, Qin Huanyu also woke up from the drama. Vomit. Lei Zi was shocked. What's wrong with you, young master? You're pregnant. Snap. Pregnant Nima. Scram. Qin Huanyu cursed angrily and kicked Lei Zi back into the side hall. For this pickup, he didn't need too much preparation. The only preparation was to get a head start on meeting that Enlan before Lu Chen. These were just minor matters. Moreover, there was another most crucial point in this episode. Those dozen or so robbers weren't actually real robbers. They were originally veterans of a mysterious unit, and because of an accident, the team was disbanded. Also because of the need for secrecy, their identities were not even proven by anyone. In the squad, 2 more people with good intentions from a certain country outside the country were mixed in. One thing led to another, and this farce of hijacking the airport was staged. This matter, even Lu Chen did not know. He had only learned about it from the system because he had purchased the plot. Originally, Qin Huanyu's plan was to arrange the army outside the airport, in advance, to save Enlan. Now it seemed that there was no need for that either, lest the commotion be too great at that time. If the old man gets angry, it will not end well. Chapter 62 Zhongchang is in chaos. Night falls on Zhongchang. Certain intersections that were not illuminated by the red lights. Dozens of people with iron rods and long knives were fighting ferociously together. The farce ended, leaving a mess all over the place. Scarlet blood was splattered everywhere, and occasionally some broken fingers could be seen falling on the ground. The residents in the surrounding area, hearing the sounds of fighting outside their doors, hurriedly closed their doors and windows. not even having the courage to look at them. The police were called, but to no avail. Such a farce happened everywhere this evening. Even the police force was somewhat lacking. In front of an old hot pot restaurant, dozens of figures came supporting each other in paste inside the store, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Master 13, we really can't wait. People have already hit our doorstep. If we don't go out, all of our turf will be snatched away by them. Yes, Master 13, as long as you say the word. There's no one among the brothers who's afraid to die. Second and third masters. Nope, it's Li Er and Zhang San. They've already eaten all of General Luo's place, leaving us still harboring this small piece of space. In the middle of the lobby, it was full of people sitting around. 13th Master sat in the center with a gloomy face. Surrounding him were many brothers, all of whom were basically injured. Those who could stand intact could be counted on 2 hands. Ever since Robin's death, Mingchang has been in chaos. Those people who had previously hacked Robin to death seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and had no idea about the territory of Mingchang. Instead, it was Robin's men who were in chaos first, especially the 2 second and third masters. Originally, they had more power in their hands, and now that they were not bound by Robin, they were even more powerful. 13th Master, we really can't wait any longer. Just now, Luo Laobai's men came over and said they wanted to take over our territory, and were driven away by the brothers. But what about the next time? Master 13, we really don't have time. The crowd persuaded. Bang! Master 13 suddenly slapped the table heavily. Alright, a roar of anger was heard at the same time. He stood up from his position and glanced around. Controlling Jiang City. These 4 words had an inexplicable attraction when placed in front of anyone. One must know that Zhongchang was not one of those small 3rd or 4th tier cities. The economy it created in a single day might be able to match what a small city could only produce in a year. No exaggeration. Master 13 was not moved? That was bound to be impossible. Only, he still had some concerns in his heart. Last night, outside the mountain villa, when he encountered that group of people attacking and killing him, he was also there. However, it seemed like they had deliberately ignored themselves. Everyone was holding machetes and rushing over to Robin's side. The remaining 50 or so brothers, together with that Robin, none of them survived. Only himself. He was unharmed. If he was in the police station, he wouldn't be able to tell with 10 mouths. Robin has a deep network in Zhongchang, but he died. Not even half a wave was stirred up, and there are even people who took the initiative to suppress the heat, without someone behind the scenes laying the groundwork. A dog wouldn't believe it. And as he thought about this, the figure that came to his mind was just one person. Everyone. Master 13 spoke again, sighing leisurely in his heart. Everyone, go back and rest first. If there's anything, let's discuss it tomorrow. 13th Master. 13th Master. 13th Master. The crowd quickly stood up while shouting anxiously. Some of them, who had a cut on their legs, also stood up at this moment despite the pain. These brothers were all found one by Master 13. Some of them, perhaps because of their family's difficulties, decided to follow Master 13 after being snowed in by him. Some of them, on the other hand, decided to follow Master 13 after being saved by him. But without exception, their loyalty to Master 13 could be seen in heaven and earth. But only today, they could no longer listen to Master 13. If they waited any longer, what would be left for him to end up with? In the hands of the 2nd Master, the 3rd Master, or in the hands of others? With Master 13's ability, can he really survive? Everyone stopped talking. At this moment, Master 13 also had a headache. The thoughts in his heart were just thoughts. He couldn't tell his brothers yet. Moreover, that man was just too scary. In case of accountability afterward, there was no way for anyone to carry it off. But now no one was listening to him anymore. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and they even took it upon themselves to want to go out and scramble for territory, leaving a little retreat for Master 13. Right at this moment, at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, footsteps suddenly sounded. A figure slowly approached. His body was shrouded in robes and his face could not be seen. He stood at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant and looked inside. The crowd, who were still making noise earlier, quickly noticed the movement at the entrance. Suddenly stopping their voices, they simultaneously looked this way. There were also a few people who copied the long sticks in their hands and gradually leaned towards the doorway. At this moment, the man under the long robe spoke. I heard that you guys wanted to fight for the land, but you were unable to do anything about it? The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. How did an outsider know about this kind of thing? A few people with sticks in their hands rushed over in a few steps, wanting to rack him into the hot pot restaurant. But that man just laughed lightly, casually kicked 2 feet, sending the several people who pounced over flying. Raising one hand, he lifted the brim of the hat on top of his head and looked at the 13th Master in the crowd. I wonder if I can join you guys. The moment he saw his face, Master 13 whooshed and rose from his position, suddenly widening his eyes. "It's you!" Master 13 exclaimed in shock, while telling the crowd to stand back. Taking a few steps forward, he looked at the mysterious man and narrowed his eyes. "If I remember correctly, you should be called Lu Chen, right?" Qianxue was still staying in the hospital. Originally, her body had already recovered and there wasn't much of a problem. However, Ling Mother was not assured and checked a few more times, insisting that she observe for a few more days. Qianxue had no choice but to stay as she was told. This whole day, Ling Jong and Lu Chen both did not appear in the villa. After eating the evening's full meal again, Qin Hanyu comfortably burped. The meal made by the top domestic chef was really delicious. However, it was even more delicious if it was fed by Schwanger one bite at a time. The area around his lips was covered in lipstick. As for how it was fed, we don't really understand. Knock knock. Lei Zi knocked on the door. "Young master, come in," Qin Huanyu said. Lei Zi pushed the door and walked in. "Young master, Jiangchang is starting to get chaotic today. After Robin's death, those people under him started fighting each other for territory. As we expected." He looked at the circle of lipstick on Qin Huanyu's mouth and hastily moved his eyes away. Qin Huanyu nodded, indicating that he knew. "What about Su Qingwei's side?" 13th Master's side, also as we expected, is losing ground. Saying that, Lei Zi paused. "By the way, young master, our people just sent a message saying that there is a mysterious person that entered Master 13's and their hotpot restaurant." Then the door closed, and the aftermath was not followed. Qin Huanyu sat at the large round table, his body suddenly trembled gently. Lei Zi was somewhat puzzled, before he could open his mouth to ask, only to see Qin Huanyu pull out his cell phone and tap on a software on it. "What does not staring mean? Look at this." In the screen, there was an extremely clear image of Lu Chen talking to that 13th Master. Lei Zi let out a gasp. "Young master, this is the surveillance we got earlier. Who told you that that thing is a one-time use?" As he spoke, Qin Huanyu's body trembled once again, and his mouth continued to suck in cool air. Waving his hand, he said, "Take it down and keep an eye on it. You don't need to be too relieved." "Okay, young master," Lei Zi promised and exited the restaurant. Until after he left, Qin Huanyu suddenly closes his eyes and probes his hands under the tablecloth. Chapter 63, "You are the sky of Jiangcheng? Then what am I?" It wasn't until the early hours of the next day. Lu Chen's figure only walked out from the hot pot restaurant. The sky was still dim, and his face was equally gloomy. Looking at the dilapidated store door behind him, he did not speak for a long time. It was silent for a long time before he turned his head and left. Inside the hot pot store, the brothers under his command waited for the whole night and went back to rest in groups. It was good that their territory here was small. Other than that Luo Laobai coming to harass them for a while, the others did not come over. The eyes of the crowd looked towards 13th Master who walked out from the secret room. No one was the first to speak. On the other hand, Master 13, on the other hand, looked in the direction Lu Chen had disappeared in, and his gaze flickered a little. "Pulling me in? Taking down Jiangcheng? Be the king of the underground of Jiangcheng together?" Phew, these words were indeed heartwarming, but he wasn't a child. Even if he had the strength to be able to take down Jiangcheng, was Jiangcheng his own? The Robin before him had taken control of the entire Jiangcheng, but in front of that Qin Shao, not still like a dog, lying on the ground and wagging his tail? And Robin exactly who was set up. The 13th Master's heart is very clear. His own power is indeed small, but it is not without the ability to keep it. Since Qin Shao, that man solved Robin, he must have also anticipated the chaos in Jiangcheng today. The reason why 13th Master didn't make a move wasn't because he was afraid of others. He was just waiting for an opportunity. As the sun rises, Qin Huanyu finally opens his eyes. Yesterday, he labored until very late to sleep. Censored. Today's Qin Huanyu's face was horribly pale. It's like the kind of person who was extremely malnourished, with slightly sunken cheeks. On the contrary, on Schwanger's side, she looked extraordinarily delicate. Lei Zi didn't dare to understand, nor did he dare to ask. He just lowered his head to finish reporting last night's events and then waited for Qin Huanyu's command. On the sofa, Qin Huanyu sat with his eyes closed, feeling the fragrant breeze coming from beside him. Hurriedly, he opened his eyes. "Schwanger, go ahead and get busy by yourself. I want to be alone." Busy sitting up straight again, looking towards Lei Zi, thoughts ran through his mind. In other words, Su Chengwei rejected Lu Chen's offer, right? Lei Zi nodded and said, "Yes, young master." This Su Chengwei was naturally the original name of that 13th Master. Few people knew about it, even the previous Robin, as well as Lu Chen in the original story. Qin Huanyu had a slight smile on his face. Opening his mouth, he said, "Those few videos from last night, have they all been taken care of?" The video he was talking about was the video of the meeting between Robin and Lu Chen that was captured through the camera at that banquet. Of course, it was after careful editing. Seeing Lazy nodding his head in confirmation. Very good. You find some time and send the video to Su Qianxue. It doesn't matter if you sign your name or not. Master 13's mind was delicate. He was bound to be able to guess that it was his own handiwork. The video was also better than nothing, mainly because he wanted to disgust Lu Chen. In his heart, he secretly laughed. He was about to wave his hand to let Lazy leave, so he could rest for a while. The cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Qin Huanyu froze. Picking it up and looking at it, he found that it was Xia Lingxian calling. In the past 2 days since returning from the banquet, the little girl had been busy with the company. Together with that Guan Yun, she was preparing for the acquisition. Like this, tens of billions of dollars of large groups wanting to acquire. It was not something that could be accomplished in a few words. In this, there are countless complicated steps. Why did she suddenly call herself today? After hesitating, Qin Hanyu still picked up. Hello, Qianxian? Brother Qin. Xia Lingxian's somewhat anxious voice immediately came out. Do you have time now? My mom was beaten up. We're over here at the old house now. The last time that house. Let Schwanger send the key over. Xia Lingxian had long since considered herself as Qin Huanyu's person, and with only a slight hesitation, she took the key. However, Xia mother's side had never agreed. Along with the two of them, they were still living in that old house. What? Qin Huanyu frowned and his tone became much more serious. Who did this? Saying that, he looked over to Lazy's side. Lazy understood and immediately gathered all the team members over. At the same time, he had people prepare the car, ready to go at any time. But on the other side of the phone, a man's roar suddenly rang out. Stinky girl, how dare you call? Then don't blame the older brothers. The phone suddenly hangs up. Qin Huanyu's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lazy, come over and help me down. Lazy, and without hesitation, he hurriedly came over to help Qin Huanyu to the car. Xia Lingxian's home. In the not-so-large living room, there were 6 or 7 big men standing all over the place. Mother Sia's face, slightly red and swollen. A slap mark was clearly imprinted. And a big man with a face full of horizontal meat was walking out from the toilet, grabbing Xia Lingxian's arm in his hand. Boss, I caught this little calling. Mother Sia turned her head to see the scene. A shocked cry escaped her lips. Qianxian. At the same time, she lunged over this way. The man frowned and reached out to stop it in front of him, preventing Xia's mother from getting close. On the living room sofa, there was a bald middle-aged man sitting. He was dressed in a black suit, idly playing with his hands. Hearing the words of his men, he raised his head violently. Eyes as stern as a falcon suddenly landed on Xia Lingxian. You let go of me. Xia Lingxian struggled, wrenching her arms free and hurriedly ran to Mother Sia's side. Mom, are you alright? Saying this, she raised her head and coldly stared at the bald man. There was no emotion of fear in his eyes. This glance, in turn, confused that bald man. This old city area, which was originally another person's territory, was just snatched down by them last night. Originally, they thought that when they came across the new city development project, they would finally be able to make a good profit, but didn't anticipate that there were dozens of nail households in it. And now here, naturally, is one of them. Before arriving here, a morning time, they also went to a dozen other households. Basically, they didn't encounter any difficulties. Slightly roar twice. Run scattered. But this little girl was the only one who not only wasn't afraid, but even dared to glare at him. The bald man stared at Xia Lingxian and frowned a little. This delicate face, he always felt that there was something familiar, but he forgot where he had seen it before. Immediately, casting aside the thoughts in his mind, standing up from the sofa, he quickly walked this way. Standing in front of Xia Lingxian, an evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. Not bad, tender enough. The bald man stretched out his hand, wanting to gently pinch her on her delicate face. Xia Lingxian's eyes grew colder and colder. She looked at the hand that was getting closer and closer to her, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. If you dare to touch me, are you sure you've thought about the consequences? The bald man's hand stopped once again. Snorting, he let out a laugh. Ouch, that really scared me to death. He once again approached Xia Lingxian while saying, I'll just touch you. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. In a short while, the entire Jiangchang will be ours. We are the sky of Jiangchang. What can you do to me? The bald man's words had yet to fall. Suddenly, from outside the door of the room, an indifferent voice rang out. You are the heaven of Jiangchang? Then what am I considered? Chapter 64, 300 terrorists? A sound was heard. Everyone in the living room simultaneously turned their heads to look at the door. And at this moment, the bald man's hand was only 3 or 4 centimeters away from Xia Lingxian. Xia Lingxian suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Bang! The crowd had yet to react. The age-old wooden door was directly kicked in from the outside. Someone was more unlucky and happened to be standing behind the wooden door. The entire wooden door, like a cannonball, directly rushed into the room. It hit the big man without the slightest decrease in speed, until it hit the wall behind it. Bang! Another loud bang. In just an instant, the man behind the door was nowhere to be seen. Scarlet blood slowly flowed down the wooden door, gradually spreading in all directions on the floor tiles. This scene sent chills down the spine of the crowd. With Xia Lingxian's assistance, Mother Sia stood up from the ground, seeing the blood flowing out from behind the broken wooden door. Mother Sia's body trembled lightly and subconsciously shielded Xia Lingxian behind her. The next moment, several more burly men walked in from outside the door. Everyone was wearing dark sunglasses and their eyes could not be seen. Just the aura emanating from their bodies made the bald and his party stand dumbfounded and not dare to move. Soon, under Lei Zi's escort, Qianxue walked in. His face was pale as he directly walked over to Xia Lingxian's side. Stretching out his hand, he held it in his arms, rubbing Xia Lingxian's small head. "Xia Xian, I'm sorry, I'm late." Xia Lingxian also jumped into his arms and buried her head. Mother Sia just pretended she didn't see it. On the contrary, the bald ones, the moment they saw Qianxue, in Bald Head's mind, the scene from that night came to mind. On the banquet hall, Robin knelt in front of this man and kept kowtowing. At that time, it seemed like Robin had addressed him as Qianxue. Boom! In just an instant, the blood color on the bald man's face faded rapidly. He was under Third Master, and 2 days ago, Third Master was still just Robin's little brother. Even Robin had to kneel and kowtow in front of Qianxue. What was he? Then recalling what he had just said, there was a muffled thud. When the crowd came back to their senses, the bald head had already fallen to his knees. His few henchmen were still a bit confused, only to see that the bald head didn't have any hesitation and came up with a heavy kowtow to the smooth floor tiles. This time, it made him feel dizzy for a while, but he didn't dare to faint. The body was also lying on the ground, voice trembling. "Qin, young Qin, I really didn't know. She is your person. I know I'm wrong, please spare me." Xia Lingxian raised her head from Qianxue's arms. Her eyes were a little wet, which quickly disappeared again. First, she looked at her mother with some embarrassment. Then she lowered her head again and looked at the bald head that was also kneeling in front of her. All reminded him to think about the consequences. See, now are the consequences. Qianxue also lowered his head to look at that bald head. Fortunately, he came in time and did not make a big mistake. Qianxian, this branch line, he is also still exploring, have not even finalized the harvest yet. If something goes wrong in the middle, all the efforts for so long will be wasted. Damn it. Qianxue narrowed his eyes becoming much more indifferent, although he had gotten his hands on the revised plot. However, after all, he hadn't studied it carefully and hadn't had time to take care of many small details. Just this one oversight almost led to a big mistake. This plot, how is it getting more and more towards urban cool articles? The female main character encounters danger, then promptly informs the male main character, who arrives at the last minute to save the female main character. What? It's not right. Since we know the plot, we have to eliminate all kinds of hidden dangers in time. Supporting characters like the bald guy kneeling there should have been dealt with in time. He shouldn't have been given a chance to appear. At this moment, the living room was extremely quiet. Beside each of the bald guy's men, there was a big man in black standing quietly, doing nothing. They just stared at him silently. One couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart. Everyone's line of sight didn't dare to look directly at Qianxue. However, their afterglances were all focused on this side at the same time again. After a long time, Qianxue finally spoke. "I'll give you a chance. Who is your boss?" The bald guy on the ground who was kowtowing his head froze and quickly reacted. In his heart, he couldn't help but tremble once again, but he didn't dare not to say anything. His voice equally trembled as he said, "Young Qin, it's Third Master." "Oh no, it's Zhang-san." "Very good," Qianxue exclaimed in praise. This episode, in fact, he had already been informed from the system. All of the origins and purpose of this bald man had also been known to the best of his knowledge. The reason why he asked one more question was just to give him a little hope. A little bit of hope to survive. In his heart, the bald head also thought the same thing. Hearing Qianxue's slightly satisfied words, his face similarly revealed a few moments of joy, and he was busy kowtowing a few more times. At this time, only to see Qianxue turn his head to look at Lei Zi. "Deal with it. Keep your hands and feet clean. Give him a little hope of life. Then destroy it with your own hands." There was nothing which could make a person more desperate than this. The bald man and his several henchmen, their bodies instantly stiffened in place, and even the words begging for mercy were stuck in their mouths. As for Mother Sia at this moment, her eyes suddenly widened. Qianxue was not afraid of being heard by her. Xia Lingxian following herself was equivalent to being a hostage in Mother Sia's eyes. She didn't dare to go out and talk nonsense. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Mother Sia and gaining 800 points of villain value. Qin Huanyu? System, are you sick? This also needs a hint? He was so happy that he thought that Xia Lingxian's plot had been completed. Cursing angrily in his heart, he stopped paying attention to the system. Soon, the bald man and the others were carried away from the living room, not knowing where to go, and under Qin Huanyu's comfort, Xia Lingxian's mind also regained its calm. The home was a mess. At this point, even if Mother Sia didn't want to live in her new home, she had to live there. The wooden door in the old house had been kicked by Lazy. Looking at him, it was clear that he wasn't going to pay for it. Under Xia Lingxian's persuasion, Xia's mother also packed up her things and followed Qin Hanyu and the others on the car. That neighborhood is next to the villa area. By the way, to send together is. Moreover, it was just right for Qianxue to go to the villa. The villain value on her body. It's also time to collect it. On the back seat, Qin Huanyu was holding Xia Lingxian in his arms, but his eyes kept staring out the window. Lazy, who was driving the car, froze and slightly looked sideways. Later on, you personally bring someone to Clearwater Bay and take care of that Zhang San. You know it in your heart. Anything under his name, send it over to Master 13. Lazy nodded. Yes, young master. Zhang San was originally under Robin, and shared the title of two-day king with that Lier. The brothers under him, just the core henchmen, numbered over 900, nearly 1,000. On the contrary, Master 13 only had a mere 100, but only 2 hours later, the news broke in Jiangcheng. Zhang San, who had been in Qianxue for years, was a terrorist. With more than 300 of his men, he was wiped out in a joint strike. All the people who saw the news, applaud. All the forces that got the news, you think I'm a cutie. The people knew whether Zhang San was a terrorist or not, but as long as the officials don't step in, who can take down the entire Clearwater Bay in 2 hours? Not to mention, having to get Jiangcheng to cooperate with the operation. For a while, the other forces in Jiangcheng, actually all hibernate down, do not dare to make another move, and all the stores under the name of Clearwater Bay, as well as the remaining employees. At this time, they were all packed up, toward the old city in a hotpot store. Voluminous and Go. Chapter 65, Kulun. The sky was getting dark. Originally, Master 13 was still hesitating whether he should take the initiative. If he refused to let Lu Chen draw him in, relying on these people under him alone. If he wanted to compete for a few territories, the losses should be extremely high. But if he didn't fight, and let the others develop and grow, in the end, one would still be a dead man. The biggest headache right now, is that man has not made a sound. The 13th master did not dare to make a messy move. Just when he was annoyed, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. The juniors guarding the outside didn't even notice when he came in. It wasn't until Lu Chen sat down that Master 13 was suddenly awakened. Soon after, the complexion regained its calmness. It's you? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Master 13, I wonder how you've considered it. Don't worry, you definitely won't regret following me. Saying that, Lu Chen picked up the teapot and familiarly poured himself a cup of tea. You know about my strength. With you and I brothers working together, it's only a matter of time before we take down this Jiang city. As long as you promise, I can immediately strike. Give me 3 days, and the forces of any one of Li Er and Zhang San will be attached to your name. Hiss. Master 13 frowned a little. The two people, second master and third master, were the two strongest people under Robin. Even if Robin was still around, he wouldn't dare to pat his chest and guarantee that the two of them would surrender the power in their hands. This Lu Chen was surprisingly so confident, but looking at his eyes, in Master 13's heart, he actually had a few moments of shaking. If it was just himself, he would never bow down to anyone, even if the sword drove him. However, he still had to think about the many brothers under him. Just as he was hesitating, the sound of dense footsteps suddenly resounded outside the store. 13th Master's face changed and he stood up with a whoosh. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was still sitting at his old self, slowly sipping the tea in his hand. Soon, two juniors hurriedly ran in. Master 13, it's not good. Zhang San's men have arrived at the door, saying that they want to see you. What? Master 13 shouted in shock and anger. The brothers under him now, those who could still fight were only 100 or so. That Zhang San, on the other hand, had 1,000, a tenfold difference. Even if he was still able to fight, he could have been directly crushed over. Could it be that he really had to agree to this Lu Chen's pull? Master 13 frowned in thought, and that little brother hurriedly spoke again. No, they said they came to submit to you, and they also brought all the assets under Zhang San, said that they want you to go out personally before they can bring out the stuff. Put. A mouthful of hot tea spewed out of Lu Chen's mouth. He also stood up with a whoosh and rushed towards the door. Behind him, Master 13 snapped out of his stupor. Not daring to hesitate, he similarly hurried out towards the door. Half an hour later, the 13th master's expression was still somewhat stagnant. Someone was constantly bringing in documents. While he was signing his big name on those documents, one by one, the documents beside him had already piled up the entire table. He then looked at Lu Chen, who was on the side. The line of sight was a little odd, while a slight coldness permeated through it. The news of Zhang San being recognized as a terrorist had already reached this side. Moreover, it was still the official news released by Jiang Chang, who had so much energy. Master 13 was very clear in his heart. Thinking back to the night of the banquet, it was clear that he had confessed to the crime, but Qianxue had directly released himself, and the interception afterward. Those people even deliberately ignored themselves. Behind some of this, it is estimated that it is all the result of Qianxue's deliberate arrangement, right? I think so. 13th Master's eyes once again looked towards Lu Chen. Ha! Within 3 days, in just 2 hours, Zhang San's Clearwater Bay was crushed. You dare to say 3 days when something is already in front of you? Besides, I also heard that there seems to be a gap between Lu Chen and Qianxue. No, he must make a clean break with Lu Chen. Qianxue can solve Zhang San in 2 hours. If he wanted to solve him, he probably wouldn't even need half an hour. Definitely can't let Qianxue give him the wrong idea. Master 13 made up his mind and opened his mouth to shout, Lu Chen! But when he raised his head, he realized that at some point, Lu Chen had already disappeared inside the store. He froze and didn't care. With a cold smile on his face, he continued to sign various documents. Villa number 12. It was specially prepared by Ling Jong for Lu Chen. At this moment, the villa was dark, as if it was uninhabited. Chop! A crunching sound. A glass window somewhere suddenly shattered open. In the villa's living room, Lu Chen sat quietly on the sofa, a light golden aura enveloping his body. His 9 Young Heart Sutra had already reached the top of the 3rd layer. For a full year, there was no more half progress. He had thought that he had come to Jiangqing to find a few good cauldrons to help him break through. However, I didn't expect to find any tripods, but I'm still crazy about all aspects of the wall. Qin Huanyu. Lu Chen gritted his back teeth and growled in a sinister tone. Zhang San's matter. It was obvious that Qin Huanyu had secretly done it again. Other than him, there was no one else in Jiangcheng who could have this much energy. However, he didn't know why. It was like Qin Huanyu knew that he would go to Master 13 and had prepared everything in advance, just waiting for himself to show up and slap him hard. Why in the world was this? The indignation in his chest piled up more and more. He wanted to throw himself up to the sky and roar in anger, but he also felt that it would be too humiliating. Raising his right hand, he grasped a ball of pale golden light in his palm. With all his might, he threw it forward. Chop! Another piece of glass shattered. The sound of gentle wind suddenly sounded from outside the window. Lu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly turned his head to the side. The light golden aura enveloping his body also instantly disappeared. Who? He frowned and looked towards the darkness in the villa, his vision gradually becoming gloomy. His right hand swung down, once again condensing the ball of light. It was just about to strike. A flat voice rang out from the corner. Don't make a move. 3 figures walked out from that dark corner. Under the faint moonlight, Lu Chen could finally see their faces. 2 men and 1 woman, wearing tight black uniforms. They looked imposing. As for the man in the center, there was the same faint aura surrounding him, and his strength was only a shade worse than Lu Chen's. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless, and asked in a cold voice, Who are you guys? The man in the center smiled gently. It is indeed our fault for venturing over here today. To introduce myself, my name is Long Yi, and I belong to the Summer Kingdom Kunlun. Saying that, the man then pointed at the 2 people beside him. These 2 are Long Wu and Long Jiao respectively. We came over today, specifically to look for you. Lu Chen, Summer Country, Kunlun. Lu Chen's face changed slightly. The name Kunlun was familiar to him. When he was a mercenary in a non-national country, there was a saying circulating in the industry. The Xiagua Jingpinch was the forbidden place for all mercenaries, because in the middle of the Summer Country, there was such a mysterious organization that guarded the security of the country. And this organization, the name is Kunlun. At this time, in the 17th villa, young master, Kunlun's people are coming to Jiangcheng. News came from the Qin family's side. It seems like they want to take Lu Chen into Kunlun. Right now they're in Lu Chen's villa. The old master's side didn't say anything. Let's just watch out for ourselves. Chapter 66, Letting Shaoqin be shocked. Lu Chen sat quietly on the sofa. His body was taut. As long as there was any situation, he could strike at any time and kill the 3 people in front of him here. As for Long Yi and the 3 of them, they naturally discovered Lu Chen's movements. Smiling bitterly, he slowly spread out his own hands. Lu Chen, don't be nervous. We came over this time. We didn't come to find your trouble. But Lu Chen still didn't say anything, his eyes staring at the trio. We have examined before. Although you have done quite a lot over there in the African country, quite a few forbidden things, but after coming back, you are still relatively peaceful. Saying so, Long Yi looked somewhat solemn. He first waved his hand, signaling to Lu Chen that he did not have anything in his hand. Then with extremely slow movements, he probed his hand into his bosom and took out a few small books from within. During this time, Lu Chen had been watching them with cold eyes, until those several books with dark blue outer skins were thrown onto the coffee table in front of him by Long Yi. Kunlun has gone through a preliminary examination. Given that Lu Chen is of Xia nationality and has a special identity and strength, he is of vital help in maintaining Xia's security. Long Yi said in a serious tone, "We hereby invite Lu Chen to join Kunlun, with a code name of his own." When this sentence was finished, Long Yi's aura around his body suddenly dispersed, returning to a relaxed state once again. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look at those books." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. After a long time, he slowly reached out his hand and picked up the several small books on the coffee table, turning over the first page at the top. Kunlun, Lu Chen, official member. There were only these 3 lines in total. It was also stamped with an extremely deep steel seal, which was particularly conspicuous. He didn't believe that in Xia, someone would dare to fake this. The aura on his body instantly dissipated and disappeared. Then he looked up at Long Yi and the others, picking up the second small book. Class A gun permit, can carry any type of pistol, allowed to shoot in times of emergency. Again, there was a steel seal present. It looked very restrictive. However, Lu Chen knew that this was already a considerable amount of power within Xia. There was a third document underneath. The outer skin of this document was dark green. At the same time, Long Yi, the 3 of them, took a few steps forward. Seeing Lu Chen pick up the third document, Long Yi revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Lu Chen opened it, and his entire body suddenly tensed up once again. Officer's ID, name, Lu Chen, rank, Major. Although there is no actual military authority, rank-wise, it is still interchangeable with the military. Long smiled and said, "Lu Chen, may I ask if you are willing to join Kunlun?" Silence suddenly fell in the living room. Lu Chen's body slowly began to relax. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he did not directly answer Long Yi's question. Instead, he raised his head and asked instead, "If I join Kunlun, does that mean that I have to follow orders at all times?" And, he paused and continued to speak. "I want to know, who is Kunlun's superior? I don't want to get caught up in the kind of muddy waters in the country, where the lineages are fighting amongst themselves." Hearing Lu Chen's question, Long Yi suddenly froze. He frowned and quickly stretched again. "You are in a special situation. Even if you join Kunlun, you are still counted as a supernumerary, and only emergencies will come to you. As for the other issue you mentioned," Long Yi's complexion was suddenly serious as he said aloud, "Up and down Kunlun, even if he doesn't have a position, we only need to follow the orders of the elders. Anyone else has no right to command." "Good." Lu Chen suddenly stood up from the sofa, stretching out his hand. He clasped Long Yi's right hand. "I promise to join Kunlun." The villa once again fell into silence. Looking at the 3 small books on the coffee table, a fierce light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "Qin Huan Yu, humph, even if your Qin family is more capable, I'll see what you can do with me." Now, a remote path in the villa area. 3 figures slowly walked over from the distance. It was certainly the Long Yi people who had invited Lu Chen to join Kunlun earlier. Their identities were special, and they usually carried out missions that needed to be kept secret from the public. Going in and out of here, they also needed to specially bypass the cameras. The 3 of them were walking forward. Suddenly, not far from the path, 2 more figures appeared. Looking at their appearance, they should be waiting there specifically for the 3 of them. Long Yi's expression remained calm, just giving a wink towards Long Wu and Long Jiu. His right hand was slightly raised and rested at his back waist position. He continued to walk forward. By the time the 2 people were in front of each other, the burly man in the middle, who was close to 2 meters tall, suddenly walked out from the shadows. "The 3 of you still please stand still. I have something to say to you." Long Yi's gaze flickered as he took a step forward with a smile on his face. "Friend, I don't think we know each other, right? Please step aside. We have important matters to attend to." I said. "Stop." Lei Zi stepped out from the shadows. Although these 3 people were among the Kunlun, but when all was said and done, it was just a department that had been split up. When he was in the army before, in terms of rank and status, he was definitely not inferior to Long Yi. At this moment, his tone was also somewhat cold. As for Long Yi and the others, their expressions instantly went cold. His right hand continued to probe back and was about to draw his pistol. A glance up, but they found that the giant beast on the opposite side was holding a silver-white pistol in its hand, pointing at their 3 people from afar. Dragon 1, Dragon 5, Dragon 9, the 3 of them had unusually good expressions. "Why, he also has a gun." When they came over, they heard that on the Jiangcheng side, they had just captured more than 300 terrorists. Could it be that this person in front of them is also one of the terrorists? Looking at their slightly panicked movements, Lei Zi smiled disdainfully. Our young master has something to ask you. Please cooperate a little. Otherwise, if the gun goes off, it's out of my control. Saying that, he took a step back to the side. The trio's dull eyes noticed another figure standing in the shadows. It wasn't as burly as Lei Zi, walking over step by step. The psychological pressure on them was, however, much greater. Soon, Qin Huanyu also came out from the shadows. He looked at Long Yi and the three of them for a while. Then he sighed lightly and shook his head. This action was not very hurtful and extremely insulting. You guys are at least people from Kunlun. You wouldn't not recognize me, right? At those words, Long Yi looked like he realized something. He meticulously looked forward, seeing under the shade of that tree, Qin Huanyu who was standing quietly. Wait. Suddenly, Long Yi looked like he remembered something. You are the Qin family's eldest son, Qin Huanyu? After saying that, he was already certain in his own heart. Dizzy standing straight, bowing and cupping his fists. Qianxue, sorry, just now it was us who didn't see clearly, letting you be frightened. Lei Zi scratched his head and looked at the young master. Frightened? And the two behind him, Dragon 5 and Dragon 9, also bowed and clasped their fists at the same time to salute. Qin Huanyu waved his hand. Cut the crap. Since you know me, it's a good thing. I only have one sentence. Immediately, right away, right now, cancel Lu Chen's position in Kunlun, but don't tell him yet. Long Yi's face stiffened a little, before he could open his mouth. Qin Huanyu added, don't ask me why. Can you do it? Chapter 67. My grandfather, the elder. Long Yi frowned tightly. Qin Huanyu was famous in Kyoto before, but whenever anyone's underwear was stolen from their home, or a car accident killed someone, a little more sordid, Grandma Lu was molested on her way home. The first person that comes to mind in everyone's mind is definitely the famous Qianxue. What made him even more famous was that his father's name was Qianxue, the god of war. Qianxue. With such a relationship, even if Qin Huanyu's reputation in Kyoto was rotten, no one would dare to say anything bad about him. Young Qin, Long Yi wanted to say something. After struggling in his mind for a while, he still said stiffly, Young Qin, I'm afraid this won't work. When we do things in Kunlun, we can only follow the orders of the elders. Other people's orders, we are allowed to ignore. Facing Lei Zi's gradually gloomy eyes, Long Yi's head became lower and lower. The aura on Lei Zi's body was strong though, but he was also confident that he had a chance to take his life if he fought one-on-one. However, he was foolish to do so. Even if he didn't listen to young Qin, when the time came to return to Kyoto, he would only be suppressed for a while. If he really dared to make a move himself, then there would really be no way to live. Hearing that his request was rejected by him, Qin Huanyu's face did not change too significantly. He just took 2 steps forward, and was only about a meter away from that Long Yi. Long Yi lowered his head, not daring to raise his head. The gang of princelings in Kyoto were all saying that the Qin family's Qin Daoshao was just a waste of space with an empty background. Moreover, with a simple mind and equally simple limbs. But this one standing in front of him, how was he a bit different from the description? He clearly didn't speak, just standing in front of himself, but it was as if he had been given an order to kill. Infinite aura, bombarded down. After a long time, Qin Huanyu suddenly let out a light laugh and, I think, have you forgotten something? He took another half step forward. Captain Long, it's not very nice to tell you, my grandfather is the elder. The words fell. Long Yi suddenly froze. On the door of his head, a fine cold sweat condensed. How could he have forgotten about this? The Qin family had been trying their best to hide the relationship between Qin Jinhua and Qianxue. Until now, most people in the summer country did not know that Qin Jinhua was the real father of the god of war. Qianxue, of course, it was also young Qin's grandfather. He himself was aware of this relationship because he was a member of Kunlun. How could he suddenly forget? Long Yi's heart was flustered and his legs were a little soft. A muffled sound came out. The third day after the banquet, Ling Qianxue was still lying in the hospital. Originally, there was nothing wrong with her body anymore. However, Mother Ling was worried about the after effects and insisted that she stay in the hospital for a few more days. Ling Jong still didn't show up. For the order of $20 billion, he traveled all over the place and didn't have time to see Ling Qianxue. However, Ling Qianxue didn't look too concerned. The same was true for Mother Ling. When it came to the Ling congregation, both of them had a somewhat ugly expression. On the contrary, it was Lu Chen who came over today in an unprecedented manner. Usually when he saw Ling Qianxue, he would either be expressionless or leave with a disliked face. However, today, it was a departure from the norm. He was a bit unimpressed by Ling Qianxue's dislike. With a faint smile still on his face, he greeted Mother Ling. It was just strange. In the past, when Mother Ling saw him, she would not say how enthusiastic she was. She was at least smiling. Now that she saw herself, her attitude suddenly became cold. Ding dong! Ling Qianxue's cell phone suddenly rang. The display number was from abroad, 805838624. She glanced at it and instantly sat up violently from the hospital bed. Mom! I can't. I want to be discharged from the hospital. Enlan's flight is arriving soon. I have to prepare in advance and go to the airport to pick her up. Enlan? Mother Ling froze. Then she remembered. That was her own daughter's best friend. She used to live with Ling Qianxue, but more than a year ago, for some unknown reason, Enlan suddenly left the country. After this, there was no news sent back. Until some time ago, Ling Qianxue suddenly told them that she had reconnected with Enlan, and that she would be returning to China soon. But it was such a bad coincidence. Enlan arrived just in time to run into Ling Qianxue being hospitalized. Not allowed to go. Mother Ling also stood up and pressed Ling Qianxue back into the hospital bed to lie down. Your body has only just recovered. In case something goes wrong again, what should we do then? It's just a pick up. Just tell the others to pick it up. Ling Qianxue was a little anxious. She and Enlan hadn't seen each other for more than a full year. Now that she had finally returned to the country, of course she had to go and pick her up herself. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Mother Ling speak again. Don't think about sneaking away. I'll be right here watching you. At this moment, Lu Chen was standing quietly in the hospital room. Just let Lu Chen pick it up. He's your bodyguard anyway. Saying this, Mother Ling looked towards Lu Chen and smiled coldly. Lu Chen, you should be fine today, right? Lu Chen's gaze flickered slightly. It was fine to be fine. However, that bodyguard in Mother Ling's mouth really sounded a bit ear-splitting. Despite this fact, Lu Chen's mood was still a little depressed. He still wore a kind smile on the surface. It's fine. Qianxue, Auntie, don't worry. I'll go to the airport later to pick up Miss Enlan. And on the hospital bed, Ling Qianxue's frown deepened. Lu Chen, this person, she originally disliked. He looked quite a sunny person, but he had long eyes. It always felt like he had a lot of small minds. Compared to Qin Huanyu, it was simply greater than the gap between heaven and earth. Letting him pick up Enlan, Ling Qianxue was always a bit uneasy in her heart. But, alright, Mother Ling gulped softly. She looked at Ling Qianxue again. You have a full body checkup later, so rest first. Lu Chen, you go first. Pick a better car and go over there. Okay, Auntie. Lu Chen nodded and opened the door to leave the hospital room. Even if Ling Qianxue wanted to say anything else, she didn't have a chance. She looked at the door of the room that had been reclosed. Her willow brows furrowed tightly. In the villa living room, today is the last day of the grounding. After today, Master can make a good wave outside again. Qin Huanyu's mood suddenly brightened. In fact, excluding the collateral line, he was the only heir to the Qin family. Even the old master could not bear to lay a heavy hand on him. Even if Qin Huanyu had perverted a bit in the past, the Qin family is also able to level. Really cannot be flat, can only rely on some means. Will Qin Huanyu protection firmly, and this period of time, Qin Huanyu's performance, they also see in the eyes. Although they didn't know what caused him to change so much, but at least this was a good thing. Even Qin Zhen's attitude towards him was that much better. Lei Zi, how long before the flight arrives? Lei Zi looked at the time. There is still more than an hour to land in Zhangchang. Young master, are we going to depart? Saying that, Lei Zi was a little hesitant again. Young master, are we really not going to call more people over, in case you encounter any danger? Before he could finish, Qin Huanyu interrupted with a smile. It's fine, I know what's in my heart. There were a total of 11 hijackers who were going to hijack Jiangcheng Airport today, and among these people, the identity of the vast majority of the hijackers were actually people from a certain mysterious troop in Xia. Because of an accident, the entire squad was broken up. They were the only ones who survived. Even the officer who knew the identities of several people perished outside the country. However, Qin Huanyu knew in his heart, these people had survived the gunfire, and everyone's strength was not to be underestimated. Even compared to Lei Zi, they were not inferior. If they could be used for themselves, in Qin Huanyu's eyes, a brilliant light flashed leisurely. The plan in his heart took shape. Chapter 68. Why did you choose to confront each other in the restroom? Jiangcheng Airport, ranked at the top in the country. In the international flight terminal, people were passing by, most of them with black hair and eyes. All of them are rushing to foreign countries. They don't know what they are looking forward to. At this moment, in a certain corner of the arrival level, more than 10 big men with yellowish faces were gathered in small piles. On their bodies, they were wearing yellowish camouflage jackets and carrying a large canvas bag on their backs. It looked as if they were rustic migrant worker brothers. Their hair was dirty and messy, and it was long enough to cover their eyes. Look closely. Several people also carried a soybean-sized silver-white instrument in their ears. Lao Air, do we really have to do this? On a seat in a corner, a middle-aged man sat alone. Compared to the others, he was not tall, and his body was equally a bit dirty. In the headset, a grim voice rang out. Boss, this is not a choice we made. Since the country is treating us like this, there's no need for us to be loyal anymore. After saying that, there was a long period of silence in the headset. Half a minute later, that gloomy voice sounded again. We've chosen the arrival level. There are only 2 entrances in total that we can come in. Everyone must remember clearly. Zhongchang is a big city. After we finish this ticket and let Xia taste our wrath, get a plane and we can fly directly to the Delta region. At that time, no one will be able to control us anymore. Brothers, everyone must remember that it's not our fault, but rather, it's Xia's fault. The words fell. The middle-aged man on the seat, his eyes slowly darkened. After he became an adult, driven by his full-bloodedness, he resolutely joined the army, and because of his training efforts, coupled with his exceptional talent, he was soon targeted and selected to enter a certain mysterious squad. For 20 years, it has been active in the Triangle area. Moreover, all of his own files in the country were deleted for the sake of secrecy. For a full 20 years, he hadn't even returned home once. I didn't expect this accident. The force was directly banned. Back in the country, his family also thought that he had long been dead, moved his family away. He couldn't even find his family. Brothers in the team, the situation is roughly the same. Thinking about his own struggle for 20 years, but in the end, even his home is gone. In the middle-aged man's eyes, anger burned. He tapped the headset in his ear. The tone was somewhat low. There are still the last 15 minutes. Everyone get ready. The Hanyu was similarly silent for a while. Suddenly, he stood up from his seat and straightened his body with his chest out. The tone of his voice was dull, yet still powerful. For the last time, Great Xia uses me, and with me, I will win. As he finished shouting this, in the 4 corners of the arrival level, there were people who straightened their bodies and stood up, shouting the same resounding slogan. After shouting, the Hanyu sat down again in a disheveled manner. He turned his head to look around, found a restroom, and got up to walk there. At the same time, Lu Chen arrived at the airport in a McLaren Sterling Moss. This car, naturally, was picked from Ling Qianxue's garage. When he was in the African country, he had made a lot of money even though he was in the war. However, there were also many brothers under him. What was really left over had to be shared with a few team members, and in a place like Africa, you can't drive a supercar like this at all. Now that he finally had the opportunity, of course he had to treat himself. The supercar drove all the way into the parking lot. There were constantly people stopping by and casting envious gazes at him. At this moment, Lu Chen was extremely satisfied in his heart and reached out to open the sunroof of the sports car. In the distance, there were also a few girls wearing ultra-short skirts, flying kisses from afar. Lu Chen let out a light smile and left straight away. Getting out of the car, he closed the door. Taking another look at this top-of-the-line supercar with exploding face value, Lu Chen's eyes, however, suddenly flashed with anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still really treating me as a bodyguard, picking up someone for such a small matter, actually letting me come over personally. Grass, darkly cursing angrily a few times, he twisted his head and walked towards the distance. Enlan? This name seemed somewhat familiar. He had come to this Zhongchang, but in half a month's time, he hadn't stepped out yet, and that Enlan was back from abroad. Logically speaking, it was impossible to be acquainted with him, but this name, Lu Chen always felt somewhat familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Time passed by. There were only 10 minutes left before the appointed time. No one spoke in the headset, and only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard vaguely. At this time, in that remote toilet, the boss, whose body is on the thin side, stood straight up a step inside the door. Behind him, the iron door was heavily closed, but also hung a sign that is under repair, and he stood stiffly, not daring to move at all. In the men's restroom, a small chair was placed. The chair is sitting on a youth, is holding a file, meticulous care of their hands' nails, and beside the youth, there is a tall and strong man standing. These two, naturally, were Qin Huanyu and Lei Zi. Lei Zi was holding a gun in his hand, right in the center of the boss's face. This scene had been maintained for as long as 3 minutes. No one had opened their mouths to speak. Time passed by minute by minute. Lei Zi's arm, until now, had not shaken. The robber boss used to be a soldier at least. He recognized that the gun in the other party's hand was the extremely famous Sand Eagle. Not counting the bullets, the empty weight was as much as 2 kilograms, holding it flat like he did. If he were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to hold on for 10 seconds. But the burly man in front of him, even after 3 minutes of time, not even a slight wobble appeared. Moreover, the robber boss also smelled the scent of his kind from him. Soldier. The identity of this burly man must also be a soldier. Day, big brother, if you have something to say, I really don't have any money on me, the robber boss suddenly cried out, breaking the several minutes of silence, and hearing him open his mouth. Qin Huanyu's movements in his hands also stopped at the same time. Raising his head, he looked at the robber boss who stood there stiffly. Suddenly, he snorted, "Stop acting." At the same time, he waved his hand, telling Lei Zi to put away his gun. Lei Zi was a bit hesitant. His gaze settled on the robber boss, the gun in his hand still raised. Behind him that big bag, there were vaguely a few sticks pestled. Looking at that shape, Lei Zi's heart cooled a few points. They, the robbers, even had rifles in their hands. Moreover, it was still in such an important place as the airport, and there was no telling how they brought it in. If he himself put down the pistol, the young master would be in danger. Put it down, Qin Huanyu lightly shouted. At such a young age, he started to disobey his own words. What's going to happen when he grows up? Lei Zi's expression struggled a little. His arm trembled slightly, and he was about to retract it. But the robber boss, who had been standing there quietly earlier, moved just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, a pistol similarly appeared in his hand. The muzzle of the pistol was pointed straight towards the center of Qin Huanyu's eyebrows on the chair. Lei Zi instantly reacted while raising the pistol up again. Don't move! Put the gun down! The two roared at the same time. Chapter 69, If I let you die, you'll have to line up to die for me. The atmosphere instantly became tense, except for Qin Huanyu. On his face, he still wore a faint smile. It seemed that he didn't see that the robber boss's pistol was pointing at his little head. With a slight smile, his body slowly stood up from the chair. No one is allowed to move. The robber boss's face changed instantly, and he roared loudly and angrily again. Qin Huanyu froze and gently shook his head. Lei Zi, who was beside him, could not help but feel a little shocked in his heart when he saw Qin Huanyu's appearance. This bland look of an ancient well was worthy of everyone's study. When would one be able to be as perfect as the young master? Taishan collapses in front of him without changing his face. Bird-eating cricket. At this time, engage faster. System, is there any full-body bulletproof vest? Or resurrection coins or something? I'm your host. If I die in an accident, you shouldn't be able to survive either. Is that right? Hurry up and don't dawdle. Ding. Do I need to redeem the resurrection coins? 1 million villain values? Redeem it. I have so much money. At the same time, Qin Huanyu heart also some surprise. He was just casually asking, but he didn't expect that in the system, there was really such a thing as resurrection coins. Steady. In this way, no matter how many sons of heavenly fate come, is it useful? The big deal is that I'll save up some more villain value and exchange it for 100 or 80 resurrection coins. Invincible. Ding. Does the disposable full-body invisible bulletproof vest, 30,000 villain values, need to be exchanged? Bulletproof vests are not expensive. Moreover, when the system produces it, it's a fine product. Against this small pistol, it should be no problem. Originally, Qin Huanyu was still a bit confident in his heart. With his understanding of the plot, this robber boss in front of him would never shoot. However, the moment he saw the bulletproof vest, his heart was a little shaken again. Change it. It's not expensive anyway. In case the plot of the bull and horse system went wrong, one didn't have the opportunity for trial and error. Exchange it. With this, the bottom of his heart was much stronger. In the midst of the robber boss's roar, Qin Huanyu did not listen and remained up from his chair, and the boss's pistol was slowly raised at the same time, but he did not shoot. The expression was a bit ugly. Qin Huanyu looked at his somewhat disoriented expression, and in his heart, he let out another light laugh. Song Taiju. Suddenly, he directly roared. This name exited, causing that robber boss to instantly freeze in place. How did he know this name? His own file in the summer country had been completely deleted. Even the country's admiral had no way of finding out his information, much less knowing what his name was. In the squad, everyone was called Boss Lauer. How did he know the name Song Taiju? Taking advantage of his frozen moment, Lei Zi was quick on his feet, took a step forward, raised his foot and directly kicked the robber boss until he flew backwards. His chest was brightly imprinted with a footprint. The entire person slammed hard against the iron door, making another loud bang. At the same time, reaching out, he snatched off his pistol and took that backpack along with him. It wasn't until then that thunder finally let go. Cough cough cough. The robber boss, also known as that Song Taiju, coughed violently. He was not in poor physical condition. However, Lei Zi's body was stronger than his. This kick, which did not collect any force at all, nearly knocked him out directly. Cough. You, who are you? The robber boss did not care about Lei Zi. His eyes were dead set on Qin Huanyu. Not daring to relax, Lei Zi took the canvas bag and walked over to Qin Huanyu's side, reaching out to open that packing. In the backpack, there were 3 or 4 rifles lying around. There were also a few magazines scattered at the bottom, and a dazzling light flashed on hundreds of yellow bullets. These bullets alone weighed more than 10 kilograms. Carrying it on their robber's body, it was completely unnoticeable. Young master, these equipment are all standardized and should have been provided by a special person. Qin Hanyu nodded his head. There was no need for him to say it, he already knew it himself. Getting up, he walked over to the robber boss. Answer me, your original name, is it Song Taiju? The robber boss raised his head, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Qin Huanyu similarly did not answer him. He crouched down so that he didn't have to look down at him. In an indifferent tone, he said, do you know that controlling an airport with a gun and having so many hostages is a crime in Xia? Song Taiju didn't say anything. A light flashed in his eyes. His head tilted to the other side. A capital offense. Qin Huanyu continued to speak. At the same time, from Lei Zi's hand, he picked up the sand eagle. It was slightly heavy-handed. However, to Qin Huanyu, this was the first time in his 2 lives that he had touched a real gun, suppressing the excitement in his heart, putting the muzzle of the gun against Song Tieju's forehead. Just now, you were pointing at me like this, right? Qin Huanyu gave a cold shout, and Song Taiju, who felt the cold muzzle of the gun, once again turned his head to look at Qin Huanyu. In his eyes, he didn't show any hint of fear, like he was somewhat resigned to his fate. Instead, he revealed some smiles. You kill me. Qin Huanyu did not speak. He quietly looked at his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly put the pistol back again. Kill. Definitely kill. Help him up. The latter sentence was addressed to Lei Zi. Lei Zi froze, and although he didn't understand, he walked over to help Song Taiju up, and at this time, Qin Huanyu had already walked over to the chair and sat down. In Song Tieju's eyes, the same confused look appeared. At this time, Qin Huanyu spoke once again. 3 words. The matters of household registration and military vindication. I'll settle them for you. The families of you and your teammates. I'll find them all for you, and I'll help them if they're in trouble. Be loyal to me. Even if I tell you all to die now, you have to line up one by one and charge forward for me. Can it be done? The words fell. Qin Huanyu rested his head on his left hand and sat lazily on the chair. Song Taiju, on the other hand, had yet to react at this point. The entire person stood there sluggishly. By the way, since I can know your identities, you don't need to doubt my strength. It's better to follow me than not being able to return home for the rest of your lives. Qin Huanyu added 2 more sentences. After saying that, he closed his eyes on the chair and waited quietly. At this moment, there were only the last 3 minutes left before the action began. Song Taiju organized his things and walked out from the toilet. He was a little puzzled. Why did Qin Shao promise him so many things, yet not let him reveal them to the team members? It was just a mandate to never shoot at his own family. They were soldiers, even if it was only ever. Song Taiju naturally nodded his head in response. What he had originally thought about was not as extreme as hijacking the airport. Boss, are you alright? Where did the boss go? Why hasn't he been answering? In the headset, a cacophony of voices suddenly rang out. Song Taiju tapped the headset and opened the call channel up. I'm here. What's wrong? Hearing him speak, the headset once again resounded with noisy conversations, until that low and gloomy voice once again rang out. Quiet. Where have you been? Boss, are you all set? This person was the second oldest in the squad. Since returning home and not seeing him for a while, his personality had suddenly changed a lot, but everyone didn't see anything unusual. It was only assumed that he had an accident at home and was a bit unable to accept it for a while. Song Taiju sighed quietly in his heart. It's all ready. Everyone go to the place and get ready. Chapter 70, Day. Boom boom boom. Ding. Plot change detected. Congratulations to the host for gaining 8,888 points of villain value. Taking in this gang of robbers was considered a plot change. The villain value wasn't particularly large. Together with delivering something to Master 13 before, as well as kicking Lu Chen out of Kunlun, now the remaining villain value is less than 50,000 points. It's hard to get it. At this rate, when will I be able to save up 1 million to exchange for resurrection coins? I just changed my bulletproof vest again. Luckily it's disposable, not temporary. As long as you don't drop it, it'll always be there. It's also a bit of a safeguard for myself. Still, those key characters in the original would give more villain value, especially Xia Lingxian. Until now, the side quests hadn't been completed. There was no telling what kind of rottenness system was holding back. Qin Hanyu shook his head. At this time, he had already arrived inside the terminal building, preparing to walk through the airport exit. Acting, it's better to act to the extreme. Otherwise, you only counted 1234 as a line, but also sorry for the audience is not. Ding dong. Flight U5438 from Lighthouse Country Studios to Summer Country Jiangcheng has arrived. The voice announcement was repeated 3 times, and in Qin Huanyu's eyes, a glint flashed. Coming. A large number of silhouettes appeared in the distant passageway and were clustering this way. This is the VIP channel. And the ones coming are also first-class customers. And Enlan is among the crowd. Across the distance, Qin Hanyu's line of sight had already landed on one of them. At this time, Enlan was wearing a blue shirt. The hem was all tucked into a short denim skirt. Underneath his feet was a pair of ordinary white board shorts. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, her delicate features still caused the crowd to look sideways. The original depiction of her was even above Ling Qianxue. Just from her face value, she could almost be compared to Schwanger without losing a single step. It was only a pity that the person was shorter. It didn't look like it was more than 1.5 meters or so. As the saying goes, the heavenly king covers the earth, and Lan is 1.5 meters. Although her height was a bit low, her upper body shirt, at this time, was stretched tightly. Those few white buttons endured the pain it shouldn't have. Hiss. I'm afraid this doesn't even have an F. Even though it was just with the idea of earning villain value. But in the face of such a large grandmother, in Qin Hanyu's heart, he still couldn't help but develop a few moments of respect. In the blink of an eye, the crowd has already reached the exit. At this time, Qin Hanyu also pretended to have just come out from the inside, pushed the glasses on his face. Today's outfit, as usual, had been carefully tended to, coupled with his already excellent foundation. Among the crowd, the gazes of many men fell on Enlan. The remaining women, on the other hand, were giving Qin Huanyu sidelong glances, their eyes dumbfounded. Even Enlan couldn't help but look this way a few more times. The footsteps unconsciously moved closer. The voluminous crowd headed out of the terminal building. The empty hall was instantly filled with hundreds more people. Qin Huanyu's sight similarly glanced at Enlan, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Enlan and slightly nodded his head in greeting. In the original story, although Enlan was Ling Qianxue's bosom friend, there was a diametrically opposite difference in their personalities. Ling Qianxue was quiet, while Enlan was somewhat jumpy. When they lived in the villa with Lu Chen, one of the few situations where Lu Chen was defeated was under Enlan's hand. The luggage belt slowly conveyed. Qin Huanyu stood in front of the conveyor belt and waited patiently. Suddenly, a soft greeting sounded beside him. Little brother. Hello? Qin Hanyu turned his head to look. At some point, Enlan actually took the initiative to walk in front of him. She was also holding an oversized suitcase in her hands, her cheeks swooning as she looked at herself. Her eyes were sparkling. It's my first time coming to Jiangcheng. Can I add a contact information, so we can come out to play together in the future, duck? As she spoke, Enlan's face became more and more flushed. However, Qin Hanyu knew that this must be something she was pretending. Ha, little liar. Similar episodes. Lu Chen, that stupid bastard, could have suffered many times, just casually swept a glance. Smiling slightly, he said, little sister, you are also good. No. Saying that, Self turned back again, reaching out from the conveyor belt to take down a suitcase, pulling forward. Behind her, Enlan seemed to have just reacted. Taking out her cell phone, she looked at her face. It wasn't that different. It still looked as good as yesterday's self. But, she stomped her foot hard. Stinky man. Looking at the direction Qin Huanyu left, the previous shy look disappeared and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Busy also pushing the suitcase, rushed over in the direction of Qin Huanyu. At this time, Lu Chen was still waiting at the exit of the terminal. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive loud bangs rang out steeply. Inside the terminal building, the floor was gently trembling. Immediately, not far from the exit, smoke and dust instantly swept over. Countless pieces of debris fell, blocking all the exits on both sides, and everyone was trapped in the hall. The crowd all sat paralyzed on the floor, not yet reacting. Day. As a series of gunshots rang out again, 7 or 8 big men wearing black hoods rushed out from somewhere. With all kinds of guns in their hands, they quickly surrounded the crowd. Only 7 people surrounded hundreds of people in the center. At this point, even the stupidest of them knew what they were experiencing. Everyone screamed in shock at the same time. The men did likewise. The crowd was about to scatter and run away, but they saw that those big men didn't talk much at all and directly opened fire. Day. The man who ran the fastest had blood splattered all over his legs. Countless bullets instantly pierced through his legs, but did not injure his upper body in the slightest. Lao air. A certain hooded big man roared. Didn't I say that we should never shoot at the hostages until it's absolutely necessary? And the other big man was not willing to show weakness. Similarly roared. Boss, it's already that time, and you're still such a womanizer. If we don't shoot, not to mention the police coming, we won't be able to control the situation here ourselves. Saying that, he didn't talk to that old man mostly, greeted the crowd and controlled everyone at the center. Naturally, Qin Hanyu and Enlan were also included. Little brother, we're so destined to meet again within. Enlan came to Qin Huanyu's side and said with some excitement. Several terrorists with guns surrounded around, but she acted as if she didn't see them, and kept coming up to Qin Huanyu's side, whispering something. Humph, this young lady looks heavenly. You're just relying on your good looks. How dare you ignore me? It seems like it's time to get a little more serious and make you fall under this young lady's pomegranate skirt. Hiss. You're so handsome. 2 people were assigned to guard each of the 2 entrances to the lobby. Since then, the entire terminal arrivals hall is completely closed off from the outside world, unless you break the surrounding glass. Otherwise it's much harder to come in through the entrances and exits. And the sound of explosions and gunshots in the hall soon drew the attention of the people outside as well. But in a matter of minutes, Jiangcheng Airport was temporarily closed. All the police forces of the Jiangcheng Police Department were urgently mobilized and rushed over to the airport. Even City Lord Shen Tian, after hearing the news, hurriedly suspended his meeting and similarly rushed over to the airport. Chapter 71, It's actually her. 2 muffled sounds since the beginning. Lu Chun, who was waiting outside the door, suddenly raised his head to look down the hall, only to see countless pieces of debris falling down at the exit. Soon, the huge exit was blocked tightly by the rubble, leaving only a 2-meter square entrance and exit. This was a bomb. Lu Chen's face instantly changed drastically. In this part of the summer country, the control of such things as guns and cannons was extremely strict. It was only last night that he got his gun license. When he came out today, he dared to bring a gun out. Now it's good. The bombs are here. Smell this flavor. It should be extremely high concentration of TNT. Tough guy. Wait. He suddenly remembered that he came over today to pick up someone. Originally, Ling Qianxue's impression of him was a bit poor. If this time, he gets her BFF killed again, there was no need to count on this fine cauldron. Moreover, he had just joined Kunlun yesterday. Although the reason for joining Kunlun was because it was powerful and even had the capital to fight against the Qin family. But after all, his position was just that of a full member. Right now, however, he just happened to encounter this kind of thing. If he could get this sorted out, maybe his position in Kunlun could even move up a bit more. Thinking of this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Ding! The cell phone beeped. Ling Qianxue, the flight should have arrived already, right? Ling Qianxue, this is Enlan's picture. It should be pretty easy to find. Ling Qianxue, after picking up the person, send it to my villa, then you hurry up and leave for me. Got it? There was also a photo attached to the back. The tone of the words showed her impatient attitude. A stern gaze flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, just gently returned. Okay, I know. He then opened Enlan's photo. Phew, hiss, this is Enlan? Looking at that woman in the screen, for a moment, countless memories flooded into Lu Chen's mind. The mercenary corps that he had created in the non-country was one of the top few mercenary corps. However, there was one mercenary group that was deservedly number 1 in the hearts of everyone in the non-country. Its name was God's Bright Mountain. God Mountain. If I remember correctly, God's Bright Mountain was jointly controlled by 7 master directors. One of them is also a native of the Summer Kingdom. His name was Enlan. It is said that Enlan also has a sister. Hiss. Lu Chen sucked in another breath of cool air. No wonder, when he heard the name Enlan, he always felt a slight sense of familiarity. This picture of Enlan, in her eyebrows and eyes, looked extremely similar to that Enlan. I didn't expect that Ling Qianxue's ordinary identity could actually recognize with this Enlan, and also became a bosom friend. Thoughts flowed in Lu Chen's mind. If he could get Enlan's recognition, it was approximately the same as getting Enwen's recognition, and getting any of Enwen's was likewise getting the approval of the Divine Brightness Mountain, plus the words of that mercenary group of his own. What Xia Kingdom? What Qin family? None of them could help him anymore. Lu Chen looked towards the entrance of the hall not far away again, and his eyes suddenly became solemn, not only for the sake of his position in Kunlun, more so, for the sake of Enlan, this dragon's den. One must break through. At the same time, he probed his hand towards the back of his waist, gripped the pistol lightly in his hand, and slowly approached towards that entrance. The pedestrians outside the hall were evacuated to the distance. Hundreds of police officers surrounded the hall. Countless police cars, also flashing their lights, circled around the outside of the hall. Boss, the police have arrived. Now that the outside of the hall is full of police cars, where are we going to evacuate from to grab the airplane? Boss, what about the hostages? Do we really have to do it? Several people gathered around Song Taiju. Song Tieju's eyes were constantly drifting towards Qin Huanyu. Young Qin is really bullish. In such a critical situation, he still dared to pick up a girl in front of them. Seeing that his hand was about to touch someone's chest, he actually acted as if nothing had happened. Worthy of being Qin Shao. He gave a silent thumbs up in his heart. Facing the crowd's inquiries, he frowned and said, "Where's Lao Air? Where is he now?" Boss, second brother and Little Seven grabbed a dozen hostages and went outside to clamor with those cops. What? Song Tieju's face changed. In case the Jiangcheng side was on guard and had snipers ready in advance, missed the oldest two Xiaoqi to settle, then the matter will be a big deal. Can he kill hostages? That will certainly not work. Qianxue also reminded, don't forget their own identity. Originally now, with Qianxue's means, he could still suppress all public opinion. Once he did it, it would be too late for anything. Quickly, go call Lao Er back. Song Taiju shouted angrily. This whole plan today was formulated down by Lao Er, and his brain was more alive than everyone else's. Moreover, the crowd's equipment was all provided by him. Although the crowd was puzzled as to how Lao Er managed to do this within the Xia kingdom, but none of them asked in detail either. Originally, today, everyone just needed to put on a show. If it was because Lao Er had missed, the nature of their gang would have completely changed. If it wasn't for Qianxue's strict words that he absolutely couldn't disclose it, Song Taiju would have already told his brothers. He was unusually anxious in his heart right now, and when the man heard his stern and angry voice, he didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly ran outside. Miss In, please behave yourself. Miss In, can your hands stop touching me? It's weirdly embarrassing. Miss In, it really doesn't work there. Mr. Qin, don't be shy. I'm just touching your pectoral muscles. No, I'm checking your heart rate. And Lan's cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Opening her small hands, she went straight to touch Qin Huanyu's chest. On the contrary, Qin Huanyu was trying his best to resist. Why is this Enlan like a hooligan? There was absolutely no correlation with the portrayal in the novel. In the original novel, although she also molested Lu Chen, she never gave any advantage. Also because of the accident, was that Lu Chen to take down. How now? A complete look of LSP. Could it be that my current face value is enough to make a woman to the point of losing her mind? It's so annoying. Being handsome is also an affliction. Brain. Ding, ding, ding. Just a moment of work. He hadn't done anything himself. It was all Enlan who was on top of things. Already harvested almost 20,000 villain value. Moreover, as her hands became more and more excessive, the villain value continued to increase. Hiss. And Lan's hands went up in unison. Strange screams kept coming out of her mouth. Didn't care at all about the head-covered burly men guarding the surrounding area. Someone saw it and was just about to walk over when Song Taiju directly drank it down. What a joke. He has now defected. Qianxue wants to play, and you still want to go up and disturb? Dead or not? You. And the light in Enlan's eyes became more and more passionate and heartfelt. Treasure boy, wow. This Mr. Qin looks like a successful man. Moreover, his figure is so well maintained. Wow. Love it, love it. Shue, sorry, I might be late today. In the hall, the crowd crouched on the floor with their hands on their heads. Everyone's bodies were gently trembling, occasionally emitting low whimpers. The face of the person who had been hit in the legs earlier had turned pale, and his consciousness was somewhat blurred. Scarlet blood slowly flowed onto the floor. It made the hearts of the crowd even more scared. However, at the same time, Song Taiju also felt a pang of unease in his heart and mind. There was always a premonition that something was about to happen. Just when the crowd was apprehensive, outside the hall, a few more crisp gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang! Bang! Everyone's faces turned white, and Song Tieju's face under his hood suddenly turned white as well. Damn! Chapter 72. Why is this hanging man again? At this moment, that 2-meter square exit, 7 or 8 people were gathered, kneeling down at that exit, facing outwards. Everyone's eyes were blindfolded. Obviously more than 10 meters away from the door, there are hundreds of police standing, but they are so helpless, the police didn't dare to move. Everyone knew that the terrorists were hiding in that doorway, pointing their guns at the hostages. Bang bang! 2 shots rang out. One of the hostages, 2 clusters of blood suddenly burst from his chest. Warm blood splattered in the crowd. Ah! Help! Whoa! And an evil smile raised on the face inside the oldest two's hood. This feeling of controlling someone's life and death at will was just too marvelous. Especially, in the ears while still hearing the desperate wails of the Xia people. I really feel humiliated for this body of my own. Yes, this robber penis, in fact, is a spy planted in Xia by certain countries outside the country. In fact, the original one in the squad had long been secretly solved. He, on the other hand, was sent to that peninsula. After doing the world's top plastic surgery, he looked exactly the same as that old second. Although he was from Xia, he grew up outside of the country. There wasn't the slightest sense of belonging to this country, either. Whoever dares to make another sound, I'll kill him immediately. Cold words rang out. The shouts from the mouths of the crowd instantly stopped. Everyone's bodies trembled, unable to suppress the fear in their hearts. Plus, their eyes were blindfolded. At this point, their psychological pressure had been taken to the extreme, and there was only one string still collapsing there. The oldest two sneered coldly. Picking up the megaphone, he shouted outwards, This is how the country treats us. Ah, come on, ahahaha. This is what happens when you piss us off, said the man, firing another random shot. Another hostage's chest exploded in blood. Only now, the other few no longer shouted, although their bodies were still trembling lightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! Among the large number of police officers surrounding the doorway, a middle-aged police officer fiercely hammered the car door beside him. Looking at the darkened entrance in the distance, his eyes exploded with rage, almost turning into substance. Did you find out how many hostages are still inside? Director, there's no count out for now. A police officer beside him replied with a lowered head. Seeing the chief turn his head violently to stare at him, busy stumbling again, he said, "It's an airplane from the lighthouse country. The estimated number of passengers is at least 200 or more." Bang! The director slammed the door of the car hard again. "More than 200 people. You told me there were more than 200 people." He roared at the man. "People are starting to kill hostages, and we're standing here unable to do anything? You want to see this happen 200 more times?" Director. The man just wanted to explain. The middle-aged director didn't care about him, and counseled himself. "How long before the SWAT team arrives? Where's the army? Has the city lord side been notified yet?" The man trembled, reporting to the director. "The city lord is already on his way. On the SWAT side, it will arrive in about 5 minutes. But the army..." The director frowned, his face becoming even more ugly. "What's wrong with the army? Speak quickly." "On the army side, it seems that they got an order that they don't have to go out." "What?" The director exclaimed in shock. His face became more and more gloomy. "These terrorists, their equipment was extremely luxurious. If they didn't have the help of the army, just their small police force might not be enough for them to fight." Opening his mouth, he was about to say something. Suddenly, someone hurriedly ran to the side of the director. "Director, there is someone outside claiming to be a major from the Kyoto war zone, and has something to find you." The flight arrival level hall. In a certain corner, Lu Chen's figure suddenly surfaced. He was wearing a light gray jacket. In the dimly lit environment, it didn't look conspicuous. He had basically mapped out the situation. The enemies were only 11 though. However, these people were extremely strong, and each of them were well trained. Not like terrorists. It was more like the look of a regular army. Although Lu Chen's 9 Yang Heart Sutra had reached the 3rd level, however, it wasn't to the point where it could stop bullets. So naturally, he had to take his time. If the other party rushed up together, he would also be in danger. Lu Chen hid in a room somewhere. Taking the pistol down, he checked the magazine. In his own hand was a Beretta 92F, with a total of 15 rounds in the magazine. As long as it didn't miss, it was already enough to use. However, facing a well-trained regular army, and the other party's equipment all far exceeded his own words. Just by looking at the gunfight, he wasn't able to crush the other party. When he had just come in, he had carefully observed the hall. Enlan's likeness was conspicuous and could be recognized at a glance. But, why was that hanging man Qianxue also there? Why is it that whatever he does, he runs into him, like a piece of cowhide that he can't shake off? What made his blood pressure rise the most was that Enlan was also squatting beside him. Enlan was also squatting beside him, and she kept moving her hands on Qianxue. Wait a minute, is it the other way around? A big breakdown of the mind. Why don't we just go back ourselves, borrow the hands of these terrorists and just get Qianxue killed? Bored. On second thought, he endured. Even if Qianxue died, he, Lu Chen, was still Lu Chen, and there was no difference from before. However, if he could save Enlan, with Enlan's help, he could even unify the non-nation and become that supreme being himself. This was much more important than a Qianxue. The reasoning within forced Lu Chen to stay and wipe the pistol in his hand. After the gunshot, the bodies of everyone in the hall shook violently. Qianxue was still pushing and shoving at that Enlan at first. After the gunshot, the movements in his hand suddenly stopped and he turned his head to look in that direction of Song Taiju. A plain glance, but led a person's heart straight hair. Enlan, however, did not notice, still reaching out to try on Qianxue. He turned his head. When he looked at Enlan again, a cold expression was all over his face. Let go. Enlan didn't realize it at first. Mr. Qin don't want it. She laughed playfully while raising her head to say something. When she came into contact with Qianxue's cold eyes at the moment, all her words were stuck in her mouth again. Before, when her brother was angry, he also looked like this. No, he was even more terrifying than her brother. Enlan subconsciously let go of her hands, not daring to move. Qianxue glanced at her, as if remembering something. He barely pulls out a smile. Enlan is sorry. I can't play with you anymore. I have things to do now. Qianxue suddenly stood up from the ground, and this action caused Enlan to react instantly. Although she didn't care about these robbers, but she also knew that the guns in their hands were no joke. A few robbers not far away saw Qianxue's action and shouted angrily at the same time. What are you doing? Give me a good squat. A few people had just opened their mouths. Song Taiju also roared angrily, shut up all of you. Qianxue sorry, you come with me. I personally take you there. The crowd froze there in disbelief. At this time, Enlan just stood up. The whole person also suddenly froze in place. What? The situation? Xinhuan you did not pay attention to the others. He just looked at Song Taiju, his line of sight gradually becoming harsh. Roughly, he took a breath. Go!